Naruto God Level System, Chapter 721 to 740. Chapter 721 It's over. Old Man Yamamoto, do you want me to help? Chen shouted to Old Man Yamamoto. The Old Man Yamamoto, who was suffering from a headache, glanced at Chen, and then snorted coldly, asking him to ask for help without even thinking about it. I can solve it without the intervention of Captain Hyuga, the Old Man Yamamoto said stubbornly. Actually, the real Rukia is here, she is not Rukia. Chen suddenly said to the Old Man Yamamoto. The Old Man Yamamoto was stunned. In fact, without Chen, he also suspected that the person in front of him was not Rukia. After all, Rukia also knew Akatsuki a little, so it was impossible to have such a strong strength. Do you know the identity of the other party? The Old Man Yamamoto couldn't help but ask Chen. It has something to do with Yuhabak. Chen directly gave Yuhabak a black pot, and the pot was handed over to him. Humph, are you fooling the old man? Yuhabak has been sealed by the old man. The Old Man Yamamoto snorted coldly. It's just that he was sealed, and he didn't die, Chen Tan said with a hand. The Old Man Yamamoto was silent for a while, and he believed Chen's words in his heart. After all, Yuhabak's methods were very powerful, and the Old Man Yamamoto was also very jealous of him. It was a fluke to be able to deprive Yuhabak of his strength, consciousness, and heartbeat at the beginning. This Old Man Yamamoto didn't know if Yuhabak had anything left. Rukia suddenly turned around and attacked Chen. Broken Road 88. Flying Dragon Strikes Thief, Thunder Cannon. Boom. A powerful explosion sounded, and then everything returned to nothingness. Anything in a straight line was destroyed by the light released from Chen's hand. In the perception of Old Man Yamamoto, the Reiatsu of Rukia has completely dissipated, indicating that he is dead. Don't think that the old man will be grateful to you, the Old Man Yamamoto said lightly. I don't need your gratitude either. Chen shrugged and said, if Old Man Yamamoto knew that he did all this, he would definitely draw his sword and tear his face. Now there is another Aizen waiting for you to solve. Chen's eyes turned to Aizen, who tried his best to eliminate his sense of existence. At this time, Aizen is really not the opponent of Old Man Yamamoto. Even if there is a Zanpakuto like Kyoka Suzuki, he may not be able to beat Old Man Yamamoto. Captain Yamamoto. Aizen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and now Aizen looks a little embarrassed. Aizen, I didn't expect you to betray the Soul Society. The Old Man Yamamoto looked at Aizen solemnly, and he could hear the old man's anger in his voice. Originally, Aizen was polite and gentle, and Old Man Yamamoto had a pretty good impression of Aizen. In other words, the captain of Gote 13's team basically had a good impression of Aizen. His betrayal was indeed surprising. Because you never knew me, Captain Yamamoto, Aizen said lightly. Although the current situation is very bad for Aizen, Aizen is still so calm and completely calm. Then I want to know, what is your purpose in Aizen? The Old Man Yamamoto asked. He wanted to know why Aizen wanted to betray Soul World, and Soul World didn't feel sorry for him. And Ichimaru Silver and Tosenyao, why did they too betray with Aizen? It's just a different way, we're going to take a different path, and I'm different from you. Aizen said indifferently. Aizen wants to transcend the boundaries of the God of Death, wants to create Wangjian, and then hit the Lingwang Palace to pull the Lingwang down. Old Man Yamamoto, why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and hack him to death. My barrier can't hold up anymore. Don't let this guy run away. Chen shouted to the Old Man Yamamoto, and at the same time the barrier shook. The barrier that was full of energy seemed to become unstable. Aizen looked at the barrier, and then looked at Chen with a smile on his face, his brows slightly wrinkled. He should have done it on purpose. Deliberately making the barrier unstable. Does he want to let me go? Lan Ran has a lot of thoughts in his heart. He still doesn't know Chen's purpose, but he also knows that Chen must not have any good ideas. But now he still retreats first. Bengyu is already in his hands. Aizen knows Hyuga-chan's powerful pervert, but he doesn't believe that he is not an opponent after having Bengyu. The old man Yamamoto shot at Aizen instantly, and Ryujin Jaka chopped down at Aizen's head. The old man Yamamoto used to be known as the ghost of the sword, indicating that his swordsmanship is also very strong, and Aizen was blasted out with one blow. Feeling the difference in strength, Aizen was silent, and Yamamoto Motoryu Saijokuni was worthy of being the commander-in-chief. Captain Yamamoto, we have to say goodbye. From the moment the barrier disappeared completely, a ray of light enveloped Aizen, Ichimaru Silver, and Tosen. This is Daxu's anti-membrane. You are still in the company of Shu. The old man Yamamoto held Zanpakuto tighter. Oh, Captain Yamamoto doesn't know yet. Captain Hirako and the others have fallen into nothingness, but I actually did it. Aizen said lightly. Hyuga-chan, I look forward to meeting you next time. The next time we meet will be when you die. There is only one king in this world. Because of the reflective film, Aizen seemed to be arrogant. This coercion is a bit arrogant. Do you want to hack him to death? Chen rubbed his chin and thought, thinking about it, let him pretend to be coercive for a while. Anyway, this is the last time he pretended. After Aizen has produced a complete collapsed jade that has no value, it is estimated that it will not be a few months before he dies. No one stood in the sky from the beginning, whether it was you or me, not even God. But the empty window of the throne of the sky is coming to an end, and from now on, I will stand at the top. You are so arrogant, you have no confidence in your eyes. This makes me very embarrassed. Chen slowly pulled out Zanpakuto. It's okay to let you pretend to be a coercion, but you can't stop pretending. How can this let you go? After entering the anti-membrane, he is already in another dimension, you can't attack him. The old man Yamamoto cast a glance at Chen and said. That's because you are too weak, so you can't attack. Chen stroked forward. Aizen's body, which is now in another dimension, was cut with a deep wound. I want to kill you. It's really just a matter of raising my hand, but I don't want you to die now. I hope you don't make yourself uncomfortable. If you make me unhappy, I will make you even more unhappy. Chen said indifferently. Lan Ran stopped talking. Sure enough, now is not the time to pretend, so she can only hold back, and her hatred for Chen has risen to a higher level. Soon Aizen, Ichimaru Silver, and Tosen asked the three of them to leave the Soul realm and go to the virtual circle, and the old man Yamamoto could only watch like this. Originally, the old man Yamamoto wanted to question Chen why he didn't keep Aizen, but thinking that he couldn't take Aizen with his own shots, he didn't have the face to question. Chapter 722 Go to Lingwang Palace. After Aizen left Soul realm, Chen took Rukia away. He just came to watch the fun. Now that the show is over, what are you still doing here? The old man Yamamoto couldn't leave, he had to deal with the situation on the scene, and the captains of each division were still in a coma. What a big momentum before. Old man Yamamoto is using Bankai again. Chen had just returned to the fourth team's quarters, and Yi ran over to ask. Fortunately, the barrier set up by Chen in the fourth team blocked the powerful heat wave. Yeah, old man Yamamoto has made a big move again, but it doesn't matter. Teacher, how are Ichigo Kurosaki and the others? Inoue Oriheim asked Chen. It's not dead, but it seems to be badly injured. What should I do now? Rukia looked embarrassed. Anyway, it's not you who seriously injured the captains of the divisions before, so you can do whatever you want. Chen Tan said with a hand. Rukia still had a tangled expression on her face. But I am still a sinner. What sinner? Now that the people in the 46th room in the center are dead, what sin do you have? Now that Aizen has defected, I'm afraid the soul world can't take care of you anymore, plus Chen's tossing, let alone ignore you. Rukia, don't worry. Ujawali said with a smile. Indeed, in the next few days, I did not pay attention to Rukia's affairs. Aizen's defection was one of the most important things, as well as Yuhabak's affairs. Chen threw the black pot into Yuhabak. The key is that old man Yamamoto believed it, and the pair of Yuhabak had to be guarded. But now Yuhabak is already a bear commander, and there are only Bombietta, Candace, and Menina left in the Star-Crossed Knights, but they are now Chen's people. Those who were killed by Chen had nothing left, and even if Audiobook launched the sanctification, they could not be resurrected. Ichigo Kurosaki and the others were fine. In the end, Old Man Yamamoto forgave Ichigo Kurosaki and the others for breaking into the Soul Society, and Ichigo Kurosaki became the proxy death god recognized by the Soul Society. Kurosaki, Ichigo and the others returned to this world, but Inoue Oriheim did not leave with them. Oriheim, why don't you come back to the world with them? Rukia asked curiously. Inoue Oriheim glanced at Chen without saying the reason. I'm going to the Lingwang Palace, Chen said to Maojawali and the others. What are you going to do at Lingwang Palace? Yi Yi asked curiously. Go and scavenge for some good things. I've been interested in it for a long time, but I haven't picked it up. Chen thought of the Zanpakuto made by Wang Yu. Do you need me to go with you? Chong asked Chen Chong. No, I can go by myself. Chong, you should stay here and play with Bachinliu. Chen stroked Chong's hair and said. Using Yomatsu Hirasaka, open a dark space cave, and Tatsu walked straight in. Crossed Yomatsu Hirasaka and came directly to Lingwang Palace, without disturbing anyone in the process. Shutara Senjumaru's palace, Chen appeared directly here. After Shutara Senjumaru saw Chen appearing, she was stunned for a while, and then she looked surprised. Master came to Lingwang Palace. Did you come to see me specially? Shutara Senjumaru asked expectantly. Part of the reason. Chen looked at Shutara Senjumaru looking forward, and didn't say that he was here mainly for Zanpakuto. Master, drink tea. Shutara Senjumaru asked Chen to sit down, and then hurriedly poured the tea. Shutara Senjumaru was cast Koto Amatsukami by Tatsu before, so now it becomes Allegiance Tatsu. Senjumaru, how do you know about Urmea Wangyu's Phoenix Hall? The master told me to pay attention to Urmeu Wangyu before, so this is his treatment. The master has a look. Shutara Senjuan put the information in front of Chen. Chen looked at it and saw that in addition to the two Wu Wangyu, the Phoenix Hall was his personal guard, as well as a large group of non-personal guards. These guards are the materialization of Zanpakuto, and the same is true for those who are not guards. As for how many, Shutara Senjumaru does not know, but it is definitely more than 10,000. The two Wu Wangyu should also be the strongest in the Zero Team. Although it is said that the Zero Team has no one other than the big monk who can fight, in fact, the two Wu Wangyu are quite powerful. In the original book, he killed several members of the guards of Audiobook in seconds. Is the master going to attack him? That's right, he has so many Zanpakuto. If I don't rob him, I'm sorry he created so many Zanpakuto Zero. Being stared at by Chen, this is also the bad luck of that guy. Then I'll help too, Shutara Senjumaru said. Shutara Senjumaru is still capable, at least stronger than most of the captains. No need, it's easy to solve the two House Wangyu. Chen shook his head and said. But there is also Kirin Temple Tenshiro, and the main army Ibe. The two of them are also very strong, especially the main army Ibe. Shutara Senjumaru's expression was slightly solemn. The head of the army, Ikibe, is the leader of their Zero Division, and his strength is unfathomable. If the master takes action against the two House Kings, they will definitely besiege the master if they sense it. The master may not be able to do it alone. I think it's better to let Ujawali and the others come together. Shutara Senjumaru proposed to Chen. Even if they go together, it's nothing, I want to see the strength of the main army Ikibe. Chen Qing smiled and said, Chen really wanted to see the strength of the army's main army, a soldier, but Habak, the friend of the original book, suffered a lot in his hands. That's fine, but I want to follow you, master. Shutara Senjumaru nodded helplessly. Let's go, take me to the Phoenix Palace. Chen nodded, and then let Shutara Senjumaru lead the way. The spiritual sons of the Spirit King Palace are very rich, and they are much stronger than the virtual circle. If you practice here, you should get 4.2 times the effort with half the effort. The Phoenix Palace is a little far from Shutara Senjumaru's palace. Chen looked at the Lingwang Palace. Actually, the Lingwang Palace is not very good. It's too empty, and although there are constructions, there are no people on the street. Soon after arriving at the Phoenix Hall of Ermewawangyu, Shutara Senjumuru asked Chen, "Master, should we go indirectly or sneak in?" Of course it's going indirectly. It's a shame to sneak in, not to mention the mere Tu Wang Yu, just a small trash fish. Chen didn't pay any attention to the mighty Zero Squad, and it was just trivial to use his strength to beat Tu Wu Wang Yu with one hand. Okay, Shutara Senjumuru was a little helpless. She wanted to sneak in and kill the two House Wang Yu sneakily first, which would be easy. But since Chen had already decided, she naturally obeyed Chen's meaning. Chapter 723 Facing Team Zero. As soon as he entered the Phoenix Hall, Chen was discovered. There were countless Zanpakuto in the Phoenix Hall, and they were all materialized. "Lord Dajisho, why are you here? Who is this man?" "I don't need you to care who I am." Chen Yi waved his hand and killed her directly. He wanted was Zanpakuto, not the materialized ones. He walked over to see one and the other, so it was impossible for Wang Yu to hear such movements. Tu Wang Yu came out and saw that the Zanpakuto made by himself were materialized, and now they were being killed one by one. Naturally, he was inexhaustible. "You're courting death." Tu Wu Wang Yu, who was angry, didn't talk nonsense. She pulled out the knife and thought of Chen Zan. "The speed is good, but unfortunately the strength is too weak." Chen looked at Zanpakuto, who was parked in front of him, and there was a transparent spiritual shield in front of him. Failing to split the spiritual power shield, the Tu Wu Wang Yu took a few steps back, and then took out the sheath 06V that was placed in the carry-on case. The scabbard is a failed work created by the two House Wang Yu. Because it is too sharp to make a scabbard, it is regarded as a failure. However, Chen felt that this guy was pretending. How could he not be able to make a scabbard? And the scabbard and the blade would not touch each other. How could he not be able to make it? "This sword is called Sheath Fu. It is a failed work I made. Although it is sharp and tough enough, it cannot make a suitable scabbard." Listening to Wang Yu's self-introduction, with a pity on his face, but Chen clearly saw his pride in his eyes. "I'll beat you to death, you pretending criminal." Chen couldn't take it any longer, and slapped the Tu Wu Wang Yu in the face. Snapped. After the crisp sound, what caught my eye were the swollen faces of the two House Wang Yu, which were really ugly. The scabbard in his hand was snatched by Chen with one hand, and he waved it in his hand, and a sword chi slashed open two Phoenix Halls of Wu Wang Yu. "Yes, it is indeed sharp enough, but that's all," Chen said, looking at the sheath in his hand. "Give me the scabbard and return it." Wu Wang Yu shouted angrily, covering her face. "It's impossible to give it back to you. I'm here for robbery, so I'm sorry," Chen said lightly. He came here to rob, how could he return what he got? "If you hand over all your Zanpakuto, I can actually spare your life." "You came to rob me of Zanpakuto, Shutara Senjumuru, you are with him too." Wu Wang Yu's eyes were full of anger as she looked at Shutara Senjumuru. "That's right, the master sees the Zanpakuto you created. It's your honor, don't be ignorant." Shutara Senjumuru looked at the two House Wang Yu indifferently. "Master? You actually called him master?" Wu Wang Yu looked at her incomprehensibly. "If I'm not mistaken, you seem to be the captain of the 4th Division, Hyuga Chen." Wu Wang Yu turned to look at Chen. "Yo, I didn't expect you to know me. Yes, I'm Hyuga Chen." Chen chuckled and nodded. Of course Wang Yu of Wu knew Chen. After all, the head of the army, eBay, also advocated that Chen should be invited to Team Zero, but unfortunately it was rejected. At that time, Wang Yu of Wu was also curious about the person who refused the invitation of Team Zero, so he also paid attention to Chen at that time. "Shutara Senjumuru, have you forgotten that your allegiance is to the Spirit King?" Wu Wang Yu asked. "Ha tilde, allegiance to the Spirit King, do you have great respect for the Spirit King? Does an item require allegiance?" Shutara Senjumuru said with a sneer. Although Team Zero said they were protecting the Spirit King and being loyal to the Spirit King, they said it was okay to protect the Spirit King. After all, the Spirit King was too important, but allegiance. Allegiance shit. The two House Wang Yu remained silent. I won't talk nonsense with you, it's the most important thing to get rid of you and take Zanpakuto. Chen Yidao slashed towards the two House Wang Yu. How could Wang Yu of the two houses be caught without his hands? His body quickly retreated, and then he turned and ran away. Ermewu Wang Yu is not stupid, he knows that this person in front of him is very powerful, and he is not an opponent at all, so he retreated to find the soldier's main department, Ikibe. Watching him escape, Chen didn't chase after him. Zanpakuto was the most important thing, and this guy would come to his door after a while. After entering the Phoenix Hall, Chen put away all the Zanpakuto. There are tens of thousands of Zanpakuto, and I don't know how long it took Wang Yu to build so many Zanpakuto. The next step is to wait for them to come. After Chen put away Zanpakuto, he stood at the highest point of the Phoenix Hall and waited for the two kings to come back. Shutara Senjumaru thinks it is better to retreat now, but Chen wants to stay here, so she can only wait. Senju Pill, don't worry. Chen looked back and said. The real name of the monk is very powerful, no one has seen his full strength. Shutara Senjumaru shook his head and said. Similarly, no one has seen my full strength. Chen chuckled lightly. Soon, the head of the army, a soldier, who is the real name of the monk, came, accompanied by two Wang Yu and Kirin Temple Tenshiro. Kirin Temple Tenshiro's plain head, two weird punk headshots of the House King, and a bearded monk. This dress is really weird. If you can't beat it, you will be called a person. The sword god Ermewu Wang Yu is really good. Chen looked at Ermewu Wang Yu mockingly. Ermewu Wang Yu held back her anger and waited to see how to deal with you after she caught you. By the way, your Zanpakuto have been taken away by me now. Chen said to Wang Yu of Ermewu. Damn it, my work. Tuwu Wang Yu clenched her fists and stared at Wu Yu angrily. Hyuga Chen, how did you come to the Lingwang Palace? Shutara Senjumaru brought you here. Asked the real name monk. The Lingwang Palace is in another space, and it is not easy to enter it, otherwise Aizen would not want to enter the Lingwang Palace towards the creation of Wang Jian. It doesn't matter how I got in, but I would like to see your strength. Chen looked at them lightly. In fact, among them, the real name called the monk to be able to see a little, and the others did not even look at them. Although the two House Wang Yu killed Yuhabox guards in seconds in the original book, they still couldn't keep their eyes open. It's okay to call him a monk in his real name, and he almost killed Yuhabok in the original book. This guy's Zanpakuto is very powerful. With a single word, he can kill the name but not the meat. He can attack the opponent and reduce the opponent's strength by half. Monk Yan, don't say anything more to him, take him down first, and Shutara Senjumaru also take it down. Kirin Temple Tenshiro said solemnly. Real name called the monk nodded. No matter how Hugachin came to the Lingwang Palace, let's deal with him first. Chapter 724 The two kings of the house are dead. Chen stood at the highest point, looking down at the three monks whose real names were called monks. This kind of small momentum, don't let it out to shame. Chen's body erupted with an Asura-like murderous aura, turning the surrounding into an Asura hell. Looking at the mountain of corpses in front of him, and the sea of blood under his feet, there are still corpses floating in the sea of blood, and a bloody aura is coming. The sea of blood set off a boundless wave of blood, and the three of them were swept toward the real name of the monk, and the boundless wave of blood was about to swallow them. No, it's demonic illusion. The real name called the monk shouted, and the big brush in his hand quickly wrote a solution. After the real name was written by the monk, demonic illusion was unraveled at once, and everything returned to its original appearance again. Kirin Temple Tenshiro and Ermewu Wang Yu had cold sweats on their faces, and the boundless sea of blood just now seemed to bury them in it, and they had fear in their hearts just now. Just relying on murderous intent, you can form an illusion. How many people have you killed? The real name called the monk's eyes serious. He didn't take Chen seriously at first, but now he feels this murderous aura like a purgatory shura, and his vigilance has been raised to the highest level. Well, I can't even count them, but your Zanpakuto is quite powerful. Write a word and you can break the illusion. Chen looked at his Zanpakuto with interest. Dye it black. One word. Real name called the monk to liberate Zanpakuto, and then slashed towards Chen. The tip of the brush at the front turned into a blade and slashed towards Chen. However, his knife went through Chen's body and failed to hit Chen at all. Now that I'm in a different space with you, it's impossible for you to hit me, Chen said after using Kamui. His real name, Monk Hu, frowned. He actually has this ability. Now it's hard to do. He hasn't found a way to deal with it, so he's very passive. But Chen wouldn't give him so much time to find flaws. 80 God's vacuum attack. Countless vacuum fists hit the real name, the monk, without a trace of escape. This is a merciless fist of attack and defense, and every punch is a surefire blow. Not even a space for a mouse to escape. Boom. The space was shattered, the entire Lingwang palace began to shake, and the attacked monk, whose real name was called, was smashed into the depths of the ground and was dying. As expected of the master, he is really strong. Shutara Senjumaru's eyes were filled with admiration, and the original worries were completely put down. No, I don't know what happened to him. You block it first, and I'll go take a look first. Kirin Temple Tenshiro shouted to Ermei Wang Yu. Kirin Temple Tenshiro's strength is not as good as Ermei Wang Yu, so he can only block him, and the real name of the monk also needs him to be rescued. Okay, but hurry up, I'm not an opponent. Ermei Wang Yu was also able to recognize himself, he knew that he was not an opponent. I must block it. If the real name of the monk dies, we will really be finished. Kirin Temple Tenshiro said solemnly. Because the real name of the monk is the strongest among them, and only he can kill Hyuga Chen, if the real name of the monk hangs up, everything will be over. Of course, it's not so easy to die when the real name is called monk. This guy also has the ability to resurrect, and can be resurrected by someone calling his name. The only downside is that he will also lose some of his power after resurrection, which is also the price. You can't stop me, this is courting death. Chen got down from the almost destroyed Phoenix Palace and walked towards the two-house Wang Yu step by step. Walking with supreme momentum, the two oppressed Wang Yu lowered her head. Damn, why is this guy's spiritual pressure so strong? Ermei Wang Yu half knelt down, struggling to resist the pressure brought by Chen. This time, don't talk about blocking it, it's good to be able to hold on for a while without being killed. Kirin Temple Tenshiro came to the big pit, looked at the dying monk who was beaten, and hurriedly treated him. This Zanpakuto should be your favorite, Chen said, holding the sheath in his hand. Although you didn't make a scabbard, I did make a scabbard. A scabbard appeared in Chen's hand, and then inserted the scabbard into it. 2 Wang Yu's old face and 1 Yuhi, okay. In fact, he can also make a scabbard, but he wants to pretend to be forceful, so he deliberately says that he can't make a scabbard. However, this Zanpakuto is indeed sharp, and the ordinary scabbard is indeed not suitable. The sharp breath it exudes can pierce everything. You will die under this knife. Chen pulled out the knife, and then chopped down toward the 2 Wang Yu. Being oppressed by the spiritual pressure, the 2 Wang Yu had no resistance at all, and could only watch the knife cut down at him. After the knife was cut off, Wang Yu of the 2 houses completely lost consciousness, and his body was cut in half by the sheath he made. After finishing the 2 house Wang Yu, Chen looked at the real name monk who had been driven into the ground. At this time, the real name monk who had recovered. It seems that Kirin Temple Tenshiro's reply is indeed very powerful. The injury is so serious, but it can be healed. Chen looked at the real name called the monk and said. You killed 2 Wang Yu. His real name called the monk with anger in his eyes. Don't feel angry, I'll send you to accompany him soon. Chen looked indifferently at the real name of the monk. It's really a white pen and a word. The so-called real fight is the current Bankai. It was not called Bankai before, but it was called real fight. immediately rushed to Chen, and then used the ability of a white pen to write a word, trying to erase Chen's real name. But it was useless, his Zanpakuto ability seemed to be ineffective. So it's like this. The real name of the monk was Frowning. He wanted to erase Chen's name and engrave a new name on him. But it didn't have the slightest effect, and his ability seemed to have lost its effect. Chen sneered, his Gao Tianyuan can be immune to any attack, including the ability of an additional state that is not a direct attack, he is also immune. With this pervert's pupil technique, he is invincible, and it is strange that Zanpakuto, whose real name is called a monk, really works. I'm afraid you'll never know about this, go to hell and ask. Chen said lightly. Zanpakuto, which had only sharpness, and took out a knife again without worry. By the way, I've drawn so many Zanpakuto before, but I haven't used it yet. Chase him, wolves. Zanpakuto in his hand turned into two silver white guns and appeared in Chen's hand, which felt very comfortable. A gun was aimed at the real name of the monk, with a cruel smile on his face, and a powerful virtual flash was shot out. The real name of the monk was blown away, with slight scars on his body. Chapter 725 Team Zero is destroyed. Infinite Reload Phantom Flash. Countless phantom flashes were like violent storms, hitting the real monk called Monk. The real name, Monk Hu, looked at the countless phantom flashes that came over, and he didn't dare to make a hard connection. He hurriedly used a white pen to write a word of defense, and a defensive shield appeared in front of him immediately. From here, you can see that Zanpakuto, whose real name is called a monk, is very powerful. As long as he writes a word, he is also a bug-level Zanpakuto. Tian Chilang, I can't stop it, get out of here quickly. After resisting for a while, the real name called the monk felt unbearable, and hurriedly reminded Kirin Temple Tenshiro to let him leave quickly. Real name of the monk and Kirin Temple Tenshiro used Shunpo to dodge immediately. Just after dodging, countless virtual flashes bombarded the place into nothingness. Do you two want to run away? Chen looked at the two people who were running away in the distance. The two pistols in his hands suddenly turned into a sniper rifle, and Chen aimed at Kirin Temple Tenshiro. Wang Shu's flash. Boom. Kirin Temple Tenshiro was blasted into powder by Wang Shu's flash, and the Reiki completely disappeared. Wolf packs are really fun. Chen looked at the sniper rifle assembled in his hand. If you let Stark see it, he will be shocked. The wolves can still play like this in 260. Feeling the disappearance of the spiritual pressure of Kirin Temple Tenshiro, the real name of the monk called the monk's face sank. It seems that Kirin Temple Tenshiro is dead, and he must ask Yamamoto Shigekuni for help. Do you still want to run? Chen's figure disappeared instantly, and then appeared in front of the real name of the monk. In the original book, the real name called the monk is also the character who hangs and beat Yuhabak. If Yuhabak was not omniscient and omnipotent, he would definitely have been beaten to death by this great monk. 1,000-mile palms. The real name called the monk to use his spiritual power to release a huge palm and hit Chen. The golden wheel is reborn. The golden lightsaber slashed into the sky, and any object was cut in half, and the entire Lingwang Palace was slashed open by Chen's golden reincarnation. The real name of Monk Hu's eyes widened, and then his body split in half and burst open. Did he just die like this? I'll give it a try and see if he can be resurrected after he dies. Chen chuckled, and then shouted, Aikibe, the head of the army. The real name called the monk to be resurrected again, and he can be resurrected by someone calling his name. This ability is very pervert. It is difficult to do in the fantasy world. Do you know my abilities? The real name monk who saw that Chen was not surprised, and immediately knew that the other party was aware of his abilities. But very few people know his ability, even Shutara Senjumaru doesn't know. How did he know? I'm about to die, and I'm still asking so many questions. It's better to just wait for death to come. Chen said indifferently. Do you really think that you must eat me? The real name of the monk called him, frowning, and then said. Yes, anyway, in my eyes, you are no different from a dead person. Do you think you can kill me? The real name of the monk is frowning. Although he is not an opponent, it is even more difficult to kill him. Do you think that if you have the ability to resurrect, you can be resurrected infinitely? If I kill you, can you still be resurrected? Chen said with a cold smile. Twilight, dark night, please come and visit tilde let's meet and drink a bowl tilde drink this bowl and fly away tilde on the way to Huang Izumi. There are flowers of their own, blooming to accompany you. The real name called the monk while singing and drinking ink, trying to use his strongest move to not turn taishelling. This is the strongest move of the real name call monk, but the chant is relatively long. Do you think I'll give you time to finish the chant? Chen kicked the real monk Hu in the face, interrupting his chant. Chen didn't want to stand here stupidly, waiting for this guy to finish singing. Don't turn to killing mausoleum. Since he can't finish chant, then abandon chant. His ultimate move is not impossible to chant, but its power will drop a lot. The real name, Monk Hu, waved a white pen, and dyed the surrounding things black, turning into black mausoleums and tombstones, absorbing the blackness on Chen's body. This move can completely disintegrate the flesh and bones Mukuro and even everything into nothingness, but it has no effect on Yhwach's omniscience and omnipotence. And it is even more ineffective to deal with Chen, not to mention that Chen has obtained the omnipotence and omnipotence of Yhwach through the lottery, and even his Gao Tianyuan can ignore all this. Your attack has absolutely no effect on me. It seems that you have exhausted your means, and you can't play any tricks, so you can die in peace. Chen looked at the real name of the monk indifferently. So possible. Seeing that his ultimate move had no effect on Chen, his real name was Monk and he couldn't believe it. Broken down 90 black coffin. The huge black cube locked the real name of the monk, and then countless swords strangled him, cutting him into pieces. After the cube dissipated, the miserable real name of the monk was revealed. Although he didn't die, it was miserable. Your resurrection ability should be the power of the Spirit King, right? Chen asked, calling the monk by his real name. The real name, Monk Hu, looked at Chen seriously and said, the Spirit King is the foundation of everything, and the Spirit King cannot be moved. The real name Hashang didn't know Chen's specific purpose, but he was afraid that Chen would kill the Spirit King. If the Spirit King died, it would cause a devastating disaster. These have nothing to do with you. You are already dying, so what are you thinking about? Chen said with a sneer. Return to nothing. The blade of nothingness. Chen used his own Zanpakudo Bankai. After Bankai, a force that wiped out everything swallowed the real name monk, and the real monk disappeared instantly. After the real name Homan disappeared, Chen immediately relieved Zanpakudo's Bankai. The real name of the monk is dead, completely dead, even calling his name, it is impossible to bring him back to life. Senjumaru, take me to see the Spirit King, I want to know more about the Spirit King. Chen said to Shutara Senjumaru. Although it is known from the original work that the Spirit King is equivalent to a prisoner, but who knows whether the Spirit King has his own consciousness. Senjumaru, how much do you know about the Spirit King? Shutara Senjumaru is a member of Team Zero, and he should know some secrets of Akatsuki's Spirit King. The Spirit King is still very mysterious. Although it is said that the King of Spirit is the master of everything, looking at his bear-like appearance, no matter where he looks, he cannot be seen as the master of the three realms. Actually, I don't know much about it. Before I became a member of Team Zero, the Spirit King already existed. No one knows how long he has existed. Maybe his real name is a monk. Senjumaru shook his head and said. That's really a pity, I shouldn't just kill him like this. Chen forgot to check the memory of the real name of the monk. Chapter 726 Devour the Spirit King. Walking into the main hall of Lingwang Palace, Chen saw the so-called Lingwang, the ruler of the three realms, who was cut into a stick. There is indeed an extremely terrifying and powerful spiritual pressure in the Spirit King's body, and a pair of eyes stared straight at Chen who walked in, without the slightest expression in his eyes. Chen looked around the Spirit King. This king is really miserable, even if he is killed, he can't be this king. It's probably worse than dying. I know you are conscious, don't you talk about it. Chen said. Although the Spirit King was hiding deeply, Chen still felt that he was not an unconscious object, because when Chen came in, the Spirit King was clearly watching him. The Spirit King did not move, and was still sealed in the crystal with an expressionless face. Does the Spirit King really have consciousness? Shutara Senjumaru asked involuntarily. Although Shutara Senjumaru is a member of Team Zero, she has rarely come into contact with the Spirit King. Basically, the Spirit King can only be contacted by the real name of the monk. Chen smiled, then said to the King Ling, if you don't make a sound, I don't mind killing you. It's really a tool. Chen pulled out Zanpakuto and stabbed it towards the Spirit King with a blank expression. Even though he was pierced by Chen, the Spirit King still did not move at all. God Eater. The huge spiritual pressure of the Spirit King began to be devoured by Chen continuously, and now the Spirit King finally couldn't be quiet anymore. Unlike Yuhabak in the original book, although Yuhabak in the original book devoured his power, those powers are still his own. But Chen is different. After being swallowed by Chen, the power of the Spirit King completely disappeared. If you kill me, everything in the entire world will collapse. The King Spirit said. Ha ha Tilda, you look down on yourself too much. Chen sneered. It is an exaggeration to say that the three realms collapse, but the role of the Spirit King is similar to that of the divine tree in Hokage. The Hokage world originally had no chakra, but later the spiritual pressure was born because of the divine tree, and the spiritual king was the incarnation of the spiritual sun. If the Spirit King dies, the spirit child will slowly disappear in the future. Seeing that Chen ignored him at all, the spiritual pressure in the Spirit King's body burst out, and the dark spiritual power hit Chen like a surging wave. It seems that you who are sealed are not completely incapable of resisting. Chen stretched out a hand and blocked the rush of the Spirit King. Shutara Senjumaru felt his body sink, reluctantly resisting the oppression brought by this huge spiritual power. Senjumaru, you go out first. Chen said to Shutara Senjumaru. Master, you have to be careful. Shutara Senjumaru said, and then exited the hall. Although she also wanted to help, she still knew that it was useless to stay here, but a burden. Is there any other means? Chen asked the Spirit King. The Spirit King was silent, so he could only use such a trick when he was sealed. Although he had other abilities, all of them were distributed. Just by looking at him being cut into a stick, you can tell that his abilities have been almost eliminated. Feeling that the spiritual pressure in the body was rapidly being swallowed up, nearly half of it had been lost in a blink of an eye, and the Spirit King could no longer bear it. Let's work together. The Spirit King took back the torrent of spiritual power and said to Chen. Oh, what do you want to cooperate with me? Chen looked at the Spirit King curiously. You pull out the knife first. King Ling said to Chen. Chen pulled Zanpakuto out, stopped using God Eater, and looked at the Spirit King with interest. Anyway, King Ling is just fish on the chopping board, he can't run away, Chen eats it whenever he wants. Moreover, although the spiritual pressure of the Spirit King is huge, Chen's spiritual pressure is much stronger than his, and he is not very fond of this small piece of meat. You help me get rid of imprisonment and resurrection, and you and I will divide the three realms equally. King Ling, you're not a fool, aren't you? Chen couldn't help but glanced at King Ling with contempt. Is this called cooperation? There is no benefit to himself. As for the equal division of the three realms, not to mention that Chen doesn't like it. If he really likes it, Chen won't share it with anyone, he wants it all. I didn't expect you to be very ambitious. But if you tell me this, I have no interest. Chen said lightly, looking at the Spirit King. So, King Spirit, you should disappear in peace. The expressionless face of the Spirit King suddenly became twisted, and the spirits in the entire Spirit King palace began to riot. The dense gathering of spiritual children, even if the captain-level death god comes, will kneel on the ground under this kind of oppression. You only have this level, let me end your sad life. Chen said lightly. The spiritual pressure in the Spirit King's body was swallowed up by Chen in an instant, and the Spirit King's body had turned into dust and vanished. The wedge in the three realms just died. After the death of the Spirit King, the three realms were indeed affected to some extent. Chen stretched out his hand and waved, all the spiritual violence was stabilized, and everything returned to normal again. But from now on, the spirits in the air will not be as endless as before, and the spirits now have become consumables. Because the spiritual king, the source of the spiritual child, has now died. Unless a new spiritual king is created, this world will sooner or later become the world of the god of death. Chen walked out of the palace, and then the palace collapsed directly. Let's go, Senjumaru, and get out of here with me. Chen used Yomatsu Hirasaka to open a space passage and walked in. Shutara Senjumaru naturally followed. The Lingwang Palace has been completely reduced to ruins, and I don't know if anyone will come here in the future. If Yuhabak kills the Lingwang Palace and sees this piece of ruins, I don't know how he will feel. Is this trip going well? Mao Zhawali asked Chen. It's going well, but I killed the Spirit King. Chen sat down and said. Ah, the Spirit King is dead. Didn't you say that after the Spirit King dies, the present world, the world of corpses, and the virtual circle will collapse? Yi Yi asked. If it wasn't for me to calm down, you would have sensed the movement now, but it would be false to say that everything collapsed. Chen shook his head, and then said, but it is true that the soul world and the virtual circle will collapse, because the spiritual child in the air is being consumed at this time. After a few hundred years, there may be no death god and virtual world. After the death of the Spirit King, this world is likely to develop into an ordinary world in the future, and it is also possible to create another Spirit King, and everything will return to the same as before. I don't care about this Chen, let's see if they have the ability to create another Spirit King. You just need to know that it won't affect us. Others have nothing to do with us at all. Chen rubbed Ba Qinliu's beautiful hair and said. Oh, Yi nodded a little, and didn't care about those things, as long as it didn't affect them. Chapter 727 Aizen conquers Balagang. Lord Aizen, I don't know what we're going to do next. Dong Xian wanted to ask Aizen. Next step, Aizen narrowed her eyes slightly, and after thinking of Hyuga Chen, her eyes revealed a sense of danger. First completely rule the virtual circle, Aizen said after thinking about it. At this time, although Aizen had already notified the virtual circle on the bright side, there were many guys who violated his yin and yang, such as Balagang. Although Balagang surrendered to Aizen, he did not let go of his ambitions and kept thinking about replacing Aizen. Lord Aizen, why don't you take care of your injury first? Your injury is very serious now. It would be bad if you were attacked by those ghosts. Ichimaru Silver suddenly said. Silver, this little injury is nothing to me. Even if I get a little injury, it's easy for me to deal with those little ones. Aizen gave Ichimaru Silver a faint look. Aizen could feel that Ichimaru Silver approached him to kill him, but Aizen didn't care, he just wanted to watch Ichimaru Silver jump and see if he could bring him fun. Aizen has never put Ichimaru Silver in his eyes, but in the original book, Aizen almost died under Ichimaru Silver's Bankai. God Gun Bankai, the speed of expansion and contraction is 500 times the speed of sound. As for whether it is so fast, it does not matter, anyway, the speed of the God-killing gun is very fast. And the biggest killer move is not attack speed, but the poison that can dissolve cells, that is his biggest killer. Aizen brought Toxianyao and Ichimaru Silver to the Zai Palace. In the Zai Palace, Balagang sat on the throne, surrounded by a large number of subordinate officials. After seeing Aizen, Balagang's eyes narrowed slightly, especially when he saw the wound on Aizen's body, a light flashed in Balagang's eyes. This may be an opportunity for revenge. This guy seizes his own virtual night palace. The hatred between Balagang and Aizen can be said to be inexorable. If it weren't for Aizen's strength, because of the threat of death, he could only choose to surrender. But he didn't surrender in his heart. Balagang was just looking for a chance to kill Aizen. Now that Aizen is injured, isn't this opportunity brought to the door? Balagang, who allowed you to sit in that position, what about the other 10 blades? Dong Xian asked coldly. It's not important, what's important is who allowed you to talk to me like this. Balagang's eyes were cold and stern. A mere dog, a licking dog of Aizen Sosuke, dared to question himself. Of course Balagang would not be convinced. Balagang held a huge double-edged axe in his hand, and was about to chop at Dongxian, the dog. Bump! Dongxian wanted to fly out, and the zanpakuto in his hand was also broken open, and then Balagang ignored Dongxian's request and concentrated on dealing with Aizen. In his opinion, if Dongxian is a dog, Aizen is the most important thing. Only by killing Aizen can he wash away the humiliation he once had. Balagang's big axe collided with Aizen's knife. Aizen's body remained motionless and looked at Balagang indifferently. Although Balagang is Bastard, his combat power has surpassed that of the captain, but Aizen's strength is even more limitless. Compared with Aizen, Balagang is still far behind. At this time, Aizen's strength is about to break the limit, and the strength has basically reached the peak of the god of death. If Zanpakuto is removed, Aizen can compete with the old man Yamamoto, but if Zanpakuto is included, the battle is unknown. After all, Ryujin Jaka's Bankai is too pervert. As long as the old man Yamamoto keeps Bankai and uses the Zenka no Tachi West Wansan prison clothes, it is impossible for Aizen to defeat the old man Yamamoto. However, with the 5 senses of Jinghua Shuiyu hypnotizing, it is impossible for old man Yamamoto to kill Aizen. The two of them are really desperate, that is, 5 to 5. Humph! I don't believe how long you can last. Balagang snorted coldly. He saw that Aizen was injured. Aizen-sama, do you need me to help? Ichimaru Silver smiled, the Zanpakuto in his hand tightening. If you attack at this time, can you kill Aizen? This was a problem, but Ichimaru Silver didn't dare to try it casually. Aizen's strength is not clear. Ichimaru Silver will not do it at will. No need, just watch Silver. Aizen glanced at Ichimaru Silver lightly, and then said. It is natural for him to do it himself to convince this guy of Balagang. Only by convincing them all will they do things for themselves. Aizen was certain that the other 10 blades did not leave, but were secretly observing. If he can't convince Balagang, then his boss will be unstable. 0. Corrupt. The Skeleton King. After Balagang returned to the blade, the combat effectiveness was greatly enhanced. Sigh of Death. Aizen used Shunpo to avoid it. Even Aizen would not dare to take this attack hard, otherwise it would only be completely corrupted. Balagang is very capable and his Zanpakuto has some connection to time. Break it. Mirror Flower Water Moon. Aizen Shikai, there was fog around him, and something seemed to shatter like a mirror. Balagang immediately became vigilant, but he had seen the horror of Aizen Jingjingwashwayu. What are you looking at? Aizen's voice came from behind Balagang. Balagang was about to turn back, but felt a pain in his body, and then fell to the ground. Balagang was hypnotized and saw Ichimaru Silver as Aizen, but the real Aizen had come behind Balagang. At this time, Balagang looked at the knife on his neck, and he was immediately cowardly. If he couldn't beat him, he couldn't beat him, so let's just surrender. As expected of Aizen-sama, his strength is really strong. Balagang looked like a compliment. I want to live. Even if you become a licking dog, it doesn't matter, after all, everything is for survival. This guy in Balagang is a guy who is afraid of death. This is the last time. If there is another time, you can do it yourself. Aizen took the knife back. Now Aizen needs manpower, otherwise, with Aizen's ruthless heart, how could he keep this guy in Balagang, and he will definitely kill him with one knife. Balagang didn't speak, even if there were any thoughts in his heart, he hid them all. Get out of here first. There was anger in Balagang's eyes, he stood up and retreated. He wrote all of these down. When he has the strength in the future, he must get them all back. As for the lack of strength now, he can only pretend to be a grandson temporarily. Balagang is also a guy who can bend and stretch. After Balagang left, Dong Xian asked in a puzzled way, Lord Aizen, why didn't you kill Balagang? Who knows if he will do some tricks behind his back. He doesn't dare, and he doesn't have the ability to make any small moves right under my nose. Lan Ran's eyes were full of confidence, and he was just empty. Could it be that he couldn't control it? Chapter 728 The old man Yamamoto wants to conquer Aizen. Pay attention to the travel disaster called Kurosaki Ichigo that appeared in the Soul World. Aizen sat on the throne and closed his eyes for a while, and then asked Dongxian. Although Dongxian didn't understand why Aizen asked him to pay attention to that guy, but since it was Aizen's order, as Aizen's number one dog, he naturally had to do it. Silver, all those broken faces of Zai Palace will be handed over to you to command, and Dongxian wants you to be responsible for your assistance. Aizen said suddenly. Ichimaru Silver was stunned for a moment. Did he hear something wrong? And Aizen actually gave him the command. Are you really not afraid of what he will do? Ichimaru Silver was also curious as to why Aizen didn't give it to Tosen. Compared to Dongxian Yao, he is not trusted by Aizen. Since it is the order of Aizen-sama, I will naturally manage those broken faces, and I will not disappoint Aizen-sama. Ichimaru Silver narrowed his eyes and said. Aizen nodded, and then began to study the collapsing jade, which is now the 10 most important thing for Aizen. In order to study Bengyu, he didn't even care about his injuries and concentrated on researching a complete Bengyu. Only in this way can he defeat Hyuga-chan. Chen is not clear at this time. Aizen is researching day and night in order to get the complete collapse jade as soon as possible. If he knows, Chen should be very happy. Aizen's Bengyu, Chen is also playing his idea. Bengyu is something that Chen has always wanted to get. I don't know how many exchange points can be exchanged for this thing, and it must not be missed. If Chen hadn't already had Bengyu, he would never have sold it to the system. Bengyu is simply pervert. After Aizen's defection, he didn't make any big moves, and everything was temporarily quiet. The old man Yamamoto was busy with the Soul World, and he couldn't care about Aizen for the time being. However, after a period of time, the old man Yamamoto was busy with the corpse and Soul World. The injuries of the captains of the divisions had recovered, and the old man Yamamoto also started to think. This guy Aizen can't be kept. Killing the sages and judges in the 46th room of the central office is not a small crime. So the old man Yamamoto called the various teams for a meeting, and by the way, he also made up for the vacancy left by Aizen after his defection. Old man Yamamoto, you should know that I'm not interested in meetings. Why did you call me here? Chen yawned boredly. This time there is something very important to tell everyone. The old man Yamamoto said in a deep voice. Is it about Aizen? Yukitake Shuru asked. Yes, it is indeed about Aizen, but this is only part of it. There are other things. The old man Yamamoto nodded. I didn't expect that Aizen Soyusuke would actually do such a thing, and we were all deceived by him. Shuru Yukitake shook his head secretly. Shuru Yukitake had a good sense of Aizen in the past, but he didn't expect this guy to hide so deeply. I want to send someone to chase and kill Aizen in the virtual circle, and bring Aizen back to ask for the crime. The old man Yamamoto said thoughtfully. Retrieve Aizen. Now the virtual circle is Aizen's site. Do you go there yourself, old man Yamamoto? Chen asked, looking at old man Yamamoto. Old man Chan, we still need to take a long-term view. It's not good to be too anxious. Jingle Chunchui said. Humph. Do you know how bad Aizen's crime was? All the judges and sages in the central 46th room were killed. The old man Yamamoto slapped the table, shaking with anger. That group of useless people will die if they die. What's the big deal? Chen said lightly. Chen respected his strength, and he looked down on those who were still in power without strength. The old man Yamamoto glanced at Chen, and after being silent for a while, he said, the major nobles have put pressure on me. Let me take Aizen back as soon as possible and ask for the crime. Chen Wenyan pouted, and the old man Yamamoto still listened to those nobles, which is really useless. Jingle Chunchui, I hope that you will lead the team and the captains of the various divisions to bring Aizen back. The old man Yamamoto still doesn't know that a lot of powerful virtuals in the virtual circle have been broken by Aizen and become broken faces. If the old man Yamamoto knew, I am afraid that he would not be so reckless to send someone to attack. Hyuga Chen, this time I want you to go too. The old man Yamamoto looked at Shang Chen. Aizen's strength has also been revealed, and he can kill a captain in one move. If Chen is not allowed to go with him, the old man Yamamoto will not be relieved. It's just boring, so I'll go on a tour, but I'll tell you first, I usually won't take action. Chen Xian reminded them. But don't expect to rely on him after entering the virtual circle at that time. If this is the case, Chen will absolutely ignore them. There is also the promotion of the new captain of the 3rd division, the 5th division, and the 9th division captain. The old man Yamamoto said. Aizen, Ichimaru Silver, and Tosen are going to defect, but these 3 squads can't be left alone. In fact, during this period of time, the members of these 3 divisions did not mix well. The captain of their own division defected, and all kinds of rumors attacked them. You can decide this, old man, yourself. Jingle Chunchui shook his head and said. It's useless to discuss this with them. If you want to be the captain, you have to make old man Yamamoto like him. There is one more thing to inform you, that is, the major nobles are gradually building the new central 46 rooms. The old man Yamamoto knew. After hearing the news, many captains couldn't help but pouted, and they didn't like the people in the central room 46. The meeting is over as well. 650. In that case, it's time to say goodbye. Chen took Ujiwali and Broby's hands and left. The old man Yamamoto also ignored it, let the others leave, and then left Jingle Chunchui and Yukitaki Shuru to give some instructions. It is very dangerous to go to the virtual circle. No one knows what Aizen has done in the virtual circle. The old man Yamamoto must pay attention to it. Unless old man Yamamoto goes out in person, or with Jingle Chunchui and the others, they won't even be able to see Aizen's face. After returning to the 4th division team building, Chen said aloud. Aizen has a large number of thugs in his hands, and none of the 10 blades is weaker than the captain. The strength of the 10 blades in the front has definitely surpassed the captain level. Yuan Lusai probably won't shoot. Ujiwali shook his head and said. If you go to the virtual circle, then I will also follow. Chang looked at Chen's eyes and said. Go if you want. Chen couldn't help rubbing Chang's little face. Chang reached out and patted Kai Chen's hand, and then Suinder snorted softly. Go to the virtual circle. Dad, I want to go too. I haven't been to the virtual circle for a long time. Ba Chenliu grabbed Chen's hand and looked at Chen expectantly. Chen was a little speechless. The virtual circle was desolate. What was there to see? But since Ba Chenliu wanted to go, Chen would not refuse, otherwise this little girl would definitely use the trick of crying, making trouble, and hanging herself. Chapter 729. Come to the Night Palace. In the virtual circle, Chen and the group of captains stood in a desert, followed by a group of elite death gods. According to the investigation, Aizen is now in the Zai Palace, where all the Shuis have been subdued by Aizen. Ni Yuli said to the others. Aizen has conquered Shu, it's hard to do now. Jingle Chunchui frowned and rubbed his forehead with his hand. Isn't this place under the control of Aizen? Have we been discovered now? Hitsugaya Toshiro said. It's very possible. In short, prepare for battle first. Shuru Yukitaki shook his head slightly. Go and fight for the emptiness. I'll go elsewhere first. Chen took Chang with one hand and Bachinliu with the other and left here. This is too irresponsible. I really don't know why he can become the captain. Hitsugaya Toshiro said with a frown. Hitsugaya Toshiro doesn't have a sympathy for Chen. First, Chen's lazy attitude makes him not have a good impression of Chen. The second reason is because his childhood sweetheart is a young child. Xiaobai has a deep admiration for Hina Sentao, but it is a pity that now Hina Sentao is in love with Chen. Jingle Chunchui shook his head and said, it seems that we can't rely on him for help. We may have to deal with Aizen ourselves. To tell the truth, Jingle Chunshui has no certainty at all now. Aizen's strength is too strong, and Komamura Zojin, who was killed in seconds, is still lying on the bed. The strength of Komamura Zojin is also good among the captains, but they were killed in seconds against Aizen, so they will not be much better. But who made old man Yamamoto insist on sending them to capture Aizen? They can only bite the bullet. Even if Aizen didn't conquer the emptiness, Ichimaru Silver and Toxian wanted 2 helpers, and Jingle Chunshui didn't think that he and others could take Aizen. What's more, with a group of virtuals as helpers, no one dares to underestimate the strength of virtuals. By the way, I have bad news to tell you. Chen suddenly backed away. What bad news? Shiro Yukitaki asked quickly. Aizen has already used Bengyu to turn Shu into a broken face, and none of the 10 blades will be weaker than you. After Chen finished speaking, he left. Broken. Is it Harabel and Nailu next to Captain Hyuga? Yukitaki Shuru asked. It should be. It seems that this time our battle is difficult. I am afraid that Aizen has already prepared. Jingle Chunshui smiled bitterly. Aizen is already very difficult, and giving him a lot of younger brothers, this is not leaving them a way to survive. I'm really interested in broken faces. Niyuli said with a smile. Niyuli has always been interested in Bromian. If Chen's strength is not too strong, he will definitely attack Harabel and Nailu. However, even if he does it, he is not an opponent. Niyuli is not strong in terms of combat power, but the things he has researched are very powerful. Don't think too much, go to Zai Palace. Don't be afraid, old man Shan has already told me that you can send him a distress letter in times of crisis. Jingle Chunshui comforted the people around him. As long as you send a distress message to old man Yamamoto, he will come here quickly. After all, old man Yamamoto is not at ease. Tilde. I can't wait. Zaragi Kenpachi, who was covered in bandages, said with a big smile. Shuru Yukitaki glanced worriedly at Kenpachi's Akagi. Now his condition is very bad, and his injuries are not yet healed. Is it really okay to participate in this battle? Was previously used by Chen's wooden clone with the Shinsasenju hammer, and his injury was more serious than that of Komamura Zojin, but this guy did not recover, and insisted on following him to the virtual circle. When Jingle Chunshui and the others went to Zai Palace, Aizen and Zai Palace also received news. To dare to break into the virtual circle, they are really bold. Aizen's eyes turned cold. Aizen-sama, the other party is accompanied by Hyuga Chen. Ichimaru Silver suddenly said with a smile. After hearing these words, Aizen's brows were slightly wrinkled. Hyuga-chan actually came to the virtual circle. East Immortal, you take all the bad faces to stop them. Ichimaru Silver, you stay in the Zai Palace. Aizen thought for a while and said. It is still a critical period for the fusion of Bengyu. At this time, he does not want to be affected. Only after obtaining Bengyu can he face Hyuga Chen. After Dongxian took the order, he left with most of the Broken Face army, and of course some people stayed here to guard the Zai Palace. Not long after Dongxian was about to leave, Chen brought Chong and Bachinliu to the Zai Palace. Aizen, you're doing well. This little place is well laid out. Chen looked around and smiled at Aizen who was sitting on the throne. Aizen was startled suddenly, and when she saw Chen who suddenly appeared here, a vigilant look appeared in her eyes. Who are you, who dares to break into the Void Knight Palace? The 50th Blade Nutra looked at Chen in dismay, with cruelty on her face. He was quite upset that he was not able to stop those gods of death, but stayed in the Zai Palace. How dare you talk to me, even a little trash fish? Chen glanced at this guy and said lightly. Bastard, you dare to insult me, I want you to know what despair is. Nutra had a cruel smile on his face. Nutra has an arrogant personality and likes to ridicule. He is also very arrogant and likes to discriminate against women. Sit upright in the frosty sky. Higher and Maru. A cold Zanpakuto appeared in Chen's hand, with a chain on the end of the knife. This is Captain Hitsugaya's Zanpakuto. Ichimaru Silver raised his brows. The bone-chilling chill was released, and the entire Void Night Palace formed frost, and some weak broken faces were directly frozen to death and turned into pieces of flying ice. Higher Inmaru is known as the strongest Zanpakuto in the ice and snow category, but this title is a bit embarrassing and is about to be snatched away by Shubaishui. However, Higher Inmaru's performance is not strong, that is because Hitsugaya Tushiro is young and weak. In Chen's hands, it was different. Nutra felt that his soul was frozen. Disappear completely in the extreme cold, Chen said lightly. Nutra didn't speak, his consciousness was frozen, and it could only be turned into shards of ice. In the end, he didn't understand how or when he died. Aizen, do you want to try the power of Zanpakuto, the strongest ice and snow element? Chen looked at Aizen playfully. Lord Aizen, there seems to be some trouble. Ichimaru Silver had a smile on his face, as if he didn't care. Aizen, who was engulfed by the cold air, behaved very calmly. No matter how critical the situation was, he had to calm down, otherwise there would be no way to survive. Captain Hyuga, are you here to kill me? Aizen asked tentatively. No, I just haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you a little, so I came to see you specially. You should feel very happy. Chen chuckled lightly. Of course, Chen Lai's main purpose was actually to see if Bengyu was finished. Chapter 730 Grim Reaper vs. Broken Face. In the Zai Palace, the atmosphere was tense, and the people on Aizen's side, except for him, Ichimaru Silver, and the 10th Blade Stark, were all frozen to death. Stark still became the 10th Blade, and he didn't separate Lilynette. I don't know what happened to this Chen, but this is not the point. Chen also won't pay attention to why Stark didn't separate Lilynette. Bachenliu looked at the interior of Zai Palace, looked east and west, and seemed to be very curious about everything here. Lan Ran looked at Chen and felt very passive. Because of his strength, he was now passive, basically being slaughtered by others. This feeling made Aizen very unhappy in her heart, and it was extremely uncomfortable. She desperately wanted to complete the fusion of Bengyu, and hang Hyuga-chan after getting Bengyu. For Bengyu, Aizen is very confident. As long as there is Bengyu, he can definitely defeat Hyuga-chan and step on him. If Chen knew that Lan Ran was thinking of stepping on him, then Chen would definitely let him taste what it was like to be stepped on. Chen looked at Aizen's appearance, and knew that Aizen's 220 collapsing jade had not been manufactured yet, otherwise it wouldn't be in this state. If Bengyu's perfect fusion is completed, Aizen will definitely dare to fight against him, not like he is now, calm on the surface, but trembling in his heart. Looks like I'm going to put some pressure on Aizen. Chen thought to himself that at Aizen's speed, he couldn't wait any longer. Give him a little pressure and let him get the complete collapse jade out as soon as possible. Higher Inmaru lifted it up and slashed towards Aizen. The extremely cold ice blade hit Aizen, and everything it passed was frozen and then turned into pieces. When the extremely cold ice blade flew halfway, it suddenly turned into an ice dragon and devoured it towards Aizen. Aizen couldn't sit still when he saw the attack, grabbed Stark next to him with one hand, blocked Stark in front of him, and then quickly fled. Ichimaru Silver was not a fool either. He immediately ran away with him, while Stark was pitiful, swallowed by the ice dragon, and then completely lost consciousness. They ran away. Do you want me to take action to keep them? Chong asked Chen Chong. No need, I never thought of killing him at first. I'm still waiting for him to fuse the perfect Bengyu. Now put a little pressure on him, only when there is pressure can he be motivated. Chen believes that after this experience, Aizen will definitely try his best to speed up the fusion of Bengyu, otherwise he is afraid of being killed by Chen. At this time, Bromian also fought against the captain of Gote 13. The god of death and the broken face completely fought, and Balagang held a big axe to kill Jingle Chunchui, and the powerful force made Jingle Chunchui complain again and again. All the waves, all turn into my shield, all the thunder and light, all turn into my blade. Pisces. Yukataki Shikai, he helped Kiraku Chunsui block the attack. Block it. Black Wing Demon. After Ulquiorra returned to the blade, Black raindrops fell in the sky, and black wings enough to cover the sky appeared behind him, holding a weapon similar to a lightsaber. After returning to the blade, his defensive power, attack power, and spiritual pressure will have a huge improvement, and the most improved is his speed. The terrifying momentum shocked everyone. Ulquiorra's strength is definitely not weaker than the 10th blade, and he can also perform the second stage return blade. After the second stage of returning to the blade, his strength should be the strongest among the broken faces. This guy is so terrifying. Byakuya Kuchiki frowned tightly. Ha ha ha, I like this kind of opponent the most. Zakagi Kenpachi burst out laughing and rushed up. Seeing Kenpachi rushing up, Kuchiki Byakuya frowned even tighter. This guy was too reckless. He didn't know the situation of the other party, so he dared to rush up so directly. Bang! He rushed up quickly and came back faster. A huge wound was cut in his chest, and the bones inside could be seen. Captain Zaraki, are you okay? The elite members of the Shinigami who followed, hurried over and helped Kenpachi up. These people were all from the 11th Division. Scatter. Senbon Sakura. Bankai Senbon Sakura Keian. Senbon Sakura only turned the blade of the blade into a thin blade, while Bankai turned the entire blade of the blade, including the blade, gauntlet, handle, etc., into a thin blade. Songjing thousands of cherry blossoms. Countless blades were strangling towards Ulquiorra, and to outsiders, these blades looked like gorgeous cherry blossoms. It looks very beautiful, but it contains deadly danger. Thousands of cherry blossoms can be said to be one of the most suitable Zanpakuto to pretend to be. The cherry blossoms formed by the refraction of the light by the blade give people a feeling of full force. However, if the force is enough, the attack power is poor, and these blades cannot be approached because Ulquiorra's Reiatsu is too strong. Black Void Flash. Kuchiki Byakuya hurriedly manipulated the invisible blade, blocking it in front of him, and resisting the black virtual flash. Among the 10 blades, Ulquiorra was not the only one. The others also took action and killed the squad leaders in the God of Death. However, the Death God's side is very bad. They don't know anything about Po-Face, but Po-Face knows them very well. Po-Face knows them so well, it is also because of the information given by Aizen, and it is because of Aizen's information that they understand the abilities of each captain. Jingle Chunchui looked at Balagang with a serious face. His left arm had disappeared and was rotten by Balagang. If it wasn't for Shuru Yukitaki who cut off Jingle Chunchui's arm in time, Jingle Chunchui would have gone to see the Spirit King now. Wang Shu's Flash. The favored son of the sky, the Iron City Wall, the dragon walking, the lion roaring, the tiger roaring, the wolf rushing, severing the heaven and the earth before it collapses, the 81 tying of the road, breaking the sky. Kuchiki Byakuya used Dankong to block in front of him, blocking Ulquiorra's attack. Damn, how could they be so strong? Jingle Chunchui scolded her mother in her heart. After turning into a broken face, Shu's strength improved not a little bit. Now that Aizen's broken face, they can't deal with it. If Aizen is added, they can only wait to die. Inform the teacher. Yukitaki Shuru said breathlessly. Now that Hyuga-chen is not here, he may not be able to help, so he can only inform Yamamoto Motoyanagi Saijigu this way. Okay, I'll pass the message to Old Man Shan now. I just hope he can come earlier, otherwise we'll have to collect the corpse for us. Jingle Chunchui said. During the battle with me, you still dare to talk and don't take me seriously. Balagang felt very angry. The Axe of Death. The huge axe slashed towards the front. Jingle Chunchui and Yukitaki Shiruro could only dodge, and did not dare to hit hard, because if they hit hard, they would probably be chopped into ashes with an axe. Chapter 731 The Masked Army is on. The battle between the Broken Face and the God of Death was still going on fiercely. Jingle Chunchui avoided the big axe in Balagang and couldn't help but say, why hasn't the old man come yet? I believe that the teacher will come over soon. Let's hold on for a while. Tilda, Yukitaki Shuru said. The two of them were pressed and beaten by Balagang together, and I felt aggrieved in my heart. Mainly because Balagang's ability is too tricky, it can make anything rotten, and they don't dare to approach it at will. Sit on the frosty sky. Higher and Maru. The ice dragon spins its tail. Hitsugaya Tushiro froze Kiba, who was fighting against him, with one move, and then ran over to support Zaraki Kenpachi. Zaraki Kenpachi was fighting with Grimjow with a knife, and several wounds had been cut on his body. If he didn't come to help, he might be hacked to death. Boom. Boy, with just this move, you want to block my actions. Kiba broke open the ice block of Hitsugaya Toshiro, and then killed him towards Hitsugaya Toshiro. Nimayuri and Salapalo Glands fought with the 80th blade, and now Nimayuri has the upper hand, and he is thinking about grabbing this guy and making it into a specimen. Well, these two guys are actually perverts, and it's normal to fight to death. Although Niyuli has some advantages, the others are all at a disadvantage, and the god of death is slowly collapsing. Everyone, I'm here to find help for you. Hearing that, Jingle Chunchui looked over, and the person who came was Kazuki Urahara, and behind him were Ichigo Kurosaki and members of the masked army. You let us go once, but this time we will return the favor. Hirako Mako said, carrying the knife. The appearance of Hirako Mako and his group made the people of the Broken Army stop. Mask and Broken met. I don't know what the result will be. Where's your boss, Aizen? Hirako Mako put away the smile on her face and her eyes turned cold. For the hatred of Aizen, everyone in their masked army has never forgotten that their purpose is to kill Aizen. Just because of you, you are not qualified to meet Aizen-sama. Hirako Baldi, don't talk so much, kill them, won't you be able to see Aizen? Saraki Hiyori rushed to kill them impulsively. Second stage returning blade. Ulquiorra used the second stage return blade that had never been shown before. Even Aizen had never seen it before, and it was Ulquiorra's trump card. This kind of terrifying Reiatsu, Ulquiorra has this kind of strength. Balagang frowned, feeling that Ulquiorra was a big threat. It seems that there will be a way to kill this Ulquiorra in the future. After the second stage of returning to the blade, all of his abilities were improved again, and he stretched out his palm and grabbed it towards Hiyori Sarakiaki. Hisari, it's dangerous, come back quickly. Hirako Mako's pupils shrank suddenly, then entered a virtual state, and instantly rushed in front of Tsuruaki Hiyori and dragged her back. And the knife in his hand blocked Ulquiorra's grabbing hand. Hiyori, how are you? Humph, even if you don't need to save me, I'll be fine. Tsuruaki Hiyori snorted softly. However, even if it wasn't for Hirako Mako's shot, she might have knelt down, so Saraki Hiyori is still very grateful to Hirako Mako. I saved you with kindness, but I didn't even say thank you, really. Hirako Mako said helplessly. Have you said enough? Ulquiorra's hand tightened. Boom. Hirako Mako hurriedly stepped back, stood in front of him with a knife, and looked at Ulquiorra cautiously. This guy's strength is too strong, like a wild beast. Ulquiorra's return blade is an all-round improvement, and it is said that the strength has also become stronger. Black Void Flash. It released a pitch-black phantom flash again, and the power of this phantom flash was no less than Wangshu's flash. The favored son of the sky, the iron city wall, the dragon walking, the lion roaring, the tiger roaring, the wolf rushing, severing the heaven and the earth before it collapses, the 81 tying of the road, breaking the sky. The transparent defensive wall rose, blocking the powerful black phantom flash through the chant of the ghost. I almost couldn't stop it, this guy's strength is really strong. If there is no blur, it would be dead now. Hirako Mako said with lingering fears. Ulquiorra's black void flash is really strong, and Hirako Mako can block it, which is already very good. However, after the virtualization, Hirako Mako's strength is also skyrocketing, and the powerful strength will never be weaker than Jingle Chunchui, or even better. Although Jingle Chunchui is a veteran, his personality is lazy, and his strength is just that, not particularly strong. However, his Zanpakudo Bankai is very powerful, but it will kill friendly troops by mistake, so Jingle Chunchui does not dare to use Bankai casually. Tisk tisk tilde. Chen walked slowly with Chang and Bachenliu. I didn't expect it to be so lively here. The masked army and the Grim Reaper, plus the faceless army, is this a tripartite meeting? Balagang turned his head, and after seeing Chen, he immediately showed hatred, but the hatred disappeared in an instant, replaced by fear. Balagang, I didn't expect you to be a dog for Aizen, what a shame. The king of the virtual circle, it's ridiculous. Chen looked at Balagang and said. Humph, believe it or not, I killed you. The me now is not the me I used to be. Balagang snorted coldly. Although I hate Aizen very much in my heart, I have to say that Aizen has indeed brought him benefits, such as the current broken face. After becoming a broken face, Balagang's strength has risen in a straight line, especially the power of the great skeleton. Balagang feels that he is invincible. The reason why Aizen was able to defeat him was only by Zanpakudo's little trick. After he broke Zanpakudo's hypnosis, he would make Aizen look good. Thinking of this, Balagang is not so afraid of Chen anymore. Yo tilde, with a little improvement in strength, do you want to turn the world upside down? I think you don't respect me a bit. Chen looked at Balagang indifferently. Don't think of the me now as the me of the past, go to hell. The axe of destruction. Balagang used the ring to appear in front of Chen, and the big axe slashed towards Chen's body. I have to say, your skeleton looks really ugly. Chen kicked out with a lightning-like kick, with electric lights still wrapped around his feet. Boom. A burst of roaring sound reminded me that Balagang flew out upside down, buried his body in the sand, and was easily put down by Chen's move. This shot directly scared those people, especially the people from the face-breaking army. They didn't understand Chen's strength at all. So when I saw Chen knocking down Balagang with one kick, I was shocked all of a sudden. Balagang is the 20th blade, and Balagan thinks that he is the strongest among the 10 blades. In fact, if Balagan really fights Stark, the outcome is really unknown, but now that Stark has died, it will not be possible to fight in the future. Chapter 732 Society My Dome Sister. Go on. What are you all looking at me for? Noticing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Chen couldn't help saying. However, no one moved. They didn't dare to make a move. After all, Balagang was brought down with one foot, and they still haven't got up. If it wasn't for the existence of spiritual pressure in Balagang, they would have thought Balagan was dead. Captain Chen, long time no see. Pingzi Junzi greeted Chen. I have a question. I wonder if Captain Chen can answer it for me. Ask. I'm in a good mood now, and you can ask anything you want. As for whether I answer or not, that's not necessarily the case. Chen said while sitting on a stone. I want to know, did Captain Chen know about Aizen's plan from the beginning? Of course he knew Akatsuki when Chen and Aizen had a holiday, but Aizen was severely injured several times in Chen's hands. Yes, I do know. Captain Hyuga, since you know, why didn't you tell me? Hitsugaya Tushiro asked angrily. Come on, it's as if you will believe me if I say it. Chenpai said with a pouted mouth. In the original image of Aizen, even if Chen said it, they just regarded Chen as slandering Aizen, not to mention that Chen still needs Aizen to complete the collapse of Jade. Why say it? Retreat. Dong Xianyao, who had been standing in the back, suddenly said. Hyuga Chen, whom Aizen-sama is afraid of. If he doesn't retreat, he will die. Oh tilde, did you just run away in such a sullen way? Grimjiao Jakarta was quite upset, and he was having a good time. If you want to stay here, then I don't have any opinion. Dong Xian glanced at him and said. Okay, retreat, let's retreat. Grimjiao Jakarta's not a fool, although he is very confident in his own strength, but this guy in Balagang has been brought down. Can he guarantee that he is as good as Balagang? If you want to leave, you have to ask us whether we agree or not. Liu Quanxi said coldly. They came here, on the one hand, to pay back the favor, and on the other hand, they wanted to kill Aizen. The hatred for Aizen has penetrated into their bones. The former captain and deputy captain has now become a wanted criminal in the Soul Society. Who can feel better? If you haven't seen Aizen now, then vent all the grievances in your heart on the heads of Aizen's subordinates. The Gun of Thunder. A spear formed by Reiatsu appeared in Ulquiorra's hand, and threw it at the masked army. Just after throwing it out, a spear of spiritual power appeared in his hand again, and threw it towards Jingle Chunchui and the others. Ulquiorra can use this powerful move indefinitely, and his Reiatsu can support his continuous use. Boom. Although the power of the thunder spear was blocked, the others were also very embarrassed, with scars all over their bodies. Before this was over, Ulquiorra suddenly condensed a thunder spear again and threw it at Chen. I don't know whether to live or die, destroy it. The Gun of Destruction. The black rabbit doll in Chang's hand suddenly turned into a pitch-black spear. Chang threw the spear out, destroying the thunder spear like a meteor, and then penetrated Ulquiorra's body. Ulquiorra froze there. His body was slowly collapsing at this time, and death was slowly coming. Is this the taste of death? This was the last word that Ulquiorra left in this world. After speaking, it was completely destroyed. Tragic. Very good. As expected of my sister Chang, I am my sister Chang in society, and people don't talk much. Chen glanced at Chang and said, Ulquiorra will be killed if he takes a shot, and if he doesn't, it's amazing. Humph. Tsunere snorted softly, killing a person with one move, what's there to make a fuss about? But others don't think so. Jingle Chunchui, Yukataki Shuru, Hirako Meiko, and Kurosaki Ichigo were all stunned. How could this girl be so powerful? It looks thin and weak, but after this strength is exerted, people are simply stunned. I can't be bothered, I can't look down on anyone. This girl is a big guy. Retreat. Dong Xian wanted to shout again, and then fled quickly. It was too terrifying, he didn't even see the trajectory of the spear. Ulquiorra died too fast. Would you like to kill them all? Chang Shangchen asked. 0. It's up to you, do what you want. Chen said, touching Chang's hair. Chang stretched out her hand, and the spear of destruction that flew out flew back into her hand again, and then turned into a black rabbit doll. Forget it, I'm not interested in killing them. What about me, can I do it? Yakiryu said, holding the small Zanpakudo. You'd better forget it, just be honest. Chen held the Bachinliu who was about to move. What? Dad doesn't believe in my strength. I'm very strong. Bachinliu looked at Chen in dissatisfaction. They've been playing all the time, and I haven't seen you practice before, and I can't see your strong point. Chen said while pinching her little Chang's nose. This little girl is playful, and has never been serious about training. She really can't beat those bad faces when she rushes up, not to mention that someone is already chasing her. Jingle Chunchui and Heiko Meiko and the others have already gone to hunt down the broken army, and they will not let the broken army go. Balagang climbed out of the sand and saw a group of people who had already left, as well as Chen who was sitting not far away and watching him, and suddenly didn't know what to do. Do you want to run? Chen asked, looking at Balagang who wanted to slip away. Broken Road 88. Flying Dragon Strikes Thief, Thunder Cannon. Boom. The Balagang that was hit completely vanished, and he didn't even say a word. Not long after Brother Chen killed Balagang, the old man Yamamoto came over. 2.2 What about Jingle Chunchui and the others? After seeing Chen, the old man Yamamoto frowned slightly and asked. Going to hunt down the faceless army. The old man Yamamoto frowned even more. Isn't it very dangerous? Why are you chasing others now? What's the matter? Yamamoto asked involuntarily. You won't know after you catch up with it yourself, go and see for yourself. Chen said to the old man Yamamoto, and then left with Chang and Bachinliu. Leaving the virtual circle and returning to the soul world, because Aizen has now escaped from the virtual circle. As long as Aizen is a smart person, it is impossible for him to continue to stay in the virtual circle. It is very likely that he has passed away now. In this world, the death god will be tied up, afraid of causing heavy casualties. Aizen can use this to complete the collapse of Jade with peace of mind. Right now, Aizen is thinking of waiting for the complete collapse of the Jade to come out. Chapter 733 Aizen vs Ichimaru Silver. Aizen solved. Seeing Chen come back, Yi asked in surprise. No, that guy should have run away and didn't finish Bengyu. Even if Aizen wants to die, I won't let him die. Chen said softly. As for why Chen didn't grab Bengyu and study it by himself, there are two aspects to this. One is that he is lazy, and the other is that he is not interested in research, so he will not. And someone else does it for you, so why do you have to do it yourself? Aizen did indeed run away, and the subordinates he received were also unlucky. Basically, all of them were killed, and few of the Broken Face Legion survived. Because the old man Yamamoto made a move, he directly opened Bankai, and a large amount of pictures was taken in a second. Toxian wanted this blue-dyed dog's leg to escape successfully. After the old man Yamamoto brought people back, he announced that Aizen was wanted in the Three Realms. He must find Aizen's whereabouts. Aizen is also unlucky tilde. At this time, Aizen was far worse than the high-level boss in the original book, and had completely become a lost dog. I don't know what Aizen 10 will do next. I really look forward to what he will do. Chen said while looking at the news. In the present world, Aizen looked at the embarrassed Dong Xianyao. Yes, tell me about your situation. Sorry Aizen-sama, we originally suppressed Jingle Chunshui and the others, but who knew that they would kill Hirako Mako and the others halfway through, and then Yamamoto Yuanliu Saiju came over, so we. If Dongxian didn't continue talking, the situation behind him was already very clear. The Broken Face Legion was almost wiped out. Dongxian was about to escape and lost an arm. Broken Face Legion, the entire army has been wiped out at this time. Dongxian said with shame. It doesn't matter, they died because they were too weak. Aizen said indifferently. Again, you're worthless. A knife pierced Dongxian's back, and Dongxian's eyes widened, looking at the tip of the knife emerging from behind him, with a look of disbelief. He turned his head hard and found that the person who attacked him was Ichimaru Silver. Looking at Ichimaru Silver's face with a fox smile, Tosin would be furious. Lord Aizen, why? Dongxian asked angrily. Silver, be ruthless. Aizen pulled out Zanpakuto and slashed Dongxian's head with one sword. After cutting off the head that Dongxian wanted, Aizen showed no expression on his face, and the indifference was outrageous. Aizen-sama is really indifferent. Captain Toxian is also loyal to you. Besides, this time you are facing Captain Yamamoto. Ichimaru Silver said. Silver, sometimes you don't need so many reasons. If you lose, you lose. I don't need waste. Aizen gave Ichimaru Silver a deep look. If one day, you and Dongxian want to be the same, I don't mind killing you. Oops tilde. Aizen-sama said that. I'm really scared. Ichimaru Silver said with a smile. Lord Aizen, I wonder if there have been any big moves recently, such as going into the Soul realm for revenge. Aizen glanced at Ichimaru Silver indifferently, and then said, when I finish Bengyu, I will personally kill the Soul Society for revenge. The matter of creating Wangjian and killing the Lingwang Palace has been left behind by Aizen, and now Aizen's most important thing is revenge. He is going to take revenge on Hyuga Chen, and he must go to Hyuga Chen to pay the price of death. If it wasn't for Hyuga Chen, this time, Aizen wouldn't leave the virtual circle in despair, and let the virtual circle that has been in business for many years. I originally thought that Aizen-sama's domineering will do something. I'm really disappointed. Ichimaru Silver smiled and then withdrew. Ichimaru Silver felt that if he said that much, he would probably be killed by Aizen. Ichimaru Silver left. Aizen held a piece of collapsing jade in his hand. At this time, the two collapsing jade had already fused together, and there was only one last step left. I believe it will not take long to complete. 3 months later, Aizen's heart was inlaid with Bengyu, and Bengyu was completely completed. Even Aizen couldn't help showing joy on his face. Silver, maybe we can go for revenge. Aizen said looking at Ichimaru Silver. Lord Aizen's collapsing jade has been completed. That's really congratulations to Aizen-sama. I wonder when Aizen-sama will go to the Soul World. Ichimaru Silver asked Aizen. Don't worry about this, I have to deal with a group of people before going to Soul Realm. Aizen's eyes shone with light. Oh, I don't know who Aizen-sama wants to solve. Ichimaru Silver asked curiously. Of course it's you, Silver. Aizen's smile disappeared, and her expression became very indifferent. Ichimaru Silver had a smile on his face and said with a smile, Aizen-sama is joking with me. Whoosh. Ichimaru Silver immediately took a few steps back. The clothes on his chest had been slashed, and he looked at Aizen vigilantly. You actually dodged, Silver, you are very wary of me. Are you trying to kill me? Aizen was not surprised when she saw Silver dodging. Lord Aizen is joking, when am I going to kill you? Silver said, taking a few steps back. Silver, you can't hide your murderous aura from me. If it was before, I would have turned a blind eye to you, but now I can't. Aizen said indifferently. At this time, Aizen Benyu has been completed. He wants to do something big. He wants to duel with Hyuga Chen. At this time, he can't keep a person who stabs a knife in the back. Lord Aizen, I have never shown murderous intent to you. Ichimaru 290 Silver had a smile on his face, but his eyes showed a chill like a viper. Shoot him. Sharp gun. Clang. Aizen blocked the spear and looked at Ichimaru Silver indifferently. The murderous aura on his body was no longer concealed. It seems that Aizen is really going to kill me. Ichimaru Silver smiled. You're still laughing now, do you have any trump cards? Aizen asked Ichimaru Silver. At this time, Ichimaru Silver actually made him feel a hint of danger, which made Aizen a little interested. Shoot him. God kills the gun. Ichimaru Silver finally used his own Bankai, but he has never used Bankai, which is Ichimaru Silver's trump card. The telescopic length of the God-killing gun can reach 13 kilometers, and the speed, according to Ichimaru Silver himself, is 500 times the speed of sound, but there should be a lot of water in it. But this is moisture, and the speed is unparalleled. Aizen didn't react, and the blade wiped a wound on Aizen's face. Seeing this slight wound, Ichimaru Silver had a smile on his face. When the God-killing gun stabbed others, it also left ashes on Zanpakuto in other people's bodies. This is a toxin that can dissolve cells and can decompose everything. Sure enough, because of Aizen's carelessness, they successfully left scars on Aizen. Now even Aizen can only stand there and wait to die. Ichimaru Silver is very confident. Chapter 734 Ichimaru Silver is dead. At this time, Aizen also felt a great crisis, and his body was slowly decomposing. Ichimaru Silver, I didn't expect you to hide such a hand. Aizen said lightly, without the slightest panic. Aizen knew some of Ichimaru Silver Bankai's abilities, but it was revealed by Ichimaru Silver on his own initiative. Now it seems that Ichimaru Silver still has a hand. Lord Aizen, it won't be long before you die. Ichimaru Silver didn't expect that Aizen could be dealt with so easily. Actually, I was hit by you on purpose. Aizen left this sentence, and the body was disintegrated and disappeared, leaving only the collapsed jade. Ichimaru Silver frowned slightly. What does this mean? No matter so much, let's destroy things like Benyu first. Ichimaru Silver aimed at Benyu and wanted to destroy Benyu. However, Benyu was picked up by one hand and looked at Ichimaru Silver lightly, and Aizen was resurrected again. I also want to thank you. Ichimaru Silver, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have merged with Benyu so soon. Aizen smiled and looked at Ichimaru Silver. At this time, Aizen, with the help of Ichimaru Silver, allowed himself to enter the second fusion state and completed the second transformation. You didn't die. Ichimaru Silver took a few steps back and looked at Aizen vigilantly. At this time, Aizen's strength increased again. If the previous Aizen, he still has the courage to face, now Ichimaru Silver has lost the courage to face Aizen. Knowing that he couldn't beat him, Ichimaru Silver wouldn't stay here to die, so he used Shunpo to escape immediately. Want to run away. Aizen, whose whole body was wrapped in milky white materialized spiritual pressure, sneered, and then quickly chased after him. Compared to before, Aizen's speed power increased tenfold. At this time, Aizen had abandoned Zanpakuto and no longer relied on the power of Kyoka Suigetsu. Looking at Aizen, who appeared in front of him in an instant, Ichimaru Silver's pupils shrank suddenly, and then suffered a heavy blow, and flew back with blood sprayed. It's really powerful. Sooner or later, I will have the power to become a god, ha 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 ha. Feeling her own powerful power, Aizen couldn't help laughing wildly. Aizen can't wait, and wants to challenge Hyuga Chen. He will use Hyuga Chen's hand to completely send him to the throne. Without steps. Zanpakuto in Ichimaru Silver's hand stretched like a machine gun and stabbed towards Aizen, trying to stab Aizen to pieces. Speed is power. Ichimaru Silver's attack, even Aizen dare not underestimate. The extremely fast speed allows his Zanpakuto to penetrate everything. Aizen dodged in an instant, even if the killing gun could not hit him. The speed is so fast. Ichimaru Silver was shocked, and was able to escape the killing gun. Silver, your strength is really good, it's a pity to kill you. Aizen appeared behind Ichimaru Silver. Hey Tilda, are we Aizen-sama still showing mercy to me? Ichimaru Silver chuckled lightly. It's good to know, although I don't know why, but the worst thing you did was to go against me. Aizen looked at Ichimaru Silver coldly. I'm not going to take it easy, maybe the one who died is you. Ichimaru Silver turned around and stabbed Aizen again. Single shield. A shield stood in front of Aizen, but in just a moment, it was broken through by Ichimaru Silver's god-killing spear. Although Aizen's single shield can block the slash of the captain-level death god, it cannot block the killing gun of Ichimaru Silver. The god-killing gun can cut through all objects, unless Aizen uses a million shields, which can block the god-killing gun's attack. But even so, it was weakened by a lot of attacks. Although it broke through the single shield, it was unable to break through the body defense of Aizen. Aizen wrapped in spiritual pressure is like a cocoon. The outer spiritual pressure is wrapped, and the defense is also extremely strong, greatly increasing the spiritual pressure, slashing, speed, defense, and recovery. What? Ichimaru Silver looked slightly surprised as Aizen blocked his attack. Silver knew how powerful his god-killer spear was, but he couldn't break through Aizen's defense. It seems that you and I are no longer from the same dimension. Aizen said lightly towards Ichimaru Silver. Even his defenses can't be broken, such a person is completely unqualified to be compared with him. Go to hell, Silver. Aizen appeared behind Ichimaru Silver in an instant, and stabbed Ichimaru Silver's back with a knife. The face of Aizen's attack, Ichimaru Silver couldn't dodge at all, and he didn't even have a chance to turn back. Cough cough tilde. Aizen, you won't be Hyuga Chen's opponent. Ichimaru Silver coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood and said. You can't see this, Ichimaru Silver. Aizen pulled out Zanpakuto. Ichimaru Silver's body fell to the ground. But even so, Aizen still didn't let Ichimaru Silver go. After all, Ichimaru Silver wasn't dead yet. How could Aizen's shot be left alive? If it was the protagonist, Aizen might still be merciful, but Ichimaru Silver is not the protagonist. So he's going to be tragic. Aizen rudely cut off Ichimaru Silver's head with one hand. Aizen is also really ruthless, and at every turn, he will behead with one hand and head with one knife. Killing Ichimaru Silver, Aizen left here, and it was time to start his plan. Now that there is collapsing jade, Aizen's strength has suddenly increased several times, and now he has confidence. Even old man Yamamoto, Aizen has the confidence to hang and beat. But as for whether he can beat Hyuga Chen now, this Aizen is not clear, but it doesn't matter. Now Aizen is looking forward to Hyuga Chen becoming stronger. Aizen is very clear about the effect of the collapsing jade. With the effect of collapsing jade, even if he is defeated, he can still evolve towards a higher level. Now Aizen firmly believes that he is invincible. What Hyuga Chen is, it is just a stepping stone for him to become a god. After leaving the hidden secret place, Aizen did not go to the Soul World, but went to Kakuza Town. He wants to find out the masked army hidden in Kakuza Town, and first pull out this nail. Because Aizen was afraid that he would start a war with the Soul Society, and the masked army suddenly intervened, which would lead to any changes. Aizen can't allow variables to appear in his plan. Let's deal with these masked forces that have hatred with him first. Hiriko Mako and the others didn't know that Aizen was killing them at this time, but even if they knew, they would not run away, but would meet them instead. The hatred between Hiriko Mako and Aizen is already huge. Although more than 100 years have passed, the hatred is getting bigger and bigger. Perhaps knowing that Aizen killed them, they would celebrate. Aizen went straight to the place where the masked army lived, but he had specially investigated and knew where they lived now, which was easy for Aizen to find. Chapter 735 Aizen vs. Masked Army. Captain Hiriko, it's really not easy to see you, Aizen said lightly. Hiriko Mako and other people in the masked army frowned slightly when they saw Aizen, and they were extremely vigilant in their hearts. Who is this guy covered all over? Hiriko Mako and the others did not recognize Aizen. Now Aizen is covered in milky white reiatsu, and the voice has also changed. Hiriko Mako and the others can recognize the ghost. Although they can't recognize it, they also know that the other party is not good, and it is specially aimed at them. Who the hell are you? Fengchao Luzhiro asked. The captains are still forgetful. They even forgot about me. I really don't know if it's my honor or your sorrow, Aizen said with a smile. Aizen, are you Aizen? Hiriko Mako recognized Aizen. Although Aizen has changed a lot, Hiriko Mako was very familiar with Aizen's way of speaking and so on, so naturally he recognized it. As expected of my former captain, he recognized me at once, Aizen said with a slight smile. All right. In fact, Aizen, who was wrapped in reiatsu, couldn't see his smile at all. Bastard, it's actually you. Tsuruuki Hiyori rushed up to 160 and slashed towards Aizen with a knife. In Hayo, don't be so impulsive, okay. Hiriko Mako was anxious, although Hiriko Mako hated Aizen very much, but he had self-knowledge. The current Aizen looks weird and powerful. With the strength of Tsuruuki Hayo, how could it be Aizen's opponent? Is this going up to die? Boom. With the sound of an explosion, Hiyori flew back upside down, blood spurting out of his mouth, and he fainted. Aizen killed Tsuruuki Hiyori with one punch, and the powerful reiatsu pressed everyone in the masked army. Damn bastard, I'm going to kill you. Hiriko Mako's eyes suddenly changed to Yuhi. Shouting, this is just the proof of the weak. You have always been just a weak in my eyes, sad. Aizen said lightly. Fall down. Reverse strokes. Does not have Bankai, and his Bankai is not very useful in one-on-one battles. It is not that Bankai will definitely be better than Shikai. After Shikai, everything around him was turned upside down, and Hiriko Mako moved quickly and attacked Aizen's right. But in Aizen's view, Hiriko Mako attacked his left, and not only that, Aizen's entire world was turned upside down. Obviously he is standing on the ground, but now he seems to be standing in the sky, and high-rise buildings seem to replace the original sky. This upside-down feeling made people feel uncomfortable, and even Aizen couldn't get used to it for a while. Hiriko Mako slashed at Aizen's body, but it failed to cause any damage. The cocoon formed by Reiatsu was extremely defensive, and Ichimaru Silver's god-killing spear was unable to break through. Don't play this kind of trick on me. Aizen saw Hiriko Mako attacked again and kicked it out. This time, Aizen kicked Hiriko Mako directly in the abdomen. Hiriko Mako suffered a heavy blow, and the abdomen seemed to be kicked through with a kick. The powerful force was like the impact of a meteorite. Hiriko Mako flew back, smashed heavily to the ground, and fell to the ground. If it's just this little trick, I'm so disappointed, my Captain Hiriko. Aizen said indifferently. Hiriko, are you okay? Ikawa Luowu hurried over and helped Hiriko Mako up. Cough tilde. Aizen is very strong. Retreat. Hiriko Mako coughed out a mouthful of blood and said. The enemy is right in front of us, how can we retreat? Said Liu Quanqi. Not an opponent, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Hirako Mako shook his head and said. He could see clearly that Aizen's strength was too terrifying, and if they really fought, they might be wiped out. Even if it's not an opponent, you have to fight. You won't be afraid of Pingzi. Have you forgotten who caused us to end here? Liu Quanqi did not obey the dissuasion. If it is normal, he will not listen to what Hirako Mako says. Hirako Mako is equivalent to the leader among them. But it's different now. After seeing the big enemy Aizen, he has been carried away by hatred. Bankai, the iron fist breaks the wind. Liu Quanqi holds a toothed knife in each hand, or a fist blade. The arms are wrapped by the crawler of the two arms is connected at the back, and the back is also armored. The power of the iron fist breaking wind is not weak, the hurricane can destroy all buildings, and the wind can spread throughout the city. And the explosive power is extremely strong, and the attack power is definitely first class. Liu Quanqi clenched his fist and killed Lan Ran. The fist hit Aizen's body, and the shell formed by his spiritual pressure was punched with a gap, but the gap disappeared in an instant. The strongest attack at the captain level can only open a trivial gap in Aizen's defense, which is really sad. Do you have this level of power? I'm so disappointed. Aizen shook her head and said. One hand grabbed Liu Quanqi's neck and lifted him up, and then Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly stabbed towards Liu Quanqi. Laugh. Liu Quanqi's body was pierced, and Aizen threw the sword and flung Liu Quanqi out. Captain. Liza Yatomaru hurried over to check the situation of Liu Kensai. Fortunately, he didn't hit the key, so he didn't die. See it. This is my current strength. Aizen paved the road under Lingxi's feet, standing in the air looking at the masked army below. Bastard, what are you arrogant about here? Give me death. After Aikawa Luowu turned into a blur, then Shikai Tengumaru hit Aizen. Tengumaru is an oversized wolf kiba stick, with powerful brute force and explosive power, very powerful. After the virtualization, his power skyrocketed, but the virtualization can last for a short time, and it can only last for 3 minutes. Are you blurry? You are all just some of my failures. Aizen looked at them and said disdainfully. At that time, they were framed for the purpose of experimenting. Since it was the first experiment, the effect was not very good. 6 square ceiling formation. There are 6 green enchantment Jinchuriki column suns summoned by Akita Bagan, trapping Aizen and making it easier for Aikawa Rao to attack. Ask for help from Soul Society. Hirako Mako said after taking a deep breath. At the beginning, they had grievances against the Soul Society, but when the virtual circle went to crusade Aizen, because of their help, Yamamoto Motoryu Saijokuni had withdrawn their wanted. They were even invited to return to the Soul Realm, but they refused because they had grudges in their hearts. Now that life and death are at stake, and there is nothing to worry about, Hirako Mako asked Junanbai to inform the people of the Soul Society to completely solve the big scourge of Aizen. Chapter 736 The War Begins. What a huge Reiatsu! Who actually released such a huge Reiatsu in Kakuza town? Urahara Kazuki looked at the passerby who passed out, and his cynical face gradually became serious. Kurosaki Ichigo also felt this huge spiritual pressure, glanced at his family, and said to Kurosaki Isshin, I need to go out for something. Boy, remember to come back early, don't let dad worry about me. Kurosaki cast a glance at Kurosaki Ichigo and said. Understood, I'm just going out to play, nothing will happen. Kurosaki Ichigo waved his hand and went out to leave. After Kurosaki Ichigo left, Kurosaki Isshin's expression suddenly became serious, and there was a serious contrast with the careless look before, as if he didn't care about anything. As the former captain of the 10th Division, even if he became an ordinary person now, how could Kurosaki Isshin not feel the huge Reiatsu? How could he not feel the changes of Kurosaki Ichigo? I originally wanted you to live an ordinary life, but I didn't expect that, alas. Kurosaki Yixin couldn't help sighing, and he could only bless Kurosaki Ichigo safe and sound, Kurosaki Yuko and Kurosaki Natsuri looked at Kurosaki Yiksen a little strangely. It was the first time they saw this heartless father, and they would be so melancholy, but where did the stupid brother go? A group of people in the masked army are being beaten madly by Aizen. I don't know if Aizen likes to be merciful and doesn't kill them. It seems that the blue dye's collapsing jade has been manufactured. Chen sat on the roof of a high-rise building and looked at the distance lightly. At this time, Aizen is indeed stronger than before, and his strength has increased several times. If old man Yamamoto does not use Bankai, he may not be Aizen's opponent. Isn't this what you want to wait for? But if you don't say that he is Aizen, I really can't tell. Yi, who is standing behind Chen, said. Now that Aizen looks like a ghost, who can recognize him as Aizen? By the way, my Bengyu seems to be different from Aizen's. Chen couldn't help thinking. After he absorbed Bengyu, in addition to the continuous improvement of his strength, he did not change into this appearance like Aizen. Aizen, this is called evolution. Chen is very curious, why the more Aizen evolves, the uglier it becomes. How strange. It's still relatively good now, and when it evolves again, Aizen will be even more ugly. Aizen continued to beat the masked army, and felt very excited. The more he started, the more excited he became. Seeing their miserable appearance, Aizen felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart, as if he had awakened some incredible attributes. Moon Kiba Sky Rushes. Just when Aizen was about to kill Hirako Mako, Zanpakuto of Kurosaki Ichigo slashed Aizen and flew out. Let you not be a killer, now the variables are coming. It really deserves it, Chen said with a chuckle. Kurosaki Ichigo is weak, but he is the protagonist. Who knows if there will be any changes with him? It may be impossible for Aizen to kill the Masked Legion. If you want to do it, it's neat and tidy, but now it's dawdling, now it's bad luck. Don't you want Aizen's Bengyu? Don't you want to take action? Yi asked Chen. Don't worry, anyway, Aizen has become the fish on my chopping board now. I'm very confident in my strength. Let's watch the show first. Chen wanted to see if Aizen could evolve further, but with Kurosaki Ichigo's current performance, I'm afraid he is far from being Aizen's opponent. Even if it is open, it may not be able to beat the blue dye. However, at this time, Yamamoto Yuan Lusai Shigekuni also brought a group of captains to the world, and looked at Aizen coldly. Aizen was very calm, he believed in his own strength, and although these guys from the masked army were not dead, they were almost dead. Because they have no fighting power, they can't cause him any trouble. I didn't expect to disturb Captain Yamamoto. Where is Hyuga Chen? Aizen looked around. Aizen really wanted to meet Hyuga Chen, and then let him evolve and transform again through Hyuga Chen's hand. Humph. Sinner Aizen Sosuke. The old man Yamamoto snorted heavily. Captain Yamamoto, don't make a rash move, this is an empty town, and there are many innocent humans. Urahara Kazuki said quickly when he saw that the old man Yamamoto was about to draw his sword. With the strength of the old man Yamamoto, even Shikai can cause the destruction of the city. Ryujin Jaka's attack is too pervert, and a single stroke of hot hell can destroy a city. After the old man Yamamoto glanced at Urahara Kazuki, he gave up his shot. Now that Aizen is staying here, it is indeed a bit difficult to handle. If there is a real fight, it will definitely not be able to take into account the human beings. The old man Yamamoto didn't want to cause too many casualties, because this would affect the balance between the Soul Society, the present world, and the virtual circle. At this time, it was different from the original book. In the original book, the Death God had already prepared, but now Aizen has suddenly appeared, and they have no time to create any enchantment. Unlike old Yamamoto and the others who were worried, Aizen didn't have too many worries. As for using the spiritual power and soul of Kuza Town to create the Wangjian, it doesn't matter. Aizen believes that as long as it evolves to a certain level, even if the Wangjian is not needed, he can kill the Spirit King Palace. Let me set up a barrier for you. Chen suddenly appeared in the center of the field. With one hand on the ground, a huge barrier rose up, isolating the entire Kakuzucho, and had come to another space. Aizen looked around, then looked at Shangchen. Is this the method of our Captain Chen? In silence, pulling us into another dimension is probably no less than God. Aizen's eyes lit up. Chen shrugged, and then said, you can fight to your heart's content without worrying about the impact on the outside world. If you can break this space, I will lose. Aren't you ready to take action? Aizen looked at Chen curiously. Now you don't seem to have the qualifications to let me do it. Chen gave Aizen a disdainful look. At this time, Aizen was very strong, but she still couldn't catch Chen's move. Chen also wanted to know how strong Aizen could rely on Bengyu. With all kinds of magical skills, Chen is not afraid of playing it off, so I can play with Aizen today. Shinra Bansho, all creation. All ashes. Ryujin Jaka. Knowing that this place is already another space and will not cause any impact, the old man Yamamoto used Shikai directly without saying a word. The old man Shikai Yamamoto, everyone stayed away from him. The temperature of the flame on his knife was too high, and the distance was too close for fear of being cooked. Use Zanpakuto at first sight, why is the old man so violent? Jingle Chunshui couldn't help complaining. The people in the soul world are most afraid of Shikai and Bankai of old man Yamamoto, because the attack range is very large, and they are completely indistinguishable between enemy and me, which is very headache. Chapter 737 Aizen fights old man Yamamoto. Burn the city on fire. As soon as the old man Yamamoto made his move, the boundless flames enveloped Aizen, and Aizen's outer Reiatsu shell was cracked under the flames. As expected of Captain Yamamoto, this shot is extraordinary. But if you want to kill me with this, it's still a long way off. Aizen rushed out of the flames in a blink of an eye. After coming out, the blade slashed towards the old man Yamamoto. Humph! I'll let you know today that I am powerful, a mere sinner Aizen Suyusuke. The old man Yamamoto held the sword in both hands, all his strength was concentrated on the sword, and then he slashed towards Aizen Suyusuke. This is a stunt of old man Yamamoto, yes, such a move can already be called a stunt. The swordsmanship in the world of death is very immature, and the moves are all open and close, usually slashing, and there is absolutely no way to speak. Even in all genres of master, Uno Hanaritsu, who is known as the 8000 Ryu, is the same. In terms of swordsmanship, the world of death is far from the world of pirates. However, the people in the world of death are powerful. Although the moves are simple, the explosive power exerted is not comparable to the world of pirates. Boom! The Reiatsu from the collision was rampant, and the leaders of each division quickly retreated. It feels like we are playing Chan Oil. It's completely useless. Jingle Chunshui couldn't help but complain to himself. Aizen, who owns Collapsing Jade, fights with the old man Yamamoto very fast. They can't even see clearly, and they don't dare to shoot rashly. Actually, you are playing Chan Oil. It is estimated that after a while you are not even qualified to play Chan Oil. You will become a drag. Chen stood beside them and said. Why didn't you do it? Are there conflicts between you and Aizen? Jingle Chunshui asked. It's not a contradiction, but Aizen does have what I need. Chen said with a twinkle in his eyes. Collapsing Jade is a good thing. How could not get it? If Chen hadn't already drawn Bengyu by lottery, maybe he couldn't help but take action now. Burning hell. It's not good, old man Shan is going to make a big move. Hurry back. Jingle Chunshui immediately shouted, and at the same time lifted Hirako Mako on the ground. Everyone in the masked army was also brought into this space by Chen. At this time, everyone in the masked army had lost their combat effectiveness and had become a burden. The sky-piercing flame Jinchuriki column flew up, the earth turned into a piece of scorched earth. Aizen was wrapped in flames, and the shell formed by the Reiki had completely shattered, revealing the Aizen inside. At this time, the old man Yamamoto was not sealed Zanpakuto, a strong one, although only using Shikai, but this power also made Aizen hard to resist. As expected of the oldest god of death, this power is really terrifying. He was almost killed. Aizen looked at the old man Yamamoto indifferently. What a strong recovery ability. The old man Yamamoto was also extremely frightened when he watched Aizen's injury repaired at an extremely fast speed, and the repair speed exceeded the super speed regeneration. The blue-dyed Zanpakuto was combined with his right hand, and his body was once again wrapped in milky white physical Reiatsu, but his face was already exposed. At this time, Aizen merged with Bengyu again. Bengyu has become a part of Aizen, and its strength has reached the peak of Death and Shu, and it is only one step away to complete the qualitative change. Feeling Aizen's spiritual pressure surged again, old man Yamamoto, Jingle Chunshui and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. What kind of monster is this guy, and why is his strength increasing? Could it be that his strength can continue to increase without limit? Jingleken asked inexplicably. It should be the enhancement that Bengyu brought him. Urahara Kazuki frowned. The most regretful thing he did was to create Bengyu. He didn't know much about Bengyu. At least, Urahara Kazuki didn't know Irangao. Ha 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 ha. Aizen laughed. Don't be too complacent. Everything in Vientiane is ashes. Bankai Zenka no Tachi. The old man Yamamoto snorted coldly. After Bankai, the momentum of the old man Yamamoto was even better. The original hot breath became more hot, and the water was losing little by little. I used Zenka no Tachi again, really. Jingle Chunshui gave a wry smile. Captain Hitsugaya, can I trouble you to use Higher Enmaru? Shuru Yukataki looked at Tushiro Hitsugaya. Sit on the frosty sky. Higher Enmaru. After Shikai, there was ice around him, but the ice disappeared in an instant, and his Higher Enmaru couldn't let out a shred of cold air. It's useless, my Higher Enmaru doesn't work at all. Hitsugaya Tushiro shook his head bitterly. Originally, his Higher Enmaru could change the weather, but in such a high temperature, it was useless. Main reason is that Hitsugaya Tushiro is not strong enough to exert the power of Higher Enmaru, so it can only cause this result. The sadness of lack of strength. I don't even have the qualifications to watch the battle. Chen couldn't help but give them a blow. Jingle Chunshui and the others are speechless. Why are your mouths so poisonous? We are really sorry for your lack of strength. Do you want me to send you out? Chen asked them. After the captains looked at it, they shook their heads and told them to leave. They were not at ease. Aizen was a little fierce now, and they were worried about the safety of Yamamoto Motoyanagi. Chen didn't say anything. Since they are willing to stay here and suffer, then they can do whatever they want. In fact, if the old man Yamamoto is not an opponent, it is useless for them to stay here. Can they be able to help the old man Yamamoto with their strength? And old Yamamoto's Zanpakuto has not been sealed, and now after Bankai, Aizen may not be able to beat him. Although the old man Nakayamamoto died suddenly in the original book, he seemed to have died suddenly, and his reputation plummeted. But there is also the reason for Yohabok's sneak attack. If old man Yamamoto is really weak, Yohabok will run over and confront old man Yamamoto. Zenka no Tachi Nan Huohuo 10 trillion Death Cemetery. The old man Yamamoto inserted the knife with extremely high temperature into the ground, and countless charred corpses climbed up and attacked Aizen. And this kind of attacking move. Aizen frowned slightly. Anyone killed by me will be awakened by the high temperature. The old man Yamamoto explained lightly. Although this move looks amazing, in fact, it doesn't work at all. I don't know why old man Yamamoto used this move. Chen shook his head and said. The strength of the awakened skeleton is not high, no matter how strong the person you killed at the beginning. As long as it becomes a skeleton soldier, it is only a small soldier. It is good against ordinary people, and it has no effect on Aizen at all. After Aizen kicked a skeleton, he also understood that these endless skeletons, although they looked powerful, were actually not strong, and they were completely bluffing things. Chapter 738 Aizen that has evolved again. Zenka no Tachi East Rising Sun Blade. The old man Yamamoto shouted, and then slashed towards Aizen. Zenka no Tachi was hidden with endless high temperature, which could wipe out all the substances. The old man Yamamoto, with all his strength, finally showed his edge. Boom! Half of Aizen's body was completely vaporized and could not resist the high temperature of the core of the sun. Do you really want to stay here? I suspect that Aizen hasn't died yet, so you will die first. Chen looked at Jingle Chunchui and the others. This is the reason why Yi didn't follow Chen. Zanpakuto, who faced Old Man Yamamoto, was suffering. Chun Shui, take them away. I'll stay here and watch. Shiro Yukitaki said to Jingle Chun Shui. No, let's stay here together, how could I leave you here? Jingle Chunchui said, wrapping his arms around Shiro Yukitaki's neck. Just say what you say, why do you still move your feet, tisk tisk. Chen's footsteps were 10 degrees away from the two. Forget it, this time I am merciful and help you. Chen took out Zanpakuto Hirenmaru. Sit up on the frosty sky. Hirenmaru, Bankai, Great Yuhi Lotus Hirenmaru, Chen shouted loudly. Hirenmaru comes with an ability, the celestial phenomenon, which can make everything in the sky under its control, and it is also the most powerful ability. After Chen Shikai, snow fell from the sky where Yuhi was originally a fire, and the cold wind blew away the fiery breath. Frost dragons surrounded him, and a pair of ice wings appeared behind Chen. It must be said that Hirenmaru really pulled the wind. In terms of force, it is much stronger than Ryujin Jaka. After Ryujin Jaka Bankai, it is just a simple knife. Although it is unpretentious, it contains the power to destroy the world. And Hirenmaru is not bad either. The cold air released by Chen can completely counteract the heat of Ryujin Jaka. Suddenly I feel cold. Frost formed on Jingle Chunchui's body, feeling that his body was stiff from the cold. This is my Hirenmaru. Hitsugaya Toshiro was the one who was most surprised. But thinking that besides him, he had a good friend who could also use Hirenmaru, Hitsugaya Toshiro's mood suddenly dropped. Because of the rules of the Soul Society, two identical Zanpakuto are not allowed, so in the duel, he defeated his friend Sojiro Kusanagi, who was also executed by secret maneuvering. But this is entirely the reason why they are too weak. For example, they all know that Chen has the same Ryujin Jaka as Old Man Yamamoto, but the Central 46 room does not have any indication. Captain Chen, where did you get so many Zanpakuto? Urahara Kazuki asked curiously. Chen took out too many Zanpakuto, and it was the same as others. I really don't know where it came from. This is a secret. Chen glanced at Kazuki Urahara and said. I can't take it anymore. Jingle Chunchui said that he couldn't bear the cold, and hurriedly walked out of the range of celestial phenomena. The celestial phenomenon is imminent, and the outside is completely ice and fire. It feels that after Chen used Hirenmaru Bankai, they suffered even more. Suffering is suffering, but there is no feeling of dying before, which is not bad, at least there is no need to worry about small life or something. Sinner Aizen Sosuke, this old man will definitely take you down today and imprison you in the endless hell. The old man Yamamoto roared. I don't think you want to imprison him until the end, you want to hack him to death. Chen complained while looking at the old man Yamamoto's posture. Aizen's body was cut in half and recovered again. If Aizen's body recovery ability had not been improved to the level of pervert, Aizen would have been hacked to death now. Broken down 99-5 dragons destroyed. Aizen unleashed an ultra-high level break, higher than the one-knife cremation, but in terms of power, it was really not much higher than the one-knife cremation. HMPH. Little devil, this attack is ineffective against me. The old man Yamamoto snorted coldly, and cut off the dragon-shaped spiritual power with one knife. The ultra-high temperature of the core of the sun can wipe out everything, even spiritual power. It's really tricky, Aizen couldn't help saying. As expected to be called the oldest and strongest god of death, Aizen feels that his current strength is still not the opponent of Old Man Yamamoto. In the original book, Aizen was overcasting the Old Man Yamamoto, so he got the Old Man Yamamoto, and Yhwach didn't want to confront the Old Man Yamamoto. This shows the strength of the Old Man Yamamoto. Now that the strength has exploded, the Old Man Yamamoto is in the air every second. Now Aizen's third fusion state, the strength to reach the peak of death, is still not the opponent of Old Man Yamamoto. The main reason is that old man Yamamoto's attack power is too strong, and his defense power is also detached, so Aizen doesn't dare to approach old man Yamamoto at all. The waning sun prison clothes are draped over his body, like a demon coming out of the flames. The old man Yamamoto who uses Benkai without any scruples is really powerful. Aizen, turn this old man into ashes. The old man Yamamoto's eyes became serious. Zanka no Tachi North Ashes of Heaven and Earth. This is the ultimate big move of old man Yamamoto, just like the name, it turns the world into ashes. With the extremely fast sword gang, Aizen couldn't avoid it at all, and the Aizen that was hit was wiped out in an instant. HMPH. You don't see enough. Old man Yamamoto lifted Benkai off. However, old man Yamamoto underestimated Aizen, or he underestimated Benyu, and Aizen with Benyu would not hang up so easily. In 060 Despair, Aizen evolved again and entered the fourth fusion state with Benyu. This state of Aizen, a gap similar to an eye appeared on his forehead, a butterfly wing appeared behind him, a hole inlaid with collapsing jade appeared on his chest, and his right hand was completely integrated with Zanpakuto. At this time, Aizen is slowly transforming into a non-human being. If the second fusion state is a pupa, and the fourth fusion state is a butterfly emerging from the cocoon. He's not dead yet, he's reborn again. The joy on Jingle Chunchui's face disappeared shortly after. Aizen has become stronger again. It seems that we have to find a way to help. We must snatch back the Benyu, otherwise we will never be able to defeat Aizen. Urahara Kazuki said. The old man Yamamoto also became serious, and the current Aizen made him feel the threat of death. I would also like to thank Captain Yamamoto. Without the help of Captain Yamamoto, I would not be in this state. Aizen said with a big smile. Aizen felt that he had surpassed the dimension of death, and even if he fought with old man Yamamoto again, he was sure to win. Don't get too complacent. The old man Yamamoto looked at Aizen coldly, then Benkai again, Zenka no Tachi aimed at Aizen. The only people who can deal with Aizen now are old man Yamamoto and Chen. The protagonist of Kurosaki Ichigo cannot be counted on now, because of the changes in the plot. Kurosaki Ichigo has not been able to grow up at all. Chapter 739 Chen is going to shoot. The turbid coat of arms is faintly revealed, and the unruly and arrogant talent, the tide, the negation, the paralysis, the momentary, hinders the long sleep. The crawling iron princess, the clay doll that constantly self-mutilates, combines, rebounds, and extends to the ground. Akatsuki's own powerlessness. Destruction 90 Black Coffin. The black coffin that Aizen completely chanted wrapped the old man Yamamoto in. After the sword rain, the black cube disappeared, and the old man Yamamoto was covered in flames, and there were knife marks on his body. Although Aizen after evolving again is powerful, it is not realistic to want to bring down old man Yamamoto with one move. Zanka no Tachi North Ashes of Heaven and Earth. Aizen looked at the knife gang that came over and smiled disdainfully, and then his body suddenly turned into light, avoiding the old man Yamamoto's knife gang. Although this terrifying sword can also turn the world into ashes, if it can't hit anyone, it's also useless. Captain Yamamoto, you can't do it now. I have transcended the dimension of death, and you are no longer worthy of being my opponent. Boy, you are so naive, do you really think you can beat this old man now? Old man Yamamoto revealed a cold light in his eyes. Captain Yamamoto, although you are very strong, it is undeniable that you are old. How long can you last? Aizen said jokingly at the old man Yamamoto. That's right, although the current old man Yamamoto is powerful, he can't keep up with his physical strength. Continue to beat old Yamamoto, you may not be able to keep Benkai. Ryujin Jaka is such a powerful Zanpakuto, and the consumption is also first class. HMPH. It's okay for this old man to kill you. The old man Yamamoto said stubbornly. As the saying goes, if you lose, you don't lose. It's the old man Yamamoto. Even if he really can't beat him, he won't say it, and he will fight hard. Sunblade. The old man Yamamoto slashed towards Aizen with a knife. Even Aizen's million shields couldn't stop the old man Yamamoto's blade, he could only avoid its edge. In terms of attack power, old man Yamamoto never looked down on anyone. Maybe Aizen at this time was stronger than old man Yamamoto, but he did not dare to accept old man Yamamoto's attack. If it goes on like this, the first person who can't hold on is definitely old man Yamamoto, Chen said while looking at this scene. At this time, old man Yamamoto was out of breath, and he had not fought for many years, so that old man Yamamoto's fighting power was not as strong as it used to be. In the face of Aizen, he is gradually at a disadvantage, and is about to lose. What should I do now? Jingle Chunchui was very anxious and looked at Chen. At this time, there is only Chen, and with them together, it is estimated that even Kakuzu, who is blue-dyed, will not be able to touch. The power of Aizen at this time is indescribable, and it has surpassed the dimension of death. Even the old man Yamamoto is also relying on the power of Zanpakuto to resist Aizen. Captain Chen, now it's up to you to help, and I also ask Captain Chen to help. Shiro Yukitaki pleaded with Chen. Okay, after all, I'm also the captain of Gote 13, but it's not good to look at it like this. Chen took out the Zanpakuto spear. Shoot him, God-killing gun. Aizen, who was dodging the attack of the old man Yamamoto, suddenly had a hole in his body and looked at Chen. Aizen can feel that the toxin is decomposing his cells, but Aizen's current resilience is very strong, and the speed of decomposition is not as fast as his recovery. Even so, it caused a lot of trouble for Aizen, and Aizen was cut by the old man Yamamoto. A knife directly smeared half of Aizen's body to ashes, causing Aizen to be severely injured. It's useless, now I'm immortal, I'm invincible. Aizen's body recovered. Really? Chen looked at Aizen with disdain, and actually said that he was invincible. Chen knows that Aizen is very strong now, but he is still 108,000 miles away from the word invincible. You don't believe it? If you don't believe it, come and try it. Aizen stared at Chen tightly. Sorry, I really don't believe it. The god-killing spear instantly stabbed dozens of holes in Aizen's body, causing Aizen's body to be beaten like a hornet's nest. This kind of injury, for me, can only be resurrected in a moment, but you are much stronger than Ichimaru Silver with your magic spear. Aizen gave Chen a deep look. I originally thought that Ichimaru Silver's god-killing gun was fast enough, but Aizen didn't even see the shadow clearly when he encountered the faster one. Old man Yamamoto, you are already old, you should step back. Leave Aizen to me. Chen walked towards Aizen. The old man Yamamoto frowned, and when he heard Chen say that he was old, the old man Yamamoto was a little unhappy. I don't need your intervention, the old man can't solve a mere kid. The old man Yamamoto said stubbornly. The biggest shortcoming of old man Yamamoto is that he is too stubborn. To put it bluntly, it is for face, and old man Yamamoto takes face very seriously. Old man Chan, don't hold on, we can all see that you're not good enough. Jingle Chunchui shouted sternly. After Jingle Chunchui shouted, he saw the indifferent eyes of the old man Yamamoto, and he was afraid to speak. Captain Yamamoto, as the captain, naturally doesn't need a little Aizen from the other side, Urahara Kazuki said. The old man Yamamoto glanced at Urahara Kazuki, and then at Hyuga Tatsu, released Bankai, and then stepped aside. Give a step and come down. Otherwise, after being defeated by Aizen for a while, it will be even more ugly. Old man Yamamoto still knows this. Captain Hyuga, I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Aizen looked at Chen deeply. For Chen, Lan Ran has already accumulated a lot of hatred in her heart. The scene of being stepped on by Chen at the beginning is still vivid in her mind. Really, I don't know if it's my honor, Chen said with a chuckle. Actually, I'm very interested in your Bengyu. If you can offer the Bengyu, and then kneel down and beg for mercy, I may spare your life. When Lan Ran heard Chen mention Bengyu, she suddenly realized that it was for Bengyu. It seems that Hyuga Chen is also greedy for Collapse Jade. However, Aizen was also pissed off by Chen, and offered Bengyu and knelt down to beg for mercy, then it would be better to kill him. There was anger in Lan Ran's heart, and without saying a word, he hit Chen at the fastest speed. Hey, it seems that you chose to die, so I can only respect your choice. I just hope you don't regret it. Chen chuckled and blocked Aizen's attack with one hand. Aizen's eyes flickered, and his fist was actually understated by Chen and kept pointing, so that Aizen couldn't figure out the reality of Chen. I was originally interested in your state, but now I think you are still too weak, kicking at the speed of light. Boom. Aizen's abdomen was pierced by a kick, and his body fell from the sky like a rag doll, and the ground cracked several huge cracks. Chapter 740 Beat Aizen Soyusuk. Aizen fell to the ground without the slightest movement. Jingle Chunshui and the others were stunned. Aizen looks so awesome, how could he be kicked over by one kick? Shouldn't he be kicked to death? Seeing that Aizen didn't move for so long, Jingle Chunshui thought that Aizen had been kicked to death at this time. The most shocking is Yamamoto Motoyanagi, Yamamoto Motoryu Saijokuni, who played against Aizen, is very aware of Aizen's strength. If it weren't for the protective ability of the sun-shattering prison clothes, he would have been defeated by Aizen. Aizen's speed and strength have transcended the dimension of death and have reached a new level. Although he is reluctant to admit it, Old Man Yamamoto knows that if it wasn't for Bankai, he would not be able to fight Aizen at all. Cough cough tilde. As expected of the person I am most vigilant against, the strength is really strong. I really don't know how you got so strong. Aizen couldn't help saying. Although his strength increased rapidly, everything depended on Bengyu, and in order to get Bengyu, he planned for an unknown amount of time. Hyuga-chan gets such a powerful power after a lot of hard work. Actually stronger than him. However, Aizen didn't know that Chen also had Bengyu, and after swallowing Bengyu 273, the effect was better than the continuous fusion of Aizen. Moreover, Chen has been in the Hokage world and the pirate world for many years, and there is a reason why his strength is stronger than that of him who has worked so hard. He's not dead yet, he won't continue to evolve and transform, right? Hitsugaya Toshiro said. I don't know, but I'm curious about Hyuga-chan's strength. Urahara Kazuki said. He has always been known to be strong, but no one has ever seen him show his true strength. Old Man Chan, you should be very aware of his strength. After all, you two have fought against each other before. Jingle Chunshui looked at Yamamoto Yuan Luzai Chonguo. Don't inquire so much. The old man Yamamoto glanced at Jingle Chunshui, then stared straight ahead. Che, shouldn't you be embarrassed to say it? Jingle Chunshui pouted secretly. Shuru Yukitaki pulled behind Jingle Chunshui. Didn't he see Mr. Genryu Seo getting angry? How dare you continue to die? Seemingly feeling the fierce aura coming from the old man Yamamoto, Jingle Chunshui shut his mouth wisely. Old man Yamamoto loves face, so he has to save some face for him. Otherwise, after old man Yamamoto is angry, he will not feel better. Although he is old man Yamamoto's lover, but when old man Yamamoto is angry, he will never save face for him. Boom. Aizen was blasted into the ground again, and the broken body lay in the pothole, but the body was quickly repairing. Aizen, your subtle tricks don't seem to work for me, Chen said lightly. Don't get too complacent. The 90, breaking black coffin. Aizen did not sing, because he knew that Chen would not give him a chance to sing, so he directly abandoned the chanting and released the black coffin with only 1/3 of its power. Kacha tilde. The black coffin shattered in an instant, and Chen walked out step by step, looking at Aizen indifferently. You should know that this useless attack has no effect on me. Ha tilde. Don't be too happy too soon. Aizen's body turned into a light and appeared in front of Chen in an instant. There was no difference between speed and teleportation. He turned sideways to avoid Aizen's fist, and then his right hand quickly stuck out, grabbed directly on Aizen's neck, and lifted him up. Your speed is still too slow in my eyes. Chen Yi threw him to the sky with a wave of his hand. Then a powerful spiritual power was gathered in his hand, and a beam of light Jinchuriki column bombarded Aizen's body. Aizen's body was bombarded with a large hole, and the sky was bombarded with dark cracks. It's really weak. Chen looked at Aizen mockingly. At this time, Aizen felt a sense of powerlessness. He was eager for Benyu to give him stronger power. But I don't know if it was because of his lack of desire, Benyu didn't give him the slightest response. I really didn't expect that Aizen, who was so powerful just now, is now being beaten and crushed. Suddenly, Aizen feels a little weak. Sure enough, Hyuga Chen is the strongest. I really want to challenge him again. Zaragi Kenpachi grinned. This guy is the most afraid of death. If it wasn't for Hitsugaya Toshiro and Kuchiki Byakuya pressing him, Zakagi Kenpachi would have rushed up to cut Aizen. Super Spirit Pressure Wall. An invisible barrier appeared in front of Aizen to resist the attack. Anything that hit the barrier would be shattered. Boom. The golden light Jinchuriki column shattered the Reiki wall and hit Aizen's body. Chen's fist was shrouded in white air pressure, and the surrounding space was split open, and then his fist waved towards Aizen. The super destructive power of the Junjun fruit burst out, and the space was broken apart by pieces, and there were cracks all over Aizen's body, and the body was like a broken porcelain doll. You're quite resistant to fighting, Chen said, looking at Aizen who was beaten up. Aizen's body quickly repaired, her eyes turned bloody, and she stared at Chen tightly. Benyu, give me strength. You scream. You said that I would give you strength, but you won't be able to give you strength. Your face is not that great. Chen punched Aizen's head, causing Aizen to be stunned. Collapsing jade is really powerful, and it can protect Aizen's body from death and immortality, which is why Aizen has not died. He suffered so many attacks and did not die, all of which depended on the power that Benyu brought him. Aizen wants to become stronger now, wants to break the current realm, and evolve to a new realm, which is not so easy. If you want to realize this wish, you must first have the ability to realize this wish. Only in this way, Benyu can help Aizen evolve. In fact, the collapsed jade produced by Aizen is somewhat different from the collapsed jade obtained by Chen's lottery. Aizen fell to the ground, blood spurted from his mouth, and a white spiritual pressure overflowed from his body. The power of this spiritual pressure was a bit terrifying. The golden wheel is reborn. The golden lightsaber slashed towards Aizen, and Aizen and everything in this space were split in half. The threat of death, coupled with the desire in his heart, Benyu once again let Aizen evolve. Aizen was completely wrapped in Reiki, and then began to transform. It must be evolving again. It will evolve again and again. In the end, it will definitely develop to the level that no one can match. I don't know if there is a way to seal the Benyu, otherwise it will be endless. Kuchiki Byakuya looked at Urahara Kazuki. They already knew that things like collapsing jade were invented and manufactured by Urahara Kazuki, and naturally they had to let him solve it. It's not impossible if you want to seal it, but you need someone who can defeat Aizen to cooperate. Do you think he will cooperate with me? Urahara Kazuki looked at Chen standing in the sky with a wry smile. Naruto God Level System, Chapter 741 to 760. Chapter 741 Evolution Above the End. After Aizen evolved again, it has lost the characteristics of the God of Death. The appearance is the same as the virtual, the face has turned black, there are 3 holes in the upper body, and a skeleton grows on the ridge of each huge butterfly wing. Isn't it human who has evolved? Chen looked at Aizen and said. Now is the final fusion stage, and Aizen's Reiatsu, speed, defense, and recovery are far stronger than the previous stage. And this time he has a real body of immortality, even if he is completely beaten to ashes, he can still be resurrected. This is also the final fusion state in the original work. I don't know if Aizen can complete the evolution again on the basis of this state. Radiant Break. A skeleton on a wing ridge spit out ultra-high density spiritual pressure bullets and attacked Chen from a long distance, with the power to destroy a city with one shot. Momo 100 times laser. Chen stretched out a hand and released a golden light, Jinchuriki column. The laser beam of the glittering fruit was already very fast, but using the Momo fruit to double the power was unimaginable. The light that was originally thick with one finger suddenly increased by 100 times, and its speed was also accelerated by 100 times, and hit Aizen's body with a bang. Aizen just disappeared without a trace in an instant, and his body was completely melted by the high-temperature photons. Fortunately, Aizen has an immortal body, and because of the existence of an immortal body, he was not killed. It seems that after Aizen has evolved, it's not an opponent. Urahara Kazuki said with a sigh of relief. Is this guy Chen a monster? I can't feel his momentum at all, I really don't know how strong he is. Jingle Chunshui shook his head. Aizen, your strength is still not enough to see, do you want to evolve again? What the hell have you become now? It's so ugly. Chen Tukao said that the current Aizen looks really ugly, and it is estimated that there is no uglier existence than him in the virtual world. Do you think I still care about my appearance now? Aizen, who had just recovered, said indifferently. For Aizen, appearance is not important. What is important is strength, the ability to defeat Hyuga Chen. Ultimate Radiation Break. 6 Paths Susanoo. Boom. A powerful airflow blew over, the space oscillated, and cracks appeared. Chen used Susanoo to block Aizen's attack, but the captains in the distance were unlucky. Although they were standing far away, the power was too great, and they were all involved. Whoosh tilde. With a swish sound, Aizen appeared and disappeared from the figure, appearing behind Chen, and the knife in his right hand slashed towards Chen. Clang tilde. Attacks simply cannot break through Susanoo's defenses. Chen glanced back, and then released 6 Paths Susanoo, because although Susanoo destructive power is large, but the speed is flawed. At Aizen's current speed, Susanoo couldn't pose any threat to him at all. Aizen's heart was overjoyed when he saw Chen disarm Susanoo. Originally, he had a headache for Susanoo's defense. Unexpectedly, Chen actually took the initiative to lift Susanoo. Pulled out the snow-white Zanpakuto from his waist and slashed at Aizen. Scoff tilde. A huge wound was cut open on his chest, and Aizen fell from the sky like a bird with broken wings. Aizen's wounds could not heal for a long time, even if he had an immortal body. He still couldn't heal. Chen's Zanpakuto does not have Shikai, it also has some characteristics of Shikai, which can permanently damage the parts that are cut. In other words, if you were hit by Chen's Spear of Destruction, then don't think about healing, the injury will stay forever. Lan Ran glanced at her wound, and looked at Chen with even more fearful eyes. I thought that I could easily defeat you after getting the Bengyu, but now it seems that there is still a gap. Aizen said. It's good to have self-knowledge. Chen Conqueror's Haki released. The powerful Conqueror's Haki oppressed Aizen, the sky was torn apart by the powerful momentum, and the oppressed Aizen felt his body sink. This kind of terrifying pressure. Yukataki Shuru was half-knelt on the ground, resisting this terrifying pressure. Those of the Masked Legion who were hit hard were now unable to resist and fainted. Even the old man Yamamoto was under the pressure of Conqueror's Haki, his face was tight, and he was fully resisting this terrifying pressure. This is the pressure on the mind, the pressure from the superior to the inferior, and Aizen, who is in front of Chen, bears the most. Damn, Aizen's ugly face changed wildly, and he couldn't even resist the aura released by Hyuga-chan. For a while, Aizen had doubts about himself. Armed color hardened. Chen punched the stunned Lan Ran with a fist, and the invincible fist hit Lan Ran's chest, all his bones were shattered. Aizen turned into a ball of ooze and lay down on the ground, realizing what it means to be powerless. Since you're like this, I won't torture you anymore, I'll take the collapsed jade. Chen looked at Aizen on the ground. Hearing that Chen was going to take Bengyu, Lan Ran went crazy all of a sudden. Bengyu was his biggest support, and he had no choice but to die when Bengyu was taken away. Even if he survives, he will be imprisoned in Wujian in the end, and it is impossible to release him in Wujian on his charge. How could Aizen allow it? But Chen's power made Aizen feel despair, and the invincible power made him unable to resist. In desperation, Bengyu actually responded to Aizen again. Aizen was wrapped in milky white Reiatsu and began to evolve again. Now Aizen is the final form in the original work, and now Aizen has evolved again, which has surpassed the original work. This guy has actually evolved again. Really, why is he talking so much with Aizen? Jingle Chunshui expressed that he was anxious. If Chen was a little more happy, then Aizen would have ended a long time ago. No, I couldn't help it anymore and shot at Aizen who was wrapped in it. Jingle Chunshui shouted. The venerable hand that cannot touch the darkness, the archer of the sky that cannot be reflected, the path of brilliance is scattered, the wind of fire is incited, there is no need to be confused when we gather and gather, follow my instructions, light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 articles, the scriptures. Jibao Big Wheel, the gray turret, draws its bow to the distance, and dissipates brightly, breaking the road, and 91 Senju Jiaoshan eliminates the artillery. Senju Kyoten, who was chanting with all his might by Jingle Chunshui, hit Aizen. Boom. Several rays of light hit Aizen, who was being wrapped in Reiatsu, and a big explosion occurred. However, the power of the explosion was not able to hurt Aizen. No, I can't break the defense. Jingle Chunshui said with an ugly face. Number 91, who was chanting with all his strength, broke the road. This was already his strongest attack, but he still couldn't break the defensive shell formed by Reiatsu, very weak. Chen looked at the evolution of Aizen, and didn't mean to take action. In fact, if Chen took action, he could stop Aizen, but Chen didn't want to. Chapter 742 Still Being Beaten. Is this evolution so slow? If you haven't finished evolving, I'm about to take action. I don't have so much time to play with you. Chen couldn't help saying. He wanted to see what Aizen would evolve into again, but that didn't mean Chen could wait endlessly. 10 minutes have passed, and Aizen still hasn't moved at all. Could it be that the evolution failed and died? Aizen still has breath, and should not be dead yet, but the evolution of this girl is too slow, and Chengdu wants to directly beat him to death. Just when Chen complained that Aizen's evolution was too slow, Aizen's evolution was finally completed, and the Reiatsu shell that wrapped Aizen had cracked, revealing Aizen inside. At this time, Aizen was no longer the ugly and indifferent appearance, but changed to the appearance when he was the captain of the 5th Division. Compared with before, there was only one more piece of collapsing jade. Collapsing jade was inlaid in Aizen's heart, and the flickering light showed the extraordinariness of this gem. The imposing spiritual pressure on Aizen's body did not leak in the slightest, just like an ordinary person, but the level of danger was much stronger than before. At this time, Aizen's strength will definitely not be lower than Chen, who has just entered the world of death, and his strength has surpassed everyone in the world of death. When Yuhabok saw Aizen at this time, he could only run away with his tail tucked. However, in the face of Chen, it is not enough to see. After Chen got Bangyu, his strength was breaking the limit every day, and his strength was doubled from when he first entered the world of death. So the current Aizen is still not enough to see in front of Chen, which is why Chen dares to let Aizen evolve without interrupting, because he is confident that he can handle Aizen. This is the real power. Aizen was intoxicated with the power and couldn't extricate herself. The previous evolution added up, and it is completely incomparable to this time's evolutionary leap. Aizen now feels that there is nothing in this world that can be his opponent, and even the legendary Spirit King, there is absolutely no way to compare with him. I'll let you see now, the power that I have evolved again. I really need to thank you. Aizen grinned. If it wasn't for Hyuga Chen being too strong, he wouldn't be forced to evolve again, and he wouldn't be as powerful as he is now. Ha ha Tilda, do you think you're strong now? You're just a frog in the bottom of a well. Chen gave Aizen a mocking smile. Aizen has indeed become stronger, but if he thinks that he can compete with himself now, it is a big mistake. Chen will tell Aizen with the facts that he is still far behind. The disdainful smile on Chen's face made Aizen very uncomfortable. It seems that Hyuga Chen has no idea of his current strength. Aizen, so you really think that he is still as vulnerable as before? If he had crossed the boundary of the god of death before, then Aizen had already crossed the boundary of the god. Now Aizen feels that with his own strength, he can become a real god, and if he can pull down the Spirit King, how does the Spirit King deserve to be called the Lord of the Three Realms? However, Aizen did not know that the Spirit King had already died at this time. Now, I'll show you my strength. Aizen smiled confidently. Shunbu approached Chen. Like teleportation, the old man Yamamoto who was observing from a distance did not see Aizen's movement estimate at all, as if he was using the space ability. However, this is not, it is just that the speed of Aizen is too fast. It's really fast, but that's not enough. Chen grabbed Aizen's fist with one hand. What? Aizen was shocked, he had become so powerful, Hyuga Chen was still able to catch his speed and grab his fist. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Chen threw the shocked Aizen out, and then used the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack at Aizen, and countless huge vacuum fists hit Aizen's body. Every punch is a surefire blow, and every punch can cause serious damage to Aizen's body. Aizen's body was twisted, and there was a huge knife wound on his chest. This stab wound was left by Zentatsu with the Zanpakudo Destruction Spear, and even after Aizen evolves, this wound cannot be healed. Go back, Yamamoto shouted loudly. The aftermath of the vibration made the old man Yamamoto surging with blood, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Shuru Yukitake fell to the ground in a coma. Originally, his physique was not good, but now he received the shock and injured his internal organs, so he fell into a coma. Yukitake, are you alright? Jingle Chunshui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and immediately helped Yuzu Shuru up. Retreat first and back 0 inches. Hitsugaya Toshiro helped Kyoraku Chunsui to support Yukitake Shuru and retreated to the rear. As the protagonist of this world, Ichigo Kurosaki can only retreat together, because he has not experienced so many things, although Ichigo Kurosaki has encountered less danger, but he has not been able to grow up. Failure to grow up means weak strength, and can only stand here and play Chan Oil. No, I can't even hit the Chan Oil now, so I can only follow back, and my qualifications to watch the battle have been lost. In fact, even if Kurosaki Ichigo opens up and uses the last Moon Kiba Tianchong, he is still not the opponent of Aizen now. Aizen, I can only send you a weak word. Chen stood in the sky, looking down at Aizen lying on the ground. Cough cough tilde. Lan Ran coughed twice, feeling a blow in her heart. Every time he thought he was going to be invincible, Chen would give him a blow to the head, causing Aizen to feel dizzy. Why has he evolved into the realm of gods, and is still being hanged and beaten? Blue Dai was very unconvinced in his heart. Wang Shu's flash. Aizen got up, his injuries recovered quickly, and Shang Chen used Shu's unique big move. Wang Shu's flash is not something that ordinary Shu can release, only Vastord has the ability to use it. Of course, the flash of Wang Shu released by Aizen was much more powerful than Vastord. I didn't expect you to be able to use virtual moves now. Chen gave Aizen a surprised look. But this move has no effect on me, reflex. The vector operation reflected Wang Shu's flashback, and let Aizen taste the moves he released. Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. Chen threw a few black spheres in his hand, and the strong gravitational force sucked the gravel into the sky, and Aizen's body was also pulled by the strong gravitational force. Although I don't know what this black ball is, Aizen knows that it's not a good thing, and definitely can't be pulled up. Continue to release Wang Shu's flash, destroying all these spheres. Sure enough, Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, looks powerful, but it's actually a waste. It's not very useful to deal with powerful characters. Chen said, looking at the destroyed black gravitational sphere. 6 tabs Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, is powerful. As for Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, it is completely useless, but it will be very effective against people with poor strength. Chapter 743 Aizen's Death. Aizen was holding Zanpakudo, his eyes were incomparably piercing, and there was an astonishing chill above the blade. Unlike Aizen, Chen looked at Aizen with a nonchalant look, as if he didn't take Aizen to heart at all. Broken down 90 black coffin. The black cube appeared out of thin air, and then closed Chen in, completely cutting the blade towards Chen, but these swords shattered before they touched Chen. He clenched his fist and punched it forward. The ability to shake the fruit was activated, the air made a tearing sound, and the space shattered. Click. The black cube was completely shattered, and the vibrating force continued to bombard Aizen. In the face of the bombardment of Aizen, there is no way to use a million shields to block it. The shield formed by the spiritual power shattered layer by layer, and Aizen couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. There were no scars on the surface of the body, but all the inside of the body was shattered. Aizen was half kneeling on the ground, and her body began to slowly repair. At this time, even if Aizen's body was destroyed, it could be resurrected and reach the realm of immortality. Futon, wind style, Rasen Shuriken. A huge shuriken appeared in Shi Chen's hand, and a strong wind blade was entangled around him. Then, with a wave of Zaichen, the shuriken flew towards Aizen. Bound Road 81, breaking the space. A transparent barrier appeared in front of Aizen, blocking Rasen Shuriken, preventing it from breaking through the barrier. Not bad. You can actually block it. It seems that I want to look at you a little more. Chen glanced at Aizen with admiration. But Aizen felt very unhappy. This kind of look was like a senior looking at a junior, which made Aizen, whose heart was higher than the sky, very uncomfortable. Broken. Kyoka Suzuki. Aizen liberated her Zanpakuto again. Originally, after Aizen gained the power of Benyu, Zanpakuto no longer looked down on him. Zanpakuto was just an ordinary weapon in Aizen's hands. Now Aizen picks up Zanpakuto again to see if he can rely on Zanpakuto's ability to deal with Chen. But for Chen, his Zanpakuto really has no effect, and it is impossible to hypnotize himself. Destroy it. The Spear of Destruction. The pure white blade in Chen's hand turned into a jet black spear, and the spear was wrapped in traces of the aura of destruction. Aizen, you're likely to die next. Chen waved the gun of destruction in his hand, and a blast of chi flew out, leaving a bottomless ravine on the ground. Aizen's eyes sank, and she looked at Chen vigilantly. With a single wave, it caused super destructive power. This Aizen couldn't do it. He stepped on the ground, quickly approaching Aizen, and then stabbed Aizen's shoulder with a shot. Because the speed was too fast, even Aizen couldn't catch it, so he could only rely on instinct to block the knife in front of him, but Zanpakuto Kyoka Suzuki shattered as soon as he touched the gun of destruction. Zanpakuto with only one hilt in his hand. Looks like Aizen still can't beat Hyuga Chen. If that's the case, I'm relieved. Jingo Chunshui was relieved to see Aizen retreating quickly. Don't say more, the power between the two of them is a bit strong, let's step back. Hirako Mako said. Yo tilde, Captain Hirako, you have recovered. Yeah, after being framed by that guy Aizen and causing the blur, my recovery ability has been enhanced by an unknown amount. Hirako Mako said. Boom. Aizen smashed a big crater like a meteorite impact, and the left arm has disappeared, and it can't be recovered at all. The severe pain from the wound made Aizen feel like he wanted to die, but he couldn't really die. When you see the spear flying over, use the swivel to avoid it. Aizen can now use all of Nether's abilities, including Steelskin's ability to increase his defense. However, in front of the gun of destruction, the blue-dyed Steelskin will be broken with a single stab, without any effect. Aizen had just avoided it, and he was not relieved yet. A big hand suddenly passed behind him, and then held the Benyu in his heart. Aizen's eyes widened, and her body seemed to be stiff, unable to make any movements at all. Your collapse, Jade, I will accept it. Chen said lightly. Damn, return my Benyu. Lan Ran tried her best and punched behind her. However, his punch was directly empty, and he didn't hit Chen. Chen holds the crystal clear Benyu in his hand, while Lan Ran's eyes are fixed on Benyu, trying to take it back. In fact, after Benyu left, Aizen's strength did not decline in the slightest, and the strength enhanced by Benyu has now become Aizen's own. Thank you for creating Benyu, Chen said with a smile on his face. In order to thank you, how about I send you to die now? Is there a feeling of excitement? Excited, of course I'm very excited, I'm excited to kill you. Aizen looked at Chen indifferently. Tisk tisk, you're so indifferent, don't you want to see the king spirit? I'm just sending you to see the king spirit now, don't worry if you're not happy, but you're still so indifferent, alas. Chen shook his head and sighed. Lan Ran frowned and asked, what do you mean? Could it be that the king spirit is dead? That's it. Go ask yourself. Chen didn't mean to answer. Let everything be nothing. The blade of nothingness. Chen used Bankai. After Chen Bankai, Aizen felt a fatal crisis, which made him want to turn around and run away, but unfortunately he had nowhere to escape. Return to ruins. Chen slashed towards Aizen with a sword, and a sword pressed towards Aizen, and all objects turned into nothingness. Aizen's body was locked and could not escape at all. After being hit by the sword pressure, the body disappeared in the blink of an eye. With just such a knife, Aizen was killed, and not even the scum was left. After Aizen died, Chen released Bankai, holding Bengyu with a smile on his face. He wanted Bengyu for a long time, and now Bengyu finally got it. Aizen seems to have been killed. Hitsugaya Tushiro said. It's a really powerful sword. If you have the chance, you must ask Hyuga-chen to learn from it. Zaragi Kenpachi said. Kuchiki Byakuya cast a glance at Zakagi Kenpachi. Did he want to die? It's not that Byakuya Kuchiki looks down on Kenpachi, but he knows that the difference in strength is too far. If Hyuga-chen wants to kill Kenpachi, he probably won't even need to use a knife, and he can kill Kenpachi with momentum. Aizen is finally dead, and I finally let out a breath. Hirako Mako said. This breath in my heart has been held back for more than 100 years. Now that I see Aizen dead, that stagnant air is released. How is it? Do you want to go back to the Soul Realm? Jingo Chunshui asked Hirako Mako. Hirako Mako was silent for a while, and then said, think about it and talk about it. The latest Filu Tianbang Popular Books plus full group files plus 10,000 online disc resources plus 800 new books per month. And the Hedgehog Cat book. This book is only for communication and learning, and the copyright belongs to the original author and publisher. If you like it, please support the genuine version. Chapter 744 The Saddest Fullbring Organization Ever. After Aizen died, Chen took all of them out of that space. The old man Yamamoto looked at Chen, mainly at the Bengyu in Chen's hand. Thinking of Aizen's continuous evolution and transformation because of the collapsing jade, the old man Yamamoto felt that the collapsing jade was very dangerous, and it was better to destroy it. Captain Hyuga, can you hand over the Bengyu in your hand? The old man Yamamoto asked Chen. Chen Wenyan felt unhappy all of a sudden. Damn it, old man Yamamoto still wants my Bengyu. This is my trophy, how can I hand over something that I have waited for so long to get? Don't think about Bengyu, this is my thing, if you want it, develop and manufacture it yourself. This thing is very dangerous, and it is a scourge to keep it. The old man Yamamoto frowned and said. Thinking that Bengyu can make Aizen's strength form a dimensional leap in a short period of time, the old man Yamamoto felt that Bengyu was dangerous. Really? But don't you think that I'm also very dangerous? Chen cast a glance at the old man Yamamoto, then turned to leave. In fact, that's right. The most dangerous thing is Chen. After all, Aizen with Bengyu was easily crushed to death. Old man, don't think about Bengyu. I don't think it's a bad thing for Bengyu to fall into his hands. Jingle Chunshui said. Bengyu has super hardness. It is very difficult to destroy it. If it could be destroyed, I would have already destroyed it. Urahara Kazuki walked over and said. In fact, in the eyes of Urahara Kazuki and the others, it doesn't matter if the collapsed jade falls into Chen's hands, at least no one can take it away from him. Anyway, Urahara Kazuki doesn't think that anyone can snatch Bengyu from him. Humph. The old man Yamamoto snorted coldly as he looked at Urahara Kazuki. If this guy hadn't researched the collapsed jade, there would not have been so many things. But this time it was fine for old man Yamamoto, at least this time old man Yamamoto didn't sacrifice an arm. What are you going to do? Continue to stay in this world or return to the Soul Realm to continue to be the captain? The old man Yamamoto turned to look at Hirako Mako and the others. Hirako Mako and the others looked at each other, thinking about it in their hearts. What else are you thinking about? Are you afraid that the Shinigami team members of Seraiti will have an opinion on you? You don't need to worry about this at all, old man Yamamoto will solve it. Jingle Chunshui patted their shoulders and said. Okay, let's go back to the Soul Realm with us. After thinking about it, Hirako Mako and the others decided to return to the Soul Realm. Because in the present world, they can't integrate into it, and it is best to return to the Soul World. Hirako Mako and the others returned to the Soul Realm. Jingle Chunshui and Yukitaki Shuru and the others were very happy. After all, their relationship was not bad at the beginning. Chen returned to the 4th division, and Ujawali and the others came out immediately. This is the Benyu. Yi took it curiously and looked at the blue-purple gem. Apart from being pretty, I don't see anything special at all. Yi threw Benyu on the table with a dull expression. Yi, if you break the Benyu, it is estimated that Chen will take care of you so that you won't be able to get out of bed for a few days. Maoji Walai patted Yi on the shoulder and said. Yi heard the words and quickly picked up the Benyu to check if it was broken. Don't worry, Benyu is not that fragile yet. Chen shook his head and said. Collapsing jade can be said to be the hardest thing in the world, and it is easier said than done to break it. This thing is also a toy for me. Ba Chenliu glanced at Benyu. You'd better find something else to use as a toy, Chen said, knocking Ba Chenliu's head. Taking Benyu as a toy, Chen is not so extravagant. By the way, why didn't you see Chong? Chen asked strangely. Xiaochang went to the world to surf the internet. Ba Chenliu replied. All right, it's not surprising that Chong, an internet addict girl, went online. After Aizen died, everything calmed down, and Seraiti returned as usual, and the people of the masked army also returned to Seraiti. Chen has nothing to do, sits quietly in the 4th division team building to drink tea, or go to the world for a stroll. Chong, have you come back from this world? Chen heard the sound of pushing the door and raised his head to look at Chong who walked in. There was a guy named Silver City Congo who wanted to capture me, but I killed him. Chong said to Chen. Silver Castle Congo, the head of the Full Bend organization. Chen was stunned, then remembered who Silver Castle Congo was. I don't know, I only know that the guy brought people into the house, and then I killed them all. Chong nodded. It's just a little bastard, just kill him. You still need to report to me. Chen stood up and stretched. I'm just talking to you. Chong Pipi sat beside Chen. But what is he going to arrest you for? Chen asked curiously. I don't know, he just reported to his family that his name was Silver City Congo, and he wanted to invite me as a guest, and then I killed him. Chong shook his head and said. Is that so? That guy is really pitiful, poor unlucky bastard. Chen said with a chuckle. This is completely because this guy killed himself. Chong's strength is super strong, even old man Yamamoto may not be Chong's opponent. Silver City Congo's strength is good, maybe even stronger than Captain Death, but facing Chong, he only has the share of courting death. I also killed all of his subordinates. Chong added. Although I don't know why they didn't go to Kurosaki Ichigo, but instead stared at you, but this is also a group of people who are unlucky and sad. It's really sad. In the original book, the full-blooming ability person who was engaged in wind and rain was killed by Chong like this, and there was no storm at all. However, these were originally small characters. Although Chen knew of their existence, he did not intend to pay attention to them. Among all the organizational forces in the world of Death God, those with full display ability are the weakest. The strongest should be the Invisible Empire, but the Invisible Empire has been destroyed by Chen, and it no longer exists. The rest should be Seoringe and the Broken Army Corps, and the Broken Army was also eliminated, and now Seoringe is the only powerful force left. However, in the Invisible Empire, there is another Yuhabak, although he is the only one left, but Yuhabak will definitely be in trouble. I don't know where this guy was sealed. If he knew, Chen wouldn't mind going over and giving him a knife and hacking him to death. In fact, if Chen really wanted to find him, he could also find the location of Yuhabak, but Chen was not interested in finding him. I believe that Yuhabak will jump out soon after, and it will not be too late for Chen to come back to him after he jumps out. As for the reason why Chen looked for Yuhabak, of course, it was for the ability of his Quincy. Although Chen and Candace, Bombietta, and Menina learned some Quincy moves, some of them couldn't, so Chen took aim at Yuhabak. As the ancestor of the Quincy, Yuhabak should have all the abilities of the Quincy. Chen wants to obtain the various abilities of the Quincy master not to enhance his strength, but just to want more abilities, and the skills are not overwhelming. Chapter 745 Kuchiki Silver Bell was beaten. Chong, you actually came back from this world, it's really rare. Hikun Kiryu said looking at Chong. Since Chen opened the 4th division and the space channel of the world, Chong spent most of his time in the manner of the world playing with the computer. It's really weird. Matsumoto Ranju walked in closely behind her, and behind her were Hina Momo, Rukia, Harabel, and Nailu. What are you doing here together? Are you here to help me with my office? Without saying a word, Chen handed over the documents on the table to them. Where's Karatsu Uno? Isn't she in charge of these things? Kiryu Hazun asked strangely. Cough cough tilde. Maojawali is a little uncomfortable. Chen said with a light cough. In fact, it's not just Ujawali who is uncomfortable, Yaiki and Shuibe are uncomfortable now. Yushu Kiryu wondered for a moment, and then she understood it in seconds. As for what she understood, only she knew it. I have something to tell you. Kuchiki Silver Suzu was beaten. Kiryu Hazun talked about other things. Silver Kuchiki was beaten. Chen was a little surprised. Who had the guts to beat the old fellow Kuchiki Silverling? Yeah, it was Bombietta and Candace. Now Shutara Senjumaru has been dealt with, you should go and have a look now. Kiryu Hibun said. Bombietta and Candace hit Deadwood Silver Bell. Why? Chen couldn't understand the situation. Kuchiki Silver Suzu been staying at home since he retired. How can I be beaten? Could it be that Bombietta and Candace went to Kuchiki's house and beat him? We don't know about this either, but someone came to inform us, and then we came to you. Shutara Senjumaru went over to take a look first. Hibun Kiryu said with a sigh of relief. Then I'll go over and take a look. The work on the table will be handed over to you, Luanju. I trust you, Luanju. Chen solemnly patted the shoulder of Luanju. Luanju couldn't help complaining. Every time you have something to do with me, you say you trust me. Chaiju has not heard this sentence once or twice, and is already immune. This is exercising your talent, don't complain. After Chen finished speaking, he used Shunpo to leave. Little young Forest, come and help me. Luanju said while holding the hand of young Sendao. I don't know if it was because of the long stay with Chen. Matsumoto Ranju was also lazy and let him do all the work alone. Of course she didn't want to. So poor little Peach was caught. And the helpful young Moridao did not refuse. What's the situation? Chen couldn't help asking, looking at the Deadwood Silverling with a blue nose and a swollen face, and then looking at the group of people standing beside him. Master. After seeing Chen coming, Bombietta, Candace, and Menina were restrained, embarrassed on their faces. Bachinliu is also here. Originally, Bachinliu came out to play, and Bambietta and the others came to follow. Shutara Senjumaru came to Chen's side and explained the general situation. After speaking, Chen felt a little dumbfounded. In fact, the reason is very simple. It was completely because the Deadwood Silver Bell came out and blocked the road. Bombietta and Candace were naturally welcome. Although in front of Chen, they showed the appearance of a well-behaved little maid, but in front of outsiders it was different. Unceremoniously, he kicked Kuchiki Silverbell away, and then Kuchiki Silverbell could easily uncover this matter. His old man was interested today and went out for a walk. How could he not be angry when he encountered such a thing? The previous head of the dignified Kuchiki family, the veteran of Seo Lingting, was kicked away. How could he bear this kind of anger? So naturally a conflict occurred, and Bombietta and Candace hit the Deadwood Silver Bell, but Menina couldn't stop it. As for Bachinliu, she was just cheering for fear that she wasn't chaotic enough, so Bombietta and Candace fought even more vigorously. So that's what happened. I also understand what happened. Kuchiki Silverling, that's what you were wrong. Chen said to Kuchiki Silverling. At this time, no matter what, you have to protect your own people. What's more, his relationship with Kuchiki Silver Suzu was not good in the first place. Now, seeing his bruised nose and face, I feel very relieved. Kuchiki Silver's chirping 7 apertures are smoking. Obviously I was beaten, but now it's me who is wrong. Captain Hyuga, don't go too far. Byakuya Kuchiki said coldly. Kuchiki Silver Bell was beaten. How could Kuchiki Byakuya not come as his grandson? If it weren't for Shutara Senjumaru, and the other captains of each division, Kuchiki Byakuya might have started. However, hands-on is not an opponent. Bombietta and the 3 of them are more powerful than Kuchiki Byakuya. Excessive, how did I go too far? He is a lot of age, and he has nothing to do to wander around. Wouldn't it be better to stay at home? He deserves to be beaten. Chen Man said unreasonably. Ah, Captain Chen, you have to be reasonable in your actions. Now that the owner of the Deadwood is injured, you can let them apologize. Jingle Chunchui came out to be a peacemaker. Hey, Jingle Chunchui, you don't know it. I've always been unreasonable when I do things. To be reasonable, this time they were unreasonable, and Chen also talked nonsense. It is impossible to apologize. It is impossible to apologize in this life. Silver Kuchiki, you are also a veteran. It's not a shame to be beaten by a few girls. I think you should go home and rest. Anyway, the injury is not serious. Chen said to Silver Ling Kuchiki. No, Hyuga Chen, do you think this old man is so easy to bully? Kuchiki Silver Ling said angrily. In the final analysis, for the sake of face, the beaten Deadwood Silverling couldn't come down the stage, and Chen still didn't let him go down the steps. Silver Kuchiki, you have lived for so long, and you should know that the strong side will not apologize to the weak side, so you should stay where you are cool. What's more, you are too weak to be beaten, and you have the face to make a noise here. I really feel ashamed for you. Chen sneered. Lord Shutara Senjumaru, what should I do with this? Shuru Yukitaki looked at Shutara Senjumaru. Shutara Senjumaru is a member of Team Zero. Although she doesn't know how she got along with Chen, her words still carry a lot of weight. Of course Kuchiki Silverling apologized, but I can't beat the 2 little girls at my age. Is it still reasonable? Shutara Senjumaru favored Bombietta and the others. After all, they were a group. I'll replace my grandfather and challenge the 2 of you. Captain Hyuga, are you okay? Kuchiki Byakuya said coldly. You want to challenge the 2 of them? Chen glanced at Kuchiki Byakuya in surprise. Could it be that he is so confident? After this battle, all grievances have been written off. Kuchiki Byakuya continued. Okay, I agree. Chen nodded. Anyway, Kuchiki Byakuya couldn't beat Bombietta and Candace. Chapter 746 Candace vs Byakuya Kuchiki. Are you going to fight? Bachinliu looked at the tension in the atmosphere, his eyes twinkled, and an excited expression appeared on his face. What are you excited about, little girl? Chen clenched his fist and hit Bachinliu's head with a fist. A big bag appeared on Bachinliu's head, and her tears were left in pain, and she looked at Chen angrily. There's still a face to be angry, wasn't it you who were picking things up before? It's impossible for Candace to kick the Deadwood Silver Bell away because it blocks her way. Chen feels that there are definitely Bachinliu deliberately picking things up. He knows Bachinliu, and he is afraid that the world will not be chaotic. Bachinliu stuck out her tongue when she heard the words. In fact, she just told Candace that she was unhappy with seeing the old man, Silver Suzu, and Candace kicked Silver Suzu away with a violent kick. There is a reason why Bachinliu was unhappy with Kuchiki Silver Bell. Back then, Kuchiki Silver Bell didn't make much trouble, but Bochinliu remembered it. Master, I don't need two people at all, I can solve him myself. Candace looked at Kuchiki Byakuya with disdain. Let me come, I'm sure I'll make him die, said Bombietta. Kuchiki Byakuya's face darkened. Don't take him seriously. Byakuya, you have to be careful, the two of them are very powerful. Kuchiki Silver Ling said. Kuchiki Silver Suzu to be attacked before, but if he lost, he was defeated, and he was completely defeated, so now Kuchiki Silver Suzu is very worried about Kuchiki Byakuya. Although I am very satisfied with the strength of my grandson, but 1 to 2, the possibility of winning is very small. If it's a heads up, Kuchiki Silver Suzu still has confidence in Kuchiki Byakuya. This is going to start a fight, it's too impulsive. If Captain Yamamoto knows, Captain Kuchiki will definitely be punished. Hitsugaya Toshiro said. Come together, the two of you. Byakuya Kuchiki slowly pulled out Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura. Is this guy looking down on us? Candace looked at Kuchiki Byakuya's indifferent eyes and felt angry. Use the Reiki cluster to fix it into the shape of a longbow, and then shoot an arrow at Byakuya Kuchiki. Is she a Quincy? After seeing Candace's attack method, Jingle Chunchui and the others were surprised for a while, and a sense of vigilance rose in their hearts. The relationship between Quincy and Death is an enemy, and as for the reason, they are not too clear. Kuchiki Byakuya immediately blocked Shinbin Sakura in front of him, and blocked the sacred arrow grid, and his arms trembled slightly. It seems that your strength is not bad if you can block my holy annihilation arrow, said Candace. But now Candace hasn't used her real power yet, the Holy Slayer arrow is just a very common ability, and the real advanced skills have not been used yet. Let's scatter. Senbon Sakura. Kuchiki Byakuya didn't dare to be careless and used his Shikai. Cut tilde. Bambi Aida, I don't need you to intervene, I can handle him myself. Candace was wrapped around Thunder. Candace's holy character ability is Thunder, and Thunder is one of the best in attack power. In the wave of his hand, countless lightnings flashed towards Kuchiki Byakuya. Kuchiki Byakuya could only gather the blades to block in front of him. Humph. I hope you don't ask me for help for a while, or you'll be embarrassed. Bombietta snorted softly. Candace ignored Bambi Aida. She was very confident, it would be a shame if Kuchiki Byakuya couldn't take it. Everyone in the Star-Crossed Knights has the strength beyond the captain-level death god, and Candace is no exception. The thunder in his hand was released again, this time the lightning was stronger than the previous one, I don't know how much. Let's scatter. Thousand Sakura Jingyan. Byakuya couldn't take it anymore, so he could only use Bankai to resist. After Bankai, Shinbin Sakura's blade fell vertically to the ground, causing ripples. Then, in the ripples in the ground on both sides, a huge blade rose, and thousands of huge blades stood up, and then the blade was broken down into countless blades. The light refracted by the blade made the blade look like a cherry blossom. In terms of beauty, Senbon Sakura is absolutely unmatched by anyone, even higher Enmaru's Ice Dragon and Ice Wing are far behind. King Jingqian Ben Sakura Jingyan. Hundreds of millions of blades wrapped Candace inside, and then strangled Candace. Jingle Chunchui frowned, that woman should be fine, right? If something really happened, with Chinhu's short personality, Kuchiki Byakuya would definitely not be spared. Boom. Hundreds of millions of blades were scattered, the powerful thunderlight Jinchuriki column shone, and the ultra-high electric shock destroyed the small blades that were invisible to the naked eye. Kuchiki Byakuya's eyes were serious, and after seeing that Sakura Jingyan had no effect, he was ready to use his strongest move. Final View White Emperor Sword. This is Kuchiki Byakuya's strongest move. It pours all the petals and spiritual power of Senbon Sakura into the sword and emits a white light. It looks like wings that spread wings. When using this move, you can fly. However, the effect of flying is not great, because basically a god of death can fly, and as long as you use the spirit to pave the way, you can stand in the air. The Quincy finished the Eucharist. The Thunderbolt Javelin. Boom. The two moves collided together, and the sound resounded throughout the Sarange, and the barrier that was originally set up by Jingle Chunchui to shield the spiritual pressure was also shattered. It's over, such a big movement will definitely disturb Old Man Chan. Jingle Chunchui said. In the past, Old Man Yamamoto didn't know it, but it would be strange if he didn't know about such a big movement now. Kuchiki Byakuya's body flew out, his right arm turned charred black, his hair stood up all at once, and his elegant and noble appearance disappeared. Candace was not injured, but Candace was a little surprised that the other party was able to let her use the holy body. This battle will end here. Let's go. Chen picked up Bachinliu and walked towards the 4th division. Shutara Senjumaru, Candace, Bombietta, and Menina naturally followed. Byakuya, are you okay? Kuchiki Silver Bell hurriedly stepped forward to check Kuchiki Byakuya's situation. Fortunately, Kuchiki Byakuya's injuries weren't too serious, which made Kuchiki Silver Suzu sigh of relief. I can feel Genryu Sai-sensei is rushing towards this side, and seems to be very angry. Yukitake Shuru said. I seem to have missed something. Zaragi Kenpachi ran over with his sword in his arms. But Zakagi Kenpachi was late, and the battle was over. There was a battle before. Zaragi Kenpachi pressed Hitsugaya Toshiro's head with one hand. Hitsugaya Toshiro is very upset. It's really shameful for a captain to be held down on his head. However, he was so small that he looked no different from a child. What the hell is going on here? Who is fighting privately in Sarange? Yamamoto Motoryu Saijokuni rushed over, his voice very bad. And behind him, there is also the deputy captain of the first team, Minister Jiro. Jingle Chunchui wanted to speak, but was pulled by Shiruro Yukitake. At this time, the old man Yamamoto was in a fit of anger. Whoever speaks will be unlucky. Chapter 747 The Arrival of Yohabak. There is a private battle, and you don't take the rules of the Soul Society into consideration at all. What the hell is going on? The old man Yamamoto looked at Kuchiki Byakuya. Seeing Kuchiki Byakuya injured, he knew it was related to Kuchiki Byakuya. But this made old man Yamamoto a little surprised. Captain Kuchiki is the most observant of the rules. How could he break the rules this time? There has been a clear rule that Saraiti does not allow captain-level death gods to fight at will. Can Captain Kuchiki explain it? The old man Yamamoto asked Kuchiki Byakuya. I am willing to be punished. Kuchiki Byakuya was silent for a while, then said. Captain Yamamoto, can you give this old man a face? Of course Kuchiki Silverling wanted to plead for Kuchiki Byakuya. What's more, this incident was also caused by him. If his grandson was punished for it, how could he live in his heart? The old man Yamamoto glanced at Kuchiki Silver Bell, a little surprised why he was beaten like this. The rules can't be broken. The old man Yamamoto didn't give him face either. He wanted to give the old man Yamamoto face. He thought too much. Kuchiki Silverling was a little embarrassed, and then said, what about Hyuga-chen? Everything is caused by his subordinates, and the fight also has his subordinates' share. His subordinates are still Quincy. Since his grandson couldn't escape being punished, of course he had to pull Chen Yi out, or at least share some of his guilt. The old man Yamamoto was silent when he heard the words, and punished Hyuga-chen together. This is impossible, that guy is too strong. Although old man Yamamoto is stubborn and old-fashioned, he is not a fool, and he still knows what he can and cannot do. Byakuya Kuchiki wrote a review and handed it over, and this matter is over. If you dare to ignore the rules of Sarange in the future, you will never forgive him. The old man Yamamoto said coldly. Kuchiki Silverling heaved a sigh of relief. This was already the best result. As for the thing he was beaten, he could only helplessly reveal it. In the 4th team building, Candace and Bombietta looked at Chen carefully. Shouldn't they be punished for hitting the dead wood silver bell? Well, I want to ask how Grandpa is now. Rukia asked aloud. Fortunately, he wasn't killed. By the way, your elder brother Kuchiki Byakuya was beaten again. Chen said to Kuchiki Rukia. Huh, Kuchiki Rukia was stunned. Okay, you don't have to tie your hands and feet. If you fight, you will fight. Even if you fight, what can you do? Chen said to Candace and Bambi Aida. Hearing this, Candace and Bambia were relieved, as long as they didn't blame them. Originally, he had always been displeased with Kuchiki Silver Bell, and now he will fight. Time passed slowly, and a guy who shouted that it would take 900 years to restore his heartbeat, 90 years to regain consciousness, 9 years to regain his strength, and 9 days to get back the world, finally got his power back. Of course, this person is Yuhabak, the son of the Spirit King. There has always been a hymn of the Holy Emperor among the Quincy Masters, and Yuhabak will retake the world within 9 days. But this recapture is really subtle. Did Yuhabak once rule the world? Haven't heard of it. It is estimated that this guy took the whole world as his from the beginning. The completely resurrected Yuhabak fell into silence as he looked at the ice palace that had vanished into nothingness in front of him. Unlike in the original book, who had a lot of strong younger brothers as soon as they appeared, now Yuhabak has become a loner. Without a group of younger brothers, he has to do everything by himself. But even so, Yuhabak didn't change his ambitions. He wanted revenge, he wanted to make old man Yamamoto pay the price, and he wanted to replace his father, King Spirit. Now, let's first visit the culprit who caused all this. Yuhabak's eyes suddenly had multiple pupils. Omniscient and omnipotent, as long as this ability is activated, his eyes will become like this. The ability of omniscience and omnipotence is to change the future, and to change the future, you can absolutely see everything in the future. But now the future he sees is blurry, and he has no idea what the future will be like. Yuhabak frowned slightly. This was the first time that his omniscience and omnipotence had a problem. After thinking for a while, Yuhabak let go of what he thought, then left this space and came to the Soul Realm. Coming here, Yuhabak didn't disturb anyone, and headed for the 4th division. Don't look at the state of Yuhabak being sealed, but he is not clear about the outside world. Originally, Yugelin knew about Akatsuki, and Yuhabak knew all about it. But after Yugelin was killed by Chen, he didn't know much about the outside world. Yuhabak didn't hide it either. He walked into Chen's 4th division openly. This is his confidence in himself. 0. Although Akatsuki Ryochin is known to destroy the Palace of Ice and let all his subordinates die, the information left by Yugelin also shows that Hyuga Tatsu is more dangerous than Yamamoto Motoyanagi. But in Yuhabak's heart, what he fears most is Yamamoto Motoyuki Saiju. What's more, Yuhabak didn't come to do it this time. He came to recruit Chen, although Chen killed all the Quincy Masters of the Invisible Empire. But these don't matter to Yuhabak, a useless bunch of trash, die and die. And Chen destroyed the Star-Crossed Knights, which made Yuhabak appreciate Chen's strength. If he can be subdued, it will be easier to deal with Yamamoto Motoyanagi. This sloppy guy is here to find me. Anything is worthy of seeing me and kicking him out. Chen looked up at Yuhabak who was brought in, and then instructed the members of the 4th division. In fact, what Chen said was right. Yuhabak is indeed very sloppy now, and he doesn't pay attention to his appearance at all. Hyuga Chen, I'm here to find you. Yuhabak ignored Chen's words and sat down. Who allowed you to sit down? Didn't I tell you to get out? Chen looked at him indifferently. There was a cold light in Yuhabak's eyes. How long he had lived, and the only one who dared to talk to him like this was Hyuga Chen. Although I value your strength, but if you are arrogant because of this, I don't mind killing you in 3.4. Yuhabak is quite a tyrannical, indifferent and ruthless person. Tisk tisk tilde. You put your posture so high, it makes me very unhappy. I really don't understand how arrogant a thing like a lost dog is. Chen said with his legs crossed. Of course he recognized Yuhabak, and Chen could recognize him just by his aura and the special spiritual power that belonged to the Quincy. Yuhabak's face is getting colder and colder. He is actually called the dog of the bereaved. Okay, very good, you succeeded in angering me. Yuhabak said coldly, condensing the spiritual child in his hand, and wanted to shoot. However, Chen's shot was faster than his, and a big-eared melon seed was pasted. Snapped. After a crisp sound, Yohabak flew out of the office. Chapter 748 Yohabak, you are a rookie. Chen walked out of the big hole that was smashed by Yohabak, and looked at Yohabak, who fell to the ground and vomited blood with disdain on his face. You guy is finally here. In fact, I've been waiting for you for a long time, you know. Chen walked towards Yohabak. Yohabak spat out 2 Kiba teeth, touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, and asked, you knew I was coming? No, I mean waiting for you to be resurrected, but I didn't expect that after you were resurrected, you couldn't wait to come to me to die. Chen said lightly. Chen, who is he? Mao Shawali and the others rushed over. How could they not hear such a loud noise in the 4th Division's quarters? This is Yohabak. Candace looked at Yohabak and said in surprise. As the former members of the Star-Crossed Knights, Candace, Bombietta, and Menina have all seen the portrait of Yohabak, although Yohabak looks very embarrassed now, they also recognize it. Yohabak frowned as he looked at the 3 girls, the Quincy, and he was also a Quincy who had the ability of his holy writing. You 3, have you betrayed me? Yohabak's 10 eyes became colder, and the original Yuhi-colored eyes turned bloody Yuhi-colored. Traitors, what he hates most is traitors. That's right, so what if they betrayed you? Who made you so miserable? It's really sad to be sealed for 1,000 years. Chen gave this guy a sympathetic look. No, it's less than 1,000 years now, but it's close to 1,000 years, and there are still a few days. Hyuga-chan, as long as you submit to me, after I control this world, you will be one person below 10,000 people. Yohabak's eyes calmed down, looking at Chen and said. Chen looked at him with the eyes of a fool. Can't this guy see that I am better than him? How did he get the courage to say such a thing? Is it because it has been sealed for too long, so it is stupid to be sealed? I don't understand what qualifications you fool has to make me surrender. I think you are suitable for being a clown. It's more funny, Chen said unceremoniously. There's no need to save face for him. Anyway, Chen has already planned to kill him, so he's still saving face with him. You don't think that the sneak attack made me suffer a bit, so just think it's my opponent. Yohabak said coldly. Have you suffered a bit of a loss? Really? I've slapped your face up. If you don't believe me, I'll find you a mirror and look at it. Unable to bear the anger any longer, Yohabak released a spiritual arrow from his hand, hitting Chen. This is a small sacred arrow that can be fired without using a bow at all, and of course its power will be greatly reduced. However, this was released by Yohabak, and even a small holy killing arrow would not be weaker than the holy killing arrow released by Bangpi Aida and the others. Chen stretched out his hand, crushed the arrow of light that came over, and slapped Yohabak's right face with a slap. The left face has been swollen by Chen's beating, and now it looks very uncoordinated, and Chen is going to give him a face adjustment. Watching the slap coming, Yohabak wanted to dodge, but he felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire, unable to move his body, and even moved his face close to him. Snapped. Yohabak fell to the ground, causing a burst of dust, and his body was covered with dust and was very embarrassed. You're really a good person. You know I'm going to slap you in the face, so you take the initiative to bring your face up and let me punch. Chen looked at Yohabak jokingly. This is the ancestor of the Quincy exterminator. It's really weak. Matsumoto Ranju couldn't help but complain. Actually, Yohabak is very strong, but Chen's strength is stronger. Unahakali said with a smile. Uno Hanalai has also seen the strength of Yohabak, and the character who fights with Old Man Yamamoto in the dark. Yohabak, you are a rookie. You dare to come to me. I really don't know who lent you the courage. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to pay it back? The Great Holy Bow. After the furious Yohabak got up, he released several arrows like giant spears. Aren't you afraid that Old Man Yamamoto will be attracted by such a big movement here? Chen said after defusing Yohabak's attack. In fact, the Old Man Yamamoto has been alerted now, and is now rushing towards this side. Yohabak frowned slightly. He really didn't want to face Old Man Yamamoto now, although he had regained all his strength. But Yohabak still wasn't sure to kill old man Yamamoto. He came to the 4th division just to conquer Chen beyond his capacity, but he was beaten in the face, and his face was swollen. "Chen, what are you going to do with him?" Mao Zhawali asked. Of course he killed him. In fact, he was waiting for him to appear, and then he was killed. Now he is kindly sent to the door. Chen wanted to get all the abilities of the Quincy, killing Yohabak, and then using the Devourer to devour everything that plundered him was the best way and the fastest way. "Want to kill me? You don't have that ability yet. When we meet you next time, I will definitely kill you." Yohabak wrote down the shame of these 2 slaps, and then prepared to retreat, planning to use the soul gift to create a few powerful men. Yohabak has an ability called soul sharing, which is a very powerful ability. The Holy Word ability of the Star-Crossed Knights was given to them by Yohabak in the form of soul sharing. Moreover, the gift of his soul can also make up for the defects of other people's souls, but this is not free treatment. During the treatment, that person's knowledge, experience, and skills will be recorded in the soul fragments given to him by Yohabak. 750. After the other party dies, the soul fragments will return to Yohabak's body, and he will get everything from others. "Want to go? I'm here where you can come and go when you want." Chen looked at Yohabak indifferently. "Want to run now? Do you think I'll give you a chance?" The space was blocked, and an enchantment was set up around it. Only entry was allowed and no exit. If Yohabak wanted to escape, the door would not be left for him. Yohabak's face gradually became gloomy, and his face was ugly to death. "Actually, you really shouldn't come to me. If you don't come to me, maybe you can live a little longer." Chen's fierce momentum locked Yohabak. The heavy pressure made Yohabak hard to breathe, and he almost fell to his knees on the ground. At this time, Old Man Yamamoto and the other captains and vice-captains of Gotei 13 finally came over. After seeing Yohabak, the Old Man Yamamoto was surprised when he didn't have time to ask what happened. "Yohabak, you are actually resurrected." The Old Man Yamamoto pulled out Zanpakuto. In the eyes of Old Man Yamamoto, Yohabak is more dangerous than the previous Aizen, but Old Man Yamamoto is very aware of Yohabak's madness. At the beginning, the subduing Yohabak also relied on the power of calling him a monk by his real name. Together, they deprived Yohabak of his consciousness and heartbeat, and was regarded by Old Man Yamamoto as the most dangerous person. Chapter 749 Cool Friend Habak. Yamoto Shigekuni, long time no see. Your aura is not as fierce as before. Yohabak said looking at Yamamoto Yuan Lusai Shigekuni. Although the momentum of the Old Man Yamamoto is very heavy now, the degree of danger is far less than before. Yohabak, the legendary ancestor of the Quincy exterminator. Jingle Chunchui's eyes flashed. "Well, I'll interrupt you first. You don't want to catch up. I'm still in a hurry now." Chen made a statement to interrupt Old Man Yamamoto and Yohabak's gaze. "Captain Hyuga, Yohabak is very dangerous. We must destroy him together." The Old Man Yamamoto said solemnly. "Is it very dangerous? It's not as strong as the previous Aizen, and it's a War 5 scum." Chen doesn't think Yohabak is dangerous at all. Maybe Yohabak is stronger than Aizen in the original work, but it is definitely stronger than Aizen who evolves again at the level of final evolution in the original work. Old Man Yamamoto is so nervous now, it's purely psychological. He really values Yohabak too much. However, before Chen could continue to say anything, the Old Man Yamamoto had already started. Out Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka, he slashed towards Yohabak with one knife. With this knife, the Old Man Yamamoto used all his strength, and the muscles on his arms bulged. Boom! Yohabak summoned a sword with the Cross of Extermination, and the Cross of Extinction blocked Ryujin Jaka, who was the Old Man of Yamamoto. The airflow burst open on both of them, and the ground was overturned by the powerful airflow. What a powerful force! To be able to block the Old Man down the mountain is indeed the first ancestor of the Quincy exterminator. Jingle Chunchui said. When Jingle Chunchui faced Old Man Yamamoto's knife, he was also killed in seconds, but Yohabak was able to block it easily. Yamato Shigekuni, your strength has dropped a lot. Yamato used all his strength to knock old Yamamoto out. It doesn't seem to work. Old man Yamamoto, you should just stand aside. I'll deal with Yamato. Chen waved at old man Yamamoto. Humph. Are you disgusting the old man's weakness? The old man Yamamoto snorted heavily, with dissatisfaction on his face. That's right, I really dislike your weak strength. You still have self-knowledge, which is already very good. Chen Jiang nodded his head. If old man Yamamoto and Yamato were to fight, they would definitely fight endlessly, and old man Yamamoto couldn't solve Yamato. The old man Yamamoto felt unhappy, and then suddenly became distracted, and was kicked by Yamato at the opportunity. This kick was extremely savage, at least breaking a few bones of the old man Yamamoto. Mr. Genryu Sai, are you alright? Shiro Yukitake ran over and helped old Yamamoto up. Yamato glanced at Shiro Yukitake, the power of the Spirit King. This guy is also a part of the Spirit King. Speed is power. Yamato, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Chen asked Yamato. After asking, without waiting for Yamato to reply, Chen kicked him in a very inauthentic manner. Yamato didn't react, and was kicked in the face. The swelling had just disappeared, and now his face was deformed by Chen Yi's kick. Boom. Yamamoto's body hit the barrier, and he looked at Chen with a dizzy head. Nearly kicked Yamamoto to death with one kick. Could it be that you can't hold it with one blow? I didn't expect you to be so vulnerable, Chen said to Yamamoto. Yamamoto's jaw shattered, and he couldn't recover for a while, so he lost the ability to speak. However, Yamamoto's recovery ability is also good. His broken jaw is slowly recovering, but it is far worse than Aizen. Aizen's resilience is so strong. In fact, it is also with the help of Bengyu. With the help of Bengyu, he got the body of immortality. And Yamamoto is not so arrogant. Holy. Yamamoto used the ability to sanctify, and wanted to recover the powers of Bambietta, Candace, and Menina. But it didn't work. Their power seemed to have been separated from Yamamoto, and Yamamoto couldn't regain the power of the holy text. Are you feeling confused? Wu Yu asked with a smile. What did you do? Yamamoto frowned, and now he believed that Hyuga Chen was a more dangerous person than Yamamoto Motoyanagi. That's right, I will naturally protect their safety and gentleness by relying on my subordinates, so for my subordinates, I am a good boss, not the same as you. Chen shook his finger and said. Yamamoto is very cruel. Since his subordinates are only his pawns, he is the target of his use, and he is a complete hero. Blood suit. Directly injecting the spiritual child into the blood vessels greatly increases the destructive power of the body, but when using the dynamic blood suit, the defensive static blood suit cannot be used. Therefore, in Chen's opinion, the blood and static blood suits are definitely not as easy to use as armament hockey, because armament hockey is a combination of offense and defense, which not only enhances attack ability, but also enhances defense ability. The speed is very fast. But it's still far behind. Chen turned sideways to avoid Yamamoto's slash, and then hit Yamamoto's head with his elbow. Yamamoto was stunned, and flew out like a rag doll. At this time, there was a trace of panic on Yamamoto's face, because he found that his omnipotence and ability to change the future had lost its effect. As if it could no longer be used, the biggest reliance was no longer available, and even Yamamoto couldn't help showing panic. However, thinking that he came here using the Realm of Shadows, Yamamoto suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The Realm of Shadows is the ability to use black shadows to transfer someone or something to another space. However, the time of existence is limited. Once the time is up, the shadow will cover the person or thing using the shadow domain, forcing them to return to the original space. In the original work, it was precisely because of the limitation of this ability that death was given time to breathe. But now this restriction has become a life-saving straw for Yamamoto. Discovering that Yamamoto, who can't beat him, can only think about running away, and when he gathers enough strength, he will seek revenge on Chen again. Yamamoto thought so, but unfortunately he didn't know that Chen had blocked the surrounding space, and it was impossible for him to go back. The realm of shadow is also a space ability. Under the blockade of space, it can't have any effect at all. Coming here, as long as Chen didn't take the initiative to let him go, Yuhabak would not be able to leave here. And Chen wouldn't let him go, he just wanted to get Yuhabak's Quencher's ability. How could he let Yuhabak run away? So this time Yuhabak is going to get cold, and he still sent him to his door to court death, and he was caught in a snare. But at this time, Yuhabak didn't know that he couldn't escape, and now he was still thinking about how to take revenge after escaping. Chapter 750 Yuhabak gets a bento. What are you laughing at? Being beaten stupidly, Chen looked at Yuhabak with the eyes of the fool. After the guy was hit on the elbow, he suddenly laughed, and Chen wondered if he had broken his head all at once. The smile on Yuhabak's face disappeared, and it was time to drag the time. Hyuga Chen, why don't you and I work together to kill the Linglong Palace and control the world together? Yuhabak said to Chen. The old man Yamamoto's eyes tightened when he heard the words. If Chen really wanted to kill the King of Spirit with Yuhabak, it would be troublesome. Now the old man Yamamoto still doesn't know that the Linglong Palace has been destroyed, and the Linglong has died. At this time, the content of spirits in the air has become increasingly weak, but the changes are too subtle, and the old man Yamamoto and the others have not been able to react. I'm not interested, now my greatest interest is all the abilities of the Quincy. Chen looked at Yuhabak, making Yuhabak feel a fatal danger. If you want the ability of a quencher, I can teach you all of it. Yuhabak said. Chen shook his head and said, this is too slow, I have a faster way. With Yuchen's lazy appearance now, how could he study hard and get the ability directly as what he wants? You've lived for so many years, I think you've lived enough, I'll just give you a ride. Chen slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto from 113 feet's waist. The old man Yamamoto was relieved when he saw that Chen chose to kill Yuhabak. If Chen and Yuhabak were to kill the King Spirit Palace, he could not avoid confronting him with swords. Chen was about to start, and Yuhabak naturally didn't want to sit still. He used the flying sickle to move quickly, and instantly appeared behind Chen, but the cross knife slashed towards Chen. The annihilation cross knife slashed on Chen's body, but it didn't feel like it was slashed to the real body, just like it was slashed in the air. Yuhabak looked at the disappearing figure in front of him, and felt something bad in his heart. At this time, Yuhabak felt like a needle pierced his back, cold sweat broke out from his forehead, and he felt a fatal crisis. Crack the air. The space was torn apart because of Chen's knife, and Yuhabak's back was torn apart by a big hole. Blood was flowing out without money. If it wasn't for Yuhabak's timely use of the still blood suit, it would have been cut in two by now. All right. In fact, even if Yuhabak didn't use the still blood suit, Chen wouldn't hack him to death so directly. Chen also wants to devour the ability to plunder him, which may make him die. After all, if Yuhabak dies, his ability cannot be swallowed up. Yuhabak, a bug-level guy, can be hanged and beaten in front of Chen. His strongest omnipotence and omnipotence cannot be used to change the future. Self-giving. Yuhabak's power suddenly increased. In the original book, Yuhabak was deprived of half of his power by a character called a monk by his real name, and he used this ability to give it back. Now that his power has not been taken away, after using this ability, his strength suddenly increased sharply. Is this adding a buff to myself? Chen said, looking at Yuhabak. After the strength increased, Yuhabak gave up the crossed sword and punched Chen with a cyan flame on his fist. Kamui. Yuhabak's fist passed through Chen's body, clearly standing in front of him, but Yuhabak couldn't attack. It's very similar to Daxu's reflective film. Yuhabak took a few steps back, frowning slightly. Although Chen is still here, he can no longer perceive the existence of Chen, which is likely to be a space ability. Thinking of space ability, Yuhabak felt tricky. Space and time were the most difficult abilities, and also the most difficult abilities to deal with. While Yuhabak was thinking about countermeasures, A hand suddenly reached out like lightning and grabbed Yohabak's neck. What? Yohabak was shocked. The extremely fast speed made him unable to react. It was too late when he came back to his senses, and Chen had already pinched him. It's over, Yohabak. Chen also doesn't want to waste time with Yohabak. Yohabak is weak in his hands now, and there is no need to tease him. God Eater. The spiritual power in Yohabak's body, including the moves he knew, and various innate abilities, were all swallowed up by Chen. Yohabak felt a wave of weakness, all his power disappeared, and he became an ordinary person. No, not even an ordinary person. You took my power. Yohabak stared at Chen fiercely. His face that was fierce in the past now looks even fiercer. When Old Man Yamamoto heard Yohabak's words, his eyes flashed, and Yohabak's power was actually robbed. It has always been Yohabak who has deprived others of his power, and now there will be a day when he will be deprived of his power by others. Yohabak can indeed deprive others of power, but only those who have received the power of Yohabak will be deprived of power. Bambi Ieda and the others also received the power from Yohaba, but they had the high Tianyuan of Chen, so they were not deprived of their power. Small sacred arrow. Chen gathered spiritual power on his fingers, and then fired it out, piercing Yohabak's forehead. Yohabak, who had lost all his strength, became more vulnerable than ordinary people, so after being pierced through his forehead, Yohabak quickly lost his breath. The old man Yamamoto looked at Yohabak's body, and Yohabak, who made him extremely fearful, actually died like this. Not even a single wave was raised, and the death was too dramatic. Is Yohabak that weak? Old man Yamamoto, in fact, you should thank me. If it wasn't for me, you would have died at the hands of Yohabak. Chen looked at the old man Yamamoto and said. In the original book, the old man Yamamoto died in the hands of Yohabak, and he did not even leave his body to the old man Yamamoto. Humph, even without you, the old man can solve him. Come on, you'd better treat the injury first and then talk big, Chen said with a pouted mouth. He was kicked and broke a few ribs by Yohabak, and he dared to speak out. If old man Yamamoto and Yohabak were singled out, old man Yamamoto might not be an opponent. The body of this guy will be handed over to you. After Chen lifted the barrier, he looked at the body of his friend Habak and said. A corpse without the slightest strength is no different in value from a human corpse, let the old man Yamamoto deal with it. Niyuli's eyes lit up. If he could get Yohabak's corpse to study, he might be able to research something. The more he thought about Niyuli, the more he wanted to get this corpse. Captain Yamamoto, I think it's better to leave it to me to handle it. Nimayuri said to the old man Yamamoto. No, this guy is too dangerous, let's just destroy it. Shikai Ryujin Jaka, the old man of Yamamoto, burned Yohabak's body to ashes with a torch. In the original book, the body of the old man Yamamoto was destroyed by Yohabak, and now the old man Yamamoto has destroyed the body of Yohabak. Is this a feng shui turn? Chapter 751 Leave the World of Death. Superior. After Yohabak's body was destroyed, Namori felt a little pity, but it was all over and they all left. Go to the virtual circle, I want to try the ability I got from Yohabak. Chen said to Uno Hanari and the others, and then used Yomatsu Hirasaka to come to the virtual circle tilde. In the forest of the Great Void, Chen floated in midair, looking at the Great Void below. Those Dashu also saw Chen, and roared towards Chen constantly, and were still condensing the virtual flash to attack Chen. You're unlucky, Holy Slayer. A bow and arrow appeared in front of Chen, and then the bow and arrow shot automatically. The arrow shot on the ground, turned into a lightsaber, and burst open. Boom. The entire Great Void Forest was bombed to the sky, all the virtual living here were killed, and the entire Great Void Forest was destroyed in one move. Yes, I am very satisfied with this power. Chen nodded with satisfaction. The Great Holy Bow. Dozens of huge spears appeared beside Chen, bombarded towards the bottom, and all items were destroyed. The entire virtual circle was punched into a huge Tianqing, and the countless virtual circles located in the virtual circle all turned their attention to the direction of the sound of the explosion. The power of the great holy bow is even greater than that of the holy arrow. Take out Yuhabok's extinction cross, and then summon a bow. After Yuhabok died, his extinction cross also fell into Chen's hands. Using this bow to unleash the Holy Annihilation Arrow will make the Holy Annihilation Arrow more powerful, and it can also be turned into an Annihilation Cross Sword. Chen returned to the 4th Division's quarters after experimenting with the abilities of Yuhabok's various Quincy in the virtual circle. "I'm back, how's the test going?" Yi came over and asked. "Why, do you want to learn too? How long does it take to learn? If the time is relatively short, I don't mind learning it. Shooting people with a bow and arrow is quite impressive." There was interest in Yi's eyes, but it was estimated that her interest was only 3 minutes of enthusiasm. "This is actually not difficult, it's mainly about the control of the spirit child," Chen said to Yi. "Then can you teach me?" "I want to learn too," said Broken Bee next to him. "Go to Bambi Iada and the others to study." Chen pushed Bambi Iada and the others. "I just want to learn from you." Yi hugged Chen's arm and rubbed against Chen's body. "Okay, it's okay to teach you." Chen nodded. "It is easy to destroy the simple holy arrow, and the god of death is not the ability to learn the quencher. Of course, sacred arrow can be learned, but others are difficult to learn. For example, Quincy's whole card cannot be learned after the holy body. The sacred arrow is just the basic ability of the Quincy, and it is easier to learn. Of course, this does not mean that the sacred arrow is not strong. Although this is the foundation, it is also the main attack method of most Quincy masters. And the power of any move depends on the user, and now Chen uses a Kaden, fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu, which can also cause strong destructive power. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed, and Chen rarely appeared in the office of Old Man Yamamoto. The Old Man Yamamoto was surprised when he saw Chen coming to him. "Why did you come to me?" the Old Man Yamamoto asked Chen. "I'm here because I want to say goodbye to you, Old Man Yamamoto. I'm leaving here," Chen said with a faint smile. Having been in the world of Death God for hundreds of years, Chen also wanted to change the world. "Leave? Where are you going?" the Old Man Yamamoto asked with a frown. "Go to other worlds, and you won't come back in the future. This time I came here specially to tell you. I think you should be very happy now," Chen said. For Old Man Yamamoto, he was an unstable factor. Although Old Man Yamamoto didn't say it, he was very afraid of facing Chen in his heart. The Old Man Yamamoto was puzzled. In other worlds, is it going to the present world or a virtual circle? The Old Man Yamamoto misunderstood. He thought that the other world Chen mentioned was the virtual circle or the present world. "You're going to find someone to be the captain of the 4th Division. By the way, there is also the 2nd Division, and the Broken Bees will also leave with me." After Chen finished speaking, he walked outside, and after reaching the door, Chen stopped. "Old Man Yamamoto, I have bad news to tell you." Chen turned his head and said to Old Man Yamamoto. "What's the matter?" The Old Man Yamamoto suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart. "King Ling is dead. He died a long time ago and was killed by me, so you should think about how to find a way back." After Chen left, the Old Man Yamamoto looked dumbfounded, as if he didn't react. In fact, there was no response, and Chen's sudden news stunned Old Man Yamamoto. Did he hear it wrong? The Spirit King is dead. Is it a joke, or is it true? The Old Man Yamamoto stood up and contacted Team Zero first. "I contacted Team Zero through a special method, but Team Zero seemed to have lost contact and could not be contacted at all." At this time, Old Man Yamamoto believed a little. Thinking of the consequences of the King Spirit's death, the Old Man Yamamoto's face turned gloomy, but after the King Spirit's death, wouldn't the 3 realms collapse? The Old Man Yamamoto left the first team building, and then went to the Lingwang Palace. With the status of the Old Man Yamamoto, of course there is a way to go to the Lingwang Palace. Now the Old Man Yamamoto must go and see for himself whether the King Spirit is dead, whether Chen is fooling him, or whether he really killed the king spirit. After Chen returned to the 4th division, he looked at Ujawali and the others and asked, "Are you ready now? I estimate that it won't be long before old man Yamamoto will kill him." When the old man Yamamoto knew that it was true that the death of the Spirit King was true, he would definitely kill him. "It's ready," Ujawali nodded. "It's just to pack some things, and they pack up soon, just waiting for Chen to take them away." "Okay, then let's get out of this world." Chen took Bachenliu in his arms and held Kasuga Yi Chang's hand with one hand. There is a space channel in front, which is the space channel opened by Chen to the system space. Chen Xian walked in with Baekyeonyu and Chang, and then the women such as Ujikuli, Yaiki, Hibyun Kiryu, and Rukia also walked in. Not long after Chen left, the old man Yamamoto brought the captains of the various teams to kill him, but Chen had already left, and the old man Yamamoto came late. "Abominable sinner Hyuga Chen," the old man Yamamoto yelled angrily. This time he was really pissed off. The most important Spirit King was actually killed by Chen, and he still didn't know the key. "I said old man Shan, what crime did Captain Hyuga commit?" Jingle Chunshui asked old man Yamamoto. "The unforgivable sin," said the old man Yamamoto angrily. "Is it not an unforgivable sin to kill the Spirit King?" Seeing the angry appearance of the old man Yamamoto, Jingle Chunshui was embarrassed and did not dare to speak. After the old man Yamamoto was angry for a while, he began to think of a solution. He was very clear about the importance of the Spirit King. Now that Hyuga Chen did not know where he went, it was useless for him to be angry. He still tried to find something to replace the Spirit King. Chapter 752 Leave the World of Death. Down. Yo tilde. With so many people, Tsunade said, looking at Chen who entered the system space and the women behind him. "Eat my punch." Kushina clenched her pink fist and punched Chen. Boom. Harabelle blocked Kushina's fist with the great sword behind the blade. "HMPH. I'm quite loyal to you." Kushina put away her fists and looked at Chen with resentment. Chen-san smirked. "It's better not to talk at this time." "All right Kushina, aren't you already mentally prepared?" Makoto came over and patted Kushina on the shoulder. "But I still feel bad." Kushina pouted. "Husband-kun, I didn't expect you to find so many sisters." Hancock threw himself into Chen's arms and looked at Chen resentfully. Behind Chen, Maojawali's eyes lit up with a dangerous light, making Chen feel like a needle piercing his back and numb his scalp. "Chen, don't you explain it," Maojawali said to Chen. "Explain what?" Chen scratched his head, pretending to be stupid. Chang, who was holding Chen's hand, suddenly picked up his arm, and then bit his arm. Seeing so many beautiful women, Chang's heart was full of jealousy, and the sea of jealousy in his heart was churning endlessly. "Alas, scumbags should be hacked," Hanabi said with a sigh. "Hanabi, stop talking nonsense." Hinata reached out and covered Hanabi's mouth. Hanabi nodded, because she had already seen Chen's staring eyes, and she didn't dare to continue. "Well, I still have something to deal with. You guys talk, don't fight." Chen found an excuse to escape and disappeared instantly. "Damn, this guy is still running away. I want to get him back and teach him 100 times. Kushina said jumping. "I'm afraid you have been taught 100 times. Makoto said quietly. "Hello, my name is Uchiha Makoto, nice to meet you." Makoto said with a smile. "I actually laughed," Kushina said feebly. "My name is Uno Hanariot, nice to meet you." Uno Hanariot had the same gentle smile as Makoto's. But although the two were laughing, their eyes seemed to be raining swords and arrows. Chen is watching from a distance, it shouldn't be a fight. If there is a real fight, he will stop it. But at this time, don't let it go, otherwise the relationship between them may be more intense, and Chen will definitely not feel better. "Shui Haim, please help go over and take a look," Chen said to Shui Haim who was standing beside him. Shui Haim rolled her eyes at Chen, then walked over there. Fortunately, the fight did not happen, but there was still some hostility between them. It seems that the two of you are getting along quite nicely. If that's the case, I'm relieved. Chen nodded in satisfaction. However, after the girls heard the words, they all gave Chen a big Byakugan, and Chen was completely unaware. In fact, Chen is pretending not to see. Kushina leaned over to Chen's side, then fell directly into Chen's arms, looking at the others with a proud expression. Kushina, you still like to die and draw hatred. Chen whispered in Kushina's ear. What's the meaning of death and hatred? Kushina gave Chen a dissatisfied look, and then bit Chen's body. The potato chips in Chang's hand were crushed, and he looked at Kushina with a hint of ill will. Your name is Kasuga Yi Dome. Tisk tisk. Kushina glanced at Dome, then tisk tisk laughed twice. Chang felt very uncomfortable and asked dissatisfiedly, what are you laughing at? You need to eat more meat to supplement nutrition. Look at your lack of nutrition, this is not good. Kushina said with a concerned look. Chang looked down at himself, and then at Kushina's plump figure. His unhappiness accumulated to the extreme. What's amazing, she can continue to grow, maybe she will surpass this hateful woman in the future and make her envy herself. All right. In fact, this is Chang's self-deception. It has been hundreds of years, but she has not changed at all, and her figure has been fixed. Chang's little hand was squeezing, and I have to say that Kushina's ability to draw hatred is unparalleled. It took a long time to pull Chang's hatred. Chang, in fact, poor milk is also a rare resource. Chen touched Chang's hair and comforted. I'm going to duel with you. Chang stood up and pointed at Kushina. Kushina glanced at Chen, and then shook his head without hesitation to refuse. Duel, joking, it is estimated that they will be cleaned up by Chen before they fight. Kushina, you just bully little girls. Hancock looked at Kushina with contempt. Humph. Kushina snorted softly, and the two stared at each other, neither of them wanting to admit defeat. Hancock, Kushina is staring at you, don't admit defeat, go and fight her. Robin said to Hancock. Don't mess around, Robin. Alvia grabbed Robin's arm and said. Chen is not in a hurry to cross other worlds, but stays in the system space to accompany the girls, and is not in a hurry to cross other worlds. By the way, Chen also took a look at the harvest in the world of death for so long. The exchange points have been close to 100 million, most of which were brought by Bengyu and Zanpakudo built by Wang Yu. There are also many lottery draws, more than 500 times. Chen has been in the world of death for nearly 500 years. These lottery draws are not used, try to accumulate 1,000 times, and then have 1,000 consecutive draws. Of course, that's the only plan. Who knows if Chen will use all the lottery times on a whim one day. I have been with the girls in the system space for more than a year, and their relationship has improved a lot in the past year. Of course, the main thing is that Chen has adjusted well. As for how to adjust, it is of course the big quilt. With the friendship in arms, the relationship will definitely improve slowly. Today Chen is going to leave and travel through other worlds. Open the system panel, and then Chen chose a random crossing of 1 million exchange points. He had worn it twice in a row, and Chen was already familiar with it. 4.3. A huge portal appeared in front, and Chen and the girls waved their hands and prepared to leave. I don't know if he will bring a bunch of women back, Kushina said. That's for sure. Tsunade nodded directly. Then just pull him back. Chang said. It's too late, he has already walked in. Makoto spread out his hands, with a look of helplessness on his face. When Kushina and the others were talking, Chen had already entered the huge space portal. After Chen stepped into the space portal, the time in the system space changed and slowed down by hundreds of times. This was controlled by Chen, and he could control the time flow rate of the system space. Kushina and the others spend a day in the system space, and Chen has spent several months in the outside world. This way, for Kushina, Makoto and the others, it was as if Tatsu hadn't been away for too long. 4 Conan _ Chapter 753 Conan World. Encountered robbers. A deserted Yamanaka, a huge space portal suddenly appeared, and Chen came out from it. I don't know which world this is. Chen looked around, it was just a small deserted mountain. It doesn't seem to have any special energy. Chen sensed it and found no strange energy. Walking down this small desolate mountain, Chen was a little stunned, saying, "Where am I going now? What the hell is this place?" Chen, who doesn't understand this world, chose a random direction, and let's talk about it after seeing people. After walking leisurely for more than half an hour, Chen finally saw someone. It seems to be an ordinary modern city with a lot of traffic. Chen glanced at the vehicles on the road and muttered softly. "Look at that man, he's dressed so strangely. I think that dress is very nice. And this man is so handsome. I really want to sleep with him for one night." Several girls in high school uniforms whispered. All the words they talked about came into Chen's ears, and Chen's head was full of black lines. When he saw me, he wanted to sleep with me. Your sister's openness. However, when they said that they were wearing strange clothes, Chen looked at the Captain Yuri on his body, and it was very strange that it was incompatible with the clothes of the people on the street. Learn about the situation in this world first, and then make some money. Chen said softly. In modern cities, it is absolutely impossible without money. After finding a hapless person, Chen directly read his memory, and then had a general understanding of the world. This is indeed an ordinary urban world. Anyway, from this person's memory, there is no memory of special power. However, from this guy's memory, Chen has learned a piece of information, that is, Sherlock Holmes in the Heisei era. Hearing about Sherlock Holmes in the Heisei era, Chen thought of that pupil of the god of death. Is this a world where people often die and criminals catch a lot of them? However, this person paid little attention to the aspect, so Chen found another person and read the memory in his mind. I learned that there is indeed a guy called Kudo Shinichi, who is known as Sherlock Holmes in the Heisei era, and is very famous throughout Kanto. I've come to the world of Shinigami primary school students. It's an everyday world to me. Chen's mouth had a slight smile. This place is extremely dangerous for ordinary people, but for Chen, it is an interesting everyday world, and there is no danger at all. Let's solve your household registration problem first. Now Chen is a black man. But the solution to this is very simple. As long as the system helps to create a certificate, I believe the system can solve it. Came to a jewelry store. Chen was going to make some money, don't get me wrong, not to rob the jewelry store, but to sell gems. The system space, gems are already piled up like mountains, and gold and silver treasures are everywhere, all of which were collected by Nami in the world of pirates, and you can shock the world with just one piece. Let your person in charge come over, I have a big business to discuss with him. Chen said lightly. The clerk nodded and immediately called their person in charge. As for why she was so obedient, Chen used demonic illusion hypnosis on her, and of course she would be obedient. Boom. There was a gunshot, and several masked men came in with pistols in their hands, and even a micro-chung. After seeing them, the corners of Chen's mouth twitched. Although he knew that the crime rate in this world was very high, the first day I came to this world, I met gangsters for several reasons. All the people in the jewelry store squatted down, shouting and screaming, and some people tried to run, but they were shot to death. After killing the chicken and scaring the monkey, after one person died, everyone calmed down and squatted on the ground in fear, feeling a little overwhelmed by the fright. We are only seeking money, not hurting people's lives, said the robber's boss. After killing a person, you said that you are only seeking money, not hurting people's lives. Who would believe this fuck? Hello, you dare to sit here, do you want to die? A robber pointed his gun at Chen, looked at him with murderous intent, and from the murderous look in his eyes, he knew that this was a guy with life in his hands. Ordinary people will be frightened by this fierce look, and they may be frightened. You rob you, am I sitting here in the way of your business? Chen asked lightly. Even this murderous aura dared to scare him. If Chen unleashed his murderous aura, he could scare this guy to death, and more people would die in Chen's hands than he had ever seen in his life. The robber was not lightly choked, and it was true, Chen sitting there would not hinder them, but he was upset. They have guns in their hands, they are vicious robbers, they have robbed habitual robbers I don't know how many times, which time didn't they scare those people into shit? Now that you are sitting here calmly, I have no dignity. Since you're courting death, then die for me. The robber's face under the hood was extremely hideous, and the black muzzle was aimed at Chen. Wait. Just when some girls couldn't bear to see this handsome man killed, a beautiful woman with glasses, a light blue dress and black stockings stood up. Just after she stood up, several guns were aimed at her, and her face was calm, but she was also very flustered when several guns were pointed at her. I didn't expect there to be beautiful women. A robber looked over with lustful eyes, which made this beautiful and mature woman a little disgusted, with the same eyes as that of the unsatisfactory man. The third, go get the jewelry, the police will come to 890 in a while. The eldest shouted to the robber with a fascinated look. As for the two of them, just kill them. The boss said coldly. Silver stores several times, but he was more decisive before he was caught. This is not the time for nonsense. Who dares to take the lead and directly beat him to death? What's the use of talking nonsense? The police will come soon. You want to kill me? I'm a ninja. Chen took out a kunai that he had not used for a long time. Hey Tilda. The boss smiled disdainfully. Ninja. What is the age of the ninja now? Maybe once, the ninja was indeed a terrifying profession, but now, it is the world of guns. This guy doesn't know, Chen is not the kind of ninja he knows. There are also ninjas in this world, but they are just ordinary people who have undergone special training and are good at assassination. It is now a thing of the past. After the emergence of firearms, the profession of ninja has slowly disappeared, or it has become a killer. Tisk tisk tilde. Chen's kunai flew out, and at the same time, 5 shuriken appeared in his hand, and then threw it out. The shuriken that seemed to be thrown at random collided in the air, then changed its flight path, and stuck it in the necks of the 5 robbers. A total of 6 robbers, 5 died under the shuriken, and 1 was pierced by Kuwudong's neck, his eyes were wide and dead. Chapter 754 This woman is Fei Yingli. In the jewelry store, everyone's eyes widened, these robbers died. The death of these robbers was only a short moment, no one saw how Chen took action, and even those robbers did not know how they died when they died. It's bad luck. You don't look at the almanac when you go out to rob, you are unlucky. Chen said lightly. Should I be in self-defense now? Chen asked while looking at the stunned people. Although it is indeed self-defense, it is still a little troublesome for you to carry controlled items. The beautiful woman with glasses walked over and said. After seeing the corpse, you're not afraid at all. Chen looked at this woman strangely, seeing her calm face, as if she was used to it. I'm used to it. Hello, my name is Fei Yingli. I'm a lawyer. Thank you for saving me. If you are in trouble, you can find me. Chen was stunned for a moment. No wonder this beauty was a little serious. It turned out to be Mao Lilan's mother, the queen concubine Yingri of the legal world, and the heroine's mother. But concubine Yingri really looks young. He took the business card and glanced at it, then said, actually, I just saved myself, so I don't need to thank you. Sir, thank you this time, don't worry. We will help you solve this matter. The person in charge of the jewelry store came out and said. In addition, this is the reward we prepared, please do not refuse. The person in charge took out a check and handed it to Chen. 10 million yen, converted into RMB, is about 600,000, not too much nor too little. Chen took it over, and now he is short of money. Why not? Soon the police came, and the person who came was the police officer Mumu. Seeing the dead robbers, his eyes were very dignified. These robbers are habitual robbers who have done a lot of major crimes, but when they saw that they were fatally shot, they immediately became serious. Mr. Hyuga, you killed all these people in an instant, how did you do it? Officer Mumu asked with a frown. The positions of these robbers are irregular. How can they kill everyone at the moment when they can't react? This guy is too dangerous. In just a split second, Officer Mew Mew defined Chen as a dangerous person, killing 6 people in such an instant. Even a firearm can't do it. I seem to have the right not to answer this, Chen said. Officer Mumu, Mr. Hyuga is in self-defense. If he hadn't shot and killed these 6 robbers, it might have caused a lot of casualties. They are all extremely vicious people, Fei Yingli said. Lawyer Fei, why are you here? Officer Mew Mew saw Fei Yingli. I've been standing here all the time, you are so observant, no wonder you've always been in the police department. Fei Yingli said dissatisfiedly. Officer Mumu looked embarrassed. He really didn't see it. After he came in, he kept paying attention to the dead kidnappers. Sorry, but Lawyer Concubine, why are you here? Officer Mew Mew asked curiously. Because I saw a piece of jewelry and came to buy it. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Fei Yingli also didn't expect that when she came to buy a piece of jewelry, she would encounter a jewelry store robbery. Mr. Hugachin, this time it is indeed self-defense, but you shot someone's life, it's a bit too much, but the other party has a gun in his hand, so he won't be prosecuted, but you must explain clearly, where did these weapons come from? Inspector Mumu asked seriously. Although Japan's control is not as strict as Washa, the sharp kunai and shuriken are absolutely not allowed to be carried. Officer Mumu, come with me. The person in charge of the jewelry store came over and pulled Officer Mumu to the side. Officer Mew Mew frowned slightly and followed, and then the two talked for a while. After returning, Officer Mumu didn't ask any more about the shuriken and the kunai, but only warned Chen that no controlled knives were allowed, and the kunai and the shuriken were confiscated. Confiscated. There are a lot of backpacks of this ordinary kunwuda system. Totally useless. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to be too shocking, Chen wouldn't kill them with this ordinary fine steel kunai. The police left with the body, and by the way, the body of the person who was killed by the robbers was also taken away. Mr. Hyuga, I really thank you for solving the robbers this time. You can come to me anytime if you have anything. The person in charge of the jewelry store looked grateful. If the robbers really let the robbers snatch the precious jewelry, then the person in charge will definitely come to an end. I wanted to invite you to dinner to express my thanks. But I'm going to the police station now, so I can only do it another day. The person in charge said apologetically. It's okay to eat. Chen refused directly, and she wasn't a beauty, so why would you eat with him? After the person in charge left, Chen walked out of the jewelry store. I didn't expect to go to the police station to record a statement. It seems that the background of this jewelry store is not small. After walking out, Chen said to himself. This jewelry store is the largest jewelry store in Tokyo. It is very famous. It is backed by a big consortium. Even senior officials should give some face. Concubine Eri, who came out behind Chen, said. Oh, that's how it is. Chen just read other people's memories and knew that this was the most famous jewelry store, but he really didn't know what the background was. Do you have time? I want to invite you to dinner. Fei Yingli asked Chen. Since it's a beautiful invitation, even if you don't have time, make time for it. Chen said with a smile. Sitting in Fei Yingli's blue BMW Mini Cooper, I came to a restaurant. This restaurant is not bad, I come here often. Fei Yingli said to Chen. By the way, how old is Mr. Hyuga? I think it looks like my daughter. Fei Yingli asked curiously. Could it be that Miss Concubine wants to introduce her daughter to me? If that's the case, I won't mind. Chen said with a smile. But Miss Concubine seems to be in her 20s. Your daughter should be no more than 10 years old. No, my daughter is 16 years old and is in her second year of high school. Fei Yingli said with a smile. Everyone is happy to be told that they are young. That's it. I'm also 16 years old, about the same age as your daughter. Maybe you can introduce me. Chen Da said boldly. If he just looked at his appearance, Chen said that he was 16 years old, and some people really believed him. After all, if he really looked at his appearance, he would never be more than 18 years old. Chen, are you really a ninja? Fei Yingli was a little curious about the ninja who had disappeared. I used to be a ninja, but my ninja is different from the ninja you think of. Chen shrugged and said. Fei Yingli wanted to ask what was the difference, but the two had just met and were not too familiar with each other, so she was embarrassed to ask more. It's better not to ask more about things that involve some privacy. Chapter 755. A transfer student from Tedon High School. After having a meal with concubine Yingli, Chen said goodbye and left, and had a meal in vain. What a joy. Fei Yingli looked at Chen who was leaving, and was a little lost. After she couldn't see Chen's figure, she came back to her senses. Then she drove back home and fell on the sofa, her cheeks slightly flushed. After touching her hot cheeks, Fei Yingli felt that something was wrong. For some reason, after seeing Chen for the first time today, she seemed to have a different feeling in her heart. That feeling seemed to be heart-wrenching, and it was precisely because of this that she shouted and stood up when the robbers were about to shoot. Why would I fall in love with a boy about the same age as Xiaolan? It must be an illusion. Fei Yingli patted her face and suppressed all the messy thoughts in her heart. She's not a child anymore, how could she still fall in love at first sight, and she doesn't believe that so-called love at first sight really exists. However, Chen drew a lottery to obtain an ability that he thought was useless, that is, to make the woman who saw him fall in love with him at first sight, but the probability of triggering is very small, similar to the probability of winning a lottery ticket. And Fei Yingli is like this, it is very likely that she has won the lottery. By the way, I don't seem to want his way of contacting 847. Fei Yingli's cheeks changed slightly. During the meal, she was always in a state of turmoil, so she forgot to contact her. He has the business card I gave him, so he should contact me. Fei Yingli whispered while holding the pillow beside him. But she also knew that it was probably impossible. Anyone who had nothing to do would contact a lawyer, or a married lawyer. Thinking of Maori Kogoro, who has been separated from Maori Kogoro for 10 years, and her relationship has been almost wiped out by time, she is disappointed except for Maori Kogoro. Chen walked to the sales office. Now that I have some money, I need to get a place to live first, otherwise I will sleep on the street. He is dignified Hyuga Chen. If he is reduced to sleeping on the street, it will not be laughable and generous. After looking at the house, Chen still thinks it's okay. He can't afford the one he likes, and he doesn't like the one he can afford. As expected, 10 million yen is still too little. I want to buy a more luxurious manor villa, but this kind of villa cannot be bought without hundreds of millions of yen. Who makes the purchasing power of yen so poor? If only you gave me a check for $10 million. Chen couldn't help thinking as he walked to the sales floor. But this is just too much thinking. Even if the jewelry store is really robbed, it will never lose $10 million. How can it be rewarded with $10 million? To silver, change the check, and find a hotel to stay. After arriving at the hotel, Chen checked the internet, and now Kudo Shinichi is still dying, so it has not become smaller, and the plot has not started yet. There is also information about today's robbery on the internet, but there is no information about Chen, and all the credit is given to the Japanese police. Chen Kei is different from Kudo Shinichi. He doesn't like being famous, and it doesn't make any sense, so he simply threw all the credit to the police. Because of this, the police had a good impression of Chen, because the robber was killed this time, and the police also took off their incompetent hat. Because of the existence of detectives, the Japanese police are often labeled as incompetent, so the police do not like detectives. But in this world, the police seem to be attacked by their intelligence. They basically rely on detectives to solve cases. They are also very helpless. Since Kudo Shinichi hasn't turned into the famous detective Conan who looks like a child but has a bigger head than ordinary people, then I'll go to Tedon High School and hang out. Check out the so-called Kudo Shinichi. Chen, who was sitting on the sofa, thought for a while, and then said. Since you have come to this world, let's have fun in this world. Besides, it's pretty interesting here. Early the next morning, Chen went to the jewelry store and found the previous person in charge. Mr. Hyuga, I don't know why you are here. I want to sell this to you. Chen took out a fist-sized gem, and the gem shimmered with attractive luster to make the person in charge shine. Quickly called the appraiser to check. After the appraiser finished the appraisal, he shook his head at the person in charge, and said, "This thing is too expensive, at least worth more than $1 billion. Chen is a little surprised. This thing is piled up like a mountain, is it so valuable? The person in charge said that it is difficult to handle. It is very difficult to eat $1 billion in their store. Although their store has the support of a large consortium, the cash flow of $1 billion is unbearable. Why not? Mr. Hyuga left things here. Let's help Mr. Hyuga auction off. The person in charge suggested. Okay, but I need money urgently. This is easy to handle. I'll let someone call you $50 million now. The person in charge said immediately. Chen looked at the extra money in the account, nodded with satisfaction, and then left the jewelry store. He was going to buy some supplies. First, I bought a large manor, which is not far from Kudo's new family, and then some items such as mobile phones. As for the car, he didn't buy it, because he didn't have a driver's license at all. It's easier to get a driver's license, just let the system do it. But now Chen has no time to buy a car, because he is going to report to Deaton High School. Lan, according to the gossip, a transfer student has come to our school, and it seems that he will be transferred to our class. Yuanzi approached Shaolin with the appearance of 8 trigrams. How did you know? Shaolin asked curiously. That's because I have a special channel. I don't know if this transfer student is a boy or a girl. I hope he's a handsome guy. Sonoko looked like a nympho. By the way, isn't this guy coming again? Suzuki Sonoko glanced at Kudo Shinichi's position. Yeah, he called me in the morning and asked me to take a leave of absence for him. This reasoning madman, even at 1010's truancy, Miss Ben is not as good as him. Suzuki Sonoko pouted. In fact, Suzuki Sonoko didn't have a good impression of Kudo Shinichi, because every time this guy ran for several days, Shaolin was worried about him. He knows how to be brave all day long, and tells about his own case-solving and other reasoning matters all day long, regardless of whether others like to hear it or not. This guy is a guy who only cares about himself and completely ignores the thoughts of others. He is too self-centered. Yuanzi, hurry up and go back to your place. The teacher will come in a while. Shaolin reminded Yuanzi. Sonoko stuck out his tongue and ran back to his place. Soon the head teacher of Class B of the second year came in. Dear classmates, we have a transfer student in our class today. After Sonoko heard it, she winked at Shaolin proudly, as if to say that I am well informed. Chen walked in, and the moment Chen came in, he felt a series of eyes gathered on him, including the fiery eyes of girls and the jealous eyes of boys. Chapter 756 Garden Invites. Hello everyone, I'm a new transfer student. My name is Hyuga Chen. Chen said with a slight smile. So handsome. Sonoko was already crazy at this point, and she swore that this was the most handsome person she had ever seen. Shaolan, have you seen it? He's really handsome. He will be my male god from now on. Sonoko said to Shaolan with excitement. Shaolin looked at Chen also slightly absent-minded. She was indeed handsome, and had a special temperament, as attractive as a poppy. Well, does Hyuga Chen have any hobbies? Or do you have a dream? The head teacher listened to Chen's brief introduction, a little speechless. Interesting. I have many interests and hobbies. My dream is to open a big harem. Everyone was shocked by Chen's words. The boys all looked at Chen with contempt, while the girls' eyes were eager to try. To open a harem, so can I join the harem? The head teacher had a black line and said quickly, Hyuga Chen, sit at the back. Talking about opening the harem in front of the whole class and his teacher is also a talent. The head teacher has a headache. Chen sat at the back, and soon a classmate came outside and brought a book to Chen. The principal was really thoughtful. Of course, the principal's earnestness is also related to Chen's generosity. $1 million made the principal almost give him up. Chen glanced at it. It should be Shaolin sitting in front of him. There is still a vacancy on his left, the exclusive seat for the protagonist. It should be Kudo Shinichi's. This guy didn't come. Kudo Shinichi often misses classes, and the teacher doesn't care too much. The teacher cares about the grades, as long as his grades are good. Although Kudo Shinichi's EQ is not high, his IQ is very high, and learning this kind of thing is trivial for him as a scholar. Hyuga-chan, you just arrived. If you have any questions, you can ask the student Maulilan in front of you. The teacher on the podium said. Ah, why didn't you come and ask me? Sonoko said in frustration. Student Yuanzi, please pay attention to your grades. You just passed the grade. The teacher gave Yuanzi a blow. There were tears of grief and indignation in Sonoko's eyes. Sure enough, I should study hard. Well, if Hyuga has any questions, feel free to ask me, and I will definitely help Hyuga to answer. Maulilan turned around and said with a slight smile. I have to say that Maurilan's smile is very beautiful. There is a kind of pure beauty. Maurilan is a beautiful person. Maulilan is very beautiful. Do you want to consider joining my harem? Chen teased. Maurilan's face immediately turned Yuhi's face, and he stammered, Hyuga classmate, what are you talking about? The rest of the class was also stunned. Is this a confession? Damn, this scum full of harems. I don't know what would happen if Kudo Shinichi was here. Kudo Shinji will learn to be green. I'm inexplicably happy. See if this guy dares to pretend in front of us. There was a lot of discussion in the classroom. The teacher on the podium was full of black lines. If the principal had not greeted him and told him to tolerate Chen, he would have kicked this guy out now. Call me Chen. It's just a joke with you, don't care. Chen said to Maulilan, who was facing Yuhi. Oh, Maulilan's face turned Yuhi's head, and her body was lying on the table. A class passed quickly, and Sonoko came over immediately after class. Chen, can I call you that? Sonoko asked expectantly. Of course you can. Chen smiled at Sonoko, although Sonoko was a little crazy. As the eldest lady of the Suzuki Consortium, her character was quite good. Chen, which school did you go to before? Yuanzi asked. Sonoko's words also made Maulilan turn around curiously, and the other girls in the class also pricked up their ears, a chance to learn about the male god. Junyang Shu Academy, an ordinary elementary school. I guess you have never heard of it. Chenpai said with a wave of his hand. Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy, why does it feel so strange? Sonoko scratched his head. The name of the school is really strange. I heard that the famous Kudo Shinichi is in this class, isn't it? Sonoko pouted when he heard the words, then pointed to the vacant seat next to him and said, this is the seat of Kudo Shinichi, he often doesn't come to class. Stop talking about this guy, he's a megalomaniac and a nuisance. Sonoko was very unhappy with Kudo Shinichi. In fact, except for Shaolin and his little fangirl, everyone in the class was unhappy with Kudo Shinichi. Because Kudo Shinichi has a shortcoming, that is, he likes to show off, that is, pretending to be forceful, once or twice is no problem, but if you pretend to be too many times, it will be annoying. Tomorrow is the weekend, it's going to be a holiday, I don't know if you have anything to do. I want to invite you to play in the tropical paradise. Yuanzi said familiarly. Ah, we just met. You invite me to play. Garden is too familiar. Going to tropical paradise. Shinichi and I will also go to tropical paradise tomorrow, or let's go together. Shaolin said. You two are going to tropical paradise. Are you going to go on a date together? Sonoko showed a look of 8 trigrams. It turns out that classmate Maulilan already has a boyfriend, it hurts. Chen was lying on the table, looking disappointed. No, Shin and I are only childhood sweethearts. This time it's just to celebrate my karate championship. Hyuga, please call me Shaolin from now on. Oh, it turns out Shaolin, You're still the champion of the karate competition, you can't look like a person. Chen said after sizing Shaolin. Although Chen has long known in the original book, but seeing Shaolin's delicate appearance, she can become the champion of the karate competition, and she also wants to complain. Shaolin's melee combat ability can also be ranked first in the entire Conan world. If you don't feel disturbed, let's go together. Sonoko said. Hey, I haven't agreed yet. Didn't you already agree? Sonoko said, tilting her head. When did I agree? But I'm fine, it's okay to go to the tropical paradise with you. By the way, Chen, where are you from? Shaolin asked curiously. I am a wanderer. Chen showed of vicissitudes of life, his blue eyes seemed to be shining with stars, and at first glance, he was a person with a story. Shaolin and Yuanzi had question marks on their faces. Actually, I don't have a fixed place of residence. Chen Tantansho said, having traveled through several worlds, of course he has no fixed place of residence. What about your parents? I'm an orphan, Chen said. When he didn't cross in his previous life, he was an orphan. After crossing the Hokage world, when he was very young, his cheap parents died in the mission. Shaolin and Yuanzi looked at Chen sympathetically. Chapter 757 Go to Tropical Paradise. Sorry, I didn't know you were an orphan, Chen. Shaolin immediately apologized to Chen. So pitiful, let me Sonoko love you in the future. Sonoko looked at Chen sympathetically, her eyes seemed to have the brilliance of motherhood. Chen's mouth twitched, where am I pitiful? In the afternoon, Kudo Shinichi actually came to the school, and Chen was the first time to see this god of death with a curse on him. Now Kudo Shinichi has not become smaller, but he has encountered a lot of cases, big and small. It is not that he became a god of death after he became a primary school student, but that he was originally a god of death, and died wherever he went. Why are there more people in our class? Kudo Shinichi's observation skills are very strong, and naturally he saw Chen, not to mention Chen's position is next to him. This is the famous detective. I've been looking forward to it for a long time, I'm a new transfer student. Chen said with a smile. Kudo Shin gave Chen a scrutiny look, feeling a little jealous, this guy is so handsome. Steal my limelight. In the past, Kudo Shinichi was also proud of his handsome face, but he was Kudo Shinichi who coexisted wisdom and handsomeness. However, after seeing Chen, the handsome aspect has been crushed into slag. It doesn't matter, the world depends on talent, and handsome and incompetent people are just white faces. Kudo Shinichi comforted himself in his heart. Hey, Kudo Shinichi, you are so ignorant. Sure enough, you are so rude. Sonoko said angrily. Oh, I'm sorry, my name is Kudo Shinichi, and I want to be a great detective like Sherlock Holmes. Kudo Shinichi said. My name is Hyuga Chen, I want to be the king of the harem. Ah no, I want to be the one who wants to be the pirate king. By the way, Shinichi, I will go to tropical paradise tomorrow, and Yuanzi and Chen will also go with us. Maorilin said to Kudo Shinichi. Go to tropical paradise. What are you doing there? Kudo Shinichi asked curiously. Shaolin's face darkened immediately. This guy must have been forgotten. Shaolin's fists were pinched, and her whole body was enveloped in black air. Have you forgotten? You said that after I became the champion of the karate competition, you would invite me to the tropical paradise. Kudo Shinichi's forehead was sweating coldly, and he said quickly, I didn't forget, I remembered. Looking at Xiaolan, who was so angry that she wanted to tear him apart, even if she forgot, she said she didn't forget. Xiaolan's anger subsided. Seeing Chen looking at her in surprise, she quickly explained with Yuhi. Actually, I'm usually very gentle, but this time I was just too angry. You violent woman dare to be gentle. Kudo Shinichi muttered. After Chen heard Kudo Shinichi's muttering, he hurriedly walked to one side, fearing that Kudo Shinichi's blood would splatter on him. You give me death. Shaolin punched Kudo Shinichi. Bump. Kudo Shinichi slammed into the back wall and was punched over by Akugan, nearly knocking him unconscious. Fortunately, Xiaolin also pulled back, otherwise Kudo Shinichi would definitely be knocked out by a punch. All the classmates in the class fell silent. Some boys looked at Xiaolin in horror, and looked at Kudo Shinichi with schadenfreude. Xiaolan is really amazing. It seems that ordinary people really don't dare to be your boyfriend. Chen said with a smile. Ahahaha. In fact, I didn't exert any force. Kudo-san was just exaggerating, right? Kudo Shinichi. After scratching her head in embarrassment, Xiaolin looked at Kudo Shinichi threateningly. She didn't want to give people the image of a violent woman just after she met. Kudo Shin glanced at Xiaolin. What can he say? He really has no ability to speak. She was about to vomit blood. How could Xiaolan become more and more violent? Soon the day passed, and the next morning, Sonoko came to pick up Chen. Yesterday Chen had already told her his address. Wow Tilda. Chen, your house is very big. So you are still a local tyrant. Yuanzi's eyes twinkled, and Xiaolin also got out of the car. This car is Yuanzi's car. She picked up Xiaolin first and then came over. Chen, your home is very close to Xinyi's home. Why haven't I seen you before? Xiaolin asked curiously. This is a house I just bought and I didn't live here before. After getting in the car, Chen and the others went to pick up Kudo Shinichi, and after picking up Kudo Shinichi, they went straight to Tropical Paradise. There are so many people. Let's go quickly, or we won't be able to buy tickets. Yuanzi shouted loudly. Sonoko, this bastard, just likes to yell. Kudo Shinichi couldn't help but say. Be careful to let Sonoko hear, she will kill you. By the way, Chen, do you like reasoning? Kudo Shinichi asked Chen. I don't like reasoning. Kudo Shinichi choked, and then asked, why? Don't you think reasoning is interesting? Isn't it interesting to solve each puzzle step by step and solve the foggy cases? Everyone has their own preferences, maybe you find it interesting. But I don't find it interesting. That's right, so you should stop talking about Sherlock Holmes, or talk about what case you solved. Sonoko looked at Kudo Shinichi dissatisfied. It's a bummer that this guy talks about it every day. They're here to play, not to hear his detective stories. There is still space for the roller coaster in front, let's go quickly. Yuanzi directly took Xiaolin's hand and ran to the front. Chen and the four of them walked towards the roller coaster. Chen glanced at Kudo Shin. This guy just got smaller today. In fact, this guy is self-inflicted to become smaller. He seems to be very smart, but he never does things through his head. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, he would not have died 100 times. The best thing about Sherlock Holmes is that when he first met his assistant, Watson, it was just a handshake, knowing that he had been to Afghanistan as a military doctor. Kudo Shinichi talks about Sherlock Holmes, while Tatsu, Ran and Sonoko are not interested. This guy keeps talking, and I'm not a detective fan. What am I talking about with 3.6, it's really annoying. Sonoko whispered. Like this. Kudo Shinichi suddenly reached out to hold another woman's hand. This lady, is she an athlete who has practiced gymnastics? How did you know? The woman looked at Kudo Shinichi in surprise. Because of the blisters on her hands. Girls have blisters on their hands because they practice the horizontal bar all day. It's not just the horizontal bar that causes blisters, Sonoko said after glancing at Kudo Shinichi. Actually, when the girl's skirt was blown up by the wind just now, I accidentally saw the unique calluses on her thighs that grew out of practicing uneven bars. Kudo Shinichi said with a smile. Pervert. Hitomi, who was holding her hand, said, shaking off Kudo Shinichi and grabbing her hand. Chapter 758 The Roller Coaster Incident Part 1. Is it misunderstood as pervert? That's why. Don't say it and show off after seeing it. Look at the despising eyes around you. Chen patted Kudo Shinichi on the shoulder and said. There is space in front of us, let's take the roller coaster. Humph. Xiaolan snorted softly, and took Yuanzi's hand and walked forward. Chen glanced at Kudo Shinichi, then followed leisurely. Kudo Shinichi scratched his head in embarrassment, and then followed. Hey, get away from me. Bang. Chen turned his head and looked at the guy who collided with him and fell, this huge body, and the guy behind him who was cold and covered half of his face. A combination of fat and thin, dressed in black, two guys in black organized gin and vodka. Fatty, don't you have long eyes? Chen asked towards Vodka. Vodka got up from the ground and said coldly, what did you say? Say it again. Kudo Shinichi looked at the two men in black, his brows furrowed, he was dressed in black, and with that annoying smell on his body, he didn't look like a good person. It seems that you not only have bad eyes, but also your ears. What's the use of it? Do you want me to cut it off for you? You're courting death, believe it or not, I'll kill you. Vodka raised his fist and was about to hit him. However, his arm was caught by Jin, and Jin didn't want to make trouble. Ha ha Tilda, if you want to kill me, I don't know how long it has been since no one dared to talk to me like this. How dare you, a little ant. Chen sneered at the Vodka. Chen, what's the matter? Yuanzi and Shaolin in front ran back and asked. It's okay, I just met a guy who doesn't have long eyes. Chen glanced at Jin and Vodka, then turned around and said with a smile. Jin gave Chen an indifferent look, then pulled the vodka over them and walked towards the front. These two guys are not good things at first glance, are you alright? Shaolin and Yuanzi asked. It's okay, don't affect your mood because of these two guys, let's go. Chen said with a smile. Kudo Shinichi looked at the Jin and Vodka with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Just now, he felt a suffocating aura, that kind of suffocating energy that ordinary people do not have. Only people who have life in their hands, or the butcher of the slaughterhouse, have this kind of suffocating energy. In front of the roller coaster, there are two seats. Sonoko pulls Xiaolan to sit at the front, and the second row sits the little Hitomi she met earlier, that is, the woman from Kudo Shinichi pervert. After that was Tatsu and Kudo Shinichi, followed by a man and a woman, with that little Hitomi, and at the end was Jin and Vodka. Chen, aren't you afraid of facing those two guys before? Kudo Shin asked in a low voice. What are you doing with so many inquiries? Your curiosity is too heavy, and sometimes curiosity will kill the cat. Chen glanced at Kudo Shin. Don't tell me more about Sherlock Holmes, or I can't help throwing you down. This guy, Kudo Shinichi, opens his mouth and shuts his mouth. Sherlock Holmes, Arthur Conan Doyle, Chen is already tired, can't you change the subject? The roller coaster had already started, and Kudo Shinichi also shut his mouth awkwardly, but he didn't seem to have much to say other than those detectives and the like. The roller coaster drove through the dark tunnels. Chen looked up, the dark tunnel could not block Chen's sight at all. Chen can clearly see all the movements of the woman named Xiaotong. Her movements are very fast. An ordinary person can do such a difficult movement, and it is still on a speeding car, which is powerful enough. Seeing this scene, Chen didn't pay attention to it. It doesn't matter who this woman wants to kill. However, Chen also saw the powerful physique of the god of death, and he really died wherever he went. After rushing out of the dark tunnel, seeing Mr. Kushida whose head disappeared and sprayed blood, the people on the roller coaster were startled. It suddenly turned into a headless corpse, and the vodka sitting in the back opened his mouth in surprise. He was sitting behind the man, even though he didn't know when he died. Thinking of cutting off a person's head in front of him, Vodka sweated coldly on his head, and immediately turned to Jin. Chinju looked calm, not because he knew the murderer, but as a big brother, he had to remain calm no matter what, especially in front of his younger brother. The roller coaster stopped, and Kudo Shinichi immediately called the police. How could such a thing happen? Shaolin and Yuanzi covered their eyes in fear. Headless corpses still spewing blood, I wonder if they will have nightmares at night. No one is allowed to leave. Kudo Shinichi shouted loudly. Now, in this situation, it is obvious that it is a murder case. Little devil, we don't have that much time to play with you. Jin said coldly. Looking at Jin's murderous eyes, Kudo Shinichi's body trembled. It was terrifying, really terrifying. Those were eyes that ignored life. How are you? Do you want to come to my warm embrace for comfort? Chen asked when he walked to Shaolin and Yuanzi. Hey, Chen, what did this guy say? Kudo Shinichi looked unhappy. Don't the great detective like to solve cases? Now you go to solve the case. All the work to soothe the girl's broken heart is handed over to me. Chen said with a smile. You guy, do you want to plot against Xiaolan? That's right. A girl as beautiful as Xiaolan would be admired by everyone. Kudo Shinichi glanced at Chen indignantly. He must be a little more vigilant of this guy in the future. This guy is so handsome, what if he really hooks up with Xiaolan? Let's solve the case now. Look at them, don't let them run away, I'll go look for some clues. Kudo Shinichi shouted to Chen. The police came very quickly. It took only 10 minutes for the police to arrive at the scene. At this time, Kudo Shinichi also came back with a confident smile on his face. Mr. Hyuga, is that you? Officer Mumu was surprised when he saw Chen, then glanced at the headless corpse, and said, could it be that you are the murderer? Officer Mumu, if I were the murderer, I would have slipped away by now, and I would have stayed here waiting for you to come. I just came to play, I didn't expect to encounter such a bad thing. Chen said dissatisfiedly. Chen, do you know Officer Mumu? Kudo Shinichi looked at Chen strangely, and looking at Officer Mumu, he seemed to be very wary of him. I met once before, but I didn't know each other well. Brother Kudo, you are here too. Officer Meguro was very happy when he saw Kudo Shinichi, and it seemed that the case was about to be solved this time. Although it's a bit embarrassing to hand over the police matter to a high school detective, but embarrassing is embarrassing. It's better to be embarrassed than to never solve a case. So there are detectives to help, and they won't object. Chapter 759 The Roller Coaster Incident Below. Come on, we still have urgent matters, don't waste our time. Vodka was very upset after seeing the police, but also a little nervous. The people in their black-clothed organization are not superhumans. If their identity is discovered, it will be difficult for the police to chase and intercept them. Maybe Jin has the ability to run away, but Vodka definitely doesn't have the ability to run away. Officer Mew Mew frowned and glanced at the two of them. These two guys are very suspicious. Brother Kudo, do you know the murderer? Officer Mumu, a blood-stained knife was found in this Aiko's bag. A policeman walked over and said, if that's the case, then this Miss Aiko is the murderer of Mr. Kishida. Officer Mumu looked at Miss Aiko with serious and stressful eyes. Okay, the culprit is that woman, can we leave now? Jin said impatiently. Didn't you see that we are all waiting here? Are you panicking to reincarnate? Or are you the real murderer? Chen said lightly. Little devil, how are you talking to my big brother? Vodka shouted. A cold light flashed in Chinju's eyes, and Chen was remembered in his heart. You should be glad there are police here. Ouch Tilda, are you threatening me? You call me a brat, and I tell you my age to scare you to death. Officer, these two guys are not good people, hurry up and arrest them. Sonoko shouted, pointing to the Jin and Vodka. Little girl, what did you say? Vodka clenched his fists and wanted to do it impulsively. Jin stretched out his hand, grabbed Vodka's wrist, gave Vodka a cold look, and beat someone in front of the police. Did he want to be targeted by the police? Vodka was in a cold sweat, and he felt like he was going to die when he was stared at by Jin's eyes. Hey Tilda, Chen sneered, and then said, looking at how big you are actually frightened like a quail, what a waste. Do you have any conflicts? Officer Mumu came over and asked. Yeah, it's a bit contradictory, this guy bumped me on purpose and didn't have eyes. Chen said, looking at the Vodka. I'm yelling to get out of the way. Do you want me to get out of the way? Okay, it's just a small matter, don't fight because of this, or I can only ask you to go to the police station. Officer Mew Mew said. By the way, arrest this Miss Aiko. After Police Officer Mew Mew turned around, he instructed several police officers. It's not the one I killed, he and I are lovers, how could it be possible to kill someone? Miss Aiko squatted on the ground and cried. Her boyfriend died and she was treated as a murderer. She was really wronged. The evidence is solid, what else do you have to quibble about? Come back to the police station with me. Officer Mew Mew said that this kind of person has seen too much, the evidence is all here, and he wants to struggle to the death. Wait a minute, Officer Meguro. Kudo Shinichi stopped Officer Meguro. Oh, is there anything else, Kudo-san? I want to say that the murderer in this case is not this Miss Aiko, but this Miss Hitomi. Kudo Shin pointed at Hitomi one by one, with a confident smile on his face. Shoutong was stunned for a moment, and then immediately said, You made a mistake. How could I kill Mr. Kushida? I was in front of me. And the knife was found in Miss Aiko's purse. Kudo Shinichi smiled confidently. This guy is going to pretend again. Sonoko whispered in Shaolin's ear. Shaolin helplessly spreads her hands. There is no way, Shinyi prefers to be in the limelight. Is the prisoner really Miss Shoutong? I don't think Miss Shoutong is a prisoner. Shaolin said in a low voice. It's really her, Chen said aloud. Chen, you know. Shaolin and Yuanzi looked at Chen and asked. Can I say that I saw her commit the murder? Chen Tan spread his hands and said, all Shoutong's actions, but all fell into his eyes. Being able to perform such a difficult action on a roller coaster, Chen felt that this little pupil is really a talent, and he has both guts and skills. It's a pity that he will be caught in prison, otherwise he will be a gymnast in the future. Why didn't you say that, Chen? But in such a dark place, can you really see clearly? Shaolin asked. I have the ability of night vision, it's useless to say it, it can't be used as evidence, not to mention that someone has solved it now. Chen looked at Kudo Shinichi. Officer Megumi, with that kind of knife, there is no way to cut off a person's head, let alone with the strength of a woman. Kudo Shinichi said. The police officer frowned slightly. This doesn't prove that Miss Shoutong is the murderer. Miss Shoutong, where's your necklace? Chen looked at Kudo Shinichi's sluggish look, a little impatient. Just take out the evidence and let the other party plead guilty. Shoutong's body froze. Did you find it too? Kudo Shin looked at Shang Chen, but he didn't expect Chen to find this too. I've seen it all. Miss Shoutong is really good at being able to complete so many actions in a short period of time by one person. Chen said to Shoutong. I don't know what you're talking about. Kudo, take out your evidence. Let's get out of here early. You're willing to stay here, but we don't. What? Brother Kudo, do you have evidence? Officer Megure immediately looked at Kudo Shinichi. Kudo Shinichi smiled embarrassedly, and he still pretended to be forceful step by step, causing shock to others. It was interrupted by Chen all of a sudden. But how does he know that I have found evidence? Kudo Shinichi now finds that his new classmate seems to be hiding. Kudo Shin took out the ropes and the pearls on the necklace and said, Is this the necklace you wore before? It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, as long as you take it for a test, it can be tested. Miss Shoutong fell to the ground in frustration, tears kept coming. Woo woo, it's all his fault, he abandoned me. After being exposed, Miss Shoutong told everything. Miss Shoutong is so pitiful, she was abandoned by the scumbag, Shaolin said. Hey, Shaolin, no matter how pitiful she is, she shouldn't kill anyone. This is a crime, Kudo Shinichi said. This is a murderer. How can the prisoner forgive him? Men's death is worthless, women deserve bad luck. Chen commented while looking at Miss Shoutong who was kneeling on the ground. She can kill the scumbag who abandoned her, but why did you commit a crime in front of Kudo Shinichi? She should be unlucky. Chen, you who threatened to open a harem should be considered a scumbag. Yuanzi said, poking Chen's arm. It's not the same, I'm not the same as this scumbag. Chen touched his nose awkwardly. What? He threatened to open a harem. Kudo Shinichi first glanced at Chen in admiration, and then his eyes became vigilant. Shaolin is so beautiful, this guy won't take aim at Shaolin. To remind Shaolin to stay away from this guy. Chapter 760 Conan appears. When the case came to light, Miss Xiaotong was arrested and charged with intentional homicide, and she will spend most of her life in a cell in the future. After Officer Mumu and the others left, Jin and Vodka also left in a hurry. Go back, or continue to play? Sonoko asked. Keep playing. When this happens, calm down. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you will have nightmares when you go back. If you are afraid of having nightmares, you can find me and sleep with me full-time. Chen said with a smile. Do you really sleep with me full-time? Sonoko asked with interest. Just be Shaolin's exclusive sleep. Shaolin, would you like to? Chen asked Shaolin. Shaolin's face suddenly turned Yuhi up. Kudo Shinichi bit Kiba's teeth and actually flirted with Shaolin in front of me. Although he and Shaolin were only childhood sweethearts, he already regarded Shaolin as his girlfriend in his heart. Shaolan, be careful with this guy is not a good thing. Kudo Shinichi said angrily. Don't frame me, I'm a good man. I spent a day in this tropical paradise, but because of the roller coaster murder incident, the headless corpse gave Shaolin and Yuanzi a great psychological shadow, so they were not very interested. In the evening, when Chen and the others were about to go back, Kudo Shin saw 803 rushing to a vodka in a small alley at a glance. That person, isn't that the man in black that I met before? Kudo Shinichi looked in that direction over there. Shaolan, I have something to do, you go first. Kudo Shinichi decided to follow, because his intuition told him that the man in black must have a secret. Hey, Shinyi, you run away again, every time. Shaolin stomped her feet angrily. Looking at Kudo Shinichi's back, Shaolin was helpless, but she had an intuition in her heart that she would never see Shinichi again. Curiosity killed the cat, Chen said after looking over there. If it weren't for this guy being too curious, he wouldn't be reduced by the drug APTX 4869. Let's go first. Chen didn't go over to look, anyway, he knew that Kudo Shinichi would become smaller. However, Miyano Shiho who developed APTX 4869 is also really powerful. Of course, Miyano Shiho was able to develop APTX 4869 because of the research foundation of Miyano Elena and Miyano Atsushi. The predecessor of APTX 4869 is Silver Color Bullet, a drug researched and named by Miyano Elena and Miyano Atsushi. Silver bullets in Conan have two meanings, one refers to drugs, and the other refers to people who pose a major threat to the organization, such as Shuichi Akai, and Conan is also considered. In fact, Silver Bullet is also the name of a cocktail. On the way, Shaolin took her mobile phone and called Kudo Shinichi, but no one answered. I don't know why, but I always feel like something is wrong with Shinichi. Sonoko, can you let the driver take me to Shinichi's house? Shaolin asked. In fact, when they were at the amusement park, they waited for Kudo Shinichi for a long time, but Kudo Shinichi did not appear, which made Shaolin more and more worried. What can happen to a man of his age? Sonoko pouted in dissatisfaction, and then ordered the driver to go to Kudo Shinichi's house. That big detective is really a bastard. I don't know how to report safety. It's like this every time. I think Shaolin should break up with him. Sonoko said dissatisfied. Chen chuckled lightly. It is estimated that the current big detective is stunned. When I came to Kudo Shinichi's house, the lights of his house were on, and Shaolin was very angry when she saw it. If there is a light, it means that he is at home, but he still doesn't answer the phone at home. This guy Shinyi is getting more and more jerk. Shinyi, why don't you answer the phone? Shaolin pushed the door and walked in. Dr. Agasa and Kudo Shinichi in the room panicked for a while, and then Kudo Shinichi got smaller and quickly hid, and Dr. Akasa immediately hurriedly helped him hide. Dr. Lee, so it's you. Where's Shinichi? Shaolin asked after seeing Dr. Lee. It turned out to be Shaolin. Well, Shinichi isn't here. Dr. A. Lee had a cold sweat on his forehead. Bump. What kind of sound is this? Shaolin looked strange. Chen and the others walked over to take a look and saw the child sitting on the ground. Hey, who is this kid? Could it be Kudo Shinichi's illegitimate child? Sonoko looked like 8 trigrams. After looking at the child, I found that this guy looks a lot like Kudo Shinichi, almost exactly the same. Kudo Shinichi wanted to beat someone, but Sonoko was dead, and actually framed him. How could Kudo Shinichi have such a big illegitimate child? In my opinion, this is Kudo Shinichi's father's illegitimate child, Chen said. Originally, when Kudo Shinichi heard Chen's first half sentence, he wanted to give Chen a thumbs up, but after hearing what he said later, Kudo Shinichi was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. Shaolin looked at Kudo Shinichi suspiciously. She really looked like Kudo Shinichi. Could it really be Shinichi's father's illegitimate child? This is my distant relative. Dr. Lee said quickly. Dr. Lee's distant relative, what's his name? Shaolin asked. Dr. A. Lee's forehead was sweating again, and he quickly looked at Kudo Shinichi, asking him to quickly think of a name. In Kudo Shinichi's heart, he was also scratching his head anxiously, asking him to think of a name in a short time, but he didn't know what name to use. The impatient Kudo Shin glanced at a book and saw a book of Edogawa Ranbu, and his eyes immediately lit up. Conan, my name is Edogawa Conan. Edogawa Ranbu, Arthur Conan Doyle, the name is really talented. Chen looked at Conan jokingly. When the names of the two characters are combined, they become one name. Conan was seen sweating coldly, and quickly said, because my surname happens to be Edogawa, and my parents prefer mystery novels, so they gave me such a name. By the way, you said your name is Conan. Are you the most famous little pervert in the neighborhood, Conan who specializes in molesting little girls? Chen looked at Conan with a smirk. What, this kid is a pervert? Sonoko immediately took 2 steps back. Shaolin also looked at Conan vigilantly. Conan's face darkened. This guy actually smeared himself. No, Conan woke up suddenly. Could it be that his identity was discovered, and the other party was deliberately teasing him? Conan's eyes stared at Chen, looking at the smile on his face. He couldn't see anything at all. That Shaolin, you also know that I am a big man who lives alone and can't take care of others. Conan is boarding with me by a distant relative, and I can't take care of him well. Can I let him stay with you? The doctor asked. Conan frowned slightly. Why did Dr. Ailey do this? He is very dangerous now. If he is discovered and attracts those people from the black organization, I am afraid it will affect the Shaolin family. Naruto God Level System, Chapter 761 to 780. Chapter 761 By the coffee shop downstairs in Maori. Dr. Lee, why do you want me to stay at Shaolan's house? Conan took Dr. Lee aside and asked in a low voice. Conan, I'm helping you. Don't you want to investigate the black organization? It just so happens that Shaolin's father is a detective, so maybe he can help you discover the black organization. However, if I expose myself, with the style of that organization, it may affect Shaolin. Conan shook his head and said. Although they had only had one contact with the organization in black, judging from the fact that they stunned themselves and gave themselves unknown drugs, they knew that they were ruthless guys, and they should be a huge organization. You are smaller now, so you shouldn't be exposed. This is also the best way. Dr. A. Lee said. Conan nodded resignedly. This is not bad. Now that he has become smaller, it must be very troublesome to investigate the black organization by himself. However, Shaolin's father, Maori Shaogoro, also understands that the unreliable uncle can really help. Dr. Lee came over with Conan. Shaolin and Sonoko took 2 steps back and looked at Conan vigilantly. Conan wants to cry very much. He was very cute when he was a child. To be watched with vigilant eyes by 2 women, it's all to blame Hugo-chan. Shaolan, how did you decide? He is very pitiful. Shaolin looked at Conan and finally nodded, agreeing that Conan would stay in her home. After walking out of Kudo Shinichi's house, Dr. Agasa returned to his home. Chen glanced at Conan, and then said, this kid can't worry about it. Shaolin, you should take good care of him and don't let him harm others. Well, I must educate him well, so that he will not become a big pervert in the future. Xiaolan understood the wrong Chen's meaning. Chen wanted to say that this guy is a god of death, and let Xiaolan pay attention to wherever he goes. Where am I a pervert? This guy framed me. Damn guy, you are the pervert. Conan wanted to bite someone angrily. That's right, kid, I'm a pervert. Chen lowered his head and patted Conan's head. Damn, it's so cool to be slapped on the head. Conan smoked angrily. No one admits that he is a pervert. Xiaolan looked at Chen speechlessly. The nature of a man is sex. Not to mention everyone is like this, at least most of them are like this. Chen got up and said with a smile. Xiaolan found that she couldn't refute. Thinking about her father, she couldn't walk when she saw a beautiful woman, a series of shameful behaviors, sometimes she felt ashamed. But this little devil is really a scourge. I'm a servant, so I remind you. Chen looked at Conan and said. I'll go back first, Yuanzi, send Xiaolan back. Chen waved his hand, and then his back slowly disappeared into the night. I feel like Chen is very mysterious. There is an attractive magic. Xiaolan said looking at Chen's back. Even the back is so handsome. Yuanzi's eyes turned into peach hearts, and she didn't hear Xiaolan's words at all, leaving Xiaolan speechless. Xiaolan, what are you looking at? Conan asked jealously. Conan, please call Sister Xiaolan, don't be so rude, okay? Study hard in the future, and don't be like my father. Xiaolan educated Conan. Sonoko sent Xiaolan and Conan home, but as soon as they returned, they encountered a kidnapping incident. Conan was a veritable god of plague. Especially after joining forces with Maori Kogoro, they can be called the duo of the gods of plague, where accidents happen wherever they go. The next day, Chen left the house early in the morning and went to buy a car, because Chen felt that it was inconvenient to not have a car, so he couldn't fly around. In this ordinary world, if Chen is flying around, he will be famous, and it is estimated that the next day there will be news of Japan's surprise appearance of Superman. The requirements for the car Zichen are not high, as long as you can walk. After all, no matter how fast the car is, it can't run as fast as Chen. Can you expect Chen to have any interest in the car? Directly threw the money and drove the car away immediately, and then drove to the Maori Detective Agency. The Maori Detective Agency is on the second floor, and the first floor is Poro Cafe. Chen bought Poro Cafe directly. Anyway, he has money. As for why I bought this place, of course, it is closer to the Maori Detective Agency, which is more conducive to contacting the plot. I didn't expect the new boss to be so young. But shouldn't the boss drive me away? Azusa Inomoto asked Chen. No, just stay and continue to be a waiter. Chen said with a glance at Inomoto Azusa. Really? Then thank you boss. Inomoto Azusa said with a smile, it would be good to change to a handsome guy to be the boss, but I don't know if the boss will make unspoken rules. If you want unspoken rules, what will they do? Is it surrender? Or surrender? So tangled. Then boss, are you going to open another store, or continue to open a coffee shop? Azusa Inomoto asked. Continue to open a coffee shop. Chen thought about it and said, it doesn't really matter what kind of shop you open anyway. He bought it here for better access to the plot. Hey, why is Chen here? When Xiaolan was shopping, she saw Chen in the coffee shop. Pushing open the door and walking in, Xiaolan looked at Chen and said, Chen, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken. Hello, Miss Inomoto. It turned out to be Xiaolan. Inomoto Z smiled at Xiaolan, because Xiaolan lives there, so Inomoto Z is very familiar with Xiaolan, especially Maori Kogoro often comes here for drinks. You know the boss? Inomoto Azusa asked curiously. Boss? Chen, how did you become the boss? Because it's close to where you live. I bought it just to see you more. Chen looked at Xiaolan with an affectionate expression on his face. Xiaolan's face was yuhi, and she said angrily, if you talk like this, I will ignore you. Okay, I bought this place because I had a hunch that a lot of interesting things were going to happen. Chen said with a smile. Interesting thing? Xiaolan asked, tilting her head. At this time, Xiaolan's appearance was really cute, and Chen couldn't help pinching Xiaolan's face. Xiaolin's face was Yuhi, and she took a few steps back. It was the first time she was pinched by a man. Could it be that Xiaolin, didn't you encounter anything interesting last night? Chen asked Xiaolin. Xiaolin suddenly remembered what happened yesterday. Something did happen yesterday. A little girl was kidnapped. Her father got a lot of money because of yesterday's entrustment. Chen, how did you know? Xiaolin asked curiously. Didn't I tell you? I'm a servant master. I can predict the profit. Chen said with a smile. Xiaolin believed it a little. Chen, I'm going to cook. Have you eaten yet? Would you like to come to my house for dinner? Xiaolin shook the ingredients in her hand and asked. Okay, I just want to taste Xiaolin's cooking skills. There are fewer and fewer girls who know how to cook. Chen nodded and followed Xiaolin to the Maori Detective Agency. Chapter 762 Eat at Maori. Why are you here? Conan looked at Chen, who came back with Xiaolin, with a bad look in his eyes. Oh Tilda, little Conan, you don't seem to welcome me too much. Chen said with a smile. Conan, don't be so rude, hurry up and call brother Chen. Xiaolin educated Conan. I think it's better to avoid it. Chen said directly. He knew that Conan was Kudo Shinichi, and asked him to call his brother in a milky voice. Chen felt that he could be disgusted to death. Xiaolan, who is this guy? He looks as handsome as me. Maori Kogoro raised his head and said boldly. Xiaolan covered her face, feeling a burst of shame. This is my classmate Hyuga Chen. Dad, don't embarrass me by talking nonsense. Xiaolan said angrily. What? Maori Kogoro pouted, and then asked, Boy, are you going to pursue my Xiaolin? Hearing the words, Conan pricked up his ears and listened intently. Did this guy have any intentions for Xiaolin? Forget it, Chen said after sitting down. What? Let me tell you, elder sister Xiaolin belongs to brother Shini. Conan jumped up and frowned. The detective kid. Humph. I think this kid is much better than the detective kid. After mentioning Kudo Shinichi, Mori Kogoro had a look of disdain on his face, and he didn't like Kudo Shinichi, because that guy stole all his limelight. People only know about high school detectives, and they don't know about him, Kogoro Mori. It's abominable. What's wrong with brother Shinyi? He is handsome and smart. He often assists the police in solving cases. Conan defended himself dissatisfied. Humph. Come on. You kid, don't speak for that detective kid. I won't hand my daughter over to that kind of guy. I don't want my daughter to be a widow in the future. Kogoro Mori said. As for what Kudo Shinichi did, Mori Kogoro knew Akatsuki a little bit. Wherever there was danger, where he ran, Mori Kogoro was worried about him. Especially now that there is no movement, Xiaolin worries that if Kudo Shinichi appears in front of him, he will definitely punch him hard. Mori Kogoro, who became more and more angry, punched Conan on the head. It hurts. Conan covered his head and wept silently. He didn't know how many times he had been punched by Kogoro Mori's fist. Tragic Conan. As long as Mori Kogoro is in a bad mood, he will punch him and completely become a punching bag for Mori Kogoro. By the way, boy, do you drink? Kogoro Mori asked Chen. This guy, Kogoro Mori, is addicted to alcohol, and he also likes to bet on horses and play with small steel balls. Dad, don't instigate people to drink. Mao Lilan stuck his head out of the kitchen and stared at Mori Kogoro dissatisfied. I'll drink some, you wait, I'll go downstairs to get some wine. Chen stood up and said with a smile. Go downstairs. Mori Kogoro and Conan looked at Chen suspiciously. The coffee shop below has been bought by me. If Detective Maori is free, you can go down there and drink for free. Chen said with a smile, and looked at Conan specially. Although it is a coffee shop, in fact, the coffee shop below is also equivalent to an izakaya, and also provides drinks and dishes. Conan's face became extremely wonderful. This guy actually bought the store below. What's the purpose? Is he trying to get close to Xiaolin, or is he a member of the black organization and has already suspected me? At this time, Conan was suspicious, and everyone felt that he was a member of the black organization. Really? That's great, I'll definitely visit in the future, ahahaha. Kogoro Mori revealed his signature laugh when he heard that there was a free drink. Conan glanced at Mori Kogoro. Why is this guy so unreliable? Can he really find the traces of the black organization? After Chen went down, he took 2 bottles of good wine and walked up. After seeing it, Kogoro Mori happily took it, opened it, poured himself a glass, and drank it. Sure enough, it's a good wine. I must have a good drink today, Kogoro Mori said with a big smile. In normal times, Shaolin is very strict, but this time when Chen is here, she should give her father face instead of talking about him. While eating, Shaolin looked at Mori Kogoro who was drinking heavily, and glared at him secretly, but Mori Kogoro directly ignored it. Shaolan, your cooking skills are very good. If you marry you, you will be blessed. Chen looked at Shaolan and said. I feel that my cooking skills are still far from good. Chen, please stop complimenting me. Shaolin Chai Yuhi. The Vinegar King next to him kept biting his chopsticks in a fit of rage, and the chopsticks were about to be bitten off by him. He was really pissed off. Of course, no one can match Shaolin's cooking skills. Mori Kogoro, who was drinking, said with a big smile. Boy, if you want to pursue my daughter, I am very optimistic about you. Mori Kogoro said to Chen. Just a few bottles of wine made Mori Kogoro's affection for Chen soared. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? That's right, Uncle is talking nonsense again. Sister Shaolin and brother Xinyi are the best match, Conan said, looking at Shaolin expectantly. Shaolin's face froze. The new one disappeared without a trace yesterday, and she didn't contact herself today. She didn't know what she was doing. Shaolin was a little angry. Don't mention that detective stinky brat. I get angry when I hear his name. Kogoro Mori looked unhappy. If it wasn't for that high school detective, my business would definitely be hundreds of times better. That's Uncle, you are not as good as the new brother. Because you are not as good as the new brother, Conan said proudly. Chen glanced at Conan. This guy killed himself. Low emotional intelligence is not without reason. At such a time, do you want a wave of downfall? Conan, how can you say that in 1.8? Although Kudo Shinichi is really good, Detective Mori is still a senior, he still has a lot to learn. Chen said. Isn't there an old saying in China, that there is no precedence in learning, and the master is the teacher? What I said is the truth. Conan, you are going too far, Shaolan said angrily. Although Shaolin also knows what her father is like, it doesn't mean that she allows others to say that her father is not good. Mori Kogoro was more direct, punched Conan on the head with a fist, and said angrily, you mean that stinky brat, can you be my teacher? Chen looked at Conan without the slightest sympathy. He was killing himself. He successfully used Conan's identity to bring a wave of ill will to his identity as Kudo Shinichi. Conan touched his head, looked at Shaolin and Mori Kogoro who were angry, and did not dare to speak. Chapter 763 A Request from Yoko Okino. Ding dong. Is anyone coming? Shaolin stood up and looked at the door. Who the hell is it? I don't know if today is a public holiday. It affects my interest in drinking. Shaolin, you just blast it out. Mori Kogoro said unhappily. Dad, it's because of you that the detective agency's business is so bad. Shaolin glared at Mori Kogoro, then walked to open the door. After opening the door, Shaolin saw a woman with a round hat. This is the Maori Detective Agency. What's the matter with you, miss? Shaolin asked. At this time, the woman raised her head, and Shaolin's face showed surprise. You are Miss Yoko Okino. Shaolin shouted in surprise. Chen's eyes looked over. He knew that Yoko Okino was a famous female star in Conan, but he had never watched TV about Yoko Okino. Looking at it now, she is really beautiful. No wonder she can become a big star. Just by this sweet face, she can be famous. The one who reacted the most was Kogoro Mori. Hearing the words Chong 18 Yoko, the impatience on Kogoro Mori's face disappeared immediately, and then he rushed into the room and quickly completed the change. The original sloppy appearance immediately became a lot neater, wearing a suit outside with a rose in his mouth. "Miss Yoko, I'm your fan Kogoro Mori, please come in." Kogoro Mori immediately invited Yoko Okino in. "Ah, I'm so sorry to disturb you guys," Yoko Okino said after seeing the food on the table. At the same time, his eyes couldn't help looking at Chen, and after seeing Chen, Yoko Okino froze in place. Although there is no shortage of handsome men in the entertainment industry, Chen is definitely the most handsome and perfect Yoko Okino has ever seen. And the temperament on the body is very attractive, and Yoko Okino is stunned. "Miss Yoko Okino, there should be nothing on my face," Chen said, making Yoko Okino, who was in a daze, come back to his senses. Oh, I'm sorry." Yoko Okino's face was yuhi, and she touched her hot face, feeling very shy in her heart. "Damn it, it's so frustrating. I'm obviously not worse than this guy, so why doesn't Miss Yoko give me a second look?" Kogoro Mori thought to himself. "Miss Yoko, do you have any entrustment?" Shaolin asked Okino Yoko. "It's like this. I seem to be being watched by unknown people. Every time I go home, the position of the furniture changes, and some inexplicable photos are sent to me. Every day I have unsolicited phone calls. It's really scary. Someone actually did such a thing to Miss Yoko, don't worry. This matter is on me, and I will definitely find that person." Mori Kogoro said angrily. "Dad, you haven't figured out the situation yet, so don't make a ticket first. If you can't solve it, wouldn't it be a shame?" Xiaolan said while covering her face. "I am Maori Kogoro, how can there be something that can't be solved?" Maori Kogoro's face was full of inexplicable confidence. "Well, are you interested in developing in the entertainment industry? I think you are a good fit." A man walked up to Chen and asked. This man is Yoko Okino's manager, Eiichi Yamagishi. "Sorry, I'm not interested in the entertainment industry." Chen shook his head, he seemed fine and didn't want to join the entertainment industry. "I see. This is my business card. If you change your mind, give me a call." Yamagishi Eiichi took out a business card and handed it to Chen. Chen took it over and looked at it, casually stuffing it into his pocket. "Chen, why don't you go to the entertainment industry? I think you are very suitable." Shaolin came to Chen's side and asked in a low voice. Chen leaned into Shaolin's ear and said softly, "Because if you really go to the entertainment industry to develop, you won't have time to watch Shaolin." Shaolin's face suddenly turned to Yuhi. Because of the heat from Chen's exhalation, Shaolin's ears were incomparably connected to Yuhi. "Sister Shaolin, what are you doing?" The jealousy on Conan's face did not hide at all. Even him, he has never been so close to Shaolin. Hyuga-chan, this bastard, really wanted to kick him out, and even more angry that Shaolin didn't stay away from this guy. "No, nothing," Shaolin said in a panic. "Conan, this is an adult's business, children should not worry about it." Chen patted Conan's head and said badly. "If possible, I hope to ask Mr. Maori to investigate secretly." Yamagishi Eiichi said. "Who are you?" Mori Kogoro only saw Yamagishi Eiichi now. Yamagishi looked embarrassed, took out a business card and handed it to Kogoro Mori, then said, "My name is Eiichi Yamagishi, and I'm the manager of Miss Yoko Okino." "Oh, no problem, I definitely won't let anyone know." Kogoro Mori nodded. "Then can I ask Miss Yoko Okino to give me an autograph?" Kogoro Mori suddenly took out a notebook. "It's fine, Mr. Mori." Yoko Okino took the paper. "Dad, really, what a headache." Shaolin looked at the eager Maori Kogoro, and couldn't help but feel a headache. "Miss Yoko Okino, you can just call me Kogoro in the future, there's no need to show off like this." Yoko Okino smiled awkwardly. Let's go to Miss Yoko's house to investigate." Kogoro Mori stood up and said. "But Mr. Mori, are you really okay now?" Yoko Okino asked. Looking at Maori Kogoro's alcoholic appearance, Okino 717 Yoko doesn't know whether he is reliable or not. Anyway, she can't trust Maori Kogoro. "I wonder if we can go together." Chen asked. Yes, I also want to go and see. Yoko Okino is my idol, and I also want to visit the idol's house. Xiaolin said. Yoko Okino glanced at Chen, her cheeks were slightly yuhi, and then said with a smile, no problem, we can come together. And Mori Kogoro was a little dissatisfied, really, I don't know what you guys are going to do together. After coming downstairs, Yoko Okino looked a little embarrassed at the car. The car was too small to sit on. It's okay, I have a car, Xiaolin come with me. Chen took Xiaolin's hand and walked to the car next to her. Damn, this guy actually grabbed Xiaolin's hand. Conan was about to chase after him, but Mori Kogoro picked it up with one hand. Little devil, don't run around, what if you lose this guy? Kogoro Mori carried Conan into the car, and Conan could only stare at Xiaolin getting into Chen's car. Chen, when did you have a car? Xiaolin asked after she came to the passenger seat. Just bought it. But do you have a driver's license? Xiaolin couldn't help asking. Don't worry, Xiaolin, I have a driver's license, I'm sure there will be no accident with you. Chen said with a chuckle. Chapter 764 Idol's Secret Room Murder Case Part 1. Soon they came to the downstairs of Yoko Okino's house, and Chen and Xiaolin got out of the car. Yoko Okino's house is on the 25th floor, and soon followed Yoko Okino to the 25th floor. After Yoko Okino opened the room, she was suddenly stunned when she saw the scene in the room. Ah! Miss Yoko Okino, what happened? Mori Kogoro asked quickly. Yes, someone died. Okino Yoko stepped back and said. Conan. Hearing the shout, Conan turned his head sharply and saw three of them. Yoshida Ayumi, Kojima Genta, and Tsuburaya Mitsuhiko. How did you three guys appear here? Conan couldn't help asking. Chen glanced at the three children. These three little devils are also experts in killing, especially after meeting Conan. Now they should be classmates with Conan. Xiaolan, there is a fatal case here. You hurry up and call the police. Mori Kogoro glanced inside and shouted. Ah, a murder happened. Xiaolan immediately took out her mobile phone and called the police. Big brother, you look so handsome. Ayumi walked to Chen's side and said to Chen. Chen rubbed Ayumi's head, squatted down and said with a smile, little sister, you look very cute too. What's your name? My name is Yoshida Ayumi, my big brother called me Ayumi. Chen, do you like children too? Xiaolin said with a smile. Yes, how about we have one? Chen asked Xiaolin with a smirk. Xiaolin's cheek slightly slanted yuhi. She reached out and patted Chen, then said coquettishly, Chen, if you joke like this again, I'll ignore you. Big brother, are you and this big sister a couple? It feels like a good match. Ayumi said. No, Ayumi, don't get me wrong. Xiaolan hurriedly explained. Yes, the two of them are not a couple. Sister Xiaolan's couple is a brother Xinyi. Conan shouted loudly, staring at Chen with bad eyes. Conan, don't talk nonsense, Xin and I are childhood sweethearts. Xiaolin glanced at Chen and said. But childhood sweethearts, don't they all want to be together? Conan said. You're wrong about Conan. Since ancient times, childhood sweethearts are no match for heaven. Among a pair of childhood sweethearts, at least one of them is a defeated dog. The defeated kind of person. Chen chuckled lightly. Soon the police officer Mumu brought people. Seeing Officer Mumu, Kogoro Mori walked up to say hello. It's been a long time, Officer Mumu. So it's you. Officer Mumu glanced at Kogoro Mori and said a little disgustedly. They're all old acquaintances, what's with this expression? Mori Kogoro scratched his head embarrassedly. Every time because of your participation, we seem to be walking into a labyrinth. I feel like I haven't met you yet. Officer Mumu said angrily. Without Conan's help, Mori Kogoro is not the sleeping Kogoro, but a waste detective. As for whether Mori Kogoro is a real waste material or a fake waste material, there is no need to explore this. Miss Yoko Okino, people died in your house. Officer Mumu looked at Yoko Okino. Hey, Officer Megumi, shouldn't you be repaying Miss Yoko Okino? Let me tell you, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with Miss Yoko Okino. This needs to be investigated before we know it, but what you said doesn't count. Officer Mumu said. Chen was outside the door and didn't care much about the dead inside. Chen, don't you want to go in and have a look? Shaolin asked Chen. What's so beautiful about a corpse? Do you like to see Shaolin? Chen asked Shaolin. Shaolin immediately shook her head, although Shaolin's strength was very good, but she was timid and couldn't sleep at night after looking at the corpse too much. Chen, do you think Miss Yoko Okino is the murderer? Shaolin asked Chen. No, but Shaolin, aren't you optimistic about Conan? He ran in. Chen tilted his head and said. What? Shaolin looked into the room and saw that Conan was crawling around looking for clues. Conan, this is the scene of the murder. Come out to me quickly. What should I do if it affects the police officer's handling of the case? Shaolin shouted at Conan. Officer, I found something under the sofa, Conan yelled. Officer Mumu walked over and took out the earrings under the sofa. These are Miss Yuko's earrings. Yoko Okino said. Miss Yuko. Officer Megumi looked at Yoko Okino suspiciously. It's Yuko Aikazawa, who debuted at the same time as me. Now that the truth has come out, it is clear that the culprit is Yuko Aikazawa. She must have been jealous of Miss Yoko Okino, and then murdered and put the blame on him. Kogoro Mori suddenly interjected. This time, Officer Mumu nodded in agreement. There was indeed such a possibility. Officer Mumu immediately summoned Yuko Aikazawa. Miss Yoko, you should know this dead man. Chen walked in and said. Huh, Yoko Okino was startled, then nodded and said, yes, I do know him. He was my ex-boyfriend in high school. What? Mori Kogoro felt his heart breaking. Then Miss Yoko Okino, why didn't you say that you knew the deceased? Officer Mumu doubted Yoko Kamino again. Because this will affect Yoko Okino's reputation. Yamagishi Eiichi came out and replied. Even so, you still can't get rid of your suspicion. Officer Meguro looked at Yoko Okino and said. Soon Yuko Aikazawa was summoned. Please, since the body was found in Yoko Okino's house, you should look for Yoko Okino. What are you looking for me for? Aikazawa Yuko looked unhappy. I wonder if this handsome guy is interested in going out for a drink. Aikazawa Yuko asked Chen. Sorry, I'm not interested. Chen turned away in disgust. Looking at Chen's disgusting appearance, Aikazawa Yuko's face was blue and white. How ugly it was. Miss Aikazawa Yuko, I found your earrings here, you should know it. I suspect you are the murderer. Kogoro Mori said solemnly. So it's here. I said I searched for a long time and couldn't find it. After seeing the earrings, Aikazawa Yuko seemed very happy. But it's too ridiculous to suspect me with just one earring. I'll go to the bathroom. Aikazawa Yuko turned around and went to the bathroom. Don't take me seriously at all. Maori Kogoro yelled angrily. Soon Yuko Aikazawa came out, sat down without anyone else, took out a cigarette, and then picked up a lighter on the Statue of Liberty on the table and lit the cigarette. It turns out that this is a lighter. I thought it was an ornament. Miss Yuko Aikazawa is too familiar with this place. Chen picked up the lighter and played with it, said lightly. Aikazawa Yuko's body stiffened, and her face suddenly became ugly. Chapter 765 Idol's Secret Room Murder Case, Part 2. Miss Aikazawa Yuko, you have to explain why you are so familiar with this place. Officer Mumu looked at Aikazawa Yuko and asked. Does this need to be said? She must have killed someone and then framed Miss Yoko Okino. Mori Kogoro shouted. I didn't kill it. I didn't kill it. I was just attacked from behind by him, and then I was so scared that I immediately broke away and ran away. I didn't kill anyone. Aikazawa Yuko squatted on the ground and said. Now both of you are suspect. Officer Meguro said looking at Yoko Okino and Yuko Aikazawa. Wait. Mori Kogoro suddenly shouted in annoyance. Why is Miss Yoko Okino still suspected? Isn't the murderer Yuko Aikazawa? We also knew before that Miss Yoko Okino and the deceased Akira Fuji used to be boyfriend and girlfriend. It is possible that Yoko Okino killed each other after ending their past relationship. Police officer Mumu analyzed. But he was the one who proposed the breakup. Yoko Okino said. If that's the case, then the culprit is Aikazawa Yuko. Officer Megumi looked at Aikazawa Yuko with sharp eyes. Actually, there is no murderer at all. This 733 guy committed suicide. Chen said lightly after pouring himself a glass of water. Conan was stunned for a moment and looked at Chen. The eyes of the others also turned to Chen. Hey, don't talk nonsense, okay, how could this be suicide? Who can stab a knife into his back? Said Kogoro Mori. I can't penetrate it myself, but what if the knife is fixed in one place? But nothing is fixed at all. Officer Mew Mew frowned slightly. See the floor over there. There's a dent there, try to see if the handle fits into that dent, and don't you think it's too hot in here? Conan ran over immediately, and when he saw the circular depression, he understood everything, it was really suicide. But is this guy so observant? Conan couldn't help but look at Chen again, but he actually let him see through it first. The knife was held in place by ice cubes, and then as long as you stand on the chair and lie back, and then turn over, it becomes what we see, and the ice cubes are also melted by the deliberately turned on heating. You didn't see it. Are there any water spots on the ground? Chen, how did you find out? You seem to have been outside all the time before. Shaolin couldn't help but ask curiously. These are all obvious, as long as people with good observation skills can find them. Chen Tan said with a hand. But why did he kill himself? Who knows what he's thinking about this, but he must have no good intentions. Chen said lightly. Not necessarily. Maybe Mr. Fuji Akiyoshi loves Miss Yoko Okino too much. Conan and Chen sang the opposite. I found that the backs of Miss Yoko Okino and Miss Yuko Aikazawa are very similar, and I must have regarded Yuko Aikazawa as Yoko Okino before. Then when Miss Yuko Aikazawa was struggling, he mistakenly thought it was Yoko Okino resisting him. Hey Tilda, Conan, this is just your child's idea. If you really love someone, would you choose to commit suicide in the other person's house in a hurry? Chen sneered, and then continued. I guess I want to bring the other party to ruin, right? But this guy used his own life to ruin the other party's reputation. He is a ruthless person. Conan is at a loss for words. Indeed, other than this kind of thing, the first person to be suspected is Yoko Okino, and Conan knows that Akira Fuji is still holding a hair of Yoko Okino in his hand, but now this hair is taken by Conan woke up. However, he did this to frame it. I think it must be so. This guy is really hateful. Kogoro Mori said angrily. Since it has been determined that it is suicide, then we will leave. Officer Mumu was about to close the team and leave. Officer Mumu, you forgot to bring someone. Chen reminded Officer Mumu. Huh. Officer Mew Mew turned his head and looked at Chen suspiciously. Okino Yoko asked Uncle Maori to investigate the threat incident before. The person I want to make the threat should be Aikazawa Yuko. Yes, it's me. Aikazawa Yuko exhaled without any excuse. Being able to prove that she was not the murderer made her relieved. Aikazu Yuko was also brought back. Her crime is not too big, and it is estimated that she will come out soon, but after she comes out, the star will be ruined. Miss Yoko Okino, you shouldn't be able to live here today. Why don't you come and live with me? Kogoro Mori invited with a face. Dad, we don't have any spare rooms at home anymore. Xiaolan said angrily. This is not easy. Let Conan kid sleep with me. Isn't it too wasteful for him to occupy a room with one kid? Said Kogoro Mori. Conan's mouth twitched. He didn't want to sleep with this bad guy. No, I have another house. Yoko Okino refused. That's it. Mori Kogoro looked disappointed, and then looked at Conan. No matter how he looked at him, he felt that he was not pleasing to the eye. It's all your fault, you stinky brat. Kogoro Mori punched Conan on the head. Conan wanted to cry. Who did he provoke? Dad, don't beat Conan every time, you'll break his head. Xiaolan said. What about them brats? Maori Kogoro, who didn't want to be preached, diverted the topic. Seeing Ayumi, Yuanta, and Mitsuhiko, Shaolin didn't know what to do. I'll ask my manager, A. Yamagishi, to send them back. Yoko Okino said. Chen drove the car, carrying Shaolin, Mori Kogoro and Conan back to the office. Chen, aren't you going up? Shaolin asked. Well, it's getting late, and I'm going back too. Chen waved his hand and drove home. There was no place to live in this cafe, so Chen still had to go back. But it's boring to go home now, and Chen is going to go to the bar to relax. I looked at the map, picked a bar at random, and drove there. It doesn't seem to be very lively here. Chen walked into the bar, looked at the people in twos and threes, and shook his head speechlessly. This bar is about to open. The staff is sparse, and business is so sluggish. What would you like to drink? The bartender asked coldly. No wonder the business is not good. Just with this service attitude, the business here can't be good either. Of course I came here to drink. I don't want the best, just the most expensive. Chen glanced at him and said lightly. The bartender didn't say much, and started to mix drinks on his own. He was very skilled, but he didn't know whether the wine was good or not. Chapter 766 Belmod. Little handsome guy, drink alone. Would you like to have a drink together? I'll treat you. A hot woman sat beside Chen. Are you sure you're treating yourself to a guest? Chen asked the woman. Yes, I can still afford a treat. The woman smiled slightly, full of charm. Bring all the wine you have here to me, she treats her guests. Chen said to the bartender next to him. Oh, so much wine, are you sure you can finish it? Ha ha Tilda, do you underestimate me? Can't I take it home if I can't drink it? Chen gave her a contemptuous look. Oh, it's very interesting, you are the most interesting man I've seen. The woman licked the corner of her mouth and said. Ha Tilda, Chen sneered, and then said, I don't like talking to people with two skins, get out of here. The smile on the woman's face froze, a cold light appeared in her eyes, and then she got up and left as if nothing had happened. After staying in the bar for half an hour, Chen got up to check out and left without driving, and walked into the side alley. After a while, the previous woman also walked in, but after walking into this small alley, no one was found. You should be able to talk about what you are doing with me. Chen's voice came from behind her. The woman's body trembled slightly, but she didn't know how the other party appeared behind her. If the other party attacked her, wouldn't she already be dead? Thinking of this, the woman suddenly pulled out the pistol hidden in her clothes, turned and pointed the gun at Chen's forehead. The person who pointed a gun at me last time has just sprouted. Do you want to be the next one? Miss Face. Chen looked at the dark muzzle and said indifferently. The woman's eyes flashed with cold light, and she said in a cold voice, I know you are a ninja with good skills, but if you move a little bit, I guarantee your head will bloom. Your human skin mask is quite good. It feels the same as the real one. Where did you buy it? Chen said while holding a thin human skin mask. What? The woman was startled, then immediately touched her face. Her human skin mask was actually taken off without a sound. When is it? The panic on the woman's face disappeared and she asked Shang Chen. Are you Belmod, a member of the Black Organization? Chen asked Belmod. This time, Belmod was surprised again. Although the surprise disappeared in an instant, Chen was still able to see it. Is that Jin guy asking you to investigate me? Chen continued to ask. He has never been in contact with Belmod, and Belmod will definitely not find him. Instead, it is a bit contradictory with Jin. Did Jin let Belmod investigate himself and prepare to kill him? Jin guy hated himself because of the last spat. Jin, that bastard, do you hold such vengeance? Who the hell are you? Belmod couldn't help asking. They are so familiar with the members of their organization that most people don't know their organization. It was indeed Chen that Jin asked Belmod to investigate, and Belmod was very capable. Even on the day that Lien Chen came to this world, he investigated the killing of the robbers and knew that Chen was a ninja. But that's all, the rest is blank. Even with Belmod's ability, nothing can be investigated. Of course, it would be strange if Belmod could investigate it, because how long Chen Gang had traveled through and had not traveled before, how could there be records? Put down the gun, this thing is useless to me, if I want to kill you, you won't even have a chance to shoot. Chen said. However, Belmod didn't put down the gun, she had a sense of security with the gun. I warn you again, if you dare to move again, I will really shoot. Belmod said grimly. If it weren't for her unsure, she would have fired a long time ago. Belmod is not a hesitant person. Although Chen's handsome face made her lost for a moment, it did not mean that she would show mercy on Chen's face. Miss Belmod, I think it's really bad for you to speak to the air alone. Chen said lightly. Belmod's pupils widened, and Chen in front of her actually disappeared like an illusion. How did you suddenly appear behind me? Belmod couldn't help asking. Actually, I've always been here. Chen leaned against the wall of the alley and said lightly, the moment you entered, you fell into demonic illusion. Belmod pointed the gun at Chen again, with an undisguised astonishment on his face. You used hallucinogenic drugs on me. Still pointing a gun at me. Can you guarantee that what you're seeing is not a hallucination? As for hallucinogenic drugs, I don't want to use that. What kind of means is this? Belmod asked. Never heard of ninjas having such means. This is not important, you don't want to know, what am I going to do with you? Chen walked over step by step and brought the gun in her hand. It wasn't that Belmod didn't want to shoot, but there was an invisible force that kept her body from moving. If you dare to touch me, the people in the organization will not let you go. Do you, Belmod, also make threats? But do you think I will care about your little organization? Chen's voice was full of disdain. You seem to despise our organization. No, in fact, you don't even have the qualifications to look down on me. If you look down on me, you have to enter my eyes first, and you can't even enter my eyes at all. Ha tilde. Don't be arrogant, this kind of trick can only bully a weak woman like me. Isn't it enough to bully you, a weak woman? Chen's body moved closer to Belmod. Belmod wanted to retreat, but his body was out of control at all. Looking at Chen, whose cheeks were getting closer and closer to her, Belmod's cheeks slightly swayed Yuhi's, but Yuhi's dizziness only flickered and quickly dissipated. Actually, I'm very curious. Can you tell me who the boss of your organization is? Of course, if you don't tell me, I can directly probe your memory. I don't know if you believe it or not. Boss of this black-clothed organization, but this guy has never shown up, the most mysterious character. Belmod looked at Chen, although he sneered at Chen's memory of exploring her mind, but she had a hunch in her heart telling her that the other party could do it. For her own hunch, Belmod is very convinced, because her hunch has saved her many times. So Belmod thought for a while and said, actually, I don't know who the leader of the organization is, do you believe it? Chen looked at Belmod and could feel that she was not lying. In fact, Belmod did not lie, she had never really met the boss of the black organization. Chapter 767 Kaide Gold Coins. As a core member of the organization, you don't even know who the boss is. You really failed, Chen said with a glance at Belmod. For a long time, he hasn't shown his true face, and the voice he uses to communicate with us may not be real. In fact, I don't even know whether the adult is male or female. Belmod said helplessly. Boss of the black organization. Since you don't know anything, what's the use? Just send you to heaven. Chen pointed a gun at Belmod's head. You really want to kill me? If you use a gun here, you will attract the police. Belmod said calmly. Of course, it is only calm on the surface, and the ups and downs in the heart are not known to others. Thank you for your concern, but no one else will hear it, so don't worry. Belmod's mouth twitched. Who cares about you? I care about my own life. Why don't you join the Invisible Empire? Chen suddenly put down his gun and said. Invisible Empire? What organization? Belmod frowned slightly. She had been active in the dark world for so many years, but she had never heard of an invisible empire. The organization I just established. How about it? Do you want to join? After joining, you will start a new life. Chen said with a smile. Sorry, I'm not interested. If that's the case, then it's a pity. Chen picked up the gun, stretched out his hand and slammed it. The small pistol turned into dust. He raised his head and squeezed Belmode's face, then leaned into her ear and said, I'll let you go this time. You are a smart person and know what to do in the future. After speaking, Chen left the small alley with only a trace of light. Wu tilde. After Chen left, Belmode exhaled a long breath and said with a self-mockery, so I'm also afraid of death. Take out the flashlight, turn it on and look at the powder on the ground. It's hard to imagine what kind of power turned a gun into powder. After meeting this guy, I feel that my 3 views have been subverted. Can this be explained by science? Belmode suspects that Chen has non-human powers, or has special means that he can't see through. No matter which one it was, it made him very curious. Sooner or later, I will dig out all the secrets. Belmode slowly disappeared into the darkness. The next morning, Chen came to the school. Chen, you're so late. It's almost time for class. Yuanzi's eyes lit up when he saw Chen coming in. Chen, good morning. Shaolin waved at Chen. It's not too late for class now. What are you doing here so early? Actually, I just came to school to experience life, mainly to play. Chen said in his own position. This is the first time I heard that someone came to play at school. Shaolin shook her head speechlessly. Look at Kudo Shinichi, isn't school a place to play for him? By the way, has that guy Kudo Shinichi contacted you? Sonoko asked Shaolin. I contacted him. He said he was completing a big case and asked me to take a long vacation for him. Shaolin nodded and said. Chen smiled slightly. It must have been a phone call to Shaolin with a voice changer. This guy also killed himself. In the eyes of some people, he may have a sense of justice, but he does things impulsive. If he sees suspicious vodka, if he chooses to call the police, it will not be like this now. The boring course in the morning was over, and Chen afternoon simply asked for leave. When I came to this world, I didn't have a good time strolling around, so let's have a stroll here today. You can't be unfamiliar with the place where you will live in the future. Chen said to himself as he walked on the street. Walking on the street, Chen's return rate is basically 100%. Feeling the admiration of women and the jealous eyes of men, Chen shook his head helplessly. Why is every world a world that sees faces? Can't you just see my inner beauty? All right, he doesn't seem to have any inner beauty. After walking around the streets for a long time, in the evening, when Chen was about to go back, he suddenly saw Conan and the others. They seemed to be looking for something, and behind them, there were a few sneaky guys. Is there another good show? Follow along and have a look. Chen followed with interest. Kabuto turned around and came to an unmanned building. When Chen went up, the 4 of them had already been arrested. It's not a good end to die, so I've been caught now. Chen looked at the 4 guys who were tied up, shook his head and said. Following them all the way, Chen also knew what they were looking for. Kaide gold coins. Those who tied Conan up were the robbers of the Italian robber group. This group of people grabbed something a year ago, but their leader ran away with gold coins, and they chased here. Would you like to bring a handful of black to eat black? The mantis flutters the cicada, and the oriole is behind. Chen thought to himself. After following them all the way, why did they have to charge a little toll? Chen changed his clothes in an instant, wearing a black trench coat and a Uzumaki mask on his face, the same style as that of Uchiha Obito. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Chen walked over step by step, and the sound of footsteps attracted everyone's attention. Stop, who are you? Several robbers took out their pistols and aimed them at Chen. It doesn't matter who I am, I'll give you 2 paths now, surrender to me, or sleep forever. A sword appeared in Chen's hand, just an ordinary ninja sword. Do you want to rely on a knife to oppose us? The robber laughed when he saw Chen holding the knife. Dangerous, you leave quickly. Conan shouted loudly. The ignorant are doomed. Chen approached them step by step. Beat him to death, quickly find the gold coins, and then we'll leave. Boom, boom, boom. The muzzle of the gun was blazing, and the smell of gunpowder filled the uninhabited building. When. All the bullets were blocked by Chen's ninja sword, and even the bullets were cut in half. Of course, this ordinary ninja knife can't cut bullets so sharply, and ninja knives are not known for their sharpness. However, after adding the wind attribute of 5.5 carats, it will become extremely sharp. What? Several robbers were shocked. Goodbye. Chen raised the knife, fell down and killed two. The last one was pierced by the ninja knife thrown by Chen and nailed to the wall. Kaide gold coin hanging on the roof, a small wind blade popped out of his hand, and the Kaide gold coin in the sack fell and was picked up by Chen. A large bag of gold coins was as light as nothing in Chen's hands. Although Conan expressed his shock that Chen was intact under the shooting of several guns, but seeing that Chen was going to leave with the gold coin, he said that he would not allow it. You can't take this thing away, Conan yelled. Why can't I take it? It's my booty. Chen glanced at him lightly, and he changed his voice, so it was impossible for Conan to hear his voice. Chapter 768. The worldview is about to be turned upside down. These things are illegal and must be turned in, Conan said without showing weakness, looking at Chen. Hee, what do you think I'm here for? Isn't it just for this gold coin? I saved you all. Don't be grateful. If it wasn't for me, maybe you would all be shot down by them. Chen glanced at Conan and said. Even if you don't save me, I have the confidence to subdue them. Although they are criminals if you kill them. It's better to surrender, otherwise. Conan's voice stopped abruptly, because Chen's figure had disappeared, and he didn't know where the other party went. Damn, who is this guy with the mask? He is dressed in black. Does it have something to do with that organization? No, that organization is ruthless. If it was the people of that organization, it would never let us live. Conan began to think wildly. Conan, what should we do? Are those people dead? Mitsuhiko looked terrified. Someone will definitely find out the gunshot just now. Someone will definitely call the police, and the police will come to save us. Conan said. In fact, Conan also wanted to untie the rope, but it was so tight that it was impossible to break free. If Chen didn't show up, maybe they were really screwed. The police arrived soon after and entered here with pistols and flashlights. Relying on the illumination of the moonlight, Conan clearly saw the fat figure of Officer Mumu. Officer Mumu, come to us quickly, the criminal is dead. Conan shouted loudly. Officer Mumu ran over, looked at the four kiddies who were tied up, and remembered it. You are Conan following that guy Mori, and you are the little devils who appeared at Yoko Okino's house that day. Officer Mumu, this is not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and untie our ropes. We found the robbers who robbed Kaide gold coins. Conan said anxiously. Being tied up is really uncomfortable. Officer Megure immediately let them go, and at this time, a valiant policewoman with short hair came over. She was the most popular policewoman in the Metropolitan Police Department, Mawako Sato. Report to Officer Mumu that 3 bodies were found. Have the 3 corpses been confirmed to have no breath at all? Officer Mumu asked seriously. There is no breath anymore. According to the comparison of the photos we just took, they are the criminals who robbed Kaide gold coins. Mawako Sato reported seriously. Conan, what do you know? What's going on? Officer Mumu asked Conan. They're tied up here and should know what's going on here. A man wearing a black trench coat and wearing a Uzumaki mask killed all of them and took Kaide gold coins, Conan said immediately. The police officer frowned. Officer Megumi, I think you'd better see how these 3 people died, Mawako Sato said. Officer Mumu immediately stood up and walked towards the 3 corpses. The 2 men were killed by slitting their throats and the man was pinned to the wall with the knife through the heart, and they had guns in their hands. Mawako Sato is very serious. People with guns were killed by cold weapons, and they checked the guns. There were several less bullets in the magazines, and there was a reaction to gunpowder smoke, and the person who called the police said that they heard gunshots. They can be sure their shots have been fired. Conan also slipped over, looking at the fatal wound, frowning slightly, and then looking at the man who was nailed to the wall. Although it was dark at the time, Conan still saw through the moonlight that the masked man pierced the other with the knife thrown out, and then nailed the man's body to the wall. A knife can pierce a person's body, and it can be said to be sharp, but how strong is it to fly a person 5 or 6 meters away and nail him to the wall? Go and pull this knife out, Officer Mumu ordered to the other officers. Several police officers shot together, and then the knife was pulled out. This knife is different from ordinary knives. Officer Mew Mew looked at the knife. This seems to be a knife used by ninjas, and it is very rare now, Conan said. Officer Mumu looked down at Conan when he heard the words. Conan saw Police Officer Mumu staring at him suspiciously, sweat on his forehead, and quickly said, I read this in a book, because I admire ninjas very much, so I understand ninjas' weapons. So that's the case, I said. How do you know so much, you little brat? It's because of interest. Officer Mew Mew believed. When it comes to ninjas, Hyuga-chen is also a ninja. What? Hyuga-chen is also a ninja? Conan shouted, startled. Officer Mumu, look at this. A police officer came over with half a bullet in his hand. The bullet was cut from the middle, and the plane was extremely splendid. Could it be cut by a knife? Officer Mumu, is it better to be realistic? You know how strong the impact of the bullet is. Not to mention whether you can see the trajectory of the bullet. Even if you cut it on the bullet, it is impossible to cut the bullet. This knife will not cut it. Sharp, Sato Mawako said speechlessly. It's true, I saw those people shoot the masked man with guns, and the masked man was uninjured. Could it be that the masked man is a Superman who specially saved us? Ayumi said. Conan, is that so? Officer Mumu asked Conan, because Officer Mumu felt that Conan was the most reliable person here. It's true, those 187 people fired a lot of shots, but I didn't see the man swinging the knife, but the masked man was uninjured, Conan said with a frown. The skill of the masked man before has made Conan a little suspicious of life. Originally thought that Shaolin was already inhuman enough to break the wall with one punch, but I didn't expect that there was something more powerful. After thinking about it, Officer Mumu asked Conan, do you know the contact information of Hyuga-chen? I don't know, but Sister Shaolin may know. Then think of a way to help us contact Hyuga-chen. Does Officer Mumu suspect that Hyuga-chen did these? Conan asked, looking at Officer Mumu. Just wanted to ask him some questions. Kid, why are you asking so much? Conan pouted and called Shaolin. Conan, where are you now? It's so late, why haven't you come back yet? After the call was connected, Shaolin said with dissatisfaction immediately. Sister Shaolin, do you know Hyuga-chan's phone number? Conan has to be polite. He has to call Brother Hyuga or Brother Chen, not by his first name. Shaolin educated. Conan pouted, and then said, Officer Mumu has something to ask for Hyuga. Brother, can I trouble Sister Shaolin to contact him? On the other side of the phone, Shaolin frowned slightly. Why did Officer Mumu look for Chen? Chapter 769. It's over. Now I'm with Chen. Conan, tell me what's going on. Shaolin said on the phone. What? Conan jumped up suddenly. Shaolin was with that guy like that. Shaolin, why are you with that guy? Conan asked, jumping. The vinegar bottle in his heart had been knocked over. Chen sat next to Shaolin and heard the conversation on the phone. Shaolin, bring your phone first. Since it's looking for me, let me tell you. Shaolin nodded and handed the phone to Chen. Hey, Conan kid, you said that Officer Mumu was looking for me. At this time, Conan calmed down the jealousy in his heart, and business is the most important thing. Humph, Officer Mumu suspects that you have something to do with a murder case, so hurry up and send you the address. After Conan finished speaking, he hung up the phone unhappily. Just hang up, This kid is really rude. Chen said. Sorry Chen, I will definitely educate him after I meet Conan. Shaolin said apologetically. Boy Chen, what's the matter with Officer Mumu looking for you? Kogoro Mori asked Chen. That's right, Mori Kogoro is also there. They are now downstairs in the Mori office, which is the cafe that Chen bought. People make it at home, the pot comes from the sky, and I was involved in the murder case. Chen Tan said with a hand. Ah, how could this be? Shaolin asked nervously. I don't know either, let's go and see first. Boy, I'll go with you. I believe you won't commit a murder case. With my famous detective, Kogoro Mori, I can definitely help you clear your suspicions. Kogoro Mori put down his glass and stood up. Chen, I'll go with you too. Shaolin said. Okay, get in the car. Chen nodded and didn't refuse. The group left, but Inomoto Azusa, who went to the house to get the wine, was stunned. Why did people disappear after the work of getting the wine? Soon Chen rushed to the building. At this time, the police had blocked it, and the four of them could only watch from the outside. In fact, Conan wanted to go in and have a look, but it was impossible for Officer Mumu to let him go there. How could children run around at the murder scene? If it wasn't for them being witnesses, they would have been sent back by the police Officer Mumu. Officer Mumu, I'm here, do you suspect me of killing people here? Chen walked towards Officer Mumu. Officer Mew Mew was stunned for a while, then shook his head and said, No, it's just that you have certain suspicions. I came to you for something else. Chen glanced at Conan and gave him a good fruit to eat another day. Conan felt his body cold, as if he was being targeted by something, and the surrounding air dropped several degrees. Hey, do you feel cold? Conan asked. No, not at all, Conan, you must feel that something is wrong, or you are sick. Ayumi said. Chen, you should know this, right? Officer Mumu brought the ninja knife over. In fact, Officer Mumu also wanted to check the fingerprints on the knife, but unfortunately there were no fingerprints on it. It's just an ordinary ninja knife. Chen looked at the knife and said lightly. Hey, Officer Mumu, don't you suspect Chen Boy is a murderer because of this knife? Chen has been drinking with me before, said Kogoro Mori. Why did you come here? Officer Mumu saw that Kogoro Mori was a little disgusted. The previous murderer used this knife to kill 3 criminals armed with guns, and also took away 15,000 gold kaide coins, the value of which is immeasurable. What? 15,000 gold kaide coins? Is this real or fake? Kogoro Mori jumped up. So many gold coins, I don't know how much it costs, and how many times he can drink small wine, he will be worry-free in his life. I suspect that the murderer is a ninja, and you also said that you are a ninja, so I came to ask you. Police Officer Mori said after glaring at the talkative Maori Kogoro. This guy with thin skin and tender meat is really a ninja, doesn't it mean that ninjas have to undergo untold hardships training? Sato Mawako came over and looked at Hyuga Chen. Chen, are you a ninja? Shaolin asked. It used to be, but it's long gone now. Chen shrugged and said. Drink tilde. Sato Mawako shouted loudly, and then punched Chen with a punch, which showed that the policewoman's skills were also very extraordinary. Chen tilted his head to avoid Sato Mawako's punch. This female police officer, I don't like being tested. If you make another move, I won't care if you are a beautiful woman or not, and I will definitely let you lie down. Mawako, don't do it. Officer Mumu said with a frown. Don't be arrogant, I'm the fighting champion of the police academy, and I want to know how you let me lie down. Sato Mawako said dissatisfied. Okay, Chen, can you tell me if a ninja can split a bullet with a knife? Officer Mumu asked Chen. Officer Mumu, are you joking? Ninjas are just ordinary people who have undergone special training. It's too far-fetched to split bullets, so don't be funny. Chen said with a wave of his hand. I really don't know why you are asking such a question, Officer Mumu. Okay, I want to know, how many ninjas are there today? I don't know this. Chen Tan spreads his hands, how could he know how many ninjas there are in this world? What's more, he and these ninjas are not the same people at all. Officer Mew Mew asked, and then everything was over. There was no way. There is no clue left, and they have no way to investigate. Conan provided some information, but he didn't even know his height and body shape. He only knew that the other party was wearing a Uzumaki mask. How to investigate this? These people died just after 8 o'clock, and Chen arrived at the coffee shop at 8:10. It would take more than half an hour to drive from here to the coffee shop, so Chen's suspicion was ruled out. Conan stared at Chen, not because he found something, but because he felt that Chen was becoming more and more suspicious. Especially after knowing that he is a ninja. What does a ninja do? In the current word, a killer, a person who specializes in assassination skills. Chen, brother, Conan cried out awkwardly, and then asked, you said you used to be a ninja, why did you become a ninja? Chen glanced at Conan and said, in a world where the strong eat the weak, only strong strength is the guarantee. Without strength, either choose a plain life and go with the flow, or gain power beyond everything and fear no one. Although Conan can't figure it out, he also knows that Chen became a ninja for strength, but why does he pursue strength? Little devil, sometimes if you don't have the strength, don't kill yourself. Chen's words were actually to remind Conan that this guy should not die, but he also knew that Conan would not be Conan if he didn't die. If he wants to die, he will do it. Anyway, Chen didn't like Conan. Chapter 770 Lesson on Jin. Chen took the book and sat on the train to read it boredly. Hey, why are you here? Chen turned his head to look, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth when he saw Conan. Why, can't I be here? Brother Chen. Ayumi ran towards Chen and asked Chen, Brother Chen, are you also going to Kyoto to play? I'm bored at home, go on a trip. How about you? Since Conan is here, it means that Shaolin and Uncle Mori are also there. Yeah, Uncle Maori is going to Kyoto to attend a friend's wedding, and we came with us. Ayumi said with a smile. Damn it, Ayumi is so close to him. I'm not happy, Tsuburaya Mitsuhiko said angrily. The corners of Conan's mouth twitched. The children of today are really mature. You all occupied the aisle, can you make it out of the way? Came a cold voice. Conan raised his head and glanced at it, but this glance made Conan's body tremble. The two men in black are. How fierce. Ayumi quickly stepped aside and looked carefully at the two men in black. After the two walked over, Conan's eyes were fixed on the backs of the two of them. Could these two guys be the ones who gave him the medicine to make him smaller? So you are here. I thought you were lost. I've been looking for you for so long because of 027. Shaolin ran over. Chen, you are here too. Shaolin saw Chen, with surprise in her eyes. Because I was bored at home and wanted to travel, I didn't expect to meet you. It's really fate, Chen said with a smile. Sister Shaolin, I'm in a hurry to urinate. I have to go to the toilet. Conan shouted, and then ran in the direction of the two men in black. Chen glanced in that direction, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Those two guys were indeed vodka and gin. I didn't expect these two guys to come here. Gin wine. You brought it to the door yourself to be beaten, no wonder I. Chen grinned. Gin this guy, let Belmont investigate him, he has to pay back this guy, and when they appear here, they must be doing something. Chen, what are you thinking about? Shaolin asked Chen. It's nothing, I just think that we can meet Shaolin in this way. The fate between us is really not shallow. Chen smiled at Shaolin. Shaolin froze for a while, and after reacting, her cheeks became Yuhi. Dad is here, do you want to go and say hello to him? Shaolin asked Chen. Forget it, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Shaolin should take care of them. This car is very dangerous. Chen said to Shaolin and left. After walking to a place with no one, Chen used the shadow clone technique to separate a shadow clone, and then walked out by himself. After Chen left, there was only a man in a black robe and a Uzumaki mask, which Chen's shadow clone transformed into using the transformation technique. For such trivial matters as playing Jin, just leave it to Shadow Clone, and Chen would go by himself, wouldn't it be too cheap? Jin and Vodka are here to trade. After the trade, Vodka walked over to his place with a large suitcase and Jin. Brother, Absinthe didn't tell me about the kid at all. I think it's better to just kill the kid. Why do you need to investigate carefully? Idiot, you bumped into him that day, but it was you who fell to the ground. With your size, it was you who fell. Do you think he is an ordinary person? Jin said coldly. Yes. But maybe it doesn't need to be so troublesome. I seem to have seen that guy before. He is also on this train, so let him and this train disappear together. Jin smiled coldly. However, this cold smile disappeared after half a second, his face suddenly became ugly, and a few drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. Whoops, I accidentally stepped on your foot, I'm so sorry. A very rude voice came. The severe pain in the foot made Jin almost cry out. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you, there are a few iron nails on the soles of my shoes, the rusty ones. Bastard. Jinju couldn't help scolding, and punched the guy with the Uzumaki mask in front of him. At this time, Conan also chased after him. Looking at the man in the Uzumaki mask, he was stunned. What are you doing so impulsive? I just stepped on your foot, you're going to hit someone, tisk tisk. Jin's fist was caught, and he couldn't move anyhow, and his bones were about to break. Who the hell are you? Jin asked angrily. Vodka didn't care so much anymore. After seeing the big brother suffering, he took out his pistol and aimed it at the masked man. Don't use a knife or a gun, do you have something to say? Isn't it? Quickly let go of my big brother. Vodka shouted. The people in the carriage were also alarmed. They looked over there and saw that the guns were all pulled out. Dad, what's going on? Xiaolan said nervously. No, don't be afraid, calm down. Kogoro Mori said shiveringly. Jin, right. Akai Shuichi spent a lot of money to buy your life, so you should be able to understand what I mean. The masked man's cynical voice was put away and replaced by indifference. Do you think I'll believe it? What's the use of believing or not? You are a dead person anyway. Vodka, shoot, Jin ordered to the vodka. Vodka just hesitated a little, and then shot without hesitation. The bullets shot towards the masked man's head. At such a close distance, no one could hide, and in such a short time, he had no chance to kill himself, so Jin made Vodka shoot. Firearms are just gadgets to me. At most, this thing is to deal with Genin, and Chunin may not be killed. A kunai appeared in his hand, the bullet was blocked, and the Vodka shot several times, but none of the shots were able to hit. What? This guy is a monster. Vodka took 2 steps back. His gun was out of bullets. Jin was also surprised. Kunai flew out, piercing the Vodka's shoulder. You two wastes, you still want to fight with me. What do you want? Feeling the danger of death, Jin also forgot the pain and asked the masked man. Didn't I say it? Akai Shuichi paid me to take your life, and I also do things for the money. You have to be accommodating and be killed by me obediently. A kunai appeared in his hand again, and stabbed it towards Jin's neck. Wait, Jin yelled. Kunwu stopped, and Jin felt as if he had walked before the gate of hell. Chapter 771 Self-Directed. What else is there to say? I'm in a good mood now and can chat with you. The masked man said with a smile. It's 100 million yen here, and it's yours if you let us go. Jin pointed to the 100 million yen from the transaction. Tisk tisk tilde. I killed you all, and it's also mine, and I was hired, so it's hard for me to do this. Ginman took it into his arms and looked at the Uzumaki masked man with both eyes. When his hand touched the pistol inside, Jin hesitated. In the end, instead of touching the pistol, he took out a card. There are more than 300 million US dollars in it. As long as you let me go, I will tell you the password. Jin was also very heartbroken at this time. All this money was obtained by him performing various tasks and experiencing life and death, and now he has taken it all out. Okay, no one will have a hard time with money. You are still generous with Jin. Shuichi Akai only gave me $1 million. This time I will give you a chance to live. Jinju was silent, although he didn't know whether what the masked man said was true or not, but in Jinjo's heart, he did have a grudge against Shuichi Akai. Say the code and jump out of the window or I'll kill you now, choose. The password is 3 1s, 3 5s. Jin said the password honestly. Now that the initiative master is in someone else's hands, Jin knows exactly what he should do. Go away. The masked man raised his feet, and there were several blood holes on Jin's feet, and blood was still coming out. Vodka, let's go. Jin took out his pistol, shattered the glass, and jumped out without hesitation. I didn't think about fighting back, because Jin wasn't sure. Although this is a high-speed train, Jin is sure to jump out and not die, and so does Vodka. Although the performance seems to be very useless, if he does not have this ability, Jin will not let him follow. The two guys jumped out, and the car was still silent, because this very weird guy with the Uzumaki mask was still here. Conan stared at the masked man. Who is this guy? No, Hyuga-chen is also on this train. Is this guy Hyuga-chen? Conan's doubts about Chen rose again in his heart. You seem to have seen something that you shouldn't see. Do you want to kill all of you? Why don't you start with you little brat? The masked man suddenly turned his head and looked at Conan. Conan was startled, and the breath of death enveloped him. Bites Kiba, Conan presses his belt and ejects a soccer ball. This is the soccer belt designed by Dr. Agasa. Then start the foot strength enhancing shoes, kick the football, and the football smashes towards the masked man. This kind of pediatric stuff, don't you want to hurt me? He grabbed the football with one hand. How is it possible? How much power does this guy have? Conan said while biting Kiba. The power of this football is enough to overturn adults, but it is of no use to this masked person. Stop, don't hurt Conan. Shaolin stood up and said. When Maori Kogoro saw Shaolin stand up, cold sweat broke out all of a sudden. Shaolin must not do anything. Oh, since I can't hurt this kid, how can I hurt you? The masked man turned his head to look at Shaolin. Although Shaolan was afraid, she still put on a karate starter. Damn, don't hurt. Before Conan finished speaking, he was kicked and fainted. After killing you, a brave little girl, let's kill you, this brat. And you, none of you can escape. The masked man said to everyone in the carriage. Bastard, come to me if you have the ability, don't hurt Shaolin. Maori Kogoro stood up and shouted. Although he is also a little scared, he must not let anyone hurt his daughter Shaolin. None of you can escape. A sharp sword appeared in the masked man's hand, and no one found out how it appeared, as if by magic. Mori Kogoro's expression changed and he shouted loudly, Bastard, don't use weapons if you can. The masked man turned a deaf ear, and slashed at Shaolin with a knife, so fast that Shaolin couldn't react. Shaolin watched the blade slash towards her. Her mind was blank. When I heard that the protagonist always appears at the end. Chen held kunai and blocked the slash. Chen, Shaolan, who was already ready to die, looked at the back standing in front of her. I heard the movement of the carriage here, so I came to have a look. I didn't expect to see such a good show, Chen said with a smile. All right. In fact, this scene was directed by him. Humph. Want a hero to save the beauty. People who are heroes generally don't end well. The masked man said indifferently. That's why. I'm not a hero. Chen instantly kicked out the masked man, his shadow clone. Just let yourself come to a gorgeous ending for the scene you directed. Chen rushed up in an instant, appeared in front of the masked person like a teleportation, and kunai stabbed down. Boom. Tachi blocked kunai. Chen, you have to be careful. He is very powerful, Shaolin shouted loudly. Don't worry, it's just a small roll, it can be done easily, Chen Hun said indifferently. Boy, don't be arrogant, the other party is someone who can block bullets with cold weapons. Mori Kogoro reminded. .0. Come on, big brother. Ayumi shouted. The masked man stood up, and the sword light waved into a net, shrouded towards Chen, and outsiders could not see the speed of the sword at all. Chen's hands turned into an afterimage, and kunai perfectly blocked the chopped sword. The people in the carriage were terrified. Is this fuck really human? Dad, hurry up and find a way to help. Shaolin immediately looked at Mori Kogoro anxiously. How can I help? I can't even see their figures clearly. Is this a martial arts drama? Mori Kogoro said helplessly. Chen felt that it was almost the same, and directly grabbed the dagger in Shadow Clone's hand, and then slashed towards Shadow Clone. A knife slashed the masked man in half. We'll meet again. Next time I'll show you a good look and remind you that there's a bomb on this train, but don't get killed. Bang. The masked man who was cut in half turned into a puff of smoke with a bang. Chen boy, how is it? Where is the other party? Kogoro Mori came over and asked. Run away. Chen threw down the sword in his hand and spread his hands. Chen, are you alright? Shaolin immediately came over to check on Chen's situation. That guy said there was a bomb on this train. What should I do? The passengers panicked all of a sudden. I'm fine, but the most important thing right now is the bomb. Chen said to Shaolin with a smile. Mori Kogoro immediately became serious. This is not a trivial matter, he just remembered now, and immediately called the police. Chapter 772 Failed Trip. Chen, why are you so calm? There's a bomb in the car. Shaolin looked at Chen and said. It's okay, even if the bomb explodes, I can escape, so of course I'm very calm. Chen said indifferently. That's right, with your skills, nothing will happen. By the way, why are you so powerful? We couldn't even see your figure in the battle between you and the masked man. Shaolin asked curiously. In the previous battle, Shaolin and the others only saw the knife light and afterimages, and they were able to be so agile in the small carriage. Chen smiled slightly. Fortunately he didn't cut out the sword or something, otherwise he would definitely be regarded as non-human. It was a trivial matter before, let's you see something more powerful another day. Chen said to Shaolin. That Chen, thank you for saving me, otherwise I might have been killed by that masked man. Shaolin thanked Chen again. I said no thanks, are we classmates? Besides, Shaolin is so beautiful, I can't bear to see you killed. Shaolin's face slightly yuhi. Hey, now I'm trying to find a way to find the bomb. Mori Kogoro and the marshals sat there, looking worried. There is no clue, and I don't know how to investigate, such a big train, where to find the bomb. Conan also woke up at this time. Conan, you woke up, scared me to death, I thought something would happen to you. Yuan Tai looked at Conan and said. Where's the masked man? Conan asked quickly. I ran away and was beaten away by that big brother. It's amazing. I also want to learn Kung Fu. Yuan Tai raised his fist and said. Just don't think about it if you're a big guy. Damn Mitsuhiko, what are you talking about? Kojima Motoda punched Tsuburaya Mitsuhiko on the head, and a big bag grew out. Damn, you are too violent. Try it again. Kojima Moto brightened his fist. After seeing the fist, Tsuburaya Mitsuhiko wisely shut his mouth. I said, what I want now is to get off the train quickly and let the train stop. Chen said to Mori Kogoro. That's the only way. Mori Kogoro nodded. This is the only way to use it at this time. After parking, it's better to leave all the Lees here. Who knows if the bomb is in the Lee box? What are you talking about? Conan asked in confusion. There is a bomb on this car. Tsuburaya Mitsuhiko said to Conan. I have to say that these little devils are really brave. Knowing that there is a bomb on this car, they haven't been scared to call their mother, so they are much stronger than some adults. Now we can only do as Chen Shaozi said. Mori Kogoro thought about it, and there was only one way. I don't know where the bomb is, when it explodes, and now it's dangerous to stay in the car for a second. The train stopped, and then the radio notified the personnel to get off the train, and told that the luggage must not be carried. As for the reason, they were not told, because if everyone knew there was a bomb, it would definitely cause panic and lead to unforeseen things happening. Although the passengers were very dissatisfied, but the marshals used batons to drive them away, and there was also a marshal inspection at the door to get off the bus. "I tell you, I'll sue you when I get out of the car," some people shouted. The marshals ignored them at all and expelled them all. After everyone had left the train, the marshals told them about the bomb on the train. At this time, those who were screeching shut up. "I can't listen to the one-sided words of the masked man. What if we were deceived?" Mori Kogoro said suddenly. Just as Mori Kogoro finished speaking, there was a roar, and the 8-car train was blown into 2 pieces. It turns out that there are really explosives, so it's very dangerous. "What a failed trip," Chen said, looking at the train that was still blazing. "It's good to be safe," Shaolin said happily. The car that exploded was very close to their car, and if it was still in the car, it must have been worse. Soon, the police officer Mumu rushed over and asked about the situation. After knowing that there were no casualties, he was relieved. "You mean that you met the masked man who appeared before, and 2 mysterious men in black, and they had a conflict before?" Officer Mew Mew frowned. "A headache." "Brother Maori, who do you think set the bomb?" Officer Mumu asked Kogoro Maori. "How do I know this?" Mori Kogoro said unhappily. "He was going to a wedding, and now the train is blown up, and he's going to a fart. I don't know if his friend will complain. These criminals are too rampant, when we don't exist. I must arrest them all in prison," Sato Mawako said angrily. Chen glanced at Sato Mawako. "Who can you catch? Are gin and vodka so easy to grab? As for the masked man, that's his shadow clone, now it's lifted." "Why, you don't believe me? Do you think you are very powerful? Do you want us to play a trick?" Sato Mawako looked at Chen and said. "Why do you feel like you're always targeting me?" Chen looked at Sato Mawako and said. "I just don't believe you are as powerful as they say." Sato Mawako pouted. "Does it have anything to do with you whether I'm great or not?" Sato Mi and Ziyuchen's attitude was irritated, but thinking about it, it has nothing to do with her at all. After staying here for half an hour, the police officer Mumu asked people to leave. Naturally, someone would compensate for the lost property of the passengers. After all, this was also the dereliction of duty of the marshals, and people brought the bomb on the train. "Dad, do you still want to go to Kyoto?" Shaolin asked Mori Kogoro. "Don't go, what are you going to do now? Wait for another day to apologize to your friends." "Let's go back first," said Kogoro Mori. "But how are we going to get back?" Conan asked. "Ha ha ha, I am familiar with Officer Mumu, let him send someone to take us back," Maori Kogoro said with a big smile. Maori Kogoro and Officer Mumu asked, and Officer Mumu agreed. Kogoro used to be a policeman and had a good relationship with Officer Mumu. He would not refuse to accept such a trivial matter. "Get in the car, I'll take you back," Sato Mawako said to Chen. "Would you be so kind to send me back?" Chen looked at Sato Mawako strangely. "Get in the car quickly." "Okay, since the beauties are offering each other, if I refuse, wouldn't it be too stupid?" Chen opened the car door and sat in. "Dad, take Conan and the others back in the car first. I have something to tell Chen," Shaolin said to Mori Kogoro, then ran to Sato Mikazu's car. Chapter 773 Learn Something from Me. Shaolin knocked on the car window. After Sato Mawako saw it, she directly lowered the car window. "Miss Shaolin, what's the matter?" Mikazu Sato asked Shaolin. "Officer Sato, could you please take me for a ride?" Shaolin asked Sato Mawako. "Okay, Miss Shaolin, get in the car." Mawako Sato nodded. "Thank you, Officer Sato. Officer Sato can just call me Shaolin." Shaolin thanked Sato Mikazu and sat in the back seat. Just when Sato Mawako was about to start the car, Chen suddenly said, "Wait." Seeing Sato Mawako's suspicious gaze, Chen opened the passenger's door directly, then walked down and sat in the back seat. After Sato Mawako saw Chen's behavior, a feeling of unhappiness rose in her heart. "Sit down, I'm going to drive. Sato Mawako said calmly. She felt as if she was rejected. Shaolin, do you have anything to say? Chen asked, looking at Shaolin hesitantly. Well, thank you for saving me today, so I want to invite you to dinner tomorrow to thank you. Shaolin said to Chen. Oh, so Shaolin wants to invite me to dinner. I can have this, Chen said while rubbing his chin. Speaking of Shaolin, is this a date? Chen teased and asked Shaolin. No, I just want to thank you, don't get me wrong. Shaolin waved her hand hastily. Hey, Shaolin, you refuted it too quickly. Can't you let me have a trace of delusion in my heart? Chen sighed deliberately. Shaolin lowered her head, not knowing what to say. In fact, Shaolin has some good feelings for Chen in her heart. After all, in terms of Chen's appearance, basically all girls will have a good opinion of him, unless it is Lala. In addition, when she felt like she was about to die, Chen helped her block the knife, but maybe Shaolin herself didn't know those favors. Hey, can you drive slower? Chen said to Mikako Sato in front. Shut up. Sato Mawako did not slow down, but continued to accelerate. Your car is speeding, wait for the traffic police's ticket. HMPH, I have someone in the traffic team. Sato Mawako snorted. Her good sister Miyamoto Yumi was in the traffic team. Okay, you have someone, you are strong, the key is what if you have a car accident? Do you want to drag us to death? Are you doubting my driving skills? Sato Mawako was dissatisfied. She hated others to question her the most. Sato Mawako was racing all the way. Shaolin was frightened and trembling. Chen was relatively calm. Even if there was a car accident, he would be fine anyway. I didn't expect your little car to run quite fast, but how did you know that my home is here? You have investigated me, do you have any plans for me? It's terrible. Humph. I just checked casually, not to mention you have killed a few robbers before. Sato Mawako said. Shaolin looked at Chen suspiciously. I can't help it. I was pointed at by the robber with a gun. I can only resist. I am a good person and will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Chen walked out of the car and said. If the person who once died in Chen's hands heard what Chen said, he would probably climb out of hell to avenge him. It's delivered now, you should go too, Chen said to Sato Mawako. If you were kind enough to send you back, wouldn't you invite me to sit at home? It's not good. You are a policeman. If you let others see you entering my house, the people around will think I have committed a crime. They will misunderstand me. Could there be something shady in your house? Mikazu Sato looked at Chen suspiciously. Come in if you want. Shaolin, come in with me. Chen grabbed Shaolin's hand and walked in. After Shaolin was grabbed by her hand, her cheek slightly swayed, and she struggled symbolically, but she gave up when she saw that she couldn't break free. Chen's hand is so warm. Shaolin thought to herself. For some reason, she felt a sense of peace of mind being held by Chen. Sato Mikazu walked in and saw the two of them holding hands, feeling heartbroken. Thinking that I'm already 27 or 88, and I haven't even held hands with a man yet. These two are very dazzling. Chen, your home is too simple. Shaolin walked to Chen's house and said. This is the first time Shaolin has come to Chen's house, but the house is too empty and there is no decoration. I live by myself, I don't have the habit of decorating, and I don't know how to decorate. Do you want Shaolin to come here as the hostess, and you can decorate as you please? Chen said to Shaolin. Chen, if you tease me again, I will ignore you. Shaolin Yuhi said with a face. Want something to drink? Chen asked as he walked to the refrigerator. I want boiled water with plain water. Shaolin said. Sorry Shaolin, there is no boiled water, just drinks. Bring me some coffee, Mawako Sato said. Would you like iced coffee in a can? Just barely. Wuyu took out a can of coffee, then 2 glasses of juice, and walked over. Tell me, what are you doing here? Chen asked Mikazu Sato after taking a sip of juice. Then I said, I want to learn something from you. Sato Mawako said a little embarrassed. Learn something from me. What do you want to learn? Chen asked curiously. Sato Mawako took out her smartphone. Don't be surprised to see the smartphone 373. This is a world that can't tell the age. After clicking on a video, Sato Mawako put the phone in front of Chen. I want to learn to throw a shuriken with you. I saw in the video that Chen killed a few robbers in a jewelry store last time, and it was played back slowly. Several shuriken collided in the air, and then accurately hit a few robbers. This hand is too handsome. How on earth did you do it? Sato Mawako asked Chen. Shaolin also drew it out of curiosity, and was attracted. The fancy throwing shuriken is really handsome. Why do you learn this? Don't you have a gun? It's not worth it, and you can't learn it. Chen glanced at Sato Mawako and said. Well, for Chen, it's actually just not good enough. It's okay to deal with weak people, but it's not very useful to real masters. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to shock the world, Chen wouldn't use this kind of forbearance tool at all. Guns can't be carried at all times, and don't underestimate me, I can definitely learn. This thing is also a controlled knife, can you bring it with you? It's not good if it's made of wood. As long as it's sharp enough, it can hurt people, and it's not considered a control knife. You reminded me, maybe I can use wood to make some ninja tools. Chen smiled and said. Chapter 774 Heartbroken Conan. You really don't intend to teach me? Sato Mawako looked at Chen unwillingly. I can't teach you, to be precise, I can't teach you. Chen Tan spread his hands and said, without any foundation, how can he teach him? Chen is not willing to waste time. Why? Isn't the secret practice not passed on? Chen casually found a reason. No matter how perfunctory this reason is, especially with the expression on Chen's face, it is extraordinarily perfunctory. Sato Mawako pouted. What secrets are not passed on? If you don't want to teach them, don't teach them. In this case, I'm leaving. Don't fall into my hands in the future, or I'll make you look good. Sato Mawako raised her fist to threaten. Blatant threats. Tisk tisk tilde. May I go to court to sue you? HMPH. Then there must be evidence, otherwise I can sue you for a false accusation, and then you can go to jail. Sato Mawako snorted softly. All right. In fact, Mawako Sato is just playing around and venting her resentment. After Sato Mikazu left, Chen and Shaolin were left alone, and Shaolin suddenly felt a little shy. Well, I'm going back too. Shaolin stood up and said. I'll take you back. Shaolin nodded, but did not refuse. Chen drove Shaolin back to the Maori detective office. When Chen was about to leave, Shaolin suddenly stopped Chen. Chen, don't forget that I will invite you to dinner tomorrow, so let's meet at your coffee shop. I'll go first. After Shaolin finished speaking, she hurriedly ran upstairs. Chen chuckled and drove away. To be so embarrassed, it seems that this transaction is not going well. Belmod looked at the gin and vodka lightly. Belmod's sarcastic eyes made Jin feel angry and snorted coldly. Vodka sat next to him and didn't speak, and there was no room for him to speak here. Among the two big men, he was just a shivering little guy. Tell me, as the trump card of the organization, how could the man whom the gentleman trusts the most, get into such a mess? Belmod is very curious. She knows the strength of Jin. Even if she is surrounded by the FBI, it is estimated that she will not be so embarrassed. I don't know who is making Jinju so embarrassed. Could it be Shuichi Akai? Jin heard the words and fell silent, while Vodka had a look of fear on his face, and he still had a wound that was pierced by Kuwudong. Jin was also miserable. The bone in his left hand was broken, several holes were pierced in his foot, and the bone in his toe was also broken. It is said that the fingers are connected to the heart, and the Jin with the toes being crushed is very painful now. Although he maintained an expressionless high-cold look, there was cold sweat on his forehead. I want you to help me investigate a guy, Jin said to Belmod. Let me investigate again, go find someone else. Belmod said angrily. The last time Jin asked her to investigate Hyuga Chen, she almost lost her life when she took over Belmod. If she guessed correctly this time, she must be investigating the person who injured the jinn. The jinn was beaten like this, and she was unwilling to investigate. Jin looked at Belmod coldly, and Belmod was not afraid of Jin at all. Vodka, let's go. Jin stood up and limped away. After Jin left, Belmod took the Yuhi wine on the table and drank it with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Although she didn't want to investigate, she was really curious in her heart. Sister Shaolin, are you going out early in the morning? After Conan walked out of the room, he asked Shaolin, who was dressed up and ready to go out. Yeah, Conan, I have something to go out. Breakfast is ready. It's in the kitchen. You can make it hot for Dad. Oh, Conan nodded indifferently, and asked casually, what is Sister Shaolin going out for? Dressed up so beautifully, are you going on a date with Brother Shinyi? Yeah, that's right. Shaolin didn't want to say more, nodded perfunctorily, opened the door and walked out. Conan's beauty is bubbling, and sure enough, Shaolin still likes me. Suddenly Conan's body froze. I rely on it, I'm Shinichi. Shaolin lied to me. The dazed mind that had just woken up immediately woke up, and then hurriedly ran to the window and looked down from the window. But when he saw the scene where Kiba's teeth were about to bite, he saw Shaolin talking and laughing and getting into a man's car. And this man he also knew, that bastard Hyuga Chen. Boom, boom, boom. Conan patted the window with his hand angrily, feeling his liver hurt. Could it be that Shaolin was really hooked up by that bastard Hyuga Chen? Hey, Conan, what are you doing, you kid? What if you broke the window for me? Mori Kogoro came out and saw Conan, who was constantly taking pictures of the window, and he became angry all of a sudden. Without further ado, rushing towards Conan is a fist, hitting Conan with gold stars in his eyes. Conan's heart is so sad. The girlfriend in my heart just followed someone into the car, and then was punched in the head again. My heart was stuck. It was a psychological blow first, and then an external blow. Conan looked at Kogoro Mori with sad eyes. Why, are you not convinced? Mori Kogoro looked unhappy, raised his fist and punched it again, and another punch made Conan's eyes shine, and he almost fainted. No, I have to follow it. Conan went back to the house, took out his skateboard, and ran out directly. He wanted to keep up with him. After running out, Conan stepped on the solar skateboard and chased after the car that had left. This skateboard was designed by Dr. Lee, it was very fast, and it was a black technology. Which way did you go? Why can't you keep up? Conan looked at the traffic coming and going on the road, and his scalp was about to be scratched in a hurry. Choosing a random direction, Conan's scooter gallops on the road, and the speed is comparable to that of a car, especially on the more congested roads in urban areas. His scooter has an advantage. Where are we going? Since Shaolin was invited by you, then you decide. Chen looked at Shaolin and said. Shaolin thought about it, then said, I know there's a good sushi restaurant, maybe we can try it. Do you want to go now? Chen glanced at the time, it was only 7 o'clock, and he had just finished breakfast, so why don't he go to eat sushi? Shaolin's cheeks were slightly yuhi, and she whispered, where do you think we should go now? Let's go to the amusement park. Chen looked at Shaolin and asked, what do you think of Shaolin? Okay. Shaolin had no objection and nodded. Since Shaolin had no opinion, Chen directly called up the map, inquired about the amusement park in Tokyo, and chose the largest one. The larger the amusement park, the more complete the project, so naturally choose the largest one. It took nearly an hour to drive to the amusement park, mainly because of traffic jams. Chapter 775 Ferris Wheel Accident. Chen, didn't I invite you? Why do you have to pay? Shaolin looked angry. Please Shaolin, boys and girls come out to play. If you ask girls to pay, they will be misunderstood as little white faces. I don't want to be misunderstood. You have to be considerate of me. Chen Tan Tan Shou and Shaolin said. What's more, when we go out to play, it doesn't matter who pays the same, let's go. Let's play. Chen took Xiaolan's hand and walked towards the interior of the amusement park with the ticket. Xiaolan's cheeks slightly Yuhi was held by the hand, and she tried to break free, but she couldn't break free, and Xiaolan gave up. Boss, give us 2 ice creams. Chen took Xiaolan to a cold drink shop inside and said to the boss. Okay, please wait a moment. Soon 2 ice creams made on the spot were handed over. When Wu Yu just took it and was about to pay, Xiaolan handed over the money directly. You pay for the tickets before, now I'll treat you to ice cream. Xiaolan said with a slight smile. Xiaolan, your smile is so beautiful. I'm stunned. Chen handed one of the ice creams to Xiaolan's hand, and Xiaolan happily took it. What are you going to play? Ferris wheel, roller coaster, or carousel? Coaster, and then immediately shook her head. There was a murder incident on a roller coaster, and her head was cut off. Xiaolan felt that she would never ride a roller coaster again in her life. Let's go ride the Ferris wheel. Chen looked at Xiaolan and decided directly. It's good to ride the Ferris wheel. 2 people get along alone, a must for couples dating. Although Chen and Xiaolan are not lovers, they can deepen their relationship. Pulling Xiaolan to the direction of the Ferris wheel, after purchasing the tickets, Chen and Xiaolan entered the cockpit. This is the largest Ferris wheel. I heard that you can see more than half of the city at the top. I don't know if it is true. I have never been here. As the Ferris wheel started and slowly rotated upwards, Xiaolan felt a little happy in her heart. As the Ferris wheel climbed one after another, Chen and Xiaolan's field of vision became wider and wider, and all the tall buildings came into view. I didn't expect that there are telescopes here, and the equipment is quite complete. Chen said as he picked up the telescope next to him. When it came to the highest point, the Ferris wheel swayed suddenly and then stopped. Xiaolan was unsteady and planted towards the front. Chen stretched out his hand to stop Xiaolan, which made Xiaolan stabilize. Thank you, Chen. Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing, but why did the Ferris wheel stop? Could something happen? Chen wondered if he had contracted Conan's bad luck. The Ferris wheel, which has not necessarily had an accident in the past 10 years, happened to have an accident when he was sitting. Xiaolan calmed down and found that she was still being hugged by Chen at this time. Yuhi suddenly got up with a sullen face, and quickly broke free. Why did the Ferris wheel stop? Did something happen? Xiaolan rubbed her hot face and asked. I don't know, but we're unlucky enough to hope it's not a man-made incident. If it's a real accident, it's okay. I'm afraid some terrorists attacked and planted bombs on the Ferris wheel or something. This kind of thing is not impossible in Conan's world. Boom. With a roar, the cockpit below Chen and Xiaolan exploded, and Chen and Xiaolan could just see it. Xiaolan's face turned pale. Seeing the explosion, Xiaolan still didn't understand what happened. Chen, have we encountered a terrorist attack? Xiaolan asked with a pale face. It's alright, maybe it's amusement park entertainment, maybe there's no one in that cockpit at all. Chen comforted Xiaolan. However, just after Chen finished speaking, the speakers in the cockpit suddenly rang. Everyone on the Ferris wheel, you have become our hostages now. I think you must be in a good mood now. Ha 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 ha. Chen's face turned gloomy, and just after I said it was okay, you jumped out and slapped me in the face. Chen. Xiaolan's face turned paler, and her body leaned towards Chen. At such a critical moment, only Chen in front of her could bring her a sense of security. For some reason, at this time, Xiaolan actually forgot her childhood sweetheart Kudo Shinichi. Chen took out his mobile phone and dialed Sato Mikazu's number. The two of them left a phone call with each other last time. At the National Police Agency, Mikazu Sato took out her mobile phone, raised her brows, and chose to connect. Officer Sato, we seem to be attacked now. After Mikazu Sato connected, Chen didn't talk nonsense, and directly told the current situation. What are you saying is true? Someone really launched an attack at the amusement park. Sato Mawako asked seriously. Please, I have no need to deceive you. Okay, you wait, we'll act right away. Mawako Sato's face became more and more serious. Sato Mikako immediately hung up the phone and ran to notify Officer Meguro, but at this time the other cockpit people also reacted from fear. Then the first thought was to call the police. The other party seems to have deliberately told us to call the police. I don't know what the guy who hijacked this Ferris wheel wants to do. Chen sat down and said softly. Chen, aren't you afraid at all? Shaolin looked at Chen and asked. Are you afraid of being useful? It's useless at all, just sit back and relax. I promise you will be fine. Chen said to Shaolin. Hearing Chen's words, Shaolin suddenly felt relieved. But when you come out to play and encounter such a bad thing, it's really annoying. Damn, don't commit crimes early, don't commit crimes late, but doing things at this time, do you think your life is too long? Actually, this is not bad. We could only stay at the top for a moment, but now we can keep looking at the scenery in the distance. Chen said with a smile. Chen, you are so optimistic. What if we die? Shaolin smiled reluctantly, and then asked Chen. Why do you think so much? I promise you won't die. Don't you believe me, Shaolin? Besides, even if you do die, it's worth dying to be with you, a beautiful woman. Shaolin pursed her lips and looked at the distant scenery, not because she didn't believe Chen, but now they were on the brink of life and death. At this height, it is impossible to escape, and the criminal who hijacked the Ferris wheel doesn't know what he did here. Chen, I believe we will be saved. The sadness in her eyes disappeared. Shaolin turned her head and showed a warm smile to Chen. Shaolan, your smile is very warm now, just like an angel. Chen looked at Shaolan and said. Chen stood up and stood at the window with Shaolin, looking at the distant scenery. Chapter 776 Lightbulb Conan. The police arrived soon, and they couldn't help but be in a hurry. If something really happened, they couldn't be held responsible. What's the situation now? Officer Mumu asked the person in charge of the amusement park. The cold sweat on the forehead of the person in charge stayed. No matter what happened this time, he knew that he was finished. I don't know what's going on the Ferris wheel, but the line of the Ferris wheel has broken down. It needs to be repaired now, and it will take at least a few hours. Ha ha ha, I believe the police have already come. Let me tell you my purpose. This time I'm just asking for money, not hurt and accept my fate. I hope you can prepare 100 million yen in cash within an hour. Kim. The amusement park broadcasts all rang. Officer Mu's face sank as he looked at the person in charge and asked, could it be that all the broadcasts in your amusement park are being controlled? I'm not very clear about this. The person in charge said with an ugly face. Officer Meguro, could the other party be the staff of the amusement park? Sato Mawako guessed. Being able to plant a bomb on a Ferris wheel and control the broadcast in an amusement park is certainly impossible for the unfamiliar. It's very possible, we can go and investigate now. Officer Mumu nodded. Boom. With an explosion, one of the cockpits of the Ferris wheel exploded. I hope your police don't act rashly. Now it's the empty cabin that's exploding, but it won't be the case in the future. The voice that came from the broadcast again made Officer Mumu and the others stagnate. Another cockpit exploded. There won't be bombs in our cockpit, right? Shaolan's face changed slightly. There is indeed a bomb, but this bomb is really ugly. It should be a homemade earth bomb. Chen opened his seat and said. In fact, the earth bomb is relatively easy to make and the cost is very low, but ordinary people can't make it. Even if it is made, it is just the kind of garbage that needs a fuse. And this bomb is a remote control, indicating that the person who made the bomb also has some skills. Shaolin moved closer to Chen and asked Chen, what about this? I think it's better to just throw it out. I can't defuse the bomb. Chen directly smashed the tempered glass in the cockpit and threw the bomb out. Okay, now we don't need to worry, we can't die now. Chen clapped his hands and sat down and said. Shaolin breathed a sigh of relief, then asked worriedly, will this not cause problems? It shouldn't be a problem, it should be. As soon as Chen finished speaking, the bomb he dropped exploded. Although it didn't blow up anyone, it surprised Officer Mumu and the others. Let's sit down and wait in peace. We have nothing to do with us. Chen took off his jacket and put it on Shaolin's body. Now that there is no windshield, it is quite cold when the wind blows. Chen may not care, but Shaolin may not be able to bear it. What about the others? Shaolan, it's not bad that we can save our own lives. There are other people in the air, not to mention that we are here. It's useless to think so much. Yes, I hope they can be safe too. Shaolin nodded. I'm sorry Chen, if I hadn't asked you out, I wouldn't have encountered such a thing, I'm really sorry. Shaolin looked at Chen apologetically. No need to apologize, aren't we all right now? Chen waved at Shaolin. Now that they are indeed safe, looking at the homemade bomb, Chen knew that the prisoner was probably a poor man, and it was impossible to blow up the entire Ferris wheel. At most, a bomb was placed in the cockpit. Is it a little cold? Chen looked at Shaolin and said. Shaolin nodded, the cold wind was indeed very cold. Chen, are you cold too? Shaolin looked at Shang Chen, because Chen gave her the coat, it should be even colder. It's really cold, why don't we hug to keep warm? Chen stretched out his hand and hugged Shaolin in his arms. Shaolin's body froze. She lay in Chen's arms and didn't struggle, but after leaning on Chen's body, she only felt warm, not cold at all. 2 hours later, the Ferris wheel started again, and everyone returned to the ground safely. Yo Tilda, seeing you like this, it's resolved. Chen said, looking at police officers Mumu and the others. Well, I didn't expect it was the person in charge who did this. Mawako Sato looked at the person in charge who was caught. In addition to the person in charge of this amusement park, there are also 2 staff members, both of whom are accomplices of the person in charge. Chen glanced at Conan, it should be this guy who solved it. I didn't expect this guy to come here too. Sister Shaolin, are you okay? Conan asked Shaolin. Conan, why are you here? Shaolin asked Conan suspiciously. Conan scratched his head. Of course, he came after hearing the news of the accident here. He didn't expect Hyuga Chen and Shaolan to be here too. Conan, don't run around. Please Sergeant Sato send him back. Chen smiled and came to Conan and patted Conan. No, I don't want to go back. I want to play in the amusement park too, can't I, Sister Shaolin? Conan took out the trump card for children to act coquettishly. Shaolin looked at Conan with embarrassment on her face, and then looked at Chen. Since Conan you want to follow, then follow. But remember to be obedient. Chen pressed his head and rubbed it hard. Hey Tilda, it hurts. This hateful guy. Conan stared at Chen angrily. I wanted to continue shopping in the amusement park, but because of the previous incident, the amusement park will be temporarily closed for rectification. Leaving the amusement park, Chen looked at Conan, the light bulb, and wanted to beat him up. Conan looked at him with smug eyes, wanting to get along with Shaolin alone. As long as I am there, it is absolutely impossible. Leaving the amusement park, Chen drove towards the sushi restaurant that Shaolin said. Shaolin sat in the co-pilot, while Conan sat depressed in the back seat. Sister Shaolin, Brother Shinyi called and told me that he misses you very much. Conan shouted loudly. Really? I don't believe it. Shaolin looked back at Conan and said. Really? Dr. Agsa can testify. Really? Shaolin's face suddenly changed. That guy, thanks to her, she has been worried about the guy's safety all the time, but the guy is good, there has been no news, and he didn't call Conan. When that fellow Shinichi reappears, I will definitely teach him a good lesson. Shaolin said with clenched fists. Conan's back was cold, he didn't offend Shaolin. Why did Shaolin teach him a lesson? Fortunately, it has become smaller now. After changing back in the future, I still have to hide from Shaolin first. Shaolin's grievance seems to be very deep. Conan touched the cold sweat, and thought to himself that he knew Shaolin's violence well, and one punch could kill someone half to death. Chapter 777 Valentine's Day Party. The sushi here is really good. Chen said while tasting the sushi. Yeah, I just tasted this sushi, so I specially recommended it, Xiaolin said with a smile. The resentment on Conan's face. These two people seemed to ignore him, really hateful. After eating, I wanted to invite Xiaolan to watch a movie. But after seeing Conan, forget it. Watching a movie with Conan, maybe there will be a movie theater murder, plus it's boring to carry this light bulb. So after the meal, Chen sent Xiaolin back. A few days later, Chen boarded out of the school gate. Chen, wait for us. Hearing the shouts from behind, Chen stopped and saw Yuanzi dragging Xiaolin's hand and running towards him. Yuanzi, why are you running so fast? Is there something wrong? Chen asked Yuanzi. Chen, don't you know that Valentine's Day is coming? What are you going to do? Sonoko asked Chen. What should I do if I'm not ready? I'm going to stay at home, so as not to go out and be fed a handful of dog food. Well, there is actually a Valentine's Day party. Chen, can you join us? Sonoko said immediately after hearing that Chen had no plans. She came here to invite Chen. Is Xiaolin going too? Chen looked at Xiaolin. Of course, Xiaolin also wants to participate. How about it? This is a good opportunity. Seize the opportunity to confess to Xiaolin. Yuanzi tempted to Chen. Sonoko, what are you talking about? Xiaolin's ears turned Yuhi. Okay, since Xiaolin participates, I naturally won't refuse if I have nothing to do. Chen nodded. Sonoko blinked at Xiaolin, and knew that as long as Matsuri came out with Xiaolin, she would be able to invite Chen. Then see you tomorrow. Yuanzi pulled Xiaolin away quickly. She still had to prepare. The next morning, Chen came to his coffee shop, where Xiaolin and Yuanzi were already waiting. Chen, you're so slow. I've been waiting here for more than an hour, but since it's Chen, then I forgive you. Sonoko said with a smile. By the way, where exactly is the Valentine's Day party held? Chen sat down and asked Sonoko. I have an address for this, and it was held at the home of a college student named Minagawa Katsuhiko. Sonoko took out a note and handed it to Chen. After staying in the coffee shop for a while, Chen took Xiaolin and Yuanzi into the car, and then the car started and disappeared into the distance. After the car left, Conan stepped out. Damn, it's this guy again. I don't know where this guy is taking Xiaolan. Fortunately, I put a tracker on his car. A small button on Conan's glasses. These glasses are also made by Dr. Ali, and can track the position with the tracker. Strange, why is there no signal? Is the tracker given by Dr. Li broken? Conan's face was worried. There is no way to track, which makes him how to find Hyuga Chen's car. Damn it. Stinky brat, what are you shouting downstairs? You made me mad, you know. Kogoro Mori opened the window and scolded Conan below. Conan flipped through Byakugan, and then ran to find Dr. Akasa. He had to ask Dr. Akasa to find a way to find the location of Hyuga Chen. What if that guy kidnapped Xiaolin? Conan is very anxious now. Jealousy stirred in his heart. Chen drove the car with an inexplicable smile on his face, just the tracker that Conan thought he didn't know. Now the tracker is invalid. Of course, it is also the ghost of Chen. Let's play around with you little brat today. Chen stretched out his hand. The tracker that was originally glued to the rear of the car suddenly appeared in Chen's hand, opened the window and flicked, and the tracker landed on a car. And Conan, who ran to Dr. Ali's house, was debugging the glasses and found that the tracker suddenly had a signal. Conan didn't think too much, and directly followed the past. However, I don't know what will happen to Conan after he catches up, and whether he will smoke in anger after running for a while. Soon came to the home of the college student named Minagawa Katsuhiko. The family is quite big. But are you familiar with Yuanzi? Chen asked Yuanzi. Sonoko shook his head, unfamiliar with it, but when he was drinking a drink at the drink shop the day before yesterday, Minagawa Katsuhiko came to chat up an invitation. Sonoko felt that there were more people than the Valentine's Day party, so he agreed. Miss Xiaolin. A big man came out and ran towards it. This big man is called Wakamatsu Jungsho, and he fell in love with Shaolin the first time he saw Shaolin that day. Although the name is quite handsome, few people really like the appearance of this big man. Wakamatsu ran over happily, but after seeing Chen, his face immediately turned ugly. Miss Shaolin, who is he? Wakamatsu stared at Chen unhappily. Hey, you guy has a questioning tone, as if someone owes you. Who am I to have something to do with you? Chen looked at this guy indifferently, making him unhappy. Is it because he is tired of living and doesn't want to live anymore? What kind of expression do you have? Believe it or not, I'll hit you. The big man raised his fist. He had no other advantage, only a pair of force. Chen cast a glance at this guy, seeing that this guy is full of muscles and big, but it's actually not useful. Hey, what do you want to do? Sonoko's expression was not very good. Although the garden is usually carefree, but if he is serious, the momentum on his body can also shock people. She is the second lady of the Suzuki Consortium. Yo tilde. Sonoko is amazing. This big guy is too scared to speak. Chen looked at Sonoko with a teasing look. Yeah, Chen, don't make fun of me. The big man Ruosong turned Yuhi on his face, and was so ashamed that he couldn't see anyone, and was actually frightened by a woman. But thinking about Sonoko's previous momentum, he really didn't dare to say anything, so he could only leave in despair. Fortunately he was not seen by others. Entering the house, a group of people gathered together, and the atmosphere was not very warm. Ruosong, why is your face so ugly? Mr. Fatty Zadao jokingly looked at Ruosong. Humph. I'm in a bad mood right now, don't bother me, or I'll make you look good. Wakamatsu raised his fist and said. Fatty immediately shut his mouth. If the big man like Wakamatsu really wanted to beat him, he would definitely only get beaten. But shut his mouth, his face was gloomy. He picked up the orange juice on the table and drank it. This atmosphere is not very good. After Chen glanced at it, he felt a little bored. Why don't you come? It's all here, just sit down first. Xiaolan said in a low voice. Let's introduce myself first. A short-haired woman, like a tomboy, stood up and said, also to ease the atmosphere. After all, the atmosphere is too dull now. Through self-introduction, Chen and the others knew that the tomboy-like woman was named Guan Gusheng, and there was another woman, Watanabe, who was so beautiful, plus Wakamatsu, a fat man, Mr. Naoda, and Minagawa Katsuhiko, a good-looking guy. Chapter 778 Valentine's Day Murder Case Part 1. They kept everyone waiting. Minagawa Katsuhiko's mother came out with food, followed by a little boy, Minagawa Katsuhiko's younger brother Minagawa Jin. Oh, it's really bothering Auntie. Sonoko stood up and said. It's nothing, you are all Kian's friends. Kian is usually very dull. I am very happy to have friends like you. Minagawa's mother said with a smile. Stop talking, it's too noisy. Minagawa Katsuhiko said unhappily, took out a cigarette and lit one. The smile on Minagawa's mother's face froze. She forced a smile, and then walked towards the kitchen. Can I stay here and play? Minagawa Jin asked. Ajin, go back to the room, don't get in the way here. Minagawa Katsuhiko said to Minagawa Jin. The relationship between their families doesn't seem to be good. Yuanzi whispered close to Chen's ear. Yuanzi, what are you talking about when you get so close? Shaolin leaned over and asked in a low voice. For some reason, when Yuanzi approached Chen just now, Shaolin felt a little uncomfortable. Yuanzi, you don't want 8 trigrams, don't you think we are embarrassed here? I regret coming to this place. Chen said leaning on the sofa. Speaking of which, this is very boring. Why don't you come and perform a show? Straight, come out and perform. Minagawa Katsuhiko put down the can of beer in his hand and looked at Fatty Zadao. Zadao did not speak, and was silent. Didn't you hear what I said? Minagawa Katsuhiko looked at Zadao scorchingly. Mr. Minagawa is going too far. Shaolin whispered towards Chen. Don't worry about it so much, this octopus ball is delicious, Shaolin, you can try it. Chen used a fork to fork a ball and handed it to Xiaolin's mouth. Xiaolin's face was slightly yuhi, but she did not refuse, and opened her mouth to eat. Yeah, Auntie's small balls are delicious, much better than mine. Xiaolin nodded and said. Chen, give me one too. Yuanzi grabbed Chen's arm. Okay. Chen crossed again, and then handed it to Sonoko's mouth. When Wakamatsu, who was sitting across from him, saw it, his eyes were full of anger. This damn little white face, with 2 boats on his feet, really wanted to beat him. However, this kind of thinking is just thinking. If you really do it, your life will be lost. Zadao, you pretended not to hear what I said, right? Minagawa Katsuhiko looked at Zadao with an increasingly unhappy expression. In fact, Katsuhiko Minagawa has always looked down on Fatty Straight Road. At times like this, Wakamatsu usually comes to smooth the game, but where is Wakamatsu in the mood to smooth the game now? I'm not good at this. Zadao said submissively, with a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Chen glanced at the fat man, and he could clearly perceive that this guy had murderous intent. But these have nothing to do with Chen. Even if he wants to kill, it has nothing to do with Chen. Chen is very indifferent to strangers. Even if he really wants to kill people under his nose, Chen will not stop him. HMPH. Seeing you makes me feel uncomfortable. Minagawa Katsuhiko stood up in disgust and walked outside. I'll take a look. Guan Gushang stood up and walked outside. Chen, do you want to eat? Sonoko faced Yuhi. Yuhi took out a gift box, then poked Chen's arm and asked. What is this? Yes, it's chocolate. I made it myself. Since you did it yourself, forget it. I'm afraid of being poisoned to death. Chen exaggeratedly said. What? How could it be poisoned? I asked the servants at home and learned it all night to make it. Yuanzi said angrily. Xiaolin stared blankly at this scene. How could she not know what it means to send chocolates on Valentine's Day? Touched her pocket with her hand, and there was also a piece of chocolate in her pocket. Then I'll try it reluctantly. Chen took out a piece of chocolate and tasted it. The taste was okay. Sonoko's eyes lit up. Chen actually ate my chocolate. Isn't it true that we are lovers? Hey, what are you thinking? Although I ate chocolate, it doesn't make any sense. Chen knocked Sonoko on the head to wake him up. What? Sonoko lowered his head in disappointment. Xiaolan was inexplicably relieved, and a smile appeared on her face. Soon Minagawa Katsuhiko came back, and Guan Gushang also came back lost. Obviously it must be something that cannot be courted. Everyone, have some coffee and dessert. Kei Yan's mother came over with coffee and cake. Chen glanced at Qian's mother, and then continued to talk with Xiaolin and the others. I don't like coffee, especially coffee with stuff added. Chen said, looking at the coffee placed in front of him. Qian's mother shook her hand, raised her head and glanced at Chen, smiled stiffly, and then took the coffee away, cold sweat on her forehead. Added something, Sonoko asked. Chen leaned into Yuanzi's ear and whispered, I said it was poison, do you believe it? It's a lie. Sonoko didn't believe it at all. Kei Yan's mother put the coffee away, but her son Ajin ran over and took a sip from the cup. Kei Yan's mother frowned, then lowered her head and said, Don't drink anything, you won't be able to sleep at night, come, have a bite of cake. But mother, didn't you let me eat sweets? Sister Guan Gushang gave me chocolate before, and you reprimanded me. Ajin looked at his mother and said. Don't worry, I won't reprimand your 483 this time. Kei Yan's mother fed Ajin the cake. Qian, why don't you eat cake? I don't like sweets. Minagawa Katsuhiko waved his hand, then took out a cigarette. Katsuhiko, stop smoking, it's not good for your health. Watanabe Kaomi said. Don't be long-winded. Minagawa Katsuhiko got angry and cut off the cigarette directly. I'm going outside to blow the air. Minagawa Katsuhiko stood up, took out the cigarette case and wanted to get another cigarette, but there was no more cigarettes. If you don't mind, just smoke me. Zeta stood up, took out his cigarette and handed it to Minagawa Katsuhiko. Minagawa Katsuhiko glanced at Fatty, didn't think much about it, and walked out with a cigarette. Well, Katsuhiko drank a lot of alcohol just now. I'm a little worried about him. I'll go take a look. Watanabe Yumi stood up and walked outside with chocolate. I seem to see his Death Star flashing. Chen whispered. But without Conan following, something happened this time. Am I also a god of death? No, I was a god of death before. Chen chuckled and shook his head. Coffee with cake is really good. I don't know why you don't drink coffee. Sonoko looked at Chen and said. Chen shook his head. He didn't drink coffee because of the problem of poison, not to mention that the antidote was right in front of him. Even if there was no antidote, the poison would not have been poisoned to death by adding 1,000 times the amount, but Chen didn't like drinking coffee. Chapter 779 Valentine's Day Murder Case Part 2. Ah! Hearing this scream from outside, Chen knew that Minagawa Katsuhiko was dead. What happened? Wakamatsu and others went out immediately, and then saw Minagawa Katsuhiko lying in the yard. The people who discovered Minagawa Katsuhiko's fall were Watanabe Kaomi and Katsuhiko's mother, and a chocolate block was still falling next to Minagawa Katsuhiko, and a burning cigarette was still in his hand. Why did Mr. Minagawa suddenly die? Shaolin said, covering her mouth. This is obviously a murder. Shaolin, call the police. Chen said to Shaolin. Oh, Shaolin took out her phone and called the police immediately. Not long after, Officer Mumu came here, as well as Mori Kogoro and Conan, both of them came. It was Shaolin who called Mori Kogoro and informed Mori Kogoro that Conan came with Mori Kogoro. After Conan saw Chen, his face was full of resentment. Today, he ran for a day in the cold weather, but he was also pitted. How the hell did this guy find out about the tracker? Obviously he hides it well. Conan was very puzzled, just like being scratched by a cat, but he couldn't ask directly, otherwise wouldn't the other party know that he placed the tracker? It is against the law to install a tracker on someone else's car without authorization. So some of Conan's actions are actually illegal. Maybe he is investigating things, but it cannot be denied that this is illegal. Conan, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something I offend you? Chen said with a smile. Looking at Chen's eyes that seemed to see through everything, Conan was sweating coldly on his back, feeling that under Chen's eyes, all the secrets were exposed. Looking at Chen Zan's blue eyes, Conan tilted his head, not daring to look at Chen. Conan, don't be rude. Shaolin educated Conan. Why are you here? Shouldn't it have anything to do with you? Sato Mikazu asked, looking at Chen. Maybe it's bad luck. Accidents happen everywhere I go, alas. I may also become a god of mold. Chen sighed helplessly. You should know something, right? Sato Mawako asked Chen. Chen is here, he should know something. Now Minagawa Katsuhiko is obviously homicide. Report to the police officer Mumu, the deceased died of poisoning. Miss Watanabe, you are saying that the deceased fell immediately after eating your chocolate, right? Officer Meguro asked Watanabe Yumi. That's obvious, the murderer is you. Mori Kogoro said, pointing to Watanabe Kaomi. Watanabe Kaomi's tears rolled in her eyes, and she said bitterly, I didn't kill Katsuhiko, how could I kill him? Humph. Usually prisoners say this, do you still want to argue? Said Kogoro Mori. Uncle Maori, do you think killing people should be so obvious? Don't you hide it, Chen said. I have to say that Maori Kogoro has a lot of ability to wrong people, and he deserves to be a confused detective. That's true, Chen boy is right, but I still think she is the culprit. Mori Kogoro still pointed at Watanabe Haomi. Just like what Chen Shaozi said, most people wouldn't believe that the prisoner would use such an obvious means, but it's dark under the lights, you just want to use this thinking of people to clear your name. Mori Kogoro's analysis is straightforward, and Officer Mumu also thinks it makes sense. As Minagawa Katsuhiko's mother, you are still cleaning the cup after he died, how big of a heart? Chen glanced at Katsuhiko's mother and said. Kei Yan's mother froze. After Jingchen said this, other people also felt that something was wrong, and Kei Yan's mother was too calm. There was a trace of sadness before, but now there is still sadness in her appearance. Officer Mumu found poison on Minagawa Katsuhiko's cigarette filter, and on the chocolate, the toxin was also tested. Sure enough, the chocolate is poisonous. Whose cigarette is this? Officer Mumu asked as he picked up a pack of cigarettes. Is it Minagawa Katsuhiko's own or yours? At this time, everyone turned their attention to Fatty and said straight. Cold sweat broke out on Zidao's face, and then he said with a heart, yes, I killed him, who made this guy look down on me all the time. And this guy actually lived up to Guan Gusheng, which is unforgivable. Chen looked at it, then leaned into Yuanzi's ear and whispered a few words. Sonoko glanced at Chen in surprise, then nodded, cleared his throat and said, actually, my great detective Suzuki Sonoko already knows who the real culprit is. Officer Muguro was wondering who was the murderer of Watanabe Miyuki and Zidao. Now that he heard Sonoko's words, he immediately looked over. Yuanzi, do you really know? Don't deceive everyone, Shaolin whispered beside Yuanzi. Don't worry, Chen has already told me the real murderer. Sonoko whispered to Shaolin with confidence on her face. Shaolin nodded and glanced at Chen, feeling a little uncomfortable in her heart. Why did Chen tell Yuanzi not to tell her? Don't you believe her? Sonoko, do you know who the murderer is? Officer Mumu asked politely. The identity of Sonoko, the police officer Mumu also knows, the second lady of the Suzuki Consortium, so she is very polite to Sonoko. Yes, the prisoner is Minagawa Katsuhiko's mother. Sonoko pointed at Minagawa Katsuhiko's mother. Me, how could I kill my own son? Minagawa's mother trembled. Officer Mumu, you can test the cup, there is still toxin left on the cup. You mean she poisoned the cup? No, she was poisoned by coffee. But this coffee is not drunk alone. Guan Gusheng said. There was poison in the coffee, but there was an antidote in the cake, and there was no antidote after drinking coffee. Only Minagawa Katsuhiko was alone. People think so. Also, the chocolate in your arms is about to melt. As the first person to arrive at the scene, you have dumped Watanabe's chocolate. You want to blame her. However, how could I kill my son? You are all just guessing. Minagawa's mother was already panicking, and now she wants to fight to the death. You are not Kei Yan's biological mother. His mother died in the car accident 7 years ago. Guan Gusheng said suddenly. As Minagawa Katsuhiko's childhood sweetheart, Guan Gusheng certainly knows this. Minagawa's mother squatted down and hugged Ah-jin, tears streaming from her eyes. I'm sorry, I want to keep this family and make Ah-jin happy. I have to get Katsuyan's inheritance. I'm sorry Miss Watanabe. At this time, she had also confessed her guilt. In fact, the evidence was conclusive, and she could not escape if she did not confess her guilt. As for the reason for the murder, no one would listen to her explanation. Chapter 780 Angry Shaolin. We encountered a murder case on Valentine's Day. What kind of bad luck did we have? Should we go to the temple to ask for a talisman? On the way out, Sonoko complained. Indeed, a lot of things have happened during this period of time. Have you fallen for evil? Xiaolan shook her body. The talisman is useless, it's just a psychological comfort. Chen said. Soon he came to the downstairs of the Maori office, and instead of going up, he came to Chen's coffee shop. Chen, Shaolin, I'm going back, someone has come to pick me up. Yuanzi said, looking at the car parked in front of the coffee shop. Yeah, goodbye Yuanzi. Shaolin waved at Yuanzi. Boss, Shaolin, what would you like to drink? Inomoto Azusa came over and asked. Bring me a glass of juice. I don't like coffee, Chen said to Azusa Inomoto. Just like Chen. Now that I drink coffee, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at night. Xiaolan said with a slight smile. Okay, the juice has to be squeezed now, so I'll have to wait a moment. Azusa Inomoto nodded, and went to squeeze the juice. After only Chen and Shaolin were left, Xiaolin suddenly became nervous, and her two hands were unconsciously mixed together. Xiaolan, you are very nervous. Is there something wrong? Chen asked Xiaolan. Ah, Xiaolin sat up straight. Haha 883 laughed twice and asked, is there any? It's not, but you have the word nervousness written on your face right now. Chen stared at Xiaolin and said. Xiaolin lowered her head, and after being silent for a while, she took out a delicately packaged gift box from her clothes pocket and handed it to Chen. This is for you, but don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. Chen took it, and then opened the gift box, which contained a piece of chocolate. Chen took the chocolate and glanced at Xiaolin with a half smile. Xiaolin looked embarrassed and stood up and said, I don't mean anything else, I just want to invite you to taste the taste of the chocolate I made. I understand, I know very well, Xiaolin, why are you so excited? Sit down and talk. Chen asked Xiaolin to sit down. Looking at the chocolate in his hand, Chen split it into two halves, half of which was handed to Xiaolan. In that case, let's taste the chocolate you made together. Okay. Xiaolin took it and took a light bite. Sister Xiaolin, why are you here? Why don't you go up? Conan pushed open the door and walked in. Conan and Mori Kogoro just came back, and they came back in a police car. However, when Conan watched Chen and Xiaolin eating chocolate, he was stunned for a moment, as if he had suffered a bolt from the blue. Conan, where's my dad? Xiaolin's words made Conan sober, lowered his head and said, Uncle went up, so I went up first. What's wrong with Conan? Why is he so listless? Xiaolan said suspiciously. It's estimated that I've lost love, and my heart has been hit. Chen Wuliang smiled. After chatting with Xiaolin for a while, Xiaolin also left, and Chen drove home. Xiaolin came upstairs and looked at Mori Kogoro who was already drunk. She was also very helpless. It is sad to have such a father. Xiaolin took a piece of clothing and put it on Mori Kogoro to prevent him from catching a cold, and then began to clean the beer cans on the table. Sister Xiaolin, I have something to ask you. Who Tilda? Why are you here? Conan, you startled me. Xiaolin looked at Conan who was sitting on the sofa. She didn't see Conan before, and because Conan didn't make a sound, Xiaolan thought Conan went back to her room. Conan, if you have any questions, just ask. Xiaolin put aside the rubbish that she had packed, and prepared to throw it away when she went out to buy groceries later. Well, Sister Xiaolin, are you dating Hyuga Chen? When asked about this, Conan was very uneasy, for fear that Xiaolin would say yes. Xiaolin's face was slightly yuhi, and she said to Conan, Don't ask this question, child, what are you asking this for? Sister Xiaolin, I'm curious, just tell me. Chen and I have no relationship, we are just very good friends. Xiaolin said. She also thought the same in her heart. Maybe Xiaolin had some good feelings in her heart, but she had not reached the level of boyfriend and girlfriend. Oh, I'm relieved that way. Conan breathed a sigh of relief, a smirk on his face. Relax what? Looking at Xiaolin's puzzled eyes, Conan quickly said, It's nothing, I didn't say anything. Stay at home, don't run around, I'll go buy groceries and make dinner. Xiaolan shook her head and said to him. Sister Xiaolin, Brother Xinyi asked me to tell you not to get too close to Hyuga Chen. He is very suspicious and doesn't know what his purpose is. Conan stopped Xiaolin and said to Xiaolin. Xiaolin frowned slightly. Conan, did Shinichi really tell you to tell me? That's right, it's what Brother Shinichi told me to say. Hyuga Chen is really suspicious. Conan became serious. Conan asked Dr. Ali to help investigate Guo Chen's information, but he did not find any useful information, and his past was all blank. If he really said it, then please tell Conan to him. It's my business, and it has nothing to do with him. Xiaolan lowered her head, walked out with the garbage, and closed the door heavily. Bump. Hearing the loud closing of the door, Conan's heart trembled. Xiaolin seems to be really angry this time. The point is that Conan doesn't know why, and with his emotional intelligence, he doesn't know why. If it is Kudo Shinichi's identity to call Shaolin, Shaolin may not be angry. The key point is that Kudo Shinichi asked him to tell him. It has been more than a week since Kudo Shinichi became Conan, but Conan just made a phone call with Shaolin in Kudo Shinichi's voice. Under such circumstances, if Shaolin knew that Kudo Shinichi was in constant contact with Conan, how could she not be angry? What's more, in Shaolin's eyes, Chen is her good friend and her savior. Conan's words are obviously suspected of speaking ill of Chen, and Shaolin will of course be angry. Little Conan, where is Shaolin? Let Shaolin cook, I'm going to starve to death. Mori Kogoro opened his eyes and asked Conan. Sister Shaolin is out. Going out, what are you doing out? Kogoro Mori patted his head, then took out a bottle of beer again. Conan looked at Mori Kogoro, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he was still drinking. If Shaolin saw it, he would definitely be angry. No, Shaolin is already angry now. If she sees Kogoro Mori continuing to drink, she will definitely get angry. I don't know what will happen then. Conan glanced at Mori Kogoro, and then hid in his room. Shaolin should be back soon after shopping for food. He'd better stay away. Naruto God Level System, Chapter 781-800. Chapter 781 Shaolin invites to the art museum. Chen, do you have something to do? Shaolan, the beauty is looking for me. I have nothing to do, tell me what I have to do. I am happy to serve the angel Shaolin. Chen lay on the sofa and said with his phone in hand. I want to invite you to the museum, I wonder if you have time. Shaolan asked expectantly. Of course you have time, wait for me. I'll be at your house soon. Chen hung up the phone and walked towards the Maori office. Soon Chen came to the downstairs of the Maori detective office, and Shaolin was already waiting there. But in addition to Shaolin, there are two of them, Mori Kogoro and Conan. Seeing the two of them, Chen knew that this time it would definitely not be calm. Sorry, Chen, Dad and Kay South Africa are going together, so. Shaolin looked embarrassed. It's okay, let's go together. Chen nodded and said. Chen boy, can you let me drive? I haven't driven a Bentley before. Mori Kogoro came over and asked. Dad, you are. Shaolin stomped her feet and looked at Mori Kogoro. No problem, Conan, sit in the co-pilot. Chen threw Conan to the co-pilot's seat, and sat behind with Shaolan. Damn guy. Conan stared at Chen angrily, but he left him behind without asking for his opinion. This guy and Shaolin are sitting together, it's really uncomfortable. When Conan wanted to sit in the back, Mori Kogoro punched Conan on the head. Don't move around, kid, fasten your seat belt, I'm going to start the car. Kogoro Mori said excitedly. Mori Kogoro has always been renting a car, and he can't rent a good car because his firm's business is really not very good, and he doesn't have much money. Dad, don't be so excited, drive well, I don't even dare to ride in your car. Shaolin shouted to Mori Kogoro. Don't worry, Shaolin, my skills are top-notch, so you can rest assured when you ride in my car. Mori Kogoro is not bragging, his driving skills are really good, and he soon came to the art museum. This museum was on the news before, and I heard that there were medieval armors moving around, and 2 security guards saw it. That's why I wanted to come here to see it. Shaolan, this is a fake when you hear it. It must be news that the art museum deliberately created, a story made up to attract people. Kogoro Mori waved his hand. Only a naive person like Shaolan would believe that. How can medieval armor move around? Is it a ghost? Conan's expression was dismissive. He only believed in science, but his own existence was actually the biggest unscientific thing. What, you two? Shaolin looked at them and laughed, her face flushed with anger. Chen, do you believe it? Shaolin asked Chen. Most of it is man-made, but it doesn't mean that there is no mysterious power in this world. Chen said softly. Remember that the little Izumi Yuhiko is a witch, the orthodox heir of the red magic, but the little Izumi Yuhiko is a weak witch. Come on, go in and see if you'll know. Chen walked in directly. Shaolin immediately trotted to follow, and Mori Kogoro and the others followed, and when they came to the art museum, they saw oil paintings and collections. These paintings are very charming, Xiaolan said, looking at the paintings on the wall. Really? Chen glanced at it. He couldn't see any charm, and even felt that the painting was ugly. Chen didn't know what it meant. Looking at these paintings, I don't have any other thoughts except that they are ugly. Anyway, I am not used to these abstract paintings. It is estimated that the author himself does not know what he is painting, said Kogoro Mori. What Kogoro Mori said was also in Chen's mind, and he couldn't understand why these four dissimilar things became works of art. I think my graffiti looks better than this, Chen said aloud. But Shaolin liked it very much and kept looking at these paintings. Do you like it, miss? An old man with no hair on his head came over. Shaolin turned her head to look at the old man. I also love the works here, they are like my children. That, may I ask who you are? Shaolin asked the other side. I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the director of this art museum. My surname is Ochiai. It turned out to be the director of this art museum. Okay, enjoy it slowly. I won't bother you anymore. When curator Ochiai turned his head, his squinting eyes suddenly widened. Kuoda, what are you doing? I didn't tell you that you have to wear gloves when dealing with these works. Curator Ochiai reprimanded. I'm sorry. You don't have to do it, Ijima. I'll leave it to you here. Curator Ochiai said to a staff member next to him. Kubota glanced at him unhappily, then cut in his hands and left, feeling very dissatisfied in his heart. As usual, there are very few people. At this time, two people came in from outside. One of them had a big belly, and the expression on his face made people feel uncomfortable. Boss Junjong. Curator Ochiai turned to look at the fat man, his narrowed eyes revealing a murderous intent. Although it is well hidden, most people won't notice it, but who is Chen? No matter how weak the murderous aura is, he can't escape his perception. But Chen doesn't care so much, and the real boss Chen, who is targeted by murderous intent, doesn't know him, so he doesn't care so much. In another 10 days, this place will be closed. I will trouble you to take good care of it for a while, and take good care of these rusty pieces of copper and iron. When Curator Ochiai heard this, he clenched his fists, and the killing intent in his eyes became more intense. Mr. Designer, where's the design? Boss Junjong asked the person next to him. Watching the two walk into the distance, Curator Ochiai narrowed his eyes filled with anger. That, Curator Ochiai, is this place going to be closed? Shaolin asked Curator Ochiai with a pity in her eyes. Yeah, due to the closure of the previous owner's company, the museum had to be sold to Mr. Manaka. Curator Ochiai said with his hands behind his back. The former owner sold it to Mr. Shinaka because he was willing to continue operating the art gallery, but soon after the guy bought it, he was going to renovate it into a restaurant. Ijima on the side stared at the direction of Boss Shinaka, with dissatisfaction in his eyes. Of course he wasn't happy. After working here for so many years, he also fell in love with the works here, and once the museum closed, he was unemployed. Returning the word, this Mr. Junjong is really hateful, Shaolin said, looking at the fat boss Junjong in the distance. Chen shook his head lightly. Businessmen value profits. There is no money to be made here, so naturally they have to find another way out. Can the businessman's promise be believed? It's better to believe the ghost's words. Chapter 782 You Are Dead. Bump. In the faraway field, a medieval knight's helmet was accidentally dropped on the ground. Hudian, you made a mistake again. Curator Ochiai shouted loudly. The anger in his eyes has not been concealed, and even Shaoran felt Curator Ochiai's anger. It seems that Curator Ochiai is very fond of the collections here. Shaolin whispered. Yeah, I really love it, but it's not very good to love it to the point of being crazy. Chen shook his head and said. In Curator Ochiai's anger, there is still a hidden murderous intention, which shows that he has already had the intention to kill. This old man is really irritable. Which Hudian should you be? I've heard your rumors, you have to hurry up and collect the money. Ha ha ha. Boss Junjong glanced at Kubota and said with a big smile. This guy's laughter is really harsh. Shaolin said. It's a bit arrogant, but it's estimated that his death is coming soon. Chen said lightly. Although he is not good, there is no need to curse people to death. Conan turned to Byakugan and said. It's not that I cursed him, it's that he was about to die. I'm a fortune teller, and my fortune telling is very accurate. Would you like me to give you a fortune teller? Chen looked at Conan and asked, his sharp eyes seemed to see through everything about Conan. No need, but didn't you say you were a ninja before? Why have you become a fortune teller now? Conan waved his hand and asked suspiciously. I have so many identities. I have also been a navy and a god of death. Do you really want me to help you with divination? No need. Conan waved his hands again and again. You bastard, you actually said that I'm about to die. Boss Junjong came over unhappy. Qian Chen's voice was not concealed, so everything entered his ears, and anyone who was told that he was about to die would be angry. Yeah, Boss Junjong's eyes suddenly turned to Shaolin, and then his eyes changed immediately. Needless to say how beautiful Shaolin looks, the real boss was also moved after seeing it. Miss, I wonder if you can have lunch with me. You can also discuss the joys of life. Boss Junjong invited Shaolin with a smile. This hateful guy, dead fat pig. Conan looked at Boss Junjong's wretched old face, and was so angry that even Kiba's teeth were about to be crushed. I'm not interested. Shaolin looked at this guy with disgust. I don't know how to lift up. Boss Junjong snorted coldly, his eyes flickering, as if he was thinking of something. Bang tilde. Boss Junjong's body flew out 5 or 6 meters and hit the wall. He smashed all the murals hanging on the wall, smashed it to the ground, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Today you are dead, and Jesus can't save you even if he comes, I said. Chen said indifferently after retracting his feet. Curator Ochiai looked at the tragic appearance of Shinchu, although he was very happy, but when he saw the damaged work, the happiness disappeared immediately, and it was replaced by distress. You dare to hit me, I want you to look good. Boss Junjong got up and shouted. Although Junjong was kicked out just now, it was exaggerated, and the blood he spat out was even more exaggerated, but his injury was not serious, but the pain was unavoidable. The reason why the injury was not that serious was not because Chen wanted to be merciful, but because he felt that if the injury was too serious, it would be bad if he was directly sent to the hospital and delayed his death. In order not to delay the time of his death, Chen Kai deliberately stopped. How kind and merciful. Get out in front of me now. Chen said lightly to the boss of Junjong. Boss Junjong's eyes were dull for a moment, and then he left in a daze. Really gone? Conan's eyes widened. Originally he was still waiting to see a good show. It's better to let this boss Manaka drive out this guy Hyuga Chen. Although Conan was very upset when he saw the real boss, he was even more upset when he saw Chen. This guy was his rival in love, and he always wanted to kidnap Shaolin. Let's continue to visit, Chen said to Shaolin. Chen, thank you very much, but is it really okay to hit him? Shaolin had some worry on her face. If that guy goes to the police, will Chen, the person who hit people, be arrested? Don't worry, it'll be alright. Don't worry about this. Let's continue to visit this art museum. Don't be affected by that dying person. By the way, Curator Ochiai, I accidentally broke a painting. Do you want compensation? Chen asked Curator Ochiai. No, Curator Ochiai shook his head. Although it was very painful, the other party had taught the real boss who he hated. How could he still ask Chen to compensate? Boy, why are you so strong? You actually kicked that guy so far, just like when I was young. Shaolin gave Maori Kogoro a white look, and even her daughter didn't believe it. In fact, Kogoro Mori was really good when he was young. He was very good at judo, but now he has been abandoned and has become a waste man. He drinks and smokes all day long, and he has no temperance. Of course, Kogoro Mori, who is just an ordinary person, will be abolished. However, it is estimated that the current Maori Kogoro is at least more powerful than ordinary people. Chen took Shaolin's hand, and then walked towards the corridor to the side. This art museum is very large, and there are many collections, not all of which are abstract works. Chen Shaolin walked in front, Mori Kogoro and Conan followed. Conan looked at Chen holding Shaolin's hand, and Kiba's teeth were gnashing in anger. He wanted to step forward to stop it, but was stopped by Mori Kogoro. "Uncle, what are you doing with me?" Conan said angrily. "Little devil, don't disturb them anymore, just go shopping with me." Mori Kogoro took Conan and walked in the other direction. Conan struggled, but after his body became smaller, his strength also became smaller, and he couldn't struggle at all, so he could only be pulled away by Mori Kogoro unwillingly. "Uncle, why?" Conan asked Mori Kogoro angrily. "Nothing. 4.9. I am very optimistic about the two of them. Chen boy is much better than that detective boy, he will help Shaolin get ahead, and he has money." Driving a Bentley, how could there be no money? "Damn uncle." Conan stared at Mori Kogoro. But there is no way. His identity as Kudo Shinichi is not good for Mori Kogoro. In the eyes of Mori Kogoro, Kudo Shinichi, a brat who likes to show off, is not suitable for Shaolin either. The profession of a detective is actually quite dangerous, especially that brat like Kudo Shinichi who likes to be in the limelight. And that kid didn't care about Shaolin either. In the past, when Shaolin and that guy went out to play, every time Shaolin came back alone, lost, which was one of the reasons why Mori Kogoro was dissatisfied with Kudo Shinichi. Chapter 783 Terrified Shaolin. Hey, why is there a sign prohibiting entry? Does this art museum also have places where visitors are not allowed? Shaolin looked at the no entry sign at the end of the corridor. Maybe it's the staff's place. Let's go to another place to continue the tour. Chen looked in front of him and said with a smile. Well, there are so many collections in this art museum, it seems that this time is the right time. Xiaolan said happily. After walking around the entire art gallery for a few times, it was already dusk, and Chen and Shaolin returned to the previous aisle. "Chen, look quickly, the forbidden sign is gone, should we go over and take a look?" Chen looked at the curiosity in Shaolin's eyes and nodded gently, hoping that Shaolin would not be frightened. Holding Shaolin's hand, she walked towards the depths of the dark corridor, and there was a house at the corner of the corridor. Chen pushed the door open, and the two stepped into the somewhat dark house. "It feels a little gloomy. Chen, do you feel it?" Shaolin moved closer to Chen. "This is the Hell exhibition room. Of course, 23 is a little scary. Are you scared, Shaolin?" Chen smiled and looked at Shaolin. Shaolin's body trembled, she was really afraid of ghosts and the like. "However, I couldn't say it is shameful, and said stubbornly to Chen that I was not afraid." Looking at Shaolin's stubborn appearance, Chen couldn't help laughing twice. Her body trembled, and she said that she was not afraid. "Chen, what are you laughing at? Are you laughing at me?" "Damn." Shaolin looked at Chen dissatisfied. "I hope you don't throw yourself into my arms for a while, but I really want to see Shaolin's fearful expression on your face." "No way." Shaolin snorted softly, and then looked at the exhibition room. "Wow Tilda, what a big picture, it looks like a picture of hell, did the knight kill the demon?" Shaolin looked at the large painting hanging on the wall, exclaimed, and ran towards the painting. "God's punishment." The label of this painting is, "God's punishment," so apt. The righteous knight's punishment to the devil. Shaolan looked at the label next to it. Tick tilde. Tick tilde. "Chen, did you hear anything?" Shaolin asked strangely, frowning slightly. Chen patted Shaolin on the shoulder, and then pointed behind him. Shaolin turned around and saw a person nailed to the wall with a sword, like a demon killed by a knight in the painting. Ah! Chen's eye had covered his ears witty before. Shaolin's high pitch is also amazing. It's a shame not to sing. Chen. Shaolin threw herself directly into Chen's arms. The deceased is naturally the boss of Zhenjiang. This guy is a bit scary. His mouth is wide open and his eyes are staring at the boss. He looks like he is dead. Killing people is killing people. It's so terrifying. If you're timid, you'll be scared to death. Chen looked at this scene and said. Xiaolin's courage is also very small, but Xiaolin has seen more corpses, so she has immunity, otherwise she might faint from fright. In fact, it's fortunate that Yuchen is here. If it was just Xiaolin herself, I'm afraid she'd be stunned. Xiaolan, what happened? There was a sound of footsteps, and Mori Kogoro and Conan ran over. When Conan saw Xiaolin lying in Chen's arms, flames burst out from his eyes, which was really annoying. Uncle Maori, there was a murder incident, where are you looking? Chen pointed to the wall in front of him. Mori Kogoro looked forward, looked at the death of the boss, and took a few steps back in fright. This is... Conan's eyes widened. Not much nonsense. Mori Kogoro calmed down and immediately took out his mobile phone to call the police. Soon the police officer Muki brought people over. The director of the museum, Ochiai, and the staff were also here at this time. Chen and Xiaolin were standing in the corridor. Sato Mikazu came out, looked at Chen angrily and asked, "Why are you here?" "Maybe I'm more unlucky. I often encounter such unfortunate murders," Chen Tantansho said. "You had a conflict with the deceased, right?" Sato Mikazu asked Chen. "Who told you that? Are you suspicious of me?" "That kid named Conan said it," Sato Mawako said. "Damn, is that guy Conan deliberately disgusting himself?" Chen saw Conan, who was looking over here from the door, and he was even more certain that this guy was deliberately making trouble for himself. "Officer Sato, Chen has always been with me. That person was definitely not killed by Chen," Xiaolan said quickly. "I didn't say that people were killed by him, I just came to ask." Sato Mawako shook his head and said. "I did beat this guy before. Anyway, so many people have seen it. I can't deny it if I want to deny it. If no one sees that, you can deny it. Of course, if there is no evidence, of course I won't admit it," Chen said as a matter of course. "You bastard." Sato Mawako glanced at him. "Actually, your suspicion is very high. Although Xiaolin said that she is with you, she is only alone, so you cannot be cleared of suspicion. Okay, don't disturb us, let's investigate the real murderer." Chen waved at Sato Mawako. "Humph, if you're the murderer, I'll arrest you, the wicked fellow." Sato 817 Mawako snorted, and walked into the exhibition room again. "Chen, you knew early in the morning that he would die, right? You've seen the body before, right?" Xiaolin looked at Chen angrily. Seeing such a terrifying corpse and not telling her, made her startled and almost scared to death. It was too hateful. "It's nothing, I just want to see Xiaolin's fearful expression. I've seen it just now, and I'm quite satisfied," Chen said with a smile. "Chen, you are too bad." Xiaolin stomped her feet. "Actually, I know who the murderer is," Chen said to Xiaolin. Xiaolan was immediately diverted from the topic, and asked Chen curiously, "Who is the murderer?" "It's Curator Ochiai, who killed that fat man in Machu." "Director Ochiai?" Xiaolin couldn't believe it. Curator Ochiai was just an old man. How could he have the ability to nail people to the wall? Seeing Xiaolin's disbelief, Chen also knew what she was thinking. Most people would not suspect Curator Ochiai when they saw the murder scene. Who would believe that an old man has so much strength? I guess no one will believe it. However, as the saying goes, people can't be seen, and the sea can't be measured. Curator Ochiai is not a weak old man. Maybe his force value can be compared with Xiaolin. Now that he is so old, he is still so powerful. It is estimated that he was even more powerful when he was young. Maybe he can hang a piano bar. Chapter 784 Stinky Kid, are you looking down on you, Mr. Woshin? Chen, you have been with me all the time and haven't investigated, how do you know that Director Ochiai is the murderer? Xiaolin couldn't help but wonder, even Shinichi couldn't know the murderer so quickly. Didn't I say it? I can do divination, do you want me to do a divination for you? Chen asked Shaolin. Liar. But is the murderer really Curator Ochiai? I think he's very good. Why do you want to kill? The reason is not known before, but this place is going to be turned into a restaurant, and the things in it will also be sold, and the culprit behind all this is that fat man. Shaolan lowered her head. I think Curator Ochiai is a good man. He is so old, should he be taken to prison? Shaolan, you are a virgin. Chen glanced at Shaolan. Actually, it's very simple if you don't want him to be arrested, as long as the evidence is destroyed, you can't be caught without evidence. It's not good to destroy the evidence. Shaolin looked at Chen tangled. Chen smiled, and then said, I'm just a suggestion, you can choose for yourself. If you feel that the old man is pitiful for Curator Ochiai, help him destroy the evidence. If you think the old man deserves what he deserves, then don't care. Shaolan tangled in her heart for a while, and then her eyes became firm. Chen, although I know it's wrong to do this, I want to help Curator Ochiai. He is already so old, and I don't want him to spend his later years in prison. Okay, in that case, I'll help destroy the evidence. Chen, don't you think it's bad? Shaolin asked Chen tangled. If you don't feel good, then don't help, just obey your heart. Chen said softly. It's too capricious, Shaolan whispered. But just be capricious once. Please Chen. Shaolin looked at Chen. Chen nodded. For him, helping Curator Ochiai destroy the evidence was an easy task. Chen, if you want to destroy the evidence, you won't be discovered, right? What if you are implicated? Shaolin suddenly thought of something and asked Chen. Help destroy the evidence if it is discovered, Chen will also be guilty of covering up. This little thing is easy for me, don't worry. Wu Yu said, rubbing Shaolin's hair. Walking into this hell exhibition room, at this time, the police officers and the others were checking the video of this room. Chen ignored them and walked to the deceased boss Zhenzhong. Officer Mumu, I saw a paper ball here. I wonder if you are interested in taking a look. Chen had an inexplicable smile on his face. Officer Mumu and the others heard the words and hurriedly ran towards them. The deceased seems to be holding a note in his hand. It's really there, I haven't seen it before. Officer Mumu looked at the clenched fist of the deceased. He broke the dead man's fingers and took out the note with Kubota's name written on it. Originally there were scratches on the note, but now there are no scratches at all, or this is actually not the previous note. After Officer Mumu read the note, his eyes suddenly turned to Woshin, and his eyes became sharper. Officer Mumu, I did see Mr. Zhenzhong holding a note on the screen, as if he was writing something, said a police officer. It seems that the culprit is very clear, Chen said softly. Conan frowned, and his intuition told him that this matter was not that simple. It's not me, I really didn't kill, I have no reason to kill. Quotient was taken aback, he dared to steal, but he really didn't dare to kill. Woshin, don't think that others don't know that you are secretly selling the collections of the art museum, and you are being asked for a large amount of compensation by the boss. Maybe this is the reason for your murder. The staff member Ijima looked at Kubota and said. Kubota took a few steps back, sweat dripping from his face. Is he telling the truth? Officer Mumu asked Woshin. I didn't kill. Woshin took a few steps back, suddenly calmed down, and said lightly, yes, I killed that bastard. Officer Mumu was bewildered by the change in Woshin, why suddenly Woshin was like a different person. Conan looked at Kubota seriously and felt something was wrong. I just stole a few pieces of art, and this guy knocked me so much money, who am I not going to kill him? Curator Ochiai was also very surprised when he looked at Kubota. Others didn't know the murderer, but he still couldn't understand. The murderer was himself. Why did Kubota admit that he was the murderer now? Could it be that Kubota is crazy? With this physique, I can wear thick armor and pierce a fat man like Boss Zhenzhong into the wall. I really can't tell, Conan said in a milky voice. After Conan's reminder, Officer Mumu also reacted. Seeing the appearance of Kubota's kidney deficiency, how could it be possible to nail the real boss to the wall? Stinky brat, are you looking down on you, Master Woshin? Woshin punched the wall with a fist, and a hole was punched in the wall, which shocked everyone's jaws. A group of police officers immediately took out their guns and aimed them at Huation. They didn't expect this guy to be a murderer. Do you believe it now? Don't say it's a piece of trash like the truth, even killing you is as easy as the palm of your hand. Kubota said proudly. Shaolin grabbed Chen's arm and asked in a low voice, what's going on? Shaolin knew the truth of the matter. She knew that the murderer was not Quotient. Why did he suddenly admit it, and the obedient Quotient actually became so powerful? It's nothing, Shaolin, don't worry about it. Chen gave Shaolin a mysterious smile. Shaolin looked at Chen's face and was slightly dazed. It took a long time before she realized that she immediately reached out her hand to cover her face. Her face was hot and fiery, but she was stunned. What a shame. Fortunately no one else saw it. Has now been controlled by Chen, and Tensagan is very powerful in controlling the puppet. He has become so powerful now, and of course it is also the power of chakra. Woshin, you'd better catch yourself. Officer Mumu shouted loudly. I'm going to catch it. Ha 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 ha, of course I'm going to catch it. It just so happens that I'm out of money now, so I can go there to eat free meals. Quotient said with a big laugh, as if he had earned it. A group of police officers looked at each other. This guy must be out of his mind. Otherwise how could this happen? There must be something wrong with the brain. Woshin did not resist, and was immediately arrested by the police. After being arrested, Quotient once again turned into the docile image he used to be. What are you arresting me for? I really didn't kill anyone. I won't kill anyone because of this. Kubota shouted frantically. It looks like a madman. There is something wrong with the spirit. Officer Mumu nodded and said. Chapter 785 Conan's Question. Leader Ochiai, we're leaving. Shaolan said to Director Ochiai. Yeah, Miss Shaolin can often come here to watch artworks when she is free. Curator Ochiai nodded and said. Now that the owner of Junjiang is dead, the plan to change it into a hotel will naturally not continue. I don't know what the future of this art museum will be, maybe it will continue to open. Conan scratched his head, his brain was working frantically, and he had a problem with what he thought about the previous things. That Quotient was too nonsense. The performance before and after is completely different from one person, and is it serious to break such a solid wall with one punch? Even Shaolin, a violent woman, is far from being able to do it. But if he wanted to break his head, he would never have thought that Quotient had been manipulated. This is a scientific world. No matter how good Conan's mind was, he would never have thought of this, or he would not have thought about it at all. Today's tour is quite exciting. Chen and Shaolin came to the back seat again and let Maori Kogoro drive. I'm scared to death, I don't know if I'll have nightmares at night. Shaolan said in a low voice with her head lowered. Chen leaned into Shaolin's ear, blew a breath and said, if you are afraid, you can go to sleep with me at night. Shaolin felt itchy ears, and even her heart was itchy. She turned her head to the side, and then gave Chen a big Byakugan. But will we really fall for evil? Shaolin said worriedly. There are too many accidents. Shaolan was a little superstitious at first, but now a fear suddenly arises in her heart. Don't be afraid, I'm an exorcist. Conan, who was sitting in the co-pilot, turned his head and stared at Chen closely. Conan, what are you looking at me for? Aren't you a ninja? Why did you become an exorcist again, and which identity is the real you? Conan looked at Chen seriously. In fact, Conan's words don't mean anything, but it is undeniable that Conan has raised his vigilance towards Chen. At the scene of the murder, Conan deliberately observed him. Even though he, a man who had seen many dead people, was shocked when he saw the death of the boss, but when he observed Hyuga Chen, what he saw only calm. As a high school student, this is very unusual. I am the real me now. Chen looked at Conan with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Soon came to the Maori Detective Agency. Chen, thank you for accompanying me to the art museum today, be sure to stay for dinner. Shaolin said to Chen. Okay, I just happened to taste Shaolin's craftsmanship. That's great, Chen boy, I want to have a few more drinks with you. Maori Kogoro was very happy. If he drinks by himself, Shaolin will definitely be very strict, but if Chen is added, she will definitely give her father face. Only Conan was very upset. The dead fish stared at Chen, as if he was going to eat Chen. Student Conan, you seem to be very dissatisfied with me all the time. Did I offend you? Chen looked at Conan with a smile and put a hand on his head. Damn, I hate people touching my head the most. Conan said dissatisfied. Coming to the living room of Shaolin's house, Mori Kogoro couldn't wait to turn on the TV and start watching Yoko Okino's TV series. Brother Hyuga, I have something to ask you. I wonder if I can. Conan said to Chen. Chen listened to Conan's milky voice and felt a little chilly. Conan was not a real child. Tell me if you have any questions. If you're asking how many girlfriends Sun Wukong has, you'll be free. Conan glanced at Chen inexplicably, and then said to Chen, please come to my room, Brother Hyuga. Chen looked at Conan's figure, and then followed Conan to his room. Conan, if you have anything to ask, just ask. Chen hugged his hands and leaned against the door. Hyuga, brother, you and Sister Shaolin were the first to discover the crime scene, didn't you discover anything else? Conan also resisted his nausea and said in a milky voice. Conan, this is not something you should pay attention to. You are just a child, and you are not afraid at all today. It's strange. Chen stared at Conan. Conan's heart skipped a beat. Looking at Chendong's piercing eyes, he suddenly regretted asking Hyuga Chen about today's affairs. It's just that Conan felt that today's case was really wrong, especially when Kubota was arrested in the end. It seemed that he was really innocent, but there are really too many strange things today. Well, because I often watch horror movies, I'm not afraid of this. Conan scratched his head and said. Really? Chen looked at Conan indifferently. Conan looked at Chen, and couldn't figure out what he was thinking. His face was completely expressionless, but he seemed to see through everything. For the first time, Conan felt that Hyuga-chan was so dangerous. He didn't do anything or show anything, but it just gave him a sense of danger. I want to ask, where the hell is Brother Hyuga? Conan asked as if he was curious. In fact, he was really curious, but Dr. Ailey didn't find any information about Hyuga-chan. Student Conan, don't inquire about other people's privacy, this kind of behavior is not good. After Conan heard this, there was a look of unwillingness on his face. If there is nothing else to ask, then I will leave. Chen made a gesture to leave. Wait a minute, Conan yelled. Oh, I don't know Conan, do you have anything else to do? I want to ask, are you interested in Sister Shaolin? Conan stared at Chen closely, looking at his expression. Ha ha, Chen chuckled, and then said, Shaolin is so beautiful, gentle and virtuous, and she is a good candidate to be a wife. Naturally, I am interested in Shaolin. Damn, Sister Shaolin belongs to Brother Shinyi, don't you think it's immoral to do this? Conan looked at Chen angrily. Morality. May I ask Conan kid, what is morality? Can you eat it? Chen smiled at Conan with a wicked look on his face. Conan's body trembled as he looked at Chen, who was raging with evil spirits. Dangerous, very dangerous, more dangerous than the two men in black who fed him poison and the mysterious man with a mask. Who the hell are you? The vigilance on Conan's face was not concealed at all. Of course I'm Shaolin's classmate. Oh, yes, I'm also Kudo Shinichi's classmate. Why is Conan kid so wary of me? The evil spirit on Chen's body subsided, with a gentle smile on his face, looking handsome and sunny, and it seems that he is not the same person as the person who was full of evil spirits before. Kid Conan shouldn't have any other problems. Then I'll leave first. Chen opened the door and walked out. Conan looked at Chen's figure, lowered his head and fell into contemplation. Chapter 786 Goodbye Belmod. Chen walked out of Conan's room, and Conan also walked out silently, bowing his head full of thoughts. Conan kid, what are you thinking? Mori Kogoro tapped Conan on the head, and the kid almost hit the table and spilled his beer pack. Conan came back to his senses, scratched his head and smiled reluctantly, because there is a question that I have not been able to understand, I have a headache. Really, I've never seen you work so hard in normal times. Mori Kogo, Lang glanced at Conan. Perhaps Conan broke up in school. That's why he is so listless. Chen smiled and glanced at Conan. It's true that these little devils are thinking about falling in love before they are adults. Mori Kogoro glanced at Conan. The corners of Conan's mouth twitched. The gods fell in love on horseback. Who would take a fancy to those little brats? Conan, you can't fall in love early. Xiao Lan, who walked out of the kitchen with the dishes, also heard it and educated Conan. Conan glared at Chen with a gloomy face, but Chen acted as if nothing had happened, and Conan stared at him if he liked it. Seeing Chen as if nothing had happened, Conan was even more angry. Uncle Maori and Shaolin really thought that he had a girlfriend at school, which is really sad. Conan asked me for tips on chasing women before. The smile on Chen's face was even more wanton. What? It turns out that this kid called you because of this. I didn't expect this kid to be small and not too small. Mori Kogoro stared at Conan. Conan, be good at school. If the teacher says you are in a puppy love, I will definitely teach you a lesson for your mother. Xiao Lan knocked Conan and said. Conan nodded sadly, looking at Chen's eyes with anger. This guy is just making trouble for himself. Conan, are you staring at me so angrily because I didn't teach you the skills of chasing your girlfriend? Chen leaned on the sofa and looked at Conan with a chuckle. Conan retracted his eyes, sat obediently on the sofa, and temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart. Soon Shaolin's meal was ready, and Maori Kogoro ran to his room and took out a case of beer. Chen boy, have a good drink today. Maori Kogoro shouted loudly. Shaolin looked at Maori Kogoro and sighed helplessly. It was obvious that drinking was very harmful to the body. Why do you drink so much alcohol every day? But now Shaolin can't talk about him, she can only stare at him angrily. Maori Kogoro directly ignored Shaolin's dissatisfied gaze. In fact, he knew that Shaolin would definitely be dissatisfied. Xiao Lan, the food you cook is so delicious. If I can marry you, it will definitely be a blessing. Chen said to Xiao Lan while eating the vegetables. Shaolin's face was slightly yuhi. She glanced at Chen, then lowered her head and said nothing. It was the first time someone praised her for cooking delicious food, but her father never praised her. After eating a meal for more than 2 hours, Maori Kogoro had already drank. Although it was beer, he would get drunk if he drank too much beer. Shaolin, I'll leave first. Chen said to Shaolin. Ah, it's already so late, why don't you stay? Shaolin looked at the time, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, it was too late. Okay, if I can sleep with you in the same room as Shaolin, then I'll stay. Chen smiled and looked at Shaolin. No, absolutely no, I won't allow it. Conan shouted loudly. Shaolin's face is slightly yuhi, and Chen is in the same room, how can it be? Okay Shaolin, I'll leave first. Chen waved at Shaolin, then glanced at Conan deeply, and then went downstairs. Conan frowned slightly. What did his eyes mean? I always feel that this Hyuga Chen has a lot of secrets. Sooner or later, I will reveal all your secrets. Conan said secretly. Chen walked downstairs, looked at the light of the coffee shop, and walked in. It was so late that Inomoto Azusa still closed. After walking in, Chen saw the woman with silver hair at a glance, who was sitting on a chair with a newspaper at this time. After seeing Chen, Inomoto Z pointed at the woman with a helpless expression. Although this coffee shop also provides drinks, it is not a bar. It usually closes at 10 o'clock in the evening. Now that this person doesn't leave, she can only wait. Belmode, haven't seen you for a while, why did your golden retriever turn into a silver color? Chen walked over to the woman and sat down. Belmode's mouth twitched. Golden retriever. Is that how you describe me? So the boss knows her. Inomoto Azusa looked at the woman, then at Chen, with an ambiguous smile on her face. Did you come to my shop for coffee? My shop can't handle your big Buddha. I've got something for you, can you go out and talk? Belmod glanced at Azusa Inomoto and said. Okay, I'm just curious about what you were looking for from me. Chen's face showed curiosity. Out of the coffee shop, Belmod got into Chen's car and sat in the co-pilot's seat. Does it have anything to do with you when Jin was injured before? Belmod asked curiously. It has something to do with it. What are you asking about this for? I want to ask you a little favor. Belmod said his purpose. Please help me. No problem. I like to help beauties the most. What price do you want to pay for me? Chen asked Belmod. Do you still need money? I don't have any money. Belmod leaned to Chen's side and said charmingly. Hee, do you think I'm a free volunteer? It's easy to do if you don't have money, but you can pay for it. Chen approached Belmod and kissed her on the lips lightly. Belmod retracted like an electric shock. The shame and anger in his eyes flashed away, and then he pretended not to care. You've also taken advantage of it. You shouldn't mind if you help me. Huh, you think I'm so cheap, Hyuga? It's so easy to ask me for a kiss with just one kiss. Chen looked at Belmod with contempt, thinking too much. An anger rose up in Belmod's heart, taking advantage of my mother, and actually didn't want to help me. Tell me, how much does it cost? Belmod said coldly. Wouldn't it hurt to talk about money? Chen shook his head, and then said, for the sake of your beauty, I want you to be less. How about $100 million? Belmod wants to vomit blood. $100 million. Why don't you go grab it? Don't you know how much $100 million is? What? Jin has more than $300 million over the years. You used to be a big star. These are all small money for you. Chen Hun said indifferently. Even $100 million are reluctant to take out. This Belmod is really stingy, and his Jin is so refreshing. He directly took out $100 million for his life, without even blinking his eyes. Chapter 787 through Belmod. Forget it. I don't need your help anymore. Belmod cast a glance at Chen and said. The lion actually opened her mouth, really thought that her Belmod money was blown by a strong wind. Kill her like a pig. Wait, do you think I'm the one who you want to find? There is a price to pay for coming to me, Chen said, looking up and down at Belmod. Belmod's heart tightened, and he looked at Chen vigilantly, feeling a little regretful in his heart. How could he feel that he was the little sheep delivered to the door by himself, and his eyes seemed to be eating her? Chen started the car directly, and then the car drove out quickly. What do you want to do? Belmod asked cautiously. Now instinctively she felt a little bad. You use your dry words very well. Chenbi gave Belmod a meaningful look and said with a light smile. Belmod's body stiffened and said to Chen, I want to get out of the car. Get on my car, but can't get off. Chen said softly. Belmod's pistol hidden in his clothes, and then aimed at Chen's temple, his face revealed a chill. Stop me, or I'll shoot. I know you're capable, but you think you can dodge my bullets, you can give it a try. Belmod said coldly. Don't be so cold, okay. You're pointing a gun at me like this, I'm very upset. Believe it or not, you'll get shot. Belmod looked at Chen's profile, and squeezed his finger on the trigger several times, but in the end he didn't pull it down. Putting the gun away, she wasn't sure, because the other party was so weird. Soon the car came to Chen's house. Chen got out of the car and looked at her and said, Come down. Why did you bring me to your house? Belmod asked as he got out of the car and looked at Chen. I'm going to help you with your business. Although I don't know what you want me to do, as long as I can solve it, I will definitely help you, but everything has to pay a price. Chen leaned into her ear and said lightly. The hot air hit Belmod's ear. Belmod slightly withdrew his head, and Yuhi's ear rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. What price do you want? If it's $100 million, then forget it. Belmod said lightly, leaning on the car. The tights that Belmod wears today shows the curves of her body and is very sexy. The price is of course you. Chen smiled slightly, then put Belmod in his arms. Belmod's body stiffened, and he stared at Chen and asked, "Are you kidding me? I don't have the spare time to joke with you, I'm serious." The figures of Chen and Belmod disappeared instantly, and then appeared in Chen's bedroom. Belmod was stunned. She didn't even know how she appeared here. How could she be here in an instant? Is it magic or mystical power? When Belmod was stunned, Chen kissed her directly. Because she was stunned, Belmod didn't resist. When she could react, it was useless. Her resistance was useless at all. If you can't resist, just accept it passively. After 3 minutes, Chen let go of Belmod. Belmod's eyes were filled with suffocation, and he gasped for breath. "You actually treated me like this, believe it or not I killed you." Belmod's eyes really had murderous intent. "Tisk tisk, then you have to kill me. In fact, I also blame you for appearing in front of me at night dressed so sexy." Chen stared at Belmod with wanton eyes. When Belmod was scrutinized, he only felt that his entire body was completely seen. "Take back your eyes, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you," Belmod said angrily. He tilde. "I'm sorry, as a man, it's impossible to stop at this time." Chen reached out and stroked her cheek, and then threw the stunner on Chuang, during which Belmod had no resistance at all. "I want to move, but my body can't move." Chen looked at Belmod. It was really tempting. Mainly because Chen didn't do that kind of thing for half a month. Of course there was a flame burning in his heart. And the appearance of Belmod has ignited the fire in Chen's heart, so poor Belmod will be unlucky. ... To omit 10,000 words. Now the car inspection is strict, the car can't start. The next morning, Belmod opened his heavy eyelids and felt sore all over, especially from below. The memory began to slowly return to his mind. Looking at the broken one around him, Belmod turned his head angrily. Then, seeing that handsome face that made women jealous, Belmod couldn't help being sluggish for a moment. But it was only for a moment, when Belmod saw the pistol falling next to him, and reached out to pick it up. The weak arm, now holding the pistol, is shaking. Looking at the man in front of him who seemed to be sleeping, Belmod held a gun to Chen's forehead. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Belmod suddenly hesitated. Although she has lived for a long time because of that damn medicine, she is still a virgin, an old virgin who has lived for a long time, and the man in front of her is also her first man, so she can't do it anymore. "When we meet again next time, I will definitely kill you," Belmod said coldly, and then wanted to get up. However, he was really too self-sufficient, and with her weak appearance, she couldn't get up at all. Before he could sit up, he was helpless to lie back down again. "You can't get up. Just lie down. With your small body, it is estimated that you will have to lie down for 2 days." Chen said lightly. "You're actually awake." Belmod was startled by Chen's sudden voice. "You're all awake? Of course I woke up long ago, why? You were reluctant to kill me before." Chen looked at Belmod with a teasing smile. "Humph. Reluctant to kill you. I just don't have the strength to pull the trigger." Belmod snorted coldly. "Really?" Chen chuckled lightly, and then began to move his hands. Belmod's expression changed on the spot. "Don't move, what do you want to do?" "Of course it's continuing what happened last night on 5.8 days. Did you forget it? Would you like me to continue recalling it for you?" "Don't." Belmod's face suddenly showed a look of fear. "The memories of last night came to my mind, the pain at first, and then the comfort that made me want to indulge forever. But after that, it was a kind of torture." Belmod fully realized what it was like to want to die happily, and felt that the whole person was about to melt. "Okay, then you beg me." Chen picked up Belmod's chin and said badly. There was humiliation on Belmod's face. Belmod never asked anyone, this damn bastard. "It seems that you want to continue to experience Belmod too." Chen grinned slightly. "I beg you." Belmod humiliated and looked at Chen with a bad smile on his face. Chapter 788 It's like being a dog. Belmod looked at Chen in humiliation, obviously wanting to cry, but he resisted the tears from falling. Cry if you want to cry. Anyway, I definitely want to see your jokes. Chen stared at Belmod with a smile on his face. I will definitely kill you, Belmod said, biting Kiba, gnashing his teeth. Looks like you hate me. Have you forgotten the scene where you called me master last night? Chen's smile became more and more wanton and evil. Belmod's face turned Yuhi, angry and ashamed, because what Chen said was indeed not a lie. She was indeed called Master Chen yesterday. I don't know what kind of magic she had at that time, but when she thought of the feeling that devoured her heart and bones last night, her body softened. I will definitely kill you and wash away all the shame. Belmod looked at Chen with murderous eyes. Are you really willing? I love you so much, you want to kill me. Chen's face was sad. If you're going to kill me, come on, but don't forget, I'll always love you. Chen picked up the pistol and put it in Belmod's hand, looking at Belmod with a gentle face. Belmod looked at Chen and sneered disdainfully. Would you love me? Do you think I'm that gullible little girl 23? You love my body, right? Oh, you're boring like this. I admit that what I love now is your body, but feelings can also be cultivated. Sure enough, Belmod's eyes flashed a trace of sadness. He really loved her body. Although he understood in his heart, he really felt that Belmod was still very uncomfortable listening to him admit it. Hey, that's normal too. We've only met twice, can you expect me to love you? Belmod cleaned up his mood and looked at Chen calmly, but his eyes seemed calm, but Chen could still see her fluctuations. Even though she is Belmod, she doesn't know how to deal with such a thing now. Chen got up and went to prepare breakfast. Even if he wasn't hungry, Belmod was hungry too. How to say now that Belmod is already his woman, and should be treated well. Belmod reluctantly sat up, took out the lady's cigarette from the torn clothes, and fell into deep thought after lighting the cigarette. It never occurred to her that she would fall to this point one day. At this time, Belmod was very confused, and even she didn't know what she was thinking. Did she hate that guy Hyuga Chen? She doesn't know this. Although she shouted to kill him, she couldn't bear the slightest hatred in her heart. Forget it, it's just a dog day. Belmod laughed self-deprecatingly. If let Chen hear what she said, promise to let her call Dad in bed. Come on, let's eat. There are not many people who can let me cook. It's your honor. Chen came over with a few steamed buns, but the steamed buns were upright, but he didn't know how they tasted, and Chen didn't even taste them. I'd rather not have this honor. Belmod tugged at the quilt to cover his body. Cut, what are you blocking? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Chenpai said with a pouted mouth. Belmod stared at Chen with murderous eyes, but was completely ignored by Chen, and the lethal power of his small eyes was completely ignored. You go out first, I need to get dressed. Do you still have clothes to wear? Wear this. Chen threw a black gothic dress to Belmod. The corners of Belmod's mouth twitched. She was not suitable for wearing this kind of clothes at all. Chen also did it on purpose, but he wanted to see how Belmod would look in a gothic dress. You go out first, Belmod said. Going out. This is my room. Besides, I haven't seen anything. Are you still shy? Chen leaned on the chair and said. Belmod took a deep breath, then in front of Chen, he began to change his clothes, as if he had ignored Chen. Chen looked at Belmod with admiration. Belmod picked up the clothes and moved, and then she felt a pain that made her body stagnate. In the end, enduring the pain, he put on his clothes expressionlessly, and after getting out of bed, Belmod looked at the bedsheet that was stained with fresh yuhi, and tore it off. Hey, don't you want to keep it? Aren't you afraid of the smell in 2 days? Belmod's hands froze, and he really wanted to strangle this guy to death. But you're actually an old maid, it's surprising. Chen walked over and said with a smile. Humph. Belmod snorted coldly, trying to leave with weak steps. Now that you are mine, where do you want to go? Chen reached out and took Belmod into his arms. You'd better let me go, Belmod said in a cold voice. What if I don't let go? Chen asked Belmod. Belmodo stopped. Even if Chen really didn't let go, she couldn't help Chen. At this time, Belmod was very regretful. If she didn't come to Chen for help, she wouldn't even lose her innocence. I'm a good responsible man, don't worry. You don't need to be responsible, you'll just be punished. Belmod said coldly. Chen's face froze, and his arms around Belmod tightened. What was this woman saying before? If you don't call your me out today, I'll write my name upside down. Chen said viciously. You, what are you going to do? There was a hint of fear in Belmod's eyes, and he seemed to have turned into a weak little girl at this time. 077. Of course I did it last night. Chen smiled evilly. An hour later, the battle ended again, not because Chen didn't want to continue, but because Belmod really couldn't hold it anymore. Ding ding ding. Hearing the sound of the phone, Chen took out the phone and looked at the screen of the phone. It was Shaolin's call. Hey, Shaolin, what's the matter with you? Chen, why didn't you come to class today? I asked the teacher, and the teacher said you didn't ask for leave. What happened? Shaolin asked worriedly. It's nothing, just dealing with a little thing. Chen looked at Belmod, who was staring at him with open eyes. Belmod looked at Chen, and she was keenly aware of the girl's voice coming from the phone, and an uncomfortable feeling suddenly rose in her heart, which made her very uncomfortable. Are you jealous? Belmod shook her head immediately. She didn't admit in her heart that she would be jealous, and she didn't think she would have a good opinion of this bastard. Oh, so that's what it is. Then I'm relieved, but if something happens to you, Chen, be sure to tell me. If you still have class, I'll hang up first. Xiaolan said. Okay, go to class first. Let's talk after school. Chen nodded and hung up the phone. Belmod kept staring at Chen. Chen smiled slightly, leaned into Belmod's ear and asked, Are you jealous? Chapter 789 Belmod's Shock. What do you want? Belmod looked at Chen and asked. I didn't think about it. Now you are my woman, just tell me what you want me to do. I will definitely help. Chen sat on the sofa and looked at Belmod. No need, I'm not your woman. Belmod said lightly. I said yes, you can't refute it. Belmod glanced at Chen, and did not continue to say anything. The organization gave me an order to kill a traitor who eats inside and out. Belmod said after being silent for a while. Oh, the traitor who eats the inside and the outside, shouldn't it be you? Chen looked at Belmod suspiciously. If it is a traitor who eats inside and out, then there are really too many in the Black Organization. There are a lot of traitors. I really don't know how the Black Organization got along. Belmod turned over Byakugan and said, It's a member of the organization's periphery who knows some information about the organization. It seems that he has been very close to the Japanese police recently, and he suspects that he has betrayed the organization. Oh, do you want me to help kill him? Chen nodded lightly. That's right. Because that guy has some skills, and there are many people around him to protect him. Belmod is not sure, so he thinks of Chen, but he didn't expect to catch her this time. If Belmod knew this was going to happen, she wouldn't come to Hyuga Chen even if she died. Tell me his name and address, and I will help you kill him. Chen said to Belmod. Belmod didn't refuse. Just treat it as his compensation for himself. Give me a day off and I'll go with you. Belmod leaned back on the sofa and lit a cigarette. Sorry, I don't like the smell of smoke. Seeing that he had been staring at him, Belmod pouted, then put out the cigarette, closed his eyes and fell into contemplation. 2 days later, Chen and Belmod appeared at the top of a building. As for why it was 2 days, because Belmod didn't recover in 1 day, and took 2 days off to completely eliminate his fatigue. Now that he is surrounded by a lot of elite agents, it is not easy to kill him. What are you going to do? Belmod's black tights, with a trench coat on the outside, hides her weapons, and even a grenade. How to kill, of course, to kill by force. I don't want to waste time. Chen looked at the brightly lit building opposite with a smile on his face. Belmod frowned slightly. Although I know you are very powerful, don't be arrogant, the agent protecting that guy is not a vegetarian. Yo Tilda, are you caring about me? Chen asked, lifting Belmode's chin. Caring about you? You think too much. I just want to remind you that if you are killed and you want me to do it, I don't want to take risks. Belmode said lightly. Ha ha ha, there is no one in this world who can kill me. Belmode looked at Chen, frowning more and more tightly. Being arrogant is not a good habit. A short knife suddenly appeared in Chen's hand, and Belmode, who was very close to Chen, did not see where he took it out. Obviously there is no place to hide things, but he took out a knife. Although this knife is very short, it is also very conspicuous. You're not going to use this knife to kill each other, are you? Belmode couldn't help asking. Although I know you are a ninja, but now it is the world of hot weapons, how can I rest assured that you are holding a knife? Actually, I look up to him with a knife. I just found out now that you are so arrogant. Ha ha Tilda. Chen chuckled lightly, without defending anything. Shoot him. God kills the gun. The short blade in his hand stretched out instantly, and everything was cut open. The fat man who was working in the office was instantly cut into 2 pieces. Then the whole body is dissolved. Okay, let's go. Chen turned around to leave. Okay. Belmode was taken aback. Are you fooling a ghost? Of course, it is impossible for Belmode to see the speed of the knife. In her opinion, Chen just said something, and then it was over. Boom Tilda. The entire building at the rear was divided into 2 halves. Although it did not collapse, it became a dangerous building. After Belmode heard the sound, he looked behind him with a look of shock on his face. You did this? Belmode asked in shock. It's just a trivial matter. What are you making a fuss about? Now I know how good your man is. Belmode didn't speak. The previous scene was beyond her cognition, and she didn't know how a building was cut open. Looking at Chen's back, Belmode silently followed. When Hecken returned home, Chen smiled and looked at Belmode. I'll help you, don't you have a little reward? Seeing the wicked smile on Chen's face, Belmode knew what he was thinking, and his body couldn't help but take a few steps back. She was really frightened, and it took 2 days for her to recover. If she did it again, Belmode shuddered just thinking about it. I just recovered, don't mess around. Don't worry, I will take care of you. Chen hugged Belmode and walked towards the bedroom. Belmode resisted and struggled twice, and when he saw that the struggle could not be completed, he gave up the struggle. Anyway, both of them were like this, so what else was there to struggle? Unconsciously, Belmode's heart also changed, and it was unconsciously, even Belmode himself might not be aware of it. Sure enough, the shortest way to a woman's heart is, ahem. Early the next morning, before Chen got up, he received a call from Shaolin. Chen, have you recovered from your illness? Shaolin asked Chen. Because Chen was on sick leave, that's why Shaolin asked. Thank you Shaolin for your concern, my illness is cured. Well, I want to see you, is it convenient? Shaolin continued to ask. Of course it's convenient, Shaolin, when will you come? I'll go after breakfast, very soon. Shaolin said. After chatting with Shaolin for a few more words, he hung up the phone and saw Belmode's unhappy eyes. Lying in bed with a woman, and then happily talking to another woman, men are all scum. Belmode said coldly. Thank you for your compliment, I'm just a scum, I don't refute. Chen grinned at Belmode. Belmode closed her eyes. It was undeniable that she felt a little uncomfortable, as if there was a big stone stuck in her heart. This kind of feeling has never happened before. It was very uncomfortable, really uncomfortable. Belmode covered his head with the quilt to calm down the chaotic thoughts in his heart. Chen looked at Belmode and smiled slightly. Belmode seemed to be jealous, which was of course a good thing for him. Chapter 790 Go to Moon Shadow Island. Chapter 790 Go to Moon Shadow Island. Chen, I'm here. Shaolin, the door is not closed, just come in directly. Chen walked out and looked at Shaolin who was standing at the door. After Chen came out, Belmod also came out suddenly. After seeing Belmod, Xiaolan's footsteps stopped and her face stiffened. Chen, who is she? Belmod glanced at Chen, smiled charmingly, and said, I am. She is my distant cousin, come to stay with me for a few days. Chen interrupted Belmod directly. Oh, it's Chen's cousin. Xiaolan felt relieved for some reason. Seeing Belmod and wanting to speak, Chen cast a threatening look directly at her. If you don't want to get up the next day, you can just say it. Chen whispered in Belmod's ear. Humph. Belmod snorted, feeling very uncomfortable, actually threatening her for the sake of others. Belmod also knew Xiaolan, and she once met Xiaolan, an angel-like girl. Xiaolan, don't stand outside, let's chat first. Chen glanced outside and said. 953 is behind Xiaolan, and there is a small tail, that is the guy Conan, but this guy stays outside. It is impossible to count on Chen to invite him in. Chen, what's wrong with you? Is it serious? Xiaolan asked with concern. It's just a small cold, it's not serious, I'm fine now, what would you like to drink, Xiaolan? Chen asked Xiaolan. Anything is fine, Xiaolan said with a slight smile. Chen took out 2 glasses of juice from the refrigerator and placed them beside him and Xiaolan. At this time, Belmod was unhappy, and took the juice in front of Chen directly and sipped it, actually forgetting her. Xiaolan, why don't we too have a drink? Chen took out 2 straws and said with a smile. Ah, Xiaolan's face slightly yuhi, a little embarrassed. I think your friend is very embarrassed. Let's have a drink together. Belmod sat next to Chen and put the juice in front of Chen. It's okay, it's not embarrassing. Xiaolan said in a low voice. Her voice was really small. If it wasn't for Chen's keen hearing, she really wouldn't be able to hear what Xiaolan was saying. Chen looked at Belmod, then at Xiaolan, and finally chose Xiaolan. Belmod's hand stiffened, and then he picked up the cup as if nothing had happened, but he was a little angry in his heart. Well, let me take a sip of yours too. After taking a sip from Xiaolan's cup, Chen took a straw and looked at Belmod. Belmod rolled his eyes. You want to put 2 cups in 1 straw, you think beautifully, this guy is a scumbag, and Belmod can see through him. Chen, you didn't go to class for 2 days. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me. Xiaolan said to Chen. No, I'm a top student. It's no problem to teach my cousin, isn't it, my cousin? Belmod put his arms around Chen's neck and asked Chen's ear. Xiaolan looked at the 2 of them. This cousin and Chen were too close. No matter how close you are, you can't be so close. How to look like a lover. Chen, my father received a request to go to a small island called Yueying Island. I wonder if you want to go with us, Chen. Xiaolan asked Chen. Okay, it just so happens that I'm fine too. I've been staying at home for the past 2 days, and it's about to get moldy. I'll go out to bask in the sun. Chen agreed directly. Since it was the entrustment received by Kogoro Mori, there must be a good show to watch, and Yueying Island Chen is also a little familiar. I remember that there was a big lady in women's clothing. Then I don't know if I can follow along, I'm also very curious. Belmod smiled. Of course there's no problem with that. Xiaolan replied with a smile. Xiaolan stayed here all morning, and cooked a big meal for Chen and the others, and then went to the Maori detective office. You are Tatsuki's cousin. Kogoro Mori stared at Belmod with wide eyes. Belmod gave Mori Kogoro a light look, but ignored him. Maori Kogoro was very embarrassed. He originally thought that Belmod was a beautiful woman and wanted to know him, but it seemed that he didn't want to know him. Conan looked at Belmod and always felt that Belmod was dangerous. This was Conan's intuition. There is no problem going to Yueying Island together. I have prepared the ticket, but it is obviously time for a break, so I am going to go to that island. It's really uncomfortable, Kogoro Mori said angrily. I wanted to stay at home and watch Yoko Okino's TV and have a drink, but I was completely screwed up. Dad, they have already paid, how can they not go? Not to mention that we really need this money urgently now, and there is no money in the family. Xiaolin was very dissatisfied. Her father couldn't make much money, and he was very generous when spending money. Now Xiaolin has decided that after she gets the money again, she will save it and can't give it to her father, otherwise he will definitely take it to bet on horses. I know, it's really annoying. Can you save me some face in front of others? Mori Kogoro waved his hand. Sitting on a small boat and heading towards Moonshadow Island, Xiaolan watched with the map of Moonshadow Island. This Moonshadow Island is just an ordinary island, there is nothing to see. Conan said, rolling the eyes of the dead fish. Belmod glanced at Conan. Although he didn't have much contact time, he naturally saw that Conan was different from other children with Belmod's observational power. Compared with other children, this little boy is out of tune with them. Although there are more mature children, Conan is too mature, and his inadvertent performance reveals that he is different from other bear children. Conan felt a gaze on him, and then turned to look, only to see the big sister wearing a black dress, claiming to be Hyuga Chen's cousin. Conan has some doubts about this identity. Does that guy Hyuga Chen really have a cousin? This child seems to be different from ordinary children. Belmod said with great interest. Yeah, ordinary children shouldn't have such a big head. A doll with a big head. Chen whispered softly. Belmod was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Conan again. Sure enough, his head was very big, a little bigger than the average person. I'm not saying that, I'm saying that this kid is a little too mature. After I make you smaller, if I don't clear your memory, you are 100 times more mature than him, do you believe it? Would you like to give it a try? Chen cast a glance at Belmod and asked. Belmod was stunned for a moment. What does Chen's words mean? It seems that there is a lot of information revealed. Chapter 791 Why so shameless? Chapter 791 Why is it so shameless? What did you mean just now? Belmod asked curiously. It's nothing, it's almost Moonshadow Island. If you want to know, you can investigate it yourself. Aren't you very capable? Chen was lying on the bow of the boat tilde looking at the sea. This small island really doesn't have any attractions. Xiaolan came over and said disappointedly. Yuying Island is just a very ordinary island, not a tourist place at all. Naturally, there are not many attractions to see. There is not much news about Yuying Island on the internet. By the way, what's the name of your cousin Chen? Xiaolin asked curiously. My name is Sharon. Xiaolin, you can call me Sister Bei. Belmod said after glancing at Xiaolin. Oh, Xiaolan nodded her head cutely. Sister Bei, what are you doing now? Xiaolan looked at Belmod curiously. Conan, who originally had dead fish eyes, moved his ears when he heard this question. He was also very curious about this. I'm not doing anything now, I'm being taken care of by Chen, just to warm his bed every night. Belmod said lightly. Ha ha tilde, this is a joke. Xiaolin laughed awkwardly. Don't worry about Xiaolin, she prefers to joke. Chen glared at Belmod and said. Belmod secretly flipped a Byakugan, didn't he? Is there a lie? She said. Although you are my cousin, you can't ruin my reputation. You have to limit your jokes. If this spreads out, I will lose my face. Chen looked at Belmod seriously. Really? Why didn't I know that you still have a face? Belmod laughed angrily at Chen. How could this guy be so shameless? Chen grinned at Belmod in a place that Xiaolin couldn't see, causing Belmod's angry chichao to smoke. On the night of the next full moon, on Moonshadow Island, shadows will begin to disappear again. I think this is a prank. Kogoro Mori took the invitation. Dad, when someone is playing a prank, they will pay the money first. Xiaolin said. If it wasn't for the sake of money, I wouldn't come, and I would waste my vacation. Why don't I go to enjoy the flowers? Mori Kogoro said angrily. Blossom viewing, I think you want to bet on horses. Xiaolin glared at Mori Kogoro. This made Xiaolin very angry. She used some money to bet on horses. Every time she lost everything, she didn't know how to keep her memory long. Although Xiaolin's family is not very poor now, it is not very wealthy, because Maori Kogoro wants to bet on horses and play with small steel balls. Well, sometimes I go to the club to play. Of course this Shaolin doesn't know. If Shaolin knows, she will definitely go crazy. Soon after arriving on the island, Kogoro Mori asked someone to inquire about Keiji Aso, but he learned that Keiji Aso was dead. Damn, this must be a prank. Actually using a dead person to play with me, Maori Kogoro. If you let me know who it is, it will definitely make him look good. Maori Kogoro shouted angrily. No one would take so much money to make a prank. Maybe there is something inside. Conan grabbed the letter of entrustment and said. Humph, who knows if it's a prank by the rich? Those rich people don't care about this little money. Maori Kogoro snorted coldly. Died 12 years ago, and also killed his own family, and died playing Beethoven's piano piece Moonlight. This is very wrong. Shaolin leaned over to Chen's side, shivering. The news she got when she just inquired was a bit weird. Chen, you said this letter of entrustment was sent by Keiji Aso. He has become a ghost. Shaolan looked up at Chen. Don't be afraid, ghosts are just souls. I used to be the god of death, and I specially buried souls. Chen took the opportunity to hold Shaolin in his arms. Is it not good to take advantage of girls in front of so many people? I don't want to have such a cousin. Belmod said coldly. Belmod's words made Shaolin wake up, and then quickly got out of Chen's arms. But after leaving Chen's warm embrace, Shaolin felt a trace of loss in her heart. Conan, who was thinking about the letter of entrustment, suddenly turned his head to look at Shang Chen, with dissatisfaction in his eyes. That child seems to be very hostile to you, Belmod said, leaning into Chen's ear. Chen glanced at Conan. It was normal for Conan to be hostile. It would be strange if he didn't. Perhaps this letter was sent by Keiji Aso's good friend. The purpose is to investigate the cause of Keiji Aso's death. The cause of Keiji Aso's death may be strange. Chen said aloud. That's right, it's not impossible. Go to the village chief and have a look. Kogoro Mori nodded. I have already received 500,000 yen, so I have to investigate it anyway. Even if it is really a prank, it is not a loss to have 500,000 yen. The village chief is in the public hall. How should I get to the public hall? Of course I'll ask someone. Dad, you're so stupid. Shaolan saw a small clinic in front of her and walked towards it. Miss, how can I get to the public hall? Shaolin asked immediately. Chen glanced at the woman in the white coat. This guy is Aso Keiji's son Aso, right? Women's clothing boss. Hello, my name is Naruto Asai. I'm a doctor here. You should be from out of town. Naruto Asai smiled slightly. 0. I have to say that Naruto Asai can definitely bend a man. Maybe someone knows that he is a man, and they will know him. We are from Tokyo. Turn around the corner from here, just walk straight, and you can see the public hall. Asai said with a smile. Get to know me, Kogoro Mori, is a great detective. Kogoro Mori came over and said while holding Asai's hand. Shaolin looked at her father and directly covered her face. Yeah, I know, Mr. Maori is a famous detective. Asai said with a smile. Now Maori Kogoro may not be as famous as the original, but he is already a little famous. Hearing that the other party knew him, Mori Kogoro's eyes lit up, and he invited Narumi Asai. Miss Narumi, I wonder if we can have a meal together for a while. Boom tilde. The utility pole next to it was cracked and the cement fell to the ground. Enough, give me enough time. Shaolan was full of black gas. Belmod looked at Shaolan, stunned for a moment, and cracked the cement pole with one punch. How strong was this? Shaolan is indeed a violent woman. Conan whispered in his heart. Maori Kogoro was sweating coldly on his forehead. She knew very well that his daughter's fist could shatter the marble table. She immediately released Naruto Asai's hand and wiped the cold sweat off her head. Chapter 792 Go to the Public Hall. Chapter 792 Go to the Public Hall. On the way to the Civic Center, Shaolin looked annoyed, and Mori Kogoro kept wiping cold sweat. No, this violent daughter must be married off as soon as possible, it is too violent. Shimizu, Masato Shimizu, please vote for Masato Shimizu. A car drove by slowly, and a loud horn was shouting in the car. What's the situation? Maori Kogoro asked suspiciously, looking at the passing car. Because of the selection of the new village head, they are canvassing for the selection of the village head. The candidates include the fisherman's representative Mr. Shimizu, the current village head Mr. Kuroiwa whose evaluation has been lowered recently, and the island's largest capitalist, Mr. Kawashima. Hey, Miss Chungchi, why are you here too? Mori Kogoro looked at Asai Narumi, and began to think about it. Could it be that Miss Narumi has fallen in love with me? If you go to the public hall, you are likely to meet the three of them, because there will be a ceremony held there tonight, a ritual inherited by the former village chief, Mr. Kamiyama, on his 3rd anniversary. On a small island, there are so many troubles to choose a village chief. Isn't it appointed by the people above? Chen couldn't help but complain. Is it because of this election that it will appear to be more liberal and democratic? I came here to see the public hall. I guess it will be very lively there, Asai said with a smile. After coming to the public hall, it was indeed very lively. Against the dictatorship of the current village chief. Take him out of office and keep him from being the village chief. Countless villagers held up signs and shouted loudly. The scene was getting hotter. The current village chief is indeed unpopular, and I don't know what he did to hurt the world. Chen said with a chuckle. I don't think you have done as much. Belmod said lightly. Don't slander me, I have never done anything wrong. I have never done anything wrong in my life. Chen said to Belmod. Belmod doesn't believe it at all. However, Chen really hasn't done anything wrong, because he thinks that everything he does is right. As for other people's opinions, it doesn't matter, as long as he thinks it's right. There is no way. Some of the things the current village chief has done are too extreme, occupying other people's farmland and polluting the fishing grounds. Many people are dissatisfied with him, said Naruto Asai. The current village chief, Heian Chenji, has already committed public anger. If he hadn't been afraid of breaking the law, maybe they would have rushed in and beat him up. I didn't expect such a thing. No wonder there are so many people who oppose him continuing to be the village head. Shaolin nodded. Hey, these have nothing to do with us. We are here to ask about Keiji Aso, so don't bother with this kind of business. Mori Kogoro said. Hearing Kogoro Mori mentioning Keiji Aso's name, Naruto Asai's body stiffened, and he looked at the public hall with a trace of hatred in his eyes. Belmod seemed to sense something, and looked at Shimizu Asai. Naruto Asai was keenly aware that someone was looking at him, and turned his eyes to Belmod, but by this time Belmod had withdrawn his gaze. There seems to be something wrong with that woman, Belmod whispered in Chen's ear. Is there something wrong with you? I don't worry about eating radishes, Chen said after glancing at Belmod. Belmod snorted angrily and kindly reminded this guy that this guy actually kindly treated him as a donkey liver and lungs, and really wanted to punch him in the head. Why, are you angry? Chen asked with a smile. Looking at his smile, Belmod really wanted to punch him in the face, and now he is still smiling at her. Why am I angry? Belmod said coldly. Hello, I'm Detective Maori Kogoro, we're going to ask your village chief about something. Mori Kogoro said to a staff member. Are you looking for the village chief? The village chief may not meet you. I'll ask you first. Dad, will the village chief not see us? Shaolin asked. Probably not, let's wait first. Maori Kogoro sat down, smoking a cigarette and waiting. Half an hour later, while waiting impatiently, the village chief Tatsuji Kuroiwa and the village chief competitor Hideo Kawashima came out. He was followed by the secretary Harada Kazuaki, Kuroiwa Tatsuji's daughter Kuroiwa Reiko, and Kuroiwa Reiko's fiancé, Monday Murazawa. Finally here, if they don't come again, I'm leaving, Mori Kogoro said unhappily. Chen noticed that he was being stared at by a fiery gaze, and then looked up, only to see a woman staring at him. The fiery eyes in his eyes seemed to eat him. Yo Tilda, I didn't think you were quite popular. Belmont's voice was extremely cold. Of course, it will fascinate thousands of girls. Miss, can you keep your eyes on this side? Belmont leaned on Chen's body and looked at Lindsay Hayen lightly. Lindsay Hayen looked at the woman in front of her who didn't know how much prettier she was, and only felt a chill that made her hurriedly lower her head. Kuroiwa Reiko's fiancé Murazawa Monday was very dissatisfied and snorted coldly towards Chen. Let's talk about business. Let's turn around. Belmadra got up and walked towards the corridor to the side. Well, I won't disturb Dad's business, I'll go take a look. Shaolin said to Maori Kogoro, and then quickly followed Chen. Conan did not follow because he was curious about this case. There's such a big room here. Shaolin looked at the room with the door open. It is very empty inside, only a piano is placed in the middle. Chen walked in together with Belmont and Shaolin, came to the window, and looked outside. It was the sea outside. The sea is right outside the public hall. If a seaside villa is built here, it might be very good. Chen said softly. Oh, do you want Jinwu Zhangjiao? Belmont cast a glance at Chen. Of course I did. Chen's eyes turned to Shaolin. Hey, Chen, why are you looking at me? Shaolin's face gradually turned Yuhi. Chen walked towards the piano. You can play the piano. Belmont asked, looking at Chen. Play the piano. I'm sorry I don't. Chen looked at the piano, he didn't feel any interest. This piano is full of dust. I guess it has not been taken care of for a long time. It's a waste to put it here. Xiaolan said, looking at the dusty piano. Xiaolan, can you play the piano? Chen asked Xiaolan. I've learned a little bit, so it should be considered a little bit. Xiaolan said modestly. In fact, although Xiaolan is not as good as a professional in piano, she is quite good in her amateur life. That Xiaolan, you are really amazing. Chen, don't praise me anymore. Belmont looked at the two people who had ignored him, and felt unhappy in his heart. Chapter 793 Death Begins. Chapter 793 Death Begins. Belmont looked at the piano, stretched out his hand, and knocked it angrily. Looking at the dust on his fingers, he wiped it on Chen's clothes. Chen was originally wearing white sportswear today, but now the dusty handprints are very conspicuous. Looking at the obvious dust marks, Chen's mouth twitched, and looking at Belmode's raised mouth, Chen felt that he had to teach her a lesson. But not now. When she goes back, let her lie on the ground and call her father. He stretched out his hand and flicked the clothes, and the ugly black marks disappeared instantly, and the clothes became as white as new, no different from new. Belmont was stunned. How did this happen? If you learn this trick, don't you have to do laundry? Chen, how did you do this? Shaolin directly asked Belmont's question. A mere little magic trick, it's just a trick. Chenpai said with a wave of his hand. Shaolin nodded, she really believed it. Magic was a very mysterious thing in her eyes, and Belmont didn't believe a word of it. Why did you come here O2? Quote. Heiyanshinsi hurriedly brought people to this room. Looking at the three people around the piano, his face instantly turned gloomy. Heian village chief, is there any problem here? Conan asked. Before, the village chief Heian had talked to them, but when he heard the sound coming from this room, he immediately ran towards it. It is certain that there must be ghosts in this room. Here, this place is cursed. This piano is the one that was played at the concert on the day Mr. Aso died. Secretary Harada Kazuaki shouted. It's cursed, how is this possible? Kogoro Mori thought he was listening to the story. He doesn't believe in these supernatural stories that are made up. Now is the age of science, and all kinds of monsters, ghosts and ghosts don't exist. It's not just Mr. Aso. This kind of thing happened to the former village chief, Isamu Kamiyama. If you say that, today's ritual is. Mori Kogoro shuddered. Although it is said that I do not believe it, but when I really talk about it, the fear in my heart is unavoidable. Enough Harada, don't say anything to outsiders. Heian Shinsi said coldly. The evening came soon. Kamiyama-Yu's ritual officially began, and Asai Naruto also came here wearing a black pair. Miss Asai, why are you here? Kogoro Mori asked curiously. I originally lived in Tokyo. After I came here to become a doctor, the first person to perform an autopsy was Mr. Kamiyama, so I wanted to come here to give him a stick of incense. By the way, let me introduce, this is Mr. Masato Shimizu, and he is also a strong contender for the village chief this time. Asai Naruhito pointed to Masato Shimizu next to him and said, Hello, my dear Shimizu Masato. Shimizu Masato nodded gently, but this gentleness had a false taste. At night, Chen sat in a chair very bored, browsing the news with his mobile phone. At this moment, the sound of the piano suddenly came, and everyone was shocked. On the night of the next full moon, there will be shadows on Moon Shadow Island that will disappear again. Moonlight Sonata, not good. Conan ran out immediately, and then ran towards the room with the piano. And when the voice sounded, a guy with a stubborn brain, his body was shaking constantly, his name was Nishimoto Jien. Let's go take a look too, said Kogoro Mori, who was sitting outside. After coming to the piano room, I saw the figure lying on the piano. This person is Hideo Kawashima, the capitalist on the island, who has now been killed. Maori Kogoro walked over to check, and then said solemnly, Xiaolan, call the police immediately, he is dead. Oh, Xiaolan hurriedly took out her mobile phone and called the Metropolitan Police Department. But it was night, and it was on the small island of Moon Shadow Island, so Officer Mumu and the others couldn't come for a while. Could it be the cursed piano? Mr. Kawashima was killed by a curse. Harada Kazuaki, the secretary, shouted in panic. It's not a curse, it's obviously a murder case. Kogoro Mori took out the tape recorder next to him. The sound of the piano came from here, and it was clearly recorded by someone in advance. Kogoro Mori said lightly. Conan kept walking around the dead body, lying on the ground looking for clues, but almost everyone ignored Conan. But not everyone would not notice Conan. Belmont's eyes turned to Conan, and he felt more and more strange. If it was just a little more mature before, it's not right now, Belmont said secretly. At this time, Conan's performance is not a primary school student at all. No primary school student will see the dead body and be indifferent, and will go to look at it. There is water-stained sand on the floor, and it's still salty. Could it be seawater? Conan said secretly. The deceased died of suffocation. Asai Chengji checked it, and then said calmly. Suffocated to death. This long water stain. Did Mr. Kawashima not die here, but was killed by someone on the beach and dragged here? Conan ran to the window, looking at the sea outside and guessing arrive. Xiaolan, let's go out. Chen felt little interest, and pulled Xiaolan, who was shivering, to go out. Belmont took a deep look at a great detective who was still looking for clues, and then walked outside. Xiaolan, are you afraid? Chen asked while looking at Xiaolan. 133 inches Chen, do you think it's the person who really cursed and killed? Xiaolan asked Chen. It's not that Xiaolan is afraid of corpses, but that Xiaolan is afraid of legends, and there are terrifying rumors here. I think too much, how can there be a curse? Chen leaned against the wall and said indifferently. Aren't you curious about what happened this time? Belmont asked Shang Chen after he came out. I understand everything, but I'm still curious about something, but I just feel a little bored. Chen Tan said with a hand spread. Even Chen knew who the murderer was, so naturally he was not interested. Do you know the murderer? Belmont walked to Chen's side, leaning against the wall just like Chen. Of course I don't know. Belmont glanced at Chen. She didn't believe a word of Chen's words. This guy must know nothing. Chen, Belmont and Xiaolan went outside and sat outside. Soon an old policeman came here, and he was also the only policeman on the island. The sea breeze was blowing outside. Chen and the others walked in, ready to check the situation. Dad, what's the situation now? Xiaolan asked Maori Kogoro. Well, the murderer has not been deduced yet, but the murderer is among these people. Maori Kogoro said with certainty. The people standing here were silent, and the atmosphere seemed a little weird. Chapter 794 Chen, I'm just an ordinary person. Chapter 794. Chen, I'm just an ordinary person. In the end, all the people in the civic center left, but tomorrow they will come here to continue to make confessions, because it is very late today. Are we really going to rest here? Xiaolan said in fear. Xiaolan, if you're afraid, then go to the hotel to rest. Today I'm going to look at the corpse here. Mori Kogoro said. Then let's stay here, it's so late now, where can I find a place to rest? Xiaolan said as she paved the floor. Chen, I'm a little scared, can I sleep with you? Belmod lay on Chen's body and looked at Chen with pitiful eyes. Looking down at Belmod, it's strange to believe her. This woman still has the identity of a big star, she is a playwright. Conan held the letter and frowned slightly. Doesn't he mean the end of the so-called beginning to disappear? Thinking of this, Conan told Mori Kogoro about his conjecture. What? You say there will be a sequel to this murder drama? The so-called shadow disappears in the notice, that is, shrouded in light, and the so-called light is hearing the moonlight at the murder scene. Conan said aloud. After Conan finished speaking, Mori Kogoro fell into contemplation, and Belmod stared at Conan's eyes, which became more and more strange. By the way, the tune that Mr. Aso played 12 years ago, and the piece that Mr. Kamiyama played 2 years ago before his death were Beethoven's Sonata Moonlight. Kogoro Mori remembered this time. That sheet music is still here. Conan ran to the piano. After seeing the piano score, I took it and looked at it. Shaolin also walked over and looked at the score. This seems to be the music score of Moonlight, Shaolan said in a low voice. Shaolin took the sheet music, sat at the piano, and started to play, but when talking about the fourth stanza, Shaolin stopped. This fourth paragraph is a bit strange. Bump. The door was opened, and Asai Chungmi walked in with something in his hand. This is the supper I brought you, Asai Chengji said with a smile. Oh, Miss Chungshi is really thoughtful. A smile appeared on Kogoro Mori's face. I'm really hungry, so thank you Miss Chungshi, Shaolin said with a smile. While eating, Kogoro Mori stared at the sheet music in his hand, feeling that there must be some clues in it. Bump. Who? Mori Kogoro immediately looked at the window, only to see a dark shadow flashing past. Damn, he's definitely not a good person, I'll go after him. Mori Kogoro immediately opened the window and jumped out, and Conan jumped out with him. Since they've gone out, I'll stay here to protect you weak girls, Chen said while looking at Shaolin. However, among them, there is really no weak woman, Shaolin's combat effectiveness is top-notch, and Belmod is not to mention the most dangerous woman. As for Asai Chungmi, he is not a woman, let alone killing Hideo Kawashima and dragging him here, how could he be weak? I really thank Miss Asai for coming to deliver the food. If there is anything you need me to help with, you can just say it. Chen's eyes turned to Asai Chungshi. Thank you, but I don't have anything to help you. Asai Naruto smiled. If that's the case, then fine. Chen spread his hands, then sat down against the wall. Chen, I'm so scared. Belmod suddenly threw himself into Chen's arms and whispered. Shaolin looked at Belmod lying in Chen's arms, her face stiffened, and she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Soon after, Mori Kogoro and Conan returned without success and did not catch up with the man. Oh, it's so damn bad, I actually ran away, Kogoro Mori said angrily. The night passed quickly, Chen looked at Belmod with dead fish eyes, and Belmod gave Chen a provocative smile. Because he knew that Chen would not do anything to her, last night, Belmod had all kinds of temptations to Chen. When you go back, see if I don't take care of you well. Chen gave Belmod a vicious look. Soon the police officer Mumu came here with people and began to inquire about the cases that happened here. Anyone who showed up at the public hall yesterday was called in for questioning. Let's go out for breakfast. Chen pinched on Belmod's opi from an angle that no one could see. Belmod was pinched, his body suddenly softened, and he almost fell to the ground. Oh, what's wrong with you? You almost fell to the ground. Chen supported Belmod and looked at her with a smile on his face. There was shame and anger in Belmod's eyes, but she didn't expect that being touched by this guy on her body was like being electrocuted. The most important thing was that she didn't feel the slightest sense of rejection in her heart. Chen, what are you doing? Shaolin walked over with a puffed face, with dissatisfaction on her face. Oh, she didn't stand firm, I supported her. Chen said with a smile. Is that so? Shaolin looked at them suspiciously, and intuitively told her that their relationship didn't seem to be as simple as a cousin. Let's go, Shaolin, let's go out and have some breakfast. Chen pulled Shaolin out. After Belmod saw it, he walked up quickly, then wrapped his arms around Chen's arms and walked outside together. After eating breakfast, Chen and the others were not in a hurry to go back. Anyway, the police have arrived, let's mix something, let's play on this island. Chen took Shaolan and Belmod to the beach. Chen, you don't seem to be interested in the case at all. Shaolin said while looking at Chen. Of course, I'm neither a policeman nor a detective, I'm just an ordinary person. Chen said with a smile. Ha ha tilde. Belmod laughed sarcastically. Chen's sentence, I'm an ordinary person, is the funniest joke Belmod has ever heard. The building that Chen Zan opened is still a headache for the police, and the police officer Mumu said this matter before. The building that was torn apart simply subverted their cognition. Now the police are dying of headaches. Fortunately, the news was blocked in time, otherwise there would have been a lot of uproar. However, even so, the news continued to spread, and it is estimated that it will not be long before the whole country knows it. At that time, most people will probably think that it is a joke. What are you laughing at? Chen glanced at Belmod. What do you think I'm laughing at? Belmod put his hand on Chen's shoulder and gave Chen a meaningful smile. Crazy, I'm not you, how do you know what you're laughing at? Shaolin, let's go a little further. I heard that neuropathy is contagious. It's scary. Chen took Shaolin and walked into the distance. Belmod's face turned blue and white, and he even said that I was insane. Chapter 795 Shameful Act. Chapter 795 Shameless Deeds. Has the case not been solved yet? At night, Chen Kai took Belmod and Shaolan back to the public hall. No, not only did not solve the case, but 2 more people died, and Kuroiwa village chief and Mr. Nishimoto also died. Sato Mikazuko said. When did you come? Chen asked, looking at Sato Mawako. She didn't come with her this morning. I came here in the afternoon. I didn't expect you to be here. Why are you always there every time there is a murder? Because I deliberately leaned up. Chen pulled over the chair and sat down. I didn't expect you to know a lot of people, even the policewomen of the Metropolitan Police Department. Belmod said lightly. Master Belmod has a lot of information, and is the famous Metropolitan Police Department's famous Sato Mikazu, she also knows. Who is this? Sato Mawako raised her brows as she looked at Belmod. I'm his cousin, Belmod said, casting a glance at Hugichin. Mikazu Sato looked at Shang Chen suspiciously. Why didn't he know that he had a cousin? And then Mikazu Sato also remembered that they were not familiar with each other. By the way, what about Dad and Conan? Why aren't they here? Shaolin asked suspiciously. You mean Detective Mori and that kid? They were still here before. Sato Mawako showed doubts on her face. Officer Mumu, I already know the truth. Mao 100 Lee Kogoro's voice came, but it came from the sound. Is Dad in the studio? Shaolin's face showed confusion. A smile appeared on the corner of Chen's mouth. This is definitely not Kogoro Mori, it must be Conan's guy. It seems that Conan has already investigated it clearly. I have fully understood the truth about the serial murders that took place on Moon Shadow Island. When the police officer Mew Mew heard the words, he looked attentively. First of all, in the piano room, the person who injured Murasawa Monday was Secretary Harada Kazuaki. What, it's you? Officer Megumi immediately looked at Harada Kazuaki, who was panic-stricken. The injury on Mr. Harada's left hand is what he left when he broke the window and escaped after attacking Murasawa Monday. Conan continued in the voice of Kogoro Mori in the studio. And Mori Kogoro, who was sleeping soundly at this time, was brought down by an anesthesia needle, which is really sad. I don't know if this anesthesia needle has any side effects, and there is no neck pain after being stabbed all the time. Harada Kazuaki took a few steps back and put his hands behind his back to cover his injuries. He and Kawashima are doing shameless things in that piano room. Yo, this guy is so serious, is it a bayonet act? Chen had a playful smile on his face. What nonsense are you talking about? Sato Mawako glared at him annoyed. The act of fighting the bayonet. What is that? Xiaolan asked Chen in confusion. Xiaolan, as a pure girl, it's better not to know this. Chen Yu said earnestly. Then you mean to say that I'm not a pure girl? Sato Mawako looked at Chen with dangerous eyes. Chen pouted, and then said, Auntie, you're almost 30. Isn't it a shame to be a girl? Sato Mawako's face is gloomy. Even if she is carefree, she is more concerned about her age. Hyuga Chen is exposing her scars face to face. Heroin, they do the drug trade for heroin here. What? It turned out to be heroin. It's really disappointing. Chen shook his head in disappointment. What? It's heroin. Officer Mumu had already, and the officers behind immediately brought Harada and Ming under control. Mr. Harada and Akira used the hidden door of the piano to exchange money and items with the heroin he bought from abroad. By the way, they always meet at the public hall late at night. That's why. The old policeman from Moon Shadow Island clapped his hands and said. Mr. Harada said that the piano was cursed and asked the villagers to avoid it, and also hoped that they would not be disturbed when they were trading. Conan continued. Is that so, Mr. Harada and Akira? Officer Megumi asked Harada and Akira, who was under control. Harada Kazuaki lowered his head and remained silent. He fled after beating Mr. Murasawa Monday, probably because he was found when he was about to recover the remaining heroin and was seen by Murasawa Monday. I said that because of the case caused by heroin. He killed Mr. Kawashima. Sato Mawako looked at Harada Kazuaki with a sharp look in her eyes. Sato Mawako hates drug dealers, and she is also angry, and she wants to beat Harada and Akira. No, I didn't kill anyone, Harada Kazuaki shouted. Harada and Ming have nothing to do with this case, the murderer is someone else. Conan continued. However, Conan's words could no longer be transmitted, because the radio sound was broken. But Conan doesn't know that, he's still talking at length there. The evidence is conclusive, and you said you didn't kill anyone. Chen said lightly, looking at Harada and Ming. But I really didn't kill people. Why did I kill people in the piano room? Wouldn't this expose me? Harada Kazuaki panicked. He already has a felony crime of drug trafficking. If you add intentional homicide, then he is really finished, and he will spend the rest of his life in prison. Harada and Ming quibble, but the police have determined that it was the person who killed him. After all, what this guy did, it was hard to justify if he wanted to. Without Conan's words behind him, even if he explained it, he couldn't explain it clearly. Asai Chungmi looked at this, and he was slightly relieved, but when he looked at Harada Kazuaki who was taken away, he felt a sense of guilt in his heart. Let's go to the studio to see. Chen chuckled, then walked towards the studio. This broadcast will not make a sound, of course, it has something to do with Chen. I think this big guy in women's clothing is not bad, so don't let him hang up like the original. Coming to the door of the studio, Chen deliberately made some noises, and Conan inside was frightened and panicked. He quickly put away the voice changer and walked to Kogoro Mori. Chen opened the door and saw Conan shaking Mori Kogoro. Under Conan's shaking, Mori Kogoro slowly opened his eyes. Hey, why does it feel so painful? Mori Kogoro touched his arm. Shaking of course couldn't wake Mori Kogoro. Conan pinched Mori Kogoro's arm fiercely, and then he woke Mori Kogoro. Dad, why are you sitting on the ground? Shaolin asked Mori Kogoro. Mori Kogoro looked puzzled, and he himself didn't know why he was sitting on the ground. Uncle Maori is really amazing. With your suggestion, the murderer has been caught, Chen said with a smile. Although Maori Kogoro was confused, as soon as he heard the praise, he immediately admitted it. Ah ha ha, it's not worth mentioning at all, Kogoro Mori said with a big laugh. Chapter 796 Return. Chapter 796 Return. What? Hirata Kazuaki was the culprit caught? Conan jumped up. Although Chen and the others suddenly arrived at the studio, he had already said everything he had to say. The culprit should be Naruto Asai. No, it was Masao. Why did Officer Mumu arrest Hirata and Akira? This time, I would like to thank Brother Maori. I didn't expect that after Brother Maori became a detective, his skills have greatly improved, and he is much stronger than when he was a policeman before. The police officer said with a smile. Ah ha ha, I have been working hard all these years. In fact, I saw early on that Hirata and Ming were not good things. Mori Kogoro followed all the compliments. Shaolin felt that she couldn't take it anymore. She really didn't see Kogoro Mori working hard these years, but during these days, Kogoro Mori seemed to be enlightened and solved several cases. No, the culprit is not Hirata Kazuaki. Conan shouted loudly. Shut up, am I still wrong? Kogoro Mori punched Conan in the head. Damn, what the hell is going on? Conan bit Kiba secretly and wanted to take out the sheet music, but only then did he realize that the sheet music he got with the old policeman was missing. Cold sweat broke out all at once. He remembered that he had been holding the piano score. It was still there when he was in the studio. Did he forget it in the studio? Conan didn't care about anything else, and quickly ran towards the studio. That kid, it's not easy at all, Belmod said to himself. After realizing that something was wrong with Conan, Belmod watched him vaguely, and now he found that something was wrong with the child. Chen watched Conan run to the studio and chuckled lightly. Brother Maori, we are about to leave. There are still a lot of things waiting for us to deal with. Do you want to leave together? Officer Mumu asked Kogoro Maori. Okay, this just saves the cost of a ferry ticket, Mori Kogoro said with a big smile. About a so kg, although Mori Kogoro has not figured it out yet, he should treat it as a prank. 3 murders occurred in a row, and Kogoro Mori was not interested in continuing to investigate. Soon Conan came back with a preoccupied look. In the studio, Conan did not find the sheet music, and the sheet music seemed to have evaporated from the world. Returning by boat with the police, Conan looked at Yueying Island and felt unwilling for a while. He clearly knew who the murderer was, but somehow, it finally turned into this. Miss Chungshi, goodbye. Shaolin waved at Chungshi Asai. Goodbye, if I have a chance, I will visit you. Asai said with a smile. Conan's eyes were fixed on Asai Chungmi. The murderer who killed 3 people in a row was him, but Conan can't do anything now, because the police officer Mumu has already finalized the case. Mainly because of his childlike appearance, who would believe even if he told the real murderer? At this time, Conan hated that hateful organization even more, the 2 guys who gave him the medicine. Naruto Asai looked at the departing boat, not knowing what it was like, and took out a few sheet music in his hand. Dad, I will live a good life. Asai Chengji put away the music and said firmly. In fact, he was ready to end all sins and was ready to commit suicide, but after accidentally picking up this sheet music, Asai gave up suicide. Alas. Officer Mumu, why are you frowning? Now that you have solved a big case, you should be happy. Kogoro Maori said suspiciously, looking at the scowling Officer Mumu. Brother Maori doesn't know something. There was a big case in Tokyo. A building was split in half, and a very important entrepreneur disappeared. I have a headache now. Conan, who was originally gloomy, raised his head and looked at Officer Mumu. Officer Mumu, you are joking, right? Kogoro Mori felt that Officer Mumu was talking nonsense. I'd rather be joking. I believe it won't be long before you see it on TV. Officer Mumu sighed again. Looking at the appearance of Officer Mumu, it seemed that what he said was not fake, and Kogoro Mori was also stunned. Conan was also stunned. Could it be caused by the use of some illegal mysterious weapon? Don't say it, I have to think about how to stop the citizens' mouths. If things really get worse, I may have to be fired. Officer Mumu said with a wry smile. 0. For flowers. Although he is only a minor official of the Metropolitan Police Department, it is because he is a minor official that he is more likely to be the culprit. Belmod glanced at Chen, and he was definitely talking about the tall building that Hyuga Chen slashed open. Belmod really doesn't know how a short knife splits a tall building. This should be the power of God. I know I'm handsome, but don't stare at me all the time. Chen said while drinking the juice and looking at the sea. Humph. Belmod hummed softly. Soon the ship docked. Chen and Shaolin said a word, and then returned home with Belmod. Bermode, have you forgotten what happened before? Chen asked after looking at Bermuda after returning home. What happened before? What happened before? Why didn't I know? Belmod showed a puzzled look. 0. Hee, I decided to take care of you, are you satisfied? Chen hugged Belmod, with a smile on his face that made Belmod tremble. Belmod didn't struggle, lying quietly in Chen's arms. You're not struggling. Chen looked at Belmod strangely. Do you think it's useful for me to struggle? Since I know it's useless, why bother struggling again? Belmod said with a blank look. Chen didn't say anything, and came to the room with Belmod in his arms, and then it was naturally a storm. After the wind and rain, Belmod was lying in Chen's arms, and now he didn't want to move. You really don't know Lianxiangxiu. Feeling the weak body, Belmod said to Chen. Really? Someone shouted hard before, Chen said, hugging Belmod's body. Yuhi's dizziness on Belmod's face disappeared for a moment. I want to know, who do you take me to be? Belmod raised his head hard, looked at Chen seriously, and at the same time there was a trace of tension in her eyes. Of course I take you as my woman. Chen stared at Belmod with the same seriousness. The tension in Belmod's eyes disappeared a little. Although the time they spent together was very short and he forced himself, Belmod felt that he really seemed to have feelings for him. So Belmod is very nervous. She is afraid that the other party is just using herself as a tool to vent. Chapter 797 Teach Belmod. Chapter 797 teaches Belmod. Chen, I don't want to be abandoned. If there is such a day, I will die with you. Belmod reached out and stroked Chen's cheek, as if jokingly said, but Chen could feel her seriousness. As a person, I will never abandon my own woman. Chen lowered his head and kissed Belmod's face. But as my woman, are you going to fulfill your responsibilities? My body can't hold it anymore. If you want me to die, then come. Belmod said to Chen. How could I be willing to let you die, but there are other ways. Chen leaned into Belmod's ear and whispered. Belmod gave Chen a white look, and after hesitating for a long time, he buried his head. An hour later, Belmod was finally relieved, gave Chen a blank look again, then supported her weak body and walked towards the bathroom. She was going to rinse her mouth. Belmod, do you want to learn ninjutsu with me? Chen asked Belmod. Since Belmod is already his woman, it is natural to teach her some life-saving means. Learn ninjutsu. Belmod originally wanted to say that he was not interested, but thinking of Chen's terrifying strength, he suddenly became interested. What Chen taught would definitely not be that kind of ordinary ninjutsu. What kind of ninjutsu? Belmod asked curiously. Chen looked at Belmod. In fact, he originally wanted to teach Belmod's 6 naval styles, but with Belmod's physical fitness, I am afraid it will take decades to learn. No, Chen suddenly remembered that he had eaten a fortified fruit, and now he has forgotten the ability of the fortified fruit. Come here, I'll strengthen your body first. Chen let Belmod sit on the sofa, and then put a hand on Belmod's shoulder. The white light enveloped Belmod, and then Belmod felt that his power was rapidly increasing. After the white light dissipated, Belmod clenched his fists and stood up from the sofa. But this time, she was a little uncomfortable because of the sudden increase in strength, and her light body made her fly all at once. Fortunately, Yuchen caught her, otherwise she would have hit the ceiling all of a sudden. However, with Belmod's current strength, even if it really hits the ceiling, nothing will happen. You have to get used to the power quickly, Chen said to Belmod. Belmod punched the table, and the solid wood table was torn apart. After taking 2 steps forward, one of them couldn't control it and hit Cheng directly, and a big hole was knocked out of the wall. Belmod looked at the big hole that had been knocked open behind her with an incredible look on her face. She pretended to smash a wall, but she didn't feel any pain. You can't do it here, the house can be demolished by you. Chen Yi waved his hand, and the damaged table and walls were all restored. Change place with me, Chen brought Belmod to the Kamui space. You're here to connect with the power of your own body. Where is this place? Belmod looked around and asked curiously. This is another space, you don't have to worry about that, the most important thing for you now is to take control of your body. Belmod was stunned, it was actually another dimension, she couldn't understand it. Chen instructed Belmod to control his body in the Kamui space, and Belmod also underwent special training, so it didn't take long for him to master his body's strength. How strong am I now? Belmod clenched his fists and asked Chen. It's equivalent to an elite Jonin who specializes in physical art, but if you really want to fight a real elite Jonin, they can solve you with a few tricks. Jonin, then I'm also very powerful. Belmod thought of the division of ninja levels. Jonin was once a tyrant overlord who occupied several villages. It's okay, Chen said to Belmod. But you don't have chakra. After you have chakra, you can be considered a real ninja. What is chakra? Belmod asked curiously. It shouldn't be the chakra in yoga. It is a kind of energy. If you want to use ninjutsu, you have to rely on chakra to do it. Now I will teach you chakra refining. Chakra was born because of the divine tree. In fact, there is no chakra in this world, but Chen has chakra. He devoured the tree of gods, and he can also make others able to extract chakra. Under Chen's guidance, Belmod began to refine chakra in a novel way. With Chen's guidance and Chen's strengthening of Belmod's body, it is not difficult for Belmod to extract chakra. It didn't take long for Belmod to extract chakra, but this chakra is very small. Chakra is the energy extracted from the cells of the body. Next, as long as Belmod practice more, he can quickly achieve a rapid increase in chakra. Because he was strengthened by Chen, now Belmod's physical fitness is very strong, and his cells are also very active, revealing the breath of life. I have chakra now, I wonder if I can use the ninjutsu you mentioned. Belmod asked Chen. If you don't learn to walk, you want to fly. With just your chakra, you can't even use a stand-in technique. Chen reached out and knocked on Belmod's head. I didn't expect Belmod to be very greedy, but to be able to extract chakra so quickly, Belmod is considered a little genius. What kind of ninjutsu is it? It's not like the TV show, throwing a few smoke bombs, right? What I taught you is different from what you know. The powerful ninjutsu is very powerful, not just throwing a few smoke bombs. There was anticipation in Belmod's eyes. Can the building be cut in two? Belmod asked curiously. It can collapse, Chen said to Belmod. In fact, whether ninjutsu is powerful or not depends on the user. These are still far from Belmod, and Chuck's 2.1 pull is not much, and he still wants to learn ninjutsu. Thank you, Chen. Belmod took the initiative to kiss Chen's lips. Leaving the Kamui space, Belmod couldn't wait to refine the chakra. Don't overdo it, you can refine 2 hours of chakra every day, too much is not good for you. Chen reminded Belmod. Belmod nodded, she is not a woman who can't tell the difference, since it was Chen who warned her, she did it. In fact, Belmod really wants to know how strong she is now. She feels that she can demolish a building with her bare hands, and she doesn't know what the actual situation is. In fact, although Belmod doesn't have much chakra, but with the strengthening that Yuchen brought her, her body has become very strong, and it is really no problem to tear down a building with her bare hands. Chapter 798 Department Store Hijacking Incident. Chapter 798 Department Store Hijacking Incident. At 11 o'clock at night, Chen bored and wandered the streets. The woman in Belmont, since Chen taught her, has been refining chakra every day, or practicing the use of various ninja tools, making Chen very boring at home. I don't know if I can have some fun, Chen said with some boredom. Huh. When passing by a department store, Chen suddenly stopped and looked at the brightly lit department store with some doubts. Shouldn't the department store be closed at this time? The international distress signal of SOS written on the first floor above. Interesting, maybe you can go in and have a look. Chen walked towards the department store. The department store was indeed closed, but the door did not block Chen, and Chen passed through the door like a phantom. Fortunately, it was already late, there were not many pedestrians on the road, and no one saw this scene, otherwise it would definitely be frightened, and then the legend of ghosts appeared the next day. Damn, they turned on the lights in order to catch us. Conan bit Kiba. The people who drew the distress signal in it were Conan and the others, because there was a masquerade doll show here, and Conan was pulled by Yuantai and the others. When he was leaving, Yuantai's autographed photo of Kamen Rider was suddenly forgotten here, and Yuan Teifei wanted to come back and get it. As a result, after taking the autographed photo, the department store was closed, and they were also locked inside, and they also witnessed the robbery group robbing jewelry. Because of Yuan Tai, a pig teammate, they were also discovered by the robbers of the robber group, and now they are avoiding the robbers' search. After Chen walked in, he walked upstairs unhurriedly. Chen's appearance was naturally discovered, and he didn't mean to hide, so he walked straight upstairs. Attention, someone shows up again, try to get rid of him. The people who were chasing Conan's little devils stopped and frowned slightly. How many people are there? One of the gangsters asked. Only one person. It turns out that there is only one person. You go to solve those difficult little devils, and I will deal with that person. Since I don't know whether to live or die here, just wait to die. The man said viciously. Be careful, don't capsize in the gutter. The other two reminded him. Don't worry, I can still solve a person, but you guys, get rid of this group of fast-running brats as soon as possible. Hopefully, I always have a bad feeling in my heart. What a bad feeling, I think you are thinking too much. We have planned for so long, and this time we will definitely succeed. When the time comes, we will eat and drink spicy food. The taller gangster took the elevator and headed downstairs. Tell me, what floor is he on now? On the 4th floor, he is on the 4th floor now. The other party is not strong, but he looks very handsome. The eldest sister may like it. Oh, then do you want me to help eldest sister take him back? Stop talking nonsense, knock him unconscious in the past, try not to kill anyone, or the police won't end well. A female voice came over, and a tied woman untied the rope on her body. You go to help too, I'll watch here, the woman said to the man who was watching the surveillance. Miss, are you not pretending now? Before this woman, in order to steal the treasure, she first sneaked in and became a staff member here, and then, just in case, let those accomplices deliberately arrest her. It's brightly lit now and it's quickly attracting attention. We're running out of time, get rid of those people and run with the jewels. Understood, eldest sister. The men in the monitoring room also ran out, and there were only a few bound security guards left, as well as the head of the robber group, this woman. At this time, Chen also encountered the robber. Ha ha ha, it's really a little white face, it's completely easy to solve you. The man said with a big laugh. Oh, if you say that, I'm not convinced. Chen looked at the guy in black in front of him. This guy was wearing the clothes he wore to play the villain during a doll show. HMPH. I'll deal with you first. The man punched Chen in the face. You don't slap people in the face, you're going too far. A lightsaber appeared in Chen's hand, and the twinkling fruit ability Tiankong Yunjian cut the opponent in half with one knife. Congratulations, You came to give the first head, and you will be next. Chen threw out the Tiankong Yunjian in his hand, and the Tiankong Yunjian directly penetrated the bandit who came out of the elevator. Glancing at the camera overhead, he smiled. The woman who was watching from the surveillance was startled, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Chen continued to walk straight upstairs. No, I can't stay here, it seems that I have to escape. The woman was horrified when she thought of a lightsaber appearing out of thin air in the man's hand. She took out the pistol around her waist, and only when she was holding the gun could she feel a sense of security. However, after taking out the pistol, her body froze, and her body was out of her control, completely out of her control. In her panic, she slowly raised her right hand and aimed the pistol at her temple. No, I don't want to die, the woman shouted. Boom. After a shot was fired, this woman who was still a little pretty fell into a pool of blood, and she didn't know how she died until she died. 920 Chen just came upstairs when a little loli bumped into Chen's body. Ah, don't kill me. After falling to the ground, Ayumi shouted in fear, covering her eyes. Yo tilde. It turned out to be Ayumi. Chen looked at the little loli who fell to the ground and said aloud. After Ayumi heard the sound, she slowly opened her eyes and looked towards Chen. After seeing Chen, Ayumi suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Big brother is you, I thought it was a bad guy. After breathing a sigh of relief, Ayumi's face changed, and then she remembered that there were two bad guys behind. Big brother, hurry up, there are bad guys behind, if they catch them, they will be killed. Ayumi shouted anxiously. Let's see where you're going this time. The two men chased after them, and after seeing Chen next to Ayumi, they looked at each other and frowned slightly. The man in the masked Superman clothes asked to Chen, you are the one who broke in. Didn't the fourth child solve you? If you want to know this question, you can ask it yourself. I'll send you there. Chen took a wooden knife on the shelf next to it. The department store has everything, even the wooden knife for practicing swordsmanship. Big brother, can you beat them? Ayumi stood behind Chen and asked Chen. Holding a wooden knife, you don't know what your surname is, right? Let's see the real knife. The man in the masked Superman costume took out a small knife. Chapter 799 Angry Conan. Chapter 799 Angry Conan. Second, can you take a knife? The man standing next to him asked while looking at the robber in the mask of Superman. Although this is a real sword, it is too short, and it does not have an advantage in the face of wooden swords, and wooden swords are not without lethality. Don't worry, the third child, we have solved this guy. Let's not care about those little devils and go directly to meet with the eldest sister. It is estimated that someone found out that it was wrong to call the police. The second child said. What about the jewelry? We only got a little bit, and there's still a lot left. The third child said greedily. Idiot, we don't have time to take it. If you want money, you have to have the ability to spend it. If you are caught by the police, go to jail. I said you too, and completely ignored me. The wooden knife in Chen's hand slammed into the air. Deal with him first, let's go together, and pick up the baseball bat next to him. The second child with the knife shouted to the third. The third child picked up the baseball bat and rushed towards Chen together. Ayumi, we're here to save you. Yuan-Tai shouted loudly, rushing towards him. Bump. The two robbers flew out, spewing a few mouthfuls of blood from their mouths, and then lost consciousness. It's amazing. Ayumi shouted happily as she looked at the two people who were beaten and flew out. It has been resolved, which means that we are no longer in danger. Who tilde. Mitsuhiko breathed a sigh of relief. Conan ran towards the two robbers, checked them, and then looked at Chen. They are dead now. Oh, is that so? I should be in self-defense, but they want to kill me. Chen put the wooden knife aside and said lightly. You are overly defensive, Conan said angrily. Come on, they're going to kill me, so am I going to let them stab me, and then I'm not too defensive. You should have the ability to disable their mobility without killing them. You are killing people on purpose. You're not me, how do you know? If you want to blame them, you should blame them for being too weak. Even if you have the ability to rob, you deserve to be killed. Chen said lightly. Conan looked at Chen angrily. He didn't like this kind of indifferent tone. Seeing the indifference in Chen's eyes, as if he was dismissive of life, Conan felt angry. In Conan's view, no one's life is precious, and no one is qualified to deprive others of their lives. However, Chen is the opposite of Conan. In Chen's eyes, life is really like a mustard. Conan, brother Chen saved us. Ayumi said to Conan. Although they were killed, they were bad people. After chasing us for so long, I actually wanted to kill them. Mitsuhiko said. Aren't bad people human? Murder is a crime. Conan yelled. I agree with this sentence. Murder is a crime. Chen nodded in agreement. No matter what the reason, murder is indeed a crime, but so what, who can convict him? However, being weak is also a sin. Will human beings shed tears for accidentally crushing an ant? Maybe such a person really exists, but there is no one among a million people. This is not an ant. Conan growled angrily. It was the first time for Yuan Tai and the others to see Conan like this, and they didn't dare to speak for a while, and they didn't even dare to make a sound. It depends on how you look at it. In my eyes, they are ants. Chen said without emotion. Why did Chen kill them? It's not because they are robbers. Chen K doesn't care whether the other party is a robber or not, killing them is also on a whim. Just like some people who see weeds on the side of the road, they step on them a few times, and after seeing a bunch of ants, they may go over and crush them to death. To put it in bad words, this is cheap skin, and it is completely cheap. After ordinary people are cheap, at most they will only break some things, but it is not too much for Chen to kill a few people. Compared to the villain who plays with all beings in the fantasy world, Chen is simply a good person. Conan did not continue talking to Chen, waiting for the police to arrive, believing that the police might arrive soon. Suddenly, Conan stood up and ran downstairs. He knew that it wasn't just these people, there must be accomplices. After running all the way downstairs, Conan was stunned when he saw the corpse that was divided into two parts, and the person who died in the elevator with his heart pierced. Even though Conan was well informed, he had encountered the case of dismembering a corpse when he was still young, but it was still a shock to see the two halves of the corpse. Then ran upstairs again. Back at the floor where Chen and the others were staying, Conan looked at Chen coldly. Did you kill the two people below? Conan asked Chen. Conan, you seem to be different from ordinary children, said Chen, who was leaning against the wall. Answer me, did you kill the people below? Conan asked angrily. The surrounding air suddenly became much colder, and a heavy pressure made Conan kneel on the ground. You have no right to question me. Conan was like falling into an ice cellar, his eyes were lost, and his consciousness fell into an illusion. He looked at the mountains of corpses and the sea of blood around him, and at Hyuga Chen who was standing on the mountain where the corpses were piled up in the distance. His pupils shrank suddenly, and then he saw a bloody Yuhi cut down towards him. Just when he was about to be beheaded, his thoughts suddenly returned to reality, and all the momentum disappeared, as if what he had experienced before were hallucinations. Is it a hallucination just now? Why hallucinations? Is it because of inner fear? Conan gasped and muttered to himself. Conan, what's wrong with you? Mitsuhiko looked at Conan strangely. No, I'm fine. Conan stood up, soaked in cold sweat. 10 minutes later, there was a siren from below, and Officer Mumu rushed here with people, along with Maori Kogoro and Shaolin. Because Conan hadn't gone back for a long time, after learning from Kogoro Mori that Conan had come to the department store, he went to the police and had Officer Mumu bring him to check. Coincidentally, someone called the police and said that the department store was abnormal, so the police officer Mumu went out and brought people with him. Hearing the alarm bell, Conan wiped his cold sweat and glanced at Chen. After the police came, he must tell the police everything. Chen naturally also saw Conan's eyes, and Chen just wanted to say one thing, naive. Chen didn't want any trouble, so now he really knew that Chen killed these robbers, and only Conan was the only one. Xiaolin ran to the elevator and pressed the elevator, but the elevator didn't move, so she could only run up the corridor. Xiaolan, wait for me. Maori Kogoro stalked after him, and Officer Mumu followed with the other officers. When she came to the 4th floor and saw 2 corpses, Xiaolin suddenly stopped, with fear in her eyes, and Mori Kogoro and the others were also stunned. Chapter 800 Stupid Conan. Chapter 800 The Stunned Conan. How come there are dead bodies? What's going on? Officer Mumu said in a panic. I'm going to take a look at it. Xiaolin turned around and continued to run towards it. Officer Mumu directed several officers to watch the corpse here, then pulled out his pistol and ran upstairs. Running out of breath, finally came to the floor where Chen and the others are now. Conan turned his head and glanced at it. After seeing Xiaolin and the police behind her, he was completely relieved. What he was afraid of was that Hyuga Chen would kill her. Fortunately, Hyuga Chen didn't move, and Conan didn't know why. Chen, you are here too, are you alright? Xiaolin ran towards Chen after seeing Chen. Conan looked at Xiaolin who ran towards Chen, and felt very unhappy, and he felt stuffy in his heart. You wait, I must expose your true face, you murderer, Xiaolin will definitely stay away from you. Conan said angrily, looking at Chen with a calm expression. Xiaolan, I have nothing to do, I met a gangster before, it's very dangerous. Chen smiled and shook his head at Xiaolan. Officer Mumu, he is the one who killed 740. I saw it with my own eyes. Conan shouted at Officer Mumu. Chen looked at the smugness in Conan's eyes and shook his head slightly. Conan, you are still too tender. What? Officer Mew Mew was stunned. Conan, although I know you seem to have opinions on me, but you don't want to be a scoundrel of me. Chen said to Conan. That's right, Conan, you can't talk nonsense like that. Xiaolan said to Conan dissatisfied. I'm not talking nonsense. Didn't you all see Ayumi? He killed these 2 men. Conan looked at Ayumi 3. Conan, what are you talking about? It was the masked man who killed them, but Brother Chen saved us. How could you frame him like that? Ayumi puffed up and stared at Conan dissatisfied. That's right, Conan, you disappointed me too much. Tsuburaya Mitsuhiko and Kojima Motoda looked at Conan with dissatisfaction. Conan, I know that you are afraid that Brother Chen will take away your brother Shinyi's sister Xiaolin, but you can't do it. Could it be that Kudo Shinichi ordered you to do this? It's abhorrent, Ayumi said angrily. Conan was suddenly speechless. Why did they all see that it was Hyuga-chan who killed the 2, but now they say no? Although Conan was not sure that the 2 people below were killed by Chen, the 2 above were killed in front of them. Conan suddenly looked at Shang Chen. It was him, he must have done it, but how did he do it? Why did Mitsuhiko and the others stand on Hyuga Chen's side and help him excuse him? Could it be that they were threatened? This thought only appeared for a moment, and then it was smothered by Conan. If it was really threatened, then Conan promised that he would be able to see it in an instant. Conan looked at the unkind eyes of the people around him and scratched his head anxiously. Conan, how can you do this? Is it really Kudo Shinichi who ordered you to do this? Xiaolin glared at Conan angrily. With a smile on Chen's face, Conan has no qualifications to fight him. No, we won't know if we look at the surveillance. Conan's eyes lit up after seeing the surveillance. Isn't there monitoring here? I believe that monitoring will not be fake. Conan looked at Chen, but Chen did not panic as he imagined, but instead looked calm. Okay, I also want to prove my innocence through surveillance, but Conan, I'm so disappointed in you. Obviously I saved you. Maybe it's not your fault, it's all taught by Kudo Shinichi. After all, the child doesn't know anything either. Chen lowered his head in disappointment. Conan pouted, and after seeing the surveillance video, I think you continue to act like this. When they came to the monitoring room, Officer Mumu and the others saw a dead man, a woman with a gun. Is this the sister in the elevator? Yuan Tai recognized it. 5 people have been killed in a row, this is a big thing. Officer Miu Miu became serious. 5 people died, and it is not clear who they are, but Officer Mumu must deal with it properly. Go, investigate the identity information of the deceased. Officer Mumu instructed the officer behind him. Officer Mumu walked over and began to investigate the surveillance video, trying to find out some clues. After watching the video, Conan was stunned. There was indeed Hyuga Chen's figure on it, but it wasn't Hyuga Chen who killed him. Uzumaki mask that he had seen before, the one who made the 2 of the black organization suffer. And it was Hyuga Chen who saved them in the hands of this masked man. How can this be? These are all fake. Conan shouted. Chen looked at this scene, not surprised at all. Sheng Wenbi, a visionary, can turn the imagination in his head into reality in an instant. In the world of death, Chen devoured Yuhabak, and now Chen has all the abilities of holy characters. Therefore, this surveillance video was also changed by Chen. Even if he cheated like this, Conan's reasoning is useless no matter how powerful it is. Conan, you can't make things up in the future. For the sake of you being young, forget it this time, and it won't work next time. Officer Mumu said to Conan seriously. What can Conan say? He couldn't explain it at all, and looked at Hyuga Chen, thinking in his heart how he did it. Could it be that Hyuga Chen has an accomplice? Someone came here to change the surveillance video. But if you do this, it will definitely leave traces. How is it done? Conan's mind was about to explode. Officer Mumu, their identities have been investigated. They are the gang of robbers in a famous department store recently, and they have already committed several incidents. That's it. Officer Mumu nodded, and then said, they were carrying out robbery, and we found them, because they had guns in their hands, and they were shot dead when they resisted, do you understand? The officers looked at each other and nodded. Brother Maori, please help keep the secret. When we open it to the outside world, we can only disclose it like this. Officer Mumu said to Kogoro Maori. Maori Kogoro nodded. He was also a policeman at the time, and he knew a little bit about it. You can't throw this surveillance video out. The sensation caused by this was too great. The masked man in the video was so violent that he cut the man in half with one knife. Chen, are you really not injured? Shaolin asked Chen, and reached out to check. Looking at the speed and power of the masked man in this surveillance video, it is simply inhuman. I really don't know how Chen resisted it. Don't worry, Shaolin, I'm fine. Chen said with a smile. Conan bit Kiba and stared at Chen. Everything was done by Hyuga Chen, but let the masked person take the blame. If Chen knew what he was thinking, he would definitely tell him, can't I use another vest to take the blame for myself? I didn't throw the pot on anyone else's head.